Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, what if Harry Potter uncovered Dumbledore's greatest betrayal? Here's a quick glimpse. After defeating Voldemort, Harry uncovers a shocking truth. Dumbledore stole from him, controlled his fate, and erased ancient legacies. Now, he fights to reclaim what was lost and forge his own destiny. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Harry stood up. He needed to walk around. Something inside of him was telling him that the goblins were not lying, but they had to be, because it would mean that Ginny and the Weasleys were taking money from him. Grobrick looked like he was going to say something when Fireforge held up his hand to keep him quiet. The young man had to work this out on his own. Ginny has been getting money for the past 7 years and the Weasleys 8 years. It means they have been stealing from him all this time. No, not Ginny, she is perfect, a voice in his mind whispered. Why all the fuss? He was marrying the most perfect woman in the world, money didn't matter. But they were taking money from him. Money his parents left for him to use. But obviously he had enough money, he had survived, and so had Ginny. Just thinking her name brought images of her creamy complexion and her soft red hair that smelled of roses. No, they were taking money to be his friend. Something was wrong, he had to get to the bottom of this. The Weasleys were stealing money and Ron and Ginny were paid to be his friends. But what about Paris? You could deal with all of this after the honeymoon. No. Something inside of him snapped. No, this was wrong. Harry looked at the 3 goblins and it was as if he was seeing them for the first time. Something was definitely wrong. What did you do to me? Nothing magical, all I did was told you certain truths. Ginny has been taking money from me to be her friend, she, Ron and all the Weasleys, Harry half-stated, half-asked. Well, I don't know about all the Weasleys, but I do know Mrs. Weasley was given a monthly allowance along with Ronald and Ginevra. I think I will sit and discuss my affairs with you today. Well, it is about time. I thought we would never get through to you, Magnus said, giving what Harry thought of as a Snape sneer. Lord Potter, if you will agree, we are hoping that you allow yourself to be examined by one of our healers. No, healers don't trust healers, a voice in his mind said, but Harry quickly tuned it out. Examined what for? We suspect that you are under the effects of a love potion. Well, now wait a minute. It's one thing for you to accuse Ginny of stealing, but another to accuse her of giving me a love potion. Lord Potter, please. If it is you truly love this girl, we would not stand in your way and we will be the first to wish you all the happiness in the world. But if we are right, you could be making the biggest mistake of your life. Harry thought about it for a minute and then nodded his head. In a flash, Grobrick ran out of the room and returned with a tall, slim woman who had long black hair and had a sharp nose. She instantly reminded him of Snape. She, however, had a pleasant smile and was dressed in white healer robes. Good afternoon, Lord Potter. I am Healer Marchak. I was told you needed to do a full checkup before your wedding. Harry could not find his voice and just nodded. If you would sit still, this should not take too much of your time. The healer waved her wand over Harry a few times while Harry sat as if in shock. Eventually she spoke. Well, Lord Potter, you have had an interesting life. I have never met anyone who survived a basilisk attack before, or someone who has suffered the Cruciatus so many times and is still sane, or for that matter 2 killing curses. Your medical history is one for the books. Harry just smiled. Yes, it has been an interesting life. Of course, I believe you are more interested in the more recent occurrences. It seems I am the bearer of bad news. You seem to be under several compulsion spells as well as a long-term love potion. You also have several blocks on your magic. Some have been placed on you for over 15 years, while the most recent is less than 2 years. What could I do? We could give you potions to counteract the love potion, but it may take as long as a month to get over the effects. You seem to be now fighting off some of the compulsion charms, but you should get a charms master to remove the spells and blocks on your magic. It should be someone you trust. As well as, in my professional opinion, you should postpone your wedding. No, not postpone, cancel, Harry said firmly. Turning to the goblins, Harry said, you said we had a lot to discuss. I think we need to get started. Yes, I think we should first organize your potions and then a bit of late lunch. Then we could get started, as this could take some time, Fireforge stated. The healer gave Fireforge the detailed account of Harry's examination and a prescription for the counter love potion and some other nutritional potions and healing potions. She also indicated that he could consider getting his eyes fixed, as it was possible in the magical world. In less than 10 minutes Griphook entered carrying the potions the healer had prescribed. Gulping down the first one, Harry suddenly found himself swaying and feeling woozy. Magnus held up a goblet of water in his hand and gave it to Harry. "I think you should lie down for a while," Healer Marchak said, waving her wand at Harry. The goblins conjured a divan sofa and Harry laid down, closing his eyes. A minute later he was violently sick. The healer quickly went over and started rubbing his back, until he was finished. With a wave of her wand all the sick disappeared and the place smelled of pine. "Don't worry, it's just the love potion being forced out of your system. You should be okay in a little while." Harry conjured a wet cloth and wiped his face a bit and then cast a mouth-cleansing spell. "You said the effect may last up to a month. Yes, you would still be feeling some lingering effects as you have been taking this potion constantly for over a year. There is evidence that you were taking it for a longer period but stopped for a while." Harry felt his head clear. It was like being cured of a headache you never realized you had. Thinking back to when he first had feelings for Ginny being under a love potion made sense. He suddenly found himself desiring Ginny in his 6th year. Before that he thought he was gay, finding himself attracted to a certain male, but then all he could think about was Ginny. The months he spent hunting Horcruxes, he did not have time to think about her. He must not have been getting the potion then. After the final battle he again could not stop thinking about her. They must have started giving it to him again. He wanted to be sick again, not because of the potion but in disgust. Harry was pulled out of his thoughts when the healer asked him, "What do you think about your fiancée now?" Harry tried to think about Ginny. He felt a little more than what he felt for Bill or Charlie. She was a good acquaintance. At best Ginny was like a little sister, but he had no desire for her. He had no romantic feelings for her and he definitely did not want to marry her. The healer left soon after, first making sure Harry had taken the other potions. She had left Harry with her card, telling him that she considered him a patient and everything that happened was strictly confidential. She told him not to worry, she had already been paid by the goblins and if he needed her in the future all he had to do was flow. Grobrick directed Harry over to a round table where a light lunch appeared. Harry sat and invited the others to join him. Fireforge told him it was against good wizarding etiquette for a lord to dine with goblins, but Harry insisted. For a moment they reminded him of Dobby. The 3 goblins looked at Harry with slight amazement as they sat with him. During the meal Harry asked, "I know you said that the Weasleys have been getting money for the past 8 years, that must have added up to a lot of galleons. I did not think that the Potter vault had that much gold." "Well, Lord Potter," Grobrick started. "Please, you all call me Harry." The 3 looked at each other and Fireforge gave a slight bow. "Thank you for the great honor, Harry." Harry smiled. "It is I whom am honored, you have saved me. It was our duty." "Well, about the Potter gold?" Grobrick answered. "Yes, the Potters were quite rich and had millions of galleons of gold. The Weasleys barely made a dent in your fortune. Millions, but I didn't see that much in my vault." "That is because you have more than one vault. The one you have been using was one of your trust funds for your enjoyment, your school spending money as it were. In total the Potters had 15 different vaults. I have 15 different vaults." "No. I said the Potters had 15 vaults, you have a considerable greater number. Sirius left you a further 17 vaults and there are about 20 other smaller vaults that different people left to the boy who lived." Fireforge added, "Even I don't know the full extent of your wealth, Harry. We will need to do a simple blood test to determine exactly what you own. It is partly the reason why you had to be here in person." Magnus turned to Fireforge and whispered something in gobbledygook to him and Fireforge nodded. The purple-robed goblin looked relieved. Magnus turned to Harry and took a deep breath, looking as if he was going to give a well-rehearsed speech. "Lord Potter, Harry, the reason why Fireforge has been trying to see you for the past 8 years is that we have been begging to enlighten you to your heritage and to inform you of state of your estate along with your options. When your parents died you became the last of the honorable Potters and as such became Lord Potter. Your magical and legal guardian became your godfather Sirius Black, who accepted you that night. Magically you became his heir and ward. However, Sirius was sent to Azkaban the next day and you went to your Muggle aunt. We have often suspected that he was deliberately sent there to be away from you and your estate." "What?" "Well, as you know, Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban without trial. He was never formally charged and as such retained all of his assets. If he was charged with being a Death Eater, his holdings would have been at least frozen or at worst claimed by the ministry. But that did not happen, and as such his vaults remained opened. When his parents died, he took on the mantle of Lord Black and all the Black fortune passed to him. However, being in Azkaban he could not use it. As his ward, you automatically could have access to his wealth. Harry was beginning to see a pattern. Who got control of the money? Albus Dumbledore acting as steward. You mean Dumbledore had access to all the Potter and Black vaults? Yes. Did he use them? Quite frequently. 3 of the Potter vaults have been emptied. Funding the Order of the Phoenix, as well as several million galleons, were used for Dumbledore's personal expenses. Besides the Weasley, who else was taking money? The Dursleys also got a monthly allowance and several Order members got varying amounts over the years, but to be fair, I don't believe they realized that it was your money they were getting. They believed it was from Dumbledore. And the Weasley, how much did they get? Well, in all a little more than 100,000. However, most of it was spent in the last 8 months, and we suspect that amount would increase greatly in 2 days' time. What do you mean? At first the spending was limited to the allowances assigned to the various individuals, and then Mrs. Weasley was given unlimited access to one of your smallest vaults in your second year. That vault only had about 75,000 galleons. I believe she was first given access to reimburse for the damage to their car and for your misdeeds with the car. She was given total access with a key at the end of that year. Even after that, Mrs. Weasley only took out small amounts on an odd occasion. She was still getting an allowance but would use the vault in emergencies. Even most of the allowances for Ginevra and Ronald went into their personal vaults, which they only had full access to when they became of age. Then in the last few months she started spending the amount she would take out in a year in just 1 day. Before she was being conservative, but in 2 days her daughter would become one of the women in the world, so she no longer had to be careful. Didn't you question why she would be given total access to one of my vaults? It became well known in the wizarding social circles that you were friends with the Weasleys, and Molly Weasley made it known that you considered her like a mother. However, the official reason we were given by Dumbledore was that the vault was being given to the family of your future wife, and that a proposal was made between your guardian and the Weasleys for you and Ginevra Weasley to be bonded. Harry shouted. This was at the end of my second year. I was 12 years old, Ginny was 11. Fireforge told him that while it was a practice that most families no longer did, a few of the old families still made contracts for their children from a very early age. Magnus then continued. It was then I reminded Dumbledore that such a contract could not be made without the blood of Lord Black and yourself. Dumbledore brought in a vial of your blood and told us he would soon bring in that of Lord Black, but Sirius escaped and the blood was not brought in for a year. The proposed contract did not hold, as Sirius' blood showed signs of a compulsion spell and therefore was not given of his free will. The proposed contract only had the requirements after your 5th year, when Sirius died and Dumbledore legally became your guardian. But even then we noticed small irregularities in your blood and would not bind the contract. As part executors of your estates, Gringotts must agree to the contract. Usually it is just a formality. However, we spent the year fighting Dumbledore and prolonged completing the contract. We planned to do so until you became of age and would have had to make the contract yourself. However, Dumbledore died before that time. We tried to contact you many times over the years, but were always sent letters from you stating that you were passing all matters to your headmaster. After he died, the proxy went first to Mrs. Weasley and in the past year to Ginevra Weasley. Harry interjected. I never sent any letters to you. I never received any letters from you except the one for this meeting. We suspected so. How could you act on just a simple letter? Should you not have some evidence the letter was actually coming from me? Yes, for all matters a simple letter would not do. It requires your magical signature, which comes from your wand. We suspect Dumbledore was getting someone to give him access to your wand, possibly Ronald Weasley. It could have been done late at night when you were asleep. In addition, the letters were on Potter letterheads and sealed with the Potter seal. Harry's magic started pulsing. He was getting angry. His whole life someone was controlling him. This was unbelievable. Grobrick offered him a calming potion. Harry shook his head but took a goblet of water instead. When he was calm and his magic was back under control, Magnus continued. Since October of last year, your letters have been allowing Ginevra Weasley to have access to your Potter and Black estates. On her own she has withdrawn over 40,000 galleons of gold since that time. She also came into the bank in December with a letter indicating that you had proposed. But I didn't propose until the beginning of June. Yes, we now know, but the letter she presented indicated otherwise. It stated that she was to be given all consideration as the future Lady Potter Black. She requested a list of the Potter and Black holdings. Over the past 6 months she has been preparing the Potter Manor in Scotland and has spent close to 500,000 galleons fixing not only Potter Manor but several of the other homes as well. Since this is going to your estate, we do not mind. How many homes do I own? Excluding the main manor there are 5 Potter houses, which includes the ruins at Godric Hollow. There are also 10 black homes and a black manor. However, some of the black homes were originally intended for members of the Black family left to them by Lord Orion Black. But since Sirius was in Azkaban he could not follow through with the request, none of the individuals got them. So they revert to you. Who were supposed to get the houses? Well, Sirius Black requested that you give one to Remus Lupin, and his father Orion Black had requested one each be given to Andromeda, Bellatrix and Narcissa Black. One was also meant for a non-family member, Dean Thomas. Dean Thomas. Yes, his father Gary Thomas worked as the wizarding manager for the Black family estates, and when he was killed by Death Eaters, Lord Black promised to take care of the man's family, so a home and a large sum of money was left for the young Thomas. Like you, he was a small child at the time, and Dumbledore became his magical guardian as Mrs. Thomas was a muggle. The money was withdrawn but the home was never claimed. How that man didn't go to hell I would never know. He is lucky he is dead. He would have a lot to answer for. I will make sure that Lord Orion Black's wishes are met. Since Bellatrix is no longer around I will give the property to Draco. Well, I am sure he will love France, as the property is a villa in France and with the recent refurbishing it must look lovely. Ginny has refurbished that house. Why? According to your letter it is to be given as a gift to her brother Ronald, upon your marriage. Explain. Ginevra Weasley came in and requested that your homes be given to various Weasley family members and to Mr. Thomas. However, we informed her that it was not within her authority to do so, as she was still only your intended and could only access the property, certain vaults and withdraw gold. For transfer of property only the legal lord and lady could make the request, which must be made in person. Only when you added her name to the Potter line and you were both legally bonded could she make the request. So we were told the properties in question will be given as gifts to the various individuals after your wedding. In the meanwhile they are all being refurbished. So that is why I am here today, to add her to the Potter line. It is the official reason for getting you here. We have long suspected that you knew nothing about what was going on and have sent hundreds of letters over the years. We even tried to get access to you when you stayed in Diagon Alley the summer before your 3rd year at Hogwarts. The former head of the Potter account Wicknick mysteriously died the first week you stayed here when he tried to see you. After Dumbledore died, every time we requested a meeting, one of the 3 Weasleys came instead. This letter you received was actually the second. After the first one, Ginevra came herself to be added to the Potter line with a vial of your blood. However, we told her it had to be done by you in person. In reality she could not be added as a Potter until after you were bonded, but we were desperate to talk to you before the wedding. So we lied. I understand and am very grateful you did. I shudder to think of what would have happened if we had gotten bonded. She would have gotten full access to everything you own. I am surprised that they let me come here by myself and not with a guard. We sort of took care of that. It is why we chose today. We knew you had the wedding rehearsal dinner tonight and that both Mrs. Weasley and Ginevra Weasley would be very busy. We also pulled in a favor from the captain of the Chudley Cannons to invite Ronald to their practice. We forgave him a loan he has with Gringotts, in exchange for keeping Ronald busy for a few hours. One of the conditions was that he asked Ronald this morning, so it would be too late for him to get someone else to come with you. Even though we suspect that the only ones involved in this plot is the 3 of them. How do you know none of the other Weasleys are involved? Magnus paused for a second as he considered, then responded. In all the years none of the others ever came in either on your behalf or to withdraw from any of your accounts. In addition, Arthur Weasley came in for a loan before William got married. He wanted to help the couple in buying a home. However, for reasons I will not disclose, he settled for a smaller amount. William originally inquired on a small manor but opted for the smaller and cheaper Shell Cottage. If either of them had access to your vaults they would have gotten more than they needed. Charles works through his vacation to save enough for his own home. Percival is very ambitious and would have used the money to advance himself in certain circles but he hasn't. The twins, well the twins are two of the hardest working honorable businessmen I have ever come across. No, the twins are not involved. Fireforge laughed. I like the twins, they have really brightened up this dull alley. Harry nodded and they asked, what do we do now? Grobrick waved his hands and the table cleared. We test to see exactly the extent to your fortune, Fireforge told him as he brought forward several documents and files. Pulling out what seemed to be a normal piece of parchment, Fireforge placed it in front of Harry, while Magnus poured a blue potion onto the parchment. This potion is goblin-made. It is specially designed for Gringotts. When your blood is spilt onto the parchment it will show all of your holdings with the bank. The names of the families who have bequeathed you items you have yet to claim will also appear. Fireforge pulled out his jeweled dagger and gave it to Harry. Please cut your hand and allow a few drops of blood to spill onto the parchment. Harry did so and soon saw a long list of names and properties appear on the parchment. All four occupants of the room looked at the parchment. There were many names he did not know but they all gasped when they saw some of the names that he did know. In addition to Potter, Evans and Black, names like Pettigrew, Prince, Lestrange, McNair, and LeFay appeared but most surprisingly at the bottom of the list was the name, Riddle. Harry stared at the last name on the list, Riddle. He looked at the goblins who were trying to compose themselves as they too looked at the name in shock. He reached over and grabbed the vial of calming potion Grobrick had offered him earlier and downed it. After a few minutes of silence Harry spoke, what did that madman leave to me? Fireforge called forth his goblin magic and a parchment file appeared in front of him. Harry looked over and saw the last will and testament of Tom Marvolo Riddle written in green and silver on the top. More than anything Harry was curious as to what Lord Voldemort had to say. Fireforge did a few wandless spells on the file and then opened it. On top of the stack of papers was an envelope addressed to Harry James Potter. Fireforge passed it to Harry. The envelope was sealed and did not open until a drop of Harry's blood was placed on it. The letter was written in parcel script so only Harry could have read it. My worthy opponent, if you are reading this then I am truly dead having been defeated by your hand. I do sincerely hope that the battle was magnanimous and that you are now without one of your limbs or need medical treatment for the rest of your life or even better without your magic reduced to a squib forever outside the magical realm. My wishes notwithstanding, I know that most likely you are your same charming self, with messy black hair, green eyes twinkling madly and enough magic to power the Muggle world with electricity for years. Since the day I was reborn I knew that you were far more powerful than I could ever hope to be and that I would most likely lose this war, but as a Slytherin I had my pride and ambition and went ahead anyway. Hopefully the lessons you have learnt in this war have made you more aware of the consequences of being a powerful magical being. As you would realize from the date I signed this document, I am writing to you after the death of that meddlesome old coot named Albus Dumbledore. Now that he is dead there is still some hope for you as you have gotten out of his hold. If there is anything I sincerely wish for you it is that you come into your own, away from that evil man's grip. There are many things I wish to tell you, all of which are true. Whether you believe me or not is to be seen. As you know I am the heir of Slytherin. I found this out my first day at Hogwarts when I entered the Slytherin common room and the S-beeps in the paintings spoke to me. They directed me to a portrait of the four founders, where I met the noble Salazar himself. He told me among other things about the wealth of the Slytherin line and that I was the first in centuries powerful enough to make the claim as Lord Slytherin. You see, it is not only important to be of the bloodline, you must also have the magical power. As Lord Slytherin, I would be able to open the vaults at Gringotts and access the many books that Salazar had left, so I could begin my training. In my innocence I confided in Dumbledore, who had seemingly taken me under his wing. Together we went to Gringotts and I opened the long-closed Slytherin vaults and was amazed at the number of books and scrolls and of course gold in the vaults. At Hogwarts, Dumbledore and his partner Flammel made me do a ritual which at the time I did not understand but was told it would make a connection to the school and it would enhance my magic. I was also given a document to sign which I thought was donating some of the Slytherin books to the school. Had I been a friendly child, my peers would have told me no such ritual existed and not to sign unknown documents. But alas, I was a naive 11-year-old friendless orphan who did not know better. I soon learnt. The ritual did connect me to the school, but it permanently bound my Slytherin magic to the school. The documents I signed passed all of the Slytherin wealth to the Hogwarts vaults. I in essence transferred everything over to Hogwarts. It is the reason I cannot take the title of Lord Slytherin. The only part of my heritage that remained was my ability to talk to beeps. For some reason that power was not transferred in the ritual. It took me years to realize the full extent of my loss, and when I confronted Dumbledore he told me that it was for the greater good, how I would have never been able to wield the power and thousands of children would benefit from my sacrifice. Of course I never trusted anyone again. In my 7th year I was made headboy and given access to special rooms in Slytherin House, and again came across a portrait of Salazar. The original painting that I had been consulting disappeared my first year. Salazar told me about his secret chamber and gave me the knowledge to access his personal library in the chamber. Of course I met with Ronnie the Basilisk and got access to several dark arts books that Salazar had hidden in the chamber. To be fair, I think he may also have had a lot of light magic books, but these were stored in the vaults that were donated to the school. The only ones I got were the dark arts books, but I was determined to learn as much of my heritage as I could and get my revenge. I know some may have considered that I made a mess of my life and that I have done many stupid and, dare I say, evil things. But as inane as it sounds, I know I have made a mark on the wizarding world and have changed the minds of many. I believe I have also saved the future generation by getting rid of Albus Dumbledore. The world may never know the evil that man did in the name of good, but I do. I know that I have lived up to my Slytherin name, and that brings me some peace. The magical heritage is gone, but the name lives on. If you are wondering why I am telling you all of this, well, it is simple. Your fate is similar to mine. In my early life out of Hogwarts I became obsessed with not only Salazar but all the founders. In my travels and studies I discovered many things, including the fact that Grindelwald was the heir of Ravenclaw, the Longbottoms the heirs of Hufflepuff, and the Potters the heirs of Gryffindor. Grindelwald's magic was donated at the end of the Second World War. Dumbledore and Flamel reduced him almost to a squib after his ritual and then locked him away in a tower. Your ritual may have occurred the night your parents died. You may not believe me, but I really tried to warn them, but your father would not listen. In Neville Longbottom soon after my first departure. I was told that Dumbledore first tried the ritual on Frank, but he was not powerful enough to complete the transfer. Neville however was unlike Grindelwald. Neville was reduced to a near squib. You however, like me, was powerful enough to survive. Ironically enough, my guess is that it is the Muggle blood that my father gave me and your Evan's grandparents gave you, acted to anchor the magic in us, which prevented the Hogwarts ritual from claiming nearly all our magic. I often wondered what I would have been like with all my power. Looking at you I could just imagine. I hope that the sacrifice that Dumbledore made with the four of us is worth it in the end. You are the most powerful wizard alive, Harry. You have the power to do great things if you desire. You were my equal in power as a toddler, and by the time you were 14 you far outstripped both my and Dumbledore's magic combined. You are so much more powerful than you could even imagine. I know that Dumbledore also saw this power in you and tried many ways to keep it down, first using your relatives and then by not training you to develop your magic. I also guess he has tried blocking your magic and also tried other rituals like say UAL bonding rituals to bind your magic, so watch who you marry carefully. He tried a similar binding with me, but my gaunt ring prevented love potions from working. I realized what was happening and I fled as far from England as I could get. I think there still is a marriage contract out for Tom Marvolo Riddle and one of Dumbledore's whores. As stupid or pathetic as it may seem to you, with part of my soul once being a part of you, you are the closest I have to a son. You already have the only part of the Slytherin heritage I could pass on, which is the gift of Parseltongue, which once gotten cannot seem to be lost, so I am confident that you would be reading this letter. I have also left you with all my worldly possessions, which includes my Muggle heritage, Riddle Manor. I request that you turn it into an orphanage for magical children, to help those whose parents I have killed. I know you will treat the children well, have them learn and develop their magic as soon as possible. Forget the ministry and their archaic rules. Do you know how many children would have survived my followers if they were not hesitant to use their magic? Most of my inner circle have bequeathed to me their estates. If they die before I do, it will be automatically added to my estate. My lawyers ensured that I would not have the hassle of going into signed documents, as this would have been awkward. Therefore it will all go to you. Use them wisely, try and rebuild the magical world, but make it a place where no one will be sacrificed. Anyway, I wish you all the best in your life. Don't settle for being mediocre. I hope you come into all of your magic. I believe you are the next Merlin and that you will change the world. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry reread the letter from Voldemort. No Tom Riddle. 3 times before he looked at the goblins, a single tear fell down his face. Fireforge looked up from reading the will. He left you everything. Gold, artifacts, houses, everything, including the properties of his followers and his scavs. To the victor go the spoils, Magnus stated. Harry snorted. The bastard thought of me as a son. Harry proceeded to read the letter aloud, and against his better judgment another tear fell down his cheek. Riddle was essentially a victim of Dumbledore, just like I am. Fireforge closed the file. You know, we could confirm all of this. He again closed his eyes and several files appeared. Fireforge looked through the files and then took out one. He opened it and read the first page. This does confirm that Tom Marvolo Riddle opened the Slytherin vaults and 1 day later donated everything to the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Magnus was reading another file. In 1945 the Ravenclaw vaults were emptied and sent to the Hogwarts vaults. Grobrick nodded, reading another file. The Gryffindor vault was emptied the day after your parents died. Looking at the closed Hufflepuff file, Harry did not have to read it to know what it stated. Fireforge looked at all the files and then at his companions. These vaults were not only emptied but were closed and absorbed into Gringotts, which means that the magic of the families were either transferred or no longer exist. This confirms Riddle's letter. Dumbledore was worse than Voldemort. He messed with my life, with our lives. He created Voldemort. I wish the bastard was alive so I could kill him. I wonder if the headmaster's portrait at Hogwarts could be destroyed. Can the magic be returned? Magnus asked, to no one in particular. No, not without destroying Hogwarts itself. The magic is now infused in the castle itself, Fireforge answered. There was a knock on the door and Griphook entered. Lord Potter, Masters, Miss Ginevra Weasley is in the lobby demanding to see Lord Potter and be a part of this meeting. Fireforge, is there a legal contract binding me to Ginny? No. Griphook, could you send Miss Weasley to an empty office and tell her that I am inspecting my school vault and I will be with her shortly, Harry told the goblin who was standing near the door. Griphook bowed and left to do Harry's bidding. We could leave her there for a good half an hour before she fusses again. What should I do immediately to stop the Weasleys? While the wizarding world has already accepted you as Lord Potter, you have yet to officially and legally claim the title. You also have the option of claiming the Black Lordship. As you are not blood, it is optional. It would however mean more political power. Once you have claimed the titles, you could don the lordship rings. The rings have protections against many minor potions and charms, so it should block any further love potions and any compulsion spells, Fireforge advised. It would be an honor to claim both the Potter and Black Lordships, Harry said strongly. However, in his mind he was crying as he thought of the 2 men who both died protecting him. Also formally declare that Ginevra Weasley is not your intended and that she no longer has access to any vaults. You should recall all your keys and demand an audit. This will stop everyone beside you from using or accessing any of your homes or vaults, Grobrick said, looking at Harry. If you wish, you could have them arrested and publicly denounce them, Magnus volunteered. No, I think I will just leave it as is. I am not going to have them arrested and I will let them keep what gold they have already taken. I however want back my great-grandmother's dress and the Potter wedding rings and any other Potter or Black heirlooms they may have. As you have said, the amount of money stolen barely made a dent in my fortune. Are you sure? It's not just the gold. They used a love potion on you and fraudulently sent letters pretending to be you. For that alone you could have them sent to Azkaban for at least 10 years each. I am sure. I want this out of the public's eye. They will not however escape punishment. I will punish them in my own way. If you wish, we will contact the Potter elves and have the homes evacuated and blocked against everyone except you for the time being. Yes, make everything as you suggested except the arrest. Leave Grimmauld Place open for tonight only. When I leave to go to the Burrow, I will get Creature to block anyone from entering, but not before. I will send Ginny there for the time being. Then I will deal with her and the Weasleys on my own tonight, Harry said firmly. All 3 goblins nodded. Grobrick, could you arrange for an eye healer to come to the bank now? Of course, Harry. The next half an hour was a blur of activity. Harry was formally installed as both Lord Potter and Black. He signed acceptance of the riddle fortune, legally freeing all of Voldemort's S**avs. He made arrangements for the Gringotts curse breakers to check Riddle Manor for cursed items which Harry was sure existed all over the manor, and recalled all the Potter and Black Vault and home keys. Then he sat reading some of the letters of people who had left him fortunes, while waiting on the magical optometrist. He picked up the prince file. If he remembered correctly, Snape's mother was a prince. Opening the file, he read the opening statements. Lord Prince died when Harry was 8 and left all his wealth to him, though he could only claim it when he became of age. Lord Prince was in essence disappointed that his only grandchild became a Death Eater and feared that his family's wealth would go towards the resurrection of the Dark Lord, and therefore left the vast fortune to a true prince of the wizarding world. Harry got angry reading the document, not at the Lord Prince but at Dumbledore. He never told Snape's grandfather that the man had repented and was spying for the light side. Had Lord Prince known, he would have reconciled with his grandson. Damn you, Dumbledore, why are you not burning in hell? Fireforge collected the vast pile of files which held Harry's fortune and suggested that they be dealt with the following day. I think we should reconvene tomorrow. By that time we could sort through the many files and put them into categories. You could also think about what you are going to do with all of these. Nodding, Harry told the goblin, I think I have some ideas, but yes, we could wait until tomorrow. Harry paused for a second, still holding the prince file in his hands. Could you arrange to have this entire estate passed over to Severus Snape? That bastard Dumbledore tried to cheat away his heritage as well. I think that Snape deserves his family's estate. If his grandfather knew the truth, he would have left it to him. I will take care of it right away. Grobrick entered with a young wizard who looked too young to be out of medical school and an old man who looked like a strong breeze would blow him over. The two walked up to Harry and shook his hands. Grobrick introduced them as the Eye Healers Damon Grant and his great-grandson Brandon. The elder healer Grant walked up until he was nose to nose with Harry, yanked off Harry's glasses and looked into his eyes. He started humming and mumbling. Harry thought the man a little odd but trusted Grobrick's recommendation that they were the best in Great Britain. The young healer stepped in and gently directed Harry to the divan that the goblins had conjured earlier. I think it would be best if we make ourselves comfortable. Brandon Grant pulled out his wand and directed some diagnostic spells at Harry's eyes. His grandfather scowled at him. The old man pulled out what looked like a small Muggle torchlight and shined it into Harry's eyes. Both healers stood up at the same time and started talking at once. Yes, your eyesight can be restored to full vision. It is a simple procedure, it will not take more than half an hour. We can do it right away. Boy, go get my things at once. No need, grandfather, I brought them with me. There was a knock on the door and a frazzled-looking Griphook entered. I'm sorry to disturb you, Lord Potter, healers Grant and Masters, but Miss Weasley is becoming most insistent on seeing Lord Potter. Fireforge, if you don't mind, you seem to have the ability to soothe a savage beast. Could you possibly occupy her for about 45 minutes? Tell her that you are showing me one of the Black Vaults and I am trying to find the perfect wedding gift for her. The old goblin laughed. Of course, it would be my pleasure, Lord Potter Black, using Harry's new title for the first time. Fireforge passed over the prince files to Grobrick, speaking to him in gobbledygook for a minute and then directed Griphook to lead him to the irate Miss Weasley. The elder healer looked at Harry in amazement. In my 140 years on this earth, I have never heard a goblin laugh. The eye surgery was a complete success, but Harry was reminded of the Weasley twins as the two healers kept up a running commentary of what was going on and each kept finishing the other's sentences. The two were simply brilliant, and Harry for the first time in over 16 years was able to look at himself clearly in the mirror without his round nerdy glasses. He was pleased, his emerald eyes twinkling. He thanked the healers with all his heart. He was about to ask about payment when the two healers brushed him away. It was their pleasure to do it for the savior of their world, that and the goblins paid them in advance. Like healer Marchak, they handed him their card and promised that everything was confidential. By the time the healers left, Grobrick, Magnus and Fireforge had re-entered the room. They all smiled at Harry. You look amazing, Harry. The removal of your glasses has really enhanced your looks. Yes, for a human you are quite, what's the word, handsome. Harry blushed. I have something that will make you look even more dashing. Harry looked at Magnus as he handed him fine black robes with the Potter and black crests on them, black leather boots, as well as a black walking stick with a golden lion's head on the top. These are gorgeous, thank you. Yes, well, a wizard of your stature should remind others that you are not a young boy but a powerful wizard and lord of our world, Fireforge told the new Lord Potter Black as he helped him with the robes. With your permission, we will have a new wardrobe made for you by tomorrow. I don't know how to thank you three, you have saved my life. I owe you a life debt. Please no Harry, you don't, your gold and friendship are all we desire. Here are the prince files all transferred to Severus Snape, as well as a few papers you might need tonight. Grobrick handed Harry a soft leather briefcase. Looking at the young wizard, all three goblins smiled. Yes, no one would underestimate him again, he looked every part the noble and honorable Lord Potter Black. Harry stood waiting in the Gringotts lobby for Ginny. That witch had a lot to answer for, but for now he would play his part as the loving fiancé. She would pay later. Ginny walked into the lobby looking most aggrieved as she searched the crowd for Harry. Her eyes fell on a handsome, well-dressed lord standing in the lobby. Her eyes stopped on him. Oh yes, very handsome. It was only when he turned his head and his emerald eyes looked at her did she realize it was Harry. Oh Harry, where have you been? I have been waiting over an hour for you, Ginny said as she rushed over. You look great. What did you do? I passed by the healers earlier and got my eyes fixed. Harry leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Your robes look very expensive. If you wanted to go shopping you should have told me. I would have organized some appropriate clothes for you. She grabbed his arm and smirked at some witches who were openly staring at her handsome groom. These were a gift from the Gringotts goblins. Well, that was nice of them. Did you complete your business with them today? Is everything in order? Yes, I think all went well. Your status has been settled. The girl gave a big smile. We should go home and you could change out of these clothes and get ready for tonight. We have a good 3 hours before dinner. Well, you know Mom always needs help in setting up the burrow. I still have some business to do. Why don't you go ahead and I will meet you there? Ginny's eyes flashed with anger. How dare he dismiss her after making her wait for over an hour for him? Her face quickly changed and she pouted a little. I had hoped we could have some time together before tonight. With so many people coming in, we would not be alone for the next 2 days. The couple had reached the bottom of the bank stairs and were now walking into Diagon Alley where many witches and wizards were waving and wishing the couple the best of luck. I promise, we will have some alone time before dinner. I just have to run to Hogwarts for a little while, Harry said when he had the chance. Why do you have to go to Hogwarts? Minerva will be there tonight, anything you need to do can be done. Tonight. Harry stopped and gave the girl a chaste key on the lips. It's something private I need to talk with Snape about. Snape. Harry, what do you want with that git? I was sure that you never wanted to see that awful man again. Yes, well, everything aside, he is the best potions master in England and I am preparing a surprise for you. Please, Ginny. He kissed her again, this time more deeply. I promise I will not take long. Meet me at Grimmauld Place in an hour. We would have some alone time before the dinner tonight. Harry leaned over and plucked a flower from a nearby flower kiosk and gave it to Ginny. I promise I will make it a night to remember. Ginny relaxed. It was obvious that Harry was in love with her. She had panicked when she heard that he went to the bank on his own. She wanted to slap Ron, but the goblins obviously didn't spoil her plans. That idiot goblin Fire something had told her Harry was looking for a perfect gift for her from the Black Vaults. She told him to show Harry the large pink diamond necklace she had seen. It clashed with her hair, but she liked it as it was one of a kind. She was no longer worried. Harry was still under her control, but he was doing things she didn't count on. He wanted to see Snape about a potion, but it was a surprise for her. Maybe it was for a fertility potion for them to conceive right away. Okay Harry, I will give you an hour. Harry kissed her again. Thanks love. He tossed a galleon to the flower vendor and walked away, marveling at his acting skills. Oh yes, Ginny Weasley, you will remember this night for the rest of your life. Harry apparated to the gates of Hogwarts and looked at the castle in front of him. Once he considered the building to be the most beautiful building he had ever seen, now he saw a tomb, a big magic-stealing tomb. As he walked towards the building he thought that it was really not fair to blame the school for Dumbledore's action, but he felt cheated and the old coot was not around to feel his wrath. Reaching the front doors he took a deep breath, calming himself. It was only last week he was a student here. After today's meeting it felt like if it was a lifetime ago that he was last here. Entering the building he saw McGonagall, Snape and Flitwick approaching him. Harry, what brings you here today? Is everything okay? I see you are wearing your lordship robes, the headmistress Minerva McGonagall stated. Yes, everything is fine, but I was hoping to have a talk with Professor Snape privately for a while, and then if it is okay with you I would like to meet with all three of you. Well, Harry, this sound very serious. Not getting cold feet, are you? No, but if you don't mind, headmistress, I have a lot to do and little time. If I could defer my discussion with you for a half an hour, Harry said, sounding very businesslike. Of course, we could meet in my office. Harry looked over to Professor Snape. The stern man had long greasy black hair, shallow skin and a sharp nose that had been broken a few times. People often compared him to a vampire. To Harry he was a powerful warrior. He was the bravest man he had ever met. Not to mention he was tall and looked like he had a lean but muscular body under his robes. With the love potion out of his system, Harry found his thoughts directed to the man in front of him. In his low baritone timbre that made Harry's heart quiver, the man spoke. Well, Potter, what do you want? My time is more precious than yours. Could we go somewhere private? Without answering him, the tall potions professor turned and walked towards the dungeons, not bothering to look to see if he was being followed. Harry had to run to keep up, following the billowing black robes in front of him. The man did not stop until he reached his office. Harry suddenly remembered the other times he had been in the man's office, none of them were pleasant. He had to remind himself he was no longer a student. Snape walked to his desk and sat down, looking at the boy, no man in front of him. Oh God, Harry looked gorgeous, his eyes were mesmerizing, and he no longer looked like a carbon copy of his father. He did not look like the boy who had just graduated. He was a man who looked every inch the lord he was. Snape was always attracted to power, and the boy's magic was rolling off him in waves. Snape found himself envying the Weasley cow that was marrying the beautiful man in front of him. Well, Harry took a deep breath, reminding himself of Magnus a few hours ago. I had a very interesting meeting today with the goblins in charge of my estates. It seems that several witches and wizards have bequeathed to me their families' estates and fortunes. Among them was one Lord Elijah Prince. Snape paled and did an involuntary flinch at the name. If you came here to gloat. No, you misunderstand. I am here to restore your rightful heritage to you. Harry opened the briefcase and pulled out the file and passed it over to Snape. The man watched the file as if it were a deadly animal. I don't take charity. It's not charity, it is rightfully yours. No, my grandfather did not think I was worthy of his precious estate. If he wanted me to have it, he would not have given it to you. I think you should read it. I don't want to read anything. I had enough of the man's words when he was alive. Severus, just read it, Harry said in a soft but commanding voice. Snape was startled and pleased at the same time, hearing his name on the boy's lips. He reached over and opened the documents. To whom it may concern. I, Elijah Sebastian Prince, hereby leave all my estates, vaults and everything held within to a true prince of the wizarding world, Mr. Harry James Potter. To my Death Eater grandson Severus Tobias Snape, I leave nothing. Reading no more, Severus closed the file. Harry reached over and placed his hands over Severus. Please read the entire thing. Part of Severus' mind wanted to throw the boy out of his office and slam the door in his face. The other half wanted to please the emerald-eyed man in front of him. His irrational side won. He reopened the document. To Mr. Potter. I want to explain why I chose to pass to you my enormous fortune and not to my grandson. My wife and I had only one child, a precious girl who we thought the world of, Eileen. We had high hopes for her. She could have been a brilliant potions mistress or a healer if she desired, but instead she left the magical world and married a muggle we disapproved of, not because he was a muggle but because we saw he was a cruel man. She refused any attempts made by us to contact her or to provide her with any help. She accused us of being too harsh and overbearing. She called me a dictator and said she wanted nothing to do with us anymore. It broke her mother's heart. 12 years later, my daughter's godfather Albus Dumbledore came to me to tell me that my grandson was entering Hogwarts. I immediately went to the school to make arrangements for the child. I paid for his school fees, and since Eileen always refused us, I gave Albus enough gold to see that the child had the best of everything he needed. I requested to see the boy when he entered to introduce myself. I was told that my daughter had appealed to the Wizengamot for in order to prevent me from seeing the boy. However, Albus offered to send me regular reports and pictures of the child. I readily accepted what I could get, and through the headmaster gave the boy everything he needed. Albus sent me several reports of fights and general bad behavior from the boy, and it seemed he was a bully much like his father. There were often times I would storm the headmaster's office to see the child to give him a much-needed whipping, but Albus reminded me of my mistakes with Eileen and that I did not want to alienate the boy the way I did with my daughter. By the time the boy reached 16, I knew I had made a mistake in not fighting to take him away from his mother at an early age. While brilliant at his work, the boy was a troublemaker. The headmaster sent me reports indicating that he had on several occasions set up pranks to try and get several children of other light families expelled, going to great lengths to discredit others. Notwithstanding these incidences, I continue to support the boy as he was my grandson. The summer before his 6th year at Hogwarts, the head of his house wrote me a letter indicating that the boy was destined to be a great potions master and that he had the opportunity to be an intern with the finest master in Europe for the summer, if he could get enough money for the trip. I quickly dispatched enough gold to pay not only for the trip but for a new wardrobe and any equipment he would need, and of course spending money for the entire time. I was very proud of him. I met up with Albus at the ending of the summer to inquire about the boy and his internship, to find out that the boy had not gone on the internship but had gone with his friends on a wild vacation. To be honest, I was initially angry but remembered my own follies as a youth. When he came of age, I sent an invitation to meet with the boy and offer him a chance to live with me at Prince Manor. But unfortunately his mother died soon after, and for some reason he blamed me. I grieved for my precious daughter, but it was too late for her. The most I could do was pay to bury her. But it was not too late for her son. The few times I came to see him before he graduated were disastrous. The boy was filled with rage and hate. However, he was still my heir and I was determined to help him. As a graduation present, I gave the boy a vault filled with gold to help pay for his potions mastery and to help him live comfortably while he studied. I was told by Albus that the boy became a Death Eater soon after he graduated and that the money I gave him went to fund Voldemort's cause. I was very disappointed that the child had gone to the dark side. I made many attempts to talk to him and to turn him back to good, but nothing helped. To my shame, I still sent money to the boy's vault. While it may have been used for evil, I really did not care. I loved the boy, and since the money was the only thing he accepted from me, well, I would willingly give it. It was only when I heard that the boy's potions were being used to maim, kill and torture others did I finally decide to stop helping him. With Albus' help, I was introduced to an order which helped in fighting this madman who was influencing my grandson. My logic was, if I could get rid of Voldemort, maybe my Severus would have a chance. As an old man I could not fight, but I offered financial help. When you defeated the Dark Lord, I rejoiced as I knew there was a chance to save my grandson. I gave Albus a lot of gold to hire the best lawyers to help get him out of Azkaban. Guilty or not, I really did not care. Albus testified that the boy had been working as a spy and had placed great risk to his personal safety to help the order. I was so happy. The boy was not evil, there was hope. I met with my good friend after the trials to find out that Albus had lied to help me get the boy out of Azkaban. He told me that the boy was indeed a spy, but he was sent by Voldemort to spy on the order. He told me stories of him torturing the students, but as a personal favor to me he was keeping the boy close. I was so disappointed but still had some hope left. I still kept the boy as my heir in the hope that with positive influence of Albus he would change. Then about a month after the boy was released from Azkaban, the Longbottoms were attacked. Albus told me that while the boy was not physically involved, he had financially supported the group. Albus suspected that the boy was working on potions and spells to bring that evil man back to life. At this point I disinherited my grandson. No more would I finance him and his mad schemes, and I stopped all funds to him. I initially intended to bequeath the prince's wealth to the Order of the Phoenix, and for years had left them as my main beneficiary rather than my grandson. Part of me still prays that the boy will change and will turn to the side of light, but I have not been given any indication that he has. If you are reading this, it means that by the time of my death my grandson has not changed and remains today a loyal Death Eater. Albus has indicated that Voldemort is not fully gone, but with supporters like Severus he will return one day. He also confided in me that you were destined to fight and destroy this evil once and for all. I have therefore decided to pass all my wealth to you, to help you in your fight against this madman. Hopefully I will be helping you to stop my grandson from making further mistakes. Use my wealth as you see fit and hopefully you will succeed in stopping other precious children from falling to the dark side. I wish you a grandfather's love. Elijah Prince. Harry looked at the man while he was reading the letter. He recalled the memories he had seen in the pensieve of the young Severus at school being teased for wearing second-hand robes. Harry knew that Severus must have had a hard time in Slytherin House from the rich pure-bloods elitist for being a poor half-blood. He was sure Dumbledore had taken all the money Elijah Prince had sent for himself. Severus dropped the document down on his desk, getting up so fast the chair behind him fell to the ground. This is all lies. My grandfather was a cold heartless man who never cared for me or my mother. We suffered while he lived in his manor. He ignored all my mother's cries for help even when she was sick and dying, he never came. I never got one canute from that man and because of his status I was not eligible for aid. My mother begged Dumbledore to allow me in the school as we didn't have enough money. All through my 7 years I wore second-hand robes and barely had enough for books. Malfoy paid for my summer internship and I had to pay him back in blood. I sold my soul to the Dark Lord for my potions mastery. That man never cared. Severus' voice grew to a loud shout as he ranted. It reminded Harry of the time the man had found him in his pensieve. He expected him to start throwing things next. Harry waited for a pause in the man's rant to calmly inform him. Albus Dumbledore stole over 20 million galleons from the Potter vaults over a 15-year period and another 5 from the Black vaults for his personal use. He stole more on behalf of the Order of the Phoenix. Severus watched the boy as if he had 2 heads. Harry continued, Gringotts has evidence to believe that over the last 60 years or so he has schemed near to 1 billion galleons worth of golden items on behalf of Hogwarts. This was the figure Fireforge estimated was the combined worth of all 4 founders' wealth. Severus was dumbfounded. He pointed to the documents in front of him. You mean this is all true? Harry nodded. I believe it is as you cannot lie in a magical will. Your grandfather trusted his friend. He truly believed you were getting the money he was sending you. Everything he wrote was true in his eyes. If you check the listing you would notice there is a vault with your name on it and another for your mother. He had yours temporarily frozen but he never actually closed it. Your mother's was only sealed after her death. Severus looked through the documents until he came upon the parchment with the listings from Gringotts which confirmed Harry's statement. He looked up at Harry, almost not seeing him. This was too much to handle. Harry walked over, held the man's hand and led him to a nearby chair. He could tell that Severus was about to have a complete meltdown, anyone would. He called one of the house elves he remembered. Twinkie, could you bring a glass of fire whiskey for Professor Snape, thank you. The small elf disappeared and reappeared in a heartbeat. He placed the glass in Severus' hand. Severus downed the drink in one. He turned to look at Harry and whispered, my grandfather loved me. The statement almost broke Harry's heart. He understood the plea, remembering how he felt as a young child growing up with the Dursleys knowing he was unloved. He understood how Severus must have felt thinking his grandfather did not care for him, now realizing that it was not true. Yes, your grandfather loved you and your mother very much and he was very proud of you, Severus. Severus Snape did something that no one would believe even if Harry showed them a pensieve of it later. He cried. For a moment Harry was shocked but then did the only thing that came to his mind. He held the man in a hug and allowed him to cry on his shoulder. For the next few minutes Harry held the man, who had been the bane of his existence for at least 7 years. Severus cried like he never did and when he had no more tears he just let himself be held by the strong arms around him. He felt a weight like no other lift from him, almost like if the black toxins from his heart were drained out. At the moment he felt safe, he did not want to leave the arms that held him. The moment was broken when the headmistress, House Elf Tibbs, popped in. Excuse me, Lord Potter Black and Professor Snape. The headmistress is waiting for you both in her office and wants to know if you have finished with your meeting. Snape looked at Harry with pleading eyes. I can't face that man, his portrait is there, I don't want to see him, not now. Harry nodded. He had forgotten that Dumbledore's portrait would be in the headmistress' office. Thank you, Tibbs. Could you please ask the headmistress if it would be okay if we move the meeting to the room of requirements? Tell her I would explain later. Tibbs bowed and disappeared. Harry looked at Severus. You should go and freshen up a bit. I would really like you to be at this meeting. I will wait here for you. Severus nodded and left through a door to the back of his office that Harry assumed led to his personal quarters. Tibbs returned shortly. The headmistress said she and Professor Flitwick will meet you on the 7th floor. Thank you. Could you do me a favor and arrange the room to a sort of common room setting with 4 comfortable armchairs and possibly some tea? We will be there for a while. Of course, it is always a pleasure serving you, young master. Tibbs left once more and Severus entered the room, looking as he always did with a stoic mask on as if the last half an hour did not happen. Potter, if you ever tell anyone, he started. Harry raised his hand and silenced the man. Severus, what happened here, stays here, I will never make mention of it. Severus nodded, knowing that Harry would keep his word as he did when he looked into his pensieve. The 2 men walked quietly to the 7th floor room where the headmistress and the tiny charms master stood waiting. Minerva took one look at Severus and knew something was wrong and decided to talk to the young professor later in the evening. I hope you were not waiting long, Harry said politely. No, we just got here. Good, I am sure Tibbs has everything arranged. Harry opened the door into a warm room looking like a smaller, more comfortable version of the Gryffindor common room. There were 4 armchairs arranged in front of a fireplace and a small table with a tea service in the middle. To one side was a small table with a decanter of wine and a bottle of fire whiskey and some glasses. Harry smiled. It was like coming home. Harry spent the next 45 minutes telling the 3 professors all about his day and about everything the goblins told him. Minerva McGonagall had to be stopped 3 times from going up to destroy the portrait of Dumbledore. Severus smirked and was internally jumping for joy, and both Minerva and Flitwick stood up and shouted in disbelief when he told them about Ginny and the Weasleys. Both Severus and, to all their surprise, Flitwick reached for a glass of fire whiskey when he pulled out Riddle's letter and read it to them. When Harry was finished, the 3 professors looked like they were ready to kill, as they were all very protective of the young lord in front of them. Even though Harry did not make mention of it, Severus then told the other 2 about his grandfather's letter and about Harry giving him back the Prince estates. Minerva walked over and placed her hand on Severus' shoulder. She had tears in her eyes, remembering how much the young man had suffered as a youth. Why would he do such things? It does not make sense, Minerva said to the group. Yes, I have to confess I too am at a loss. I don't understand why Albus would go to such lengths. While I don't approve, I could understand the logic behind the Hogwarts heritage ritual. It would secure the wards and protect the school, but everything else I don't understand. Albus had always sided with the light, but the things you told us bordered on dark magic, Phileas answered. Bordered. Compulsion charms, love potions, sending an innocent man to Azkaban, taking the Potter, Black and Prince Gold, fraud, these things are not light magic, Minerva said angrily. Albus was not a dark wizard, Phileas said. I don't think he was light either, he was most likely gray, Harry put forward. Why go to such lengths to control Harry? Minerva sounded like she was trying to contain her anger. To make Harry into a perfect obedient soldier. I don't think he ever saw Harry as a child. He saw him as a weapon to use as he saw fit, Severus replied. But why not train me? Why block my magic? I mean, shouldn't I have had all my magic to defeat Voldemort? Why not train me to handle and develop my magic, not block it? Harry asked. But you did defeat the Dark Lord. Even with all the blocks on your magic you still defeated him. It would explain all the tests, the Philosopher's Stone, the Tri-Wizard Tournament. They were most likely tests to see if you were powerful enough to battle and do it with the blocks on your magic, Severus suggested. Albus risked a lot to test Harry. Why go through all the trouble of protecting the castle, when you risk the children's lives in the process? Minerva asked. The only child that was in any real danger was Harry. Albus was willing to sacrifice Harry for the greater good, Phileas said, his voice cold and angry. But what about Severus? Dumbledore destroyed his life and denied him what he always said was the greatest magical power, love. You can't tell me that was for the greater good, Harry said, looking angry. Albus never really liked Slytherins, Severus said. No, he started this before you were sorted, or he would have told your mother that your grandfather was paying your school fees and was willing to take care of you both, Phileas added. Maybe he just wanted the gold and the Prince estate. That's a lot of work to get your hands on an estate you may or may not get years later. There must be more to it, Severus said. What did Albus hope to achieve from denying you a relationship with your grandfather? Minerva asked, looking at Severus. I did not know what he hoped to achieve, but what it did was set me on a direct path to the Dark Lord. For years the only thing that kept me back was Lily, but after our 5th year. Severus put his head in his hands. Minerva again put her hand on his shoulder in comfort. The group was silent for a few minutes until Harry stood up and poured a cup of tea for Severus, who took it but did not drink it, he just cradled it. "What are you going to do about that gold-digging wench?" Minerva said, changing the subject. She had a calm expression on her face, but Harry noted her lips were thin. After years of experience he knew the headmistress was very angry. "You can't still be getting married. No, the wedding will be called off. I have made sure that no one can access any of my vaults or homes. I have formally declared that I am no longer engaged to her and I am meeting Ginny when I am finished here. You have already put the notice in the newspaper calling off the wedding. No, I will make the announcement first to the family tonight at the dinner and I will go tomorrow to place something in the profit." "Good. Are you having those thieves arrested?" "No, what gold they have already taken I will leave with them. The goblins don't believe Arthur or the other Weasleys are involved, and a scandal like this could destroy Arthur's position as under-secretary to the minister. All the work that both Arthur and this new ministry have worked so hard to achieve will be lost. I don't think even Kingsley will survive if Arthur is anyway implicated. So I want to keep this as quiet as possible. I can't see Arthur agreeing to this. He is a man of integrity and at the very least he will want to pay you back the gold," Severus said, folding his arms in front of him. "I would have said the same of Molly, but you are right, Arthur is a good man. He will also want to step down as under-secretary," Minerva put in. Molly came from a wealthy family. It must have been hard for her to see her children denied what she had, especially Ginevra. Molly would put her children before anything else. Arthur on the other hand will put honor and integrity first. It will be hard to convince him not to resign, Phileas added as he poured himself a cup of tea. "If he does, it will not be because I asked for it. I don't want him to leave the ministry. He is doing a great job not only repairing the wizarding world but in developing ties with the Muggle government. We will not survive if another, Fudge, or Umbridge, is in charge of the ministry. It is not just him, a scandal would also destroy all the other Weasleys' chances of a decent life. While I don't put much into it, I know what the public reaction is going to be against those who have defiled their precious chosen one. Bill, Charlie and especially Percy's careers will be totally ruined. The twins will survive but I fear the repercussions. It's better to leave it. The amount of money they took is relatively small, the real thief and main conspirator is dead and I will deal with Ginny in my own way." The power radiating off of Harry reminded the others that he was indeed the man who defeated the Dark Lord. "Are you sure you can face them? Is the potion totally out of your system?" Severus asked. "Yes, for the most part. Healer Marchak said I may have some lingering effects for about a month, but the Potter and Black Rings should protect me. I am not worried." Phileas put down the teacup and then turned to Harry. "I would like to do my own scan of you to see what charms have been placed on you. Healer Marchak did a medical check on you. I can do a more detailed check for hidden charms." Harry nodded and stood up. Phileas did a series of charms and strands of gold magic left his wand and encircled Harry. The charms master then took a parchment out of his pocket as the gold strand left Harry and went into the parchment. Phileas Flitwick looked at the parchment and let out a curse that Harry never thought the tiny professor even knew. Severus' eyebrow disappeared into his hair and Minerva let out a shocked gasp. In all the years they had known him they had never heard him say a bad word, far less to curse. He looked at Harry and passed the parchment to him. Phileas turned to the headmistress and told her, in addition to what Healer Marchak identified, the blocks on Harry's magic and the compulsion charms, there are several loyalty and repulsion charms on him, though these are now very weak and almost non-existent but at one time would have been strong. He has been obliviated several times and his magic has been siphoned off at least 4 times. The Hogwarts ritual left his magical core scarred. There is also what seems to be an unknown charm that was cast on him as a child that even I can't identify." It was Minerva's turn to let out a curse as she sat back down. "How dare that man!" The parchment also shows that Harry was severely abused over the years. His bones and muscles have been spelled to be underdeveloped and he is even lacking several vaccinations, both Muggle and magical. "Phileas, could you remove all the blocks and charms on Harry?" "Yes, but it will take a while and a lot of magic." "Harry, could you come back here tonight after your dinner and stay a while? We could over the next week or 2, take off all the charms and blocks. We will also arrange for Poppy to give you the vaccinations you need." I have another meeting with the goblins tomorrow to go over several areas of my estate, but yes, I would really like to spend a week to 2 here, as after tonight I might want to disappear for a while. As much as I like Poppy, I want to go back to Healer Marchak. I will ask her for the vaccinations. Harry, you could spend as long as you like. The fact that your Gryffindor heritage is infused into the castle makes you part of it, and you are always welcome. I will organize an apartment for you in the guest tower that will be for you, for all time. Severus turned to the headmistress. Minerva, what about Neville? If you don't mind, I will talk to him myself. It will be good coming from a fellow victim. Harry, Neville is part of the wedding party, so he should be there this evening. I will extend an invitation to both him and his grandmother to come, and I will also have an apartment done for Neville as well. Severus watched the young man. Harry had gone through so much and yet had the strength to persevere. Harry had never strayed to the dark like he did. I guess that's what the true Gryffindor courage is all about, Severus thought to himself. The problem was Severus was a Slytherin, and Slytherins would want revenge, and he wanted to see that self-righteous Molly Weasley get her due. She had always spoken down to him at order meetings and made comments about the dirty Death Eater being near her children. Harry, I know that tonight is really for the wedding party, but I think that you might need some extra support tonight. Minerva watched the young professor. She had known him since he was 11 and knew there was more than a need to support Harry involved. When did Severus start calling him Harry? This was interesting, but she would not pursue it as yet. Well, seeing that the wedding is off, it would just be a normal dinner. Harry paused for a moment, then with a smile said, Severus, you can come tonight under 2 conditions. Severus just raised his eyebrow. First, you have to wash that gunk out of your hair. It's not gunk, it's protection against heat and fumes when I brew harmful potions. And you're not brewing tonight, or you and 2 you can't come in black. Minerva and Phileas laughed as the young Gryffindor showed his Slytherin side. Severus nodded. Great, then I don't mind. I know Minerva is already invited, but it would be good if all 3 of you come. Harry, while I would like to see Ginevra and Molly get what's due, Phileas said, giving a knowing look to Severus, I would like to do some research on some of the charms that have been placed on you. There are also some questions I need answered before you return tonight. If it is okay with you, however, I would like some blood. There are some things I need to check. That unknown charm is bothersome. Harry was hesitant. Horrible things happened when people took his blood, but he understood why it was needed, and he did trust the professor, so he nodded. Phileas pulled out a small sliver case that reminded Harry of a cigarette case, but in it were small sheets of what looked like thin parchment. He took out 2 sheets and then transfigured one into a needle and the other into a phial. He then took some blood and emptied it into the phial. He pocketed the phial. He then retransfigured the needle into the sheet and tossed the sheet into the fireplace. Tibbs popped in. I am very sorry, Headmistress, Lord Potter Black, Professors, but Ginevra Weasley flowed wanting to talk to Lord Potter Black. She said it was important. That girl is driving me crazy. I never noticed before, but she has been hounding me, wanting to know my every move. Before I found it cute that she cared, but now it is bloody annoying. That was the potion and compulsion charms, Harry. Now that the potion is out of your system and the charms are being blocked, you should be okay. She is just paranoid that you will find out about her misdeeds. Harry, are you okay to deal with her tonight? Your magic is pulsing, you need to calm down or you may do something you regret. When I faced my parents' killer, I was very calm and in very much control of my magic. I am not going to break the law and kill her or damage her, but she will be dealt with. The 3 professors were concerned but trusted him. Tibbs, if she does flow again, tell her I have already left and am on my way home. Tibbs bowed and left. Harry got up. I really do need to go and deal with her. I want to be finished with her before the dinner tonight. Of course, Harry, we will be there to support you tonight. You will be coming back here with us. Yes, I will have Creature bring my things across before we go across to the burrow tonight. I will go now and have Ogden the head house elf set up apartments for both you and Neville. Thank you, Minerva. Professors, I don't know what I would do without your help. Harry, I am pleased that you trust us enough to come to us for help. You know we will always be here for you, Minerva said with a smile. Harry, you saved the world. It is only fair that now we save you, Flitwick said and bowed to Harry. I will see you tonight. I am going to the Ravenclaw library. I need to do research. Harry laughed. He was reminded of Hermione, as he watched the tiny professor leave. I always wondered why Hermione was not in Ravenclaw. Minerva laughed as well. I never question why people are placed in my house, I am just grateful that they are. Harry and Severus walked in silence down the hallways. As they neared the front doors, Severus spoke. Harry, you said that the goblins only suspected the three Weasleys. Yes. Ginny, Ron and Mrs. Weasley's. Not Miss Granger. No, not Hermione. When did Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley start dating? Well, sometime in our sixth. Harry stopped and looked at Severus. He used Hermione, he used the potion on her as well. I will check tonight. I will do an antidote for the love potion. I will also ask Phileas what charms that I could use to block the compulsion charm. Thank you, Severus, I really appreciate it. The two continued to walk quietly to the front gate. As Severus walked in, all he could think of was how his life had changed in the last 2 hours. He turned and looked at Harry, suddenly remembering how he felt in his strong arms. He felt the heat rising to his face. Harry saw the blush on the potion master's face, though he pretended not to notice. He did not know what caused it but hoped it had something to do with him. They reached the gates too soon for both their liking. Harry stopped. Thank you for walking me out. Severus just nodded. He looked up and watched the beautiful man in front of him. Thank you, Harry, for everything, especially for my grandfather's estate. I am very grateful. Harry was taken back. He never expected Severus to thank him, at least not without sarcasm or disdain. Not sure of how to respond, Harry put out his hand and Severus took it and shook it. You are quite welcome. They held hands for longer than necessary before Harry let go, and without saying anything else he apparated out. Severus stood watching the empty spot for a minute before he turned his heels and walked back to the castle. Harry apparated to the park opposite number 12 Grimmauld Place, his home. He knew Ginny was inside waiting for him. He had spent nearly 2 hours at Hogwarts when he told her he was only going to be there for 1. These things would have bothered him before, but not now. Now he didn't care. He was his own wizard, and after tonight he would be away from all those who wanted him for his fame and his money. Tonight he will be away from Ginevra Weasley. Sighing, he walked up the stairs to his home. It was totally hidden from the Muggle world and only a few wizards could see it. As he did not need to knock, he opened the door and walked in. He was greeted by the sounds of Walburga Black's screeching voice shouting at Ginny, who was in turn shouting at both the former Lady Black's portrait and Kreacher the old house elf. Since Harry had earned Kreacher's loyalty, the house elf had treated him kindly and enthusiastically. He was still a bit odd, but Harry did not mind. The portrait had also stopped its protest at his being in the house, and as a matter of fact they had had a pleasant conversation about some of Harry's adventures. Harry believed Kreacher had done a lot of talking with the portrait to change her mind about Harry. What is all the shouting about? Ginny, why are you shouting at Lady Black? Ginny watched him with a glare that reminded him of her mother when she was about to scold the twins. You told me that you would have been back an hour ago. I called Hogwarts and they kept telling me you were in a meeting. I thought something had happened to you, so I told this elf to go and find you. He refused. So what happened with Lady Black? She told me I couldn't tell that thing what to do. The portrait had stopped screaming and was watching Harry while he was listening to the girl's rants. Harry turned to the portrait and tried not show his surprise when the portrait curtsied and bowed her head. Good afternoon, Lord Black. Harry remembered he now wore the black ring and crest. He bowed his head. Good afternoon, Lady Walburga. I am sorry that Ginny upset you. I upset her. She should be burned off the wall. Ignoring Ginny, Harry continued addressing the portrait. She will not disturb you again. Thank you, Lord Black, but it is not me I am worried about, it is Kreacher. That foul girl slapped him when he refused to go looking for you. I reminded her that as a future Lady Potter, she must behave like a lady. She is never to challenge her husband or to embarrass him in public by sending servants to look for and collect him, especially after she was told you were in a meeting. The house elf has more propriety than she does. She has to learn her place, especially now that I know she is going to be a Lady Black. Who does she think she is telling me what to do? She is just a piece of paper on the wall. Ginny screamed. She, Ginevra, is the Lady Walburga Black, and you would do well to remember that this was her house, and it is by the grace of the House of Black that you are a guest in this house. Ginny had flinched when Harry called her by her proper name, but her anger at the situation was growing. A guest? Is that what I am, a guest? We are not married. I must insist, Ginevra, that you apologize. What? I will not apologize to that hag. Ginevra, you will apologize, and you will do so now. Harry's magic was now pulsing and even Creature started stepping back. It was obvious that this was one battle Harry would not lose. Ginny sensed the power. She had never felt this power from Harry before. She had heard Ron mention it on occasion but never had she felt it. Part of her mind begged her to comply but the other half told herself that she owned Harry. He was hers to use, she was his mistress and she had to put him in his place. Quietly and wandlessly she cast the compulsion charm her mother had taught her to control Harry. Harry felt the charm hit him but knew the rings protected him. His mind also being prepared for it had put up its shields. Ginevra, I am waiting, his tone was serious. She was confused, how could it not work? It had been working for the last year. She tried another tactic. She pouted her lips and walked in a seductive fashion towards him. Oh Harry, I was just worried about you. Harry watched the woman, who up to this morning he thought he was in love with, try her magic on him. All he could think of was bitch. Ginny walked up smiling thinking I have him now. She leaned up on him pressing her B** up to his and heaving so that it would entice him more. Harry took her in his arms and forcefully turned her towards the painting. Now Ginevra, I will not ask again, his voice cold and serious. It was a tone that no one dared to disobey. I am sorry Lady Black. The portrait gave a slight bow to indicate she had accepted the apology, forced though it was. Thank you Lord Black, I see that at least you are learning about your roles and responsibilities. I know my son made a good choice in naming his successor. Thank you, your approval is most appreciated and again I apologize for Ginny's behavior, it will not happen again. Creature, I thank you, for doing what you know is correct. No thanks is necessary Lord Black. The old house elf bowed his head not wanting to show how pleased he was. If you will both excuse us, Ginny and I have much to talk about. With a slight nod to the portrait Harry led Ginny up the stairs to the room that they used. The room was the same one that he had used since he first came to the house before his 5th year when Sirius was still alive. He never sought to use the master bedroom, though he suspected that that room had been cleaned and prepared. He let Ginny go when they entered the room. What was that all about Harry? Because you are going to be my husband, you think you could just be lord over me, is that it? Ginny, Lady Black is correct, if you want to marry into the House of Potter and to the House of Black, you have to learn how to behave appropriately. I am not going to change who I am because you want to play a High Lord. I have news for you Ginny, I don't have to play, I am a High Lord, he said coldly showing her the rings he now wore. How did you find out? She whispered. I had a wonderful conversation with the goblins who manage my estate. Harry paused, his Slytherin side coming forward, he wanting to give the girl a little more rope to hang herself. He decided he would use one of her tricks against her, he continued using a soft seductive tone. Ginny, I thought you liked the idea of being the new Lady Potter Black. If I did not accept the titles you would not get to carry them. So does that mean I am now Lady Potter Black? You would only get to carry the title if we are legally married. Oh Harry, I am so happy. I forgive you for being so uncaring just now. Ginny ran up to him and hugged him. I realized today that the Black Vault has more money than I thought. So we could spend more money, Harry said as he gently started to derobe her. He kissed her bare shoulder. I was thinking we could buy a house in Paris or perhaps one in Tuscany like the Zabinis. Ginny closed her eyes as Harry's lips touched her neck. Just think of how jealous your friends will be. Did the goblins not tell you? Tell me what, Ginny? Her robes fell in a puddle on the ground. Oh nothing Harry. With a wave of his hand the girl's underwear vanished. Harry's fingers stroked her B***east. You know Ginny, I have always dreamed of making love under a full Italian moon. His other hand moved along her side finally resting on her bum. He slowly caressed the flesh, causing the girl to shiver. Her head falling back and her back arched a little. Oh Harry. Don't you want me to live my dreams Ginny? He lowered his head and licked her nipple. Yes Harry, but you don't have to buy a house in Paris or Tuscany, you already have houses there and I already fixed them up for us. So what about your brothers? I thought they were going to get these houses as gifts Ginny. His tone changed suddenly to the serious tone he had downstairs, both hands now firmly holding her arms. Harry, what? No. So you did not plan on giving Ron my villa in France and Fred and George the manor in Italy? Harry, it's not final, it was just a thought, those goblins, they are lying bastards Harry. Ginny came out of her haze and was starting to panic when she realized what she had confessed. Well, Ginny, I happen to trust those goblins more than I trust you. They had proof. Harry, how could you say that? You love me, you wouldn't deny me anything, Harry. He let the girl out of his grip, his hands waving threateningly as his voice rose. Are you sure, Ginny? Are you sure I love you? Because I think the only way for me to love a lying, cheating, stealing bitch like you, is through a love potion. It was not my idea, Harry, it was Dumbledore, he planned it all. The girl's voice was panicked and breaking. Dumbledore has been dead for 2 years, Ginny. Harry felt the compulsion charm hit him again. Don't bother, Ginny, I am protected against your charms. Did you think you would have gotten away with it? Don't you realize that the marriage bond would not have worked on a person who was under a compulsion charm? The contract is set, Harry. You have no choice but to marry me. If you don't fulfill your part, you would lose your magic. I would prefer to lose my magic than to spend the rest of my life with a whore like you. Harry had been walking forward, causing Ginny to step back until she bumped into the bed. The contract was never made, Ginny. The Gringotts goblins, who were the executors of my estate, never sealed the contract. I have no obligations to you or to anyone. There is never going to be any marriage between us. You owe us, without us you would have strayed to the dark side, you would have no friends, we were your family, Harry. Oh, I am sure I would have been just fine, and you are right, we are family, and when one family member does something wrong, it is up to another family member to make sure that the person is appropriately punished. Tears started forming in Ginny's eyes, all her plans were dissolving before her. Punished? Are you going to send me to Azkaban? I am glad you are aware that the consequence for your actions could lead to Azkaban. I will not do that to family. I am going to punish you in my own way. What are you going to do? What your father should do when he hears of what you have done. With that, Harry exchanged places with Ginny on the bed and in a flash had turned the girl over his knee, her creamy bum up in the air. No, Harry, no, you can't do this. Harry's hand came down fast and hard, smack. I assure you I can and I will. With that, Harry set at a quick pace, turning the pale bottom into a fiery cherry red in no time as his hand was merciless on the wailing girl. Harry paused for a moment until Ginny's screams turned to sobs. You used a love potion on me. You used illegal charms on me. You manipulated me. You stole my money and betrayed me. For what, Ginny? Some new clothes, a new house, the chance to be lady of the manor. I would have given you all freely if I knew about it all, Ginny. I would not have denied my little sister anything she wanted. Ginny started new sobs, her tears that were stopping now came back in full. Harry sighed. Maybe there was hope for the girl, but it would not help her right now, he was not finished. Harry acioed his hairbrush from the nightstand. You behaved like a spoilt child who had to have her own way. Well, as a big brother I will continue to treat you like a child until you show me otherwise. He raised his right knee so the undercurve of Ginny's bum was now exposed. With the hairbrush he started spanking anew. Had the house not been under a silencing charm, the neighbors would have heard the girl's screams as Harry relentlessly applied the wooden hairbrush to the sore backside. Only when she stopped kicking and wiggling and slumped against his knees in reassignment did he stop. Harry knew she would not be able to sit for a few days. He had been harsher on her than he ever expected he would have been on anyone, but her crimes were many and she was not a naughty little girl who stole cookies. As far as he was concerned, she had gotten off easy. Without any form of comfort he raised her to her feet. I owe your family nothing but love, but you, Ginevra Weasley, you owe me. When I saved your life and soul from Tom Riddle and the basilisk, you owed me. Now I am going to collect. Ginny cried louder as Harry started glowing in power. You are never to seek me out romantically ever again. When I do find my life partner, you are not to interfere in any way. You are never to use any love potions or compulsion charms again, or any potion or charm that forces a person to do something against their will. You are never to steal, not even a canute, or try to manipulate anyone out of their wealth again. If you do any of these things, Ginevra Weasley, I will bind your magic for all time. So mote it be. As Harry finished, his magic flared, sending a ribbon of magic from Harry to Ginny and back again. When his magic was under control again, he continued. I am not going to pursue any more punishment than what I have just given you, Ginny, but I have not forgiven you just yet. It would take some time. But eventually I may forgive you, but I will never forget. Know this, I have legally declared that our engagement has ended and that there will be no marriage. I have also blocked you and everyone else from all my houses, and after we leave here tonight it would include this one. All my vaults have been closed to everyone and I have already recalled all the keys. You will return all the Potter and Black heirlooms you have taken, including my great-grandmother's wedding dress and the Potter wedding rings." He paused until the girl's sobs had slowed to a silent cry. "Do you understand, Ginny?" The girl nodded. "I want a verbal answer." "Yes, Harry, I understand. Now go, use the bathroom and put on your robes. We have to go to the burrow and make our announcement." "Oh Harry, please no, I can't." "You don't have to, I will, now go." The girl ran from the room to the bathroom across the hall, not bothering to take up her clothes. As the door opened, Harry heard Walburga Black's portrait below roaring with laughter. Harry sighed, one task over another yet to come. Creature. The old house elf popped in front of him smiling. Even if he had placed charms over the room, the house elf would have still known what had happened, and he seemed pleased with Harry's actions. Creature bowed. "Yes, Master Harry, how may I serve you? Is the master bedroom clean?" "Yes, Master, and I have put out your robes for this evening on the master bed." "My robes?" "Yes, goblins from Gringotts sent a package with new robes and things for my master to wear tonight." Harry chuckled. He should have known. "I am sure you heard the things I said to Ginny a short while ago." Creature nodded with a big smile on his face. "While I am not expected her to give any more trouble, I want you to make sure that while I am getting ready, Ginny does not make any flow calls. I am going to take a shower and get ready. I have already drawn Master Harry a bath." "Thank you, Creature, a bath sounds just perfect right now. If she gives you any trouble, just tell me." Creature bowed and disappeared as Harry walked up to the master chambers upstairs. Sirius had used it as Buckbeak's room, both to irritate his mother's portrait and because it was the biggest bedroom in the house. As Harry entered the room, he was amazed at how beautiful it looked. The walls were done in a tasteful cream with brown highlights, the floor had a rich gold carpet and the furniture in a dark mahogany. The big four-poster canopy bed was decorated in burgundy and gold. On one of the walls there was a tapestry showing a fierce battle, which upon closer inspection Harry realized was the final battle between Voldemort and himself on the Hogwarts grounds. It was magnificent. The figure of himself looked not like a weak skinny little boy but a strong powerful wizard. Normally Harry did not like anything that ostentatiously showed him in that light, but wow, he looked good. This was beautiful. Creature. The old house elf appeared again in front of him. "Yes, Master Harry." "Creature, who did all of this? Who did this tapestry?" The house elf blushed and bowed his head. "I did, Master. It was to be a wedding present." Harry looked at the house elf in shock. "You did? If you don't like it, I could take it down." "Don't you dare take it down." Harry bent down and gave the house elf a big hug. "This is the most amazing thing that anyone has ever made for me. It is beautiful, Creature." The house elf was stunned. This was not proper. House elves are never shown such appreciation, and Creature did not know what to do. "I think it is better than the Order of Merlin." "Creature, thank you." "It was nothing, Master." "It is not nothing. It must have taken ages to make." After the battle, Master Harry was back in school and ordered Creature to do something constructive. "Well, I did. And I am happy you did." Again Creature looked uncomfortable. "If that is all Master wants, I will be going." "Yes, I still have to get ready." Harry took a little longer than he expected in the bath, but it was so good. He could have stayed all night. He left the master bath and went into the bedroom. On the bed there was a set of robes in blood red with gold appliques, the Potter and Black emblems richly done in the front. In addition to a pair of black silk boxers, there was a black shirt and black trousers that went underneath the robes, which Harry was grateful for as he was uncomfortable wearing nothing under his robes, and a soft kid leather knee-high black boots. Harry dressed quickly. He looked at his damp towel-dried hair and reached for the hairbrush in front of him, thanking God that it was not the wooden one he had used earlier. Creature popped in the room and told Harry that he would soon be late. "I am almost done." Creature waved his hands and in an instant Harry's hair was properly dried and brushed, the top still stuck up in an unruly way. Creature frowned and again waved his hands and Harry's hair grew out a bit, just enough for it to lie properly. Creature then placed a golden watch on Harry's hand and golden ruby cufflinks on the wrist of his black shirt. He then handed Harry the walking stick with the lion's head on top. "Lord Black is never late, you must go now," the old house elf said as he hustled Harry out the door. "Okay, I am going." "Is Ginny ready?" "Yes, and she is waiting downstairs. I had to stop her from leaving early." "Thanks, Creature. When I leave I want you to seal the house against all intruders, so that it would only let me and you in. I want you also to pack my things and carry them to Hogwarts." The headmistress is preparing an apartment there for us. I want you to come with me. We will be spending at least 2 weeks there. I will be meeting you there after the dinner. Yes, master, it will be done as you say. Tell the girl to meet me by the door. Harry continued down the stairs and without a word walked to the door where Ginny was now waiting. We will apparate together to the burrow. Ginny said nothing but nodded. She had on some stunning robes but looked like she was on her way to the gallows. Grabbing her hand, Harry apparated them both to her parents' home. Molly Weasley came running out to meet them. Ah, the bride and groom are here at last. Another few minutes and you would have been late. Oh Harry dear, you look fantastic, you got your eyes fixed. My Ginny is a lucky lass indeed. This last statement was too much for Ginny, who let out a sob and ran into the house to her room. Mrs. Weasley looked at her in shock. What in the world has gotten to that child? Harry, why don't you come inside? Everyone has arrived and are all out back. I will get Ginny. Harry said nothing but walked into the house, where he heard Ron's voice in a loud tone. What are you doing here, Snape? This is a private affair and you are not invited. Mr. Weasley, I assure you that Professor Snape and I are both invited to this evening's event. I know you are headmistress, but I know Harry does not want Snape here. Harry stepped out of the kitchen and through the back door. I invited him, Ron. Harry, mate, what happened to you? You look like a Malfoy wannabe. Severus wanted to sneer at the comment but couldn't as he turned and looked at Harry. He was the most handsome man Severus had ever seen. The longer hair framed his face, making it angelic, and the blood-red robes made his complexion glow, and with the sparkling emerald green eyes, he looked magnificent. Severus' heart started racing and he couldn't breathe. Harry, you look wonderful. Hermione's voice was heard before he saw her. Hermione came up to the group. She first gave Harry a sisterly hug and then turned and acknowledged the two professors. Good evening, Headmistress and Professor Snape. It is so good to see you both, and Professor, might I say your robes are quite resplendent. I have never seen you in such a rich green before. Harry smiled as he took in Severus. His hair did look soft and silky rather than greasy, and his robes were of a rich emerald green, Harry's favorite color. He looked very handsome. Thank you, Miss Granger. If I must say so, you look well tonight. I was hoping that I could have a private word with you. Oh no, you don't. Hermione is not going anywhere with you. I don't know why you invited him, Harry. I have my reasons. Hermione, I think it would be best if you go and speak with Minerva and Severus. It is very important and I am sure it will not take long. Well, if it is so important, you can use my study. The group turned to see Arthur Weasley walking up to them. Good evening, Arthur. Severus and I will take you up on that offer. Miss Granger, if you could lead the way, Minerva McGonagall replied. Hermione looked at Harry as he nodded and turned to show the two professors to the study. Don't worry, Ron, I am sure the professors are going to offer her a job or an apprenticeship. Though I am not surprised. I expect great things from Hermione, Arthur Weasley told his son. He then turned to Harry. Hello, Harry, I must say you look fantastic, and I notice you are wearing your lordship rings and robes. At this, Ron turned abruptly and looked at Harry. Where did you get those, mate? Ron held up Harry's hand, looking at the two rings that adorned his fingers. The Gringotts goblins. It turns out they had certain things in trust for me, including these rings. Ron looked at Harry with a calculating glare. Harry's face showed nothing to give himself away, so Ron let out a sigh. Well, at least they will match the ring I got for the big day. Do I get to see them before the day? Don't worry, Harry, I had the best jeweler in Diagon Alley make them. I even had the Potter crest put on them. I thought you would like that. I'm sure they are fantastic, Ron, they might even rival my parents' own, Harry said sarcastically. Harry knew they were his parents' rings, even though Ron did not notice. The three had rounded the back of the house where he saw a few white tents and over 50 people seated at various tables. Ron, who are all these people? I thought tonight was just the family and those friends that are involved in the wedding. Well, Harry, you know you are the boy who lived or the man who defeated the Dark Lord. You know everything about this wedding is going to be huge. Harry looked and saw most of the remaining Order of the Phoenix, as well as Kingsley the Minister of Magic and several members of the Wizengamot. Harry looked for Neville, who he saw was sitting next to Luna and his grandmother. Augusta Longbottom was in a deep conversation with Arthur's great-aunt Muriel and Andromeda Tonks. Ron, I think I will go and say hello to Neville and Luna. Harry, wait, I want you to meet my special guests, the members of the Chudley Cannons, Ron said in a dramatic voice. Harry, the cannons are here in my yard, this is a dream come true. Harry sneered, this dream is going to become a nightmare soon. Ah, come on little Ronekins. I am sure that you kidnapping the worst team in the league is not going to impress Harry. The Weasley twins said as they appeared, along with the other 3 Weasley brothers Bill, Charlie and Percy. Hello Harry, it is good to see you, you look well, Percy said putting out his hand which Harry took. Hello Percy, thank you. Hello Bill. Charlie. Hi Harry, I am sure you are nervous. I know this lug was 2 days before his wedding, Charlie laughed pointing to his older brother. Don't take him on, I am sure you are fine. I notice you are wearing your lordship attire. I didn't think you were going to take on the mantle, most lords start wearing them after their 17th birthday. Bill playfully punched Charlie on the arm. Well, I was a bit busy back then, but I decided that this was part of who I am. I am proud to show my heritage and honor my father and godfather. I know they are very proud of you Harry, as are we. Well, I do hope so after tonight Mr. Weasley. As if planned, Molly came running out in a panic. Harry, what is wrong with Ginny? She has locked herself in her room and she wouldn't come out or let me in. We must start, the caterers are ready to serve dinner. You go ahead and serve dinner, I will get Ginny down when the time is right. Harry, come on mate, you have to meet the cannons. Harry laughed at Ron's single-mindedness. You go ahead Ron, I need to speak to your father and possibly your 2 elder brothers before I eat. Arthur looked at Harry very seriously. Is everything all right Harry? Something is wrong isn't it? No Arthur, I am sure nothing is wrong, just a case of nerves that's all. Harry, we have some very important people here to see you and I will not have talk about Quidditch or whatever else you guys talk about ruining this evening. Now you go and bring your bride downstairs at once. Molly was puffing herself up like a blowfish. It was a tone that all her children and her husband knew not to ignore, but Harry was not going to tolerate it. He was about to tell her off when a soothing voice came from behind. Yes Harry, I think Molly is right. You need to go upstairs and bring Miss Weasley down. We can't have her missing her own party now, could we? Harry turned to look at Severus, whose onyx eyes were glowing. Harry sighed and nodded. He then turned and walked away towards the house. On his way he met up with a few individuals including Rita Skeeter, the reporter from the Prophet, along with her photographer. What are you doing here Skeeter? I know I didn't invite you. Yes, well, my invitation was sent via the bride. You know this is the wedding of the century and our readers have a right to find out all about who is here and who is not. Speaking of who is not, I have not noticed your blushing bride. She was not feeling well earlier. I am on my way to get her now. Not feeling well, does this mean that there is a little Potter on the way? Harry saw her quill moving faster than he ever saw it move. No, it means that she was not feeling well. Harry turned to walk away but stopped. Skeeter, I promise you, you will have a big scoop tonight. You will not need to write any fiction. Oh, do tell. Don't worry, you will find out soon enough. In the meanwhile, try the shrimp puffs, they are fantastic. Harry walked in the house where he saw Minerva with Hermione, who looked ill. Is everything okay in here? Hermione rushed forward. Harry, I can't believe it, what they did. I have a mind to go out there and slap that boy silly. Don't, not yet. I am going to get Ginny and then I will make my announcement. We will have time to slap Ron later, but in the meanwhile just keep your cool. Skeeter is out there and I don't want to make things worse for Arthur than I have to. Hermione just nodded and Minerva came over and placed a hand on her shoulder. Why don't you go and freshen up a bit and then join Mr. Longbottom and Miss Lovegood? Hermione left to go to the bathroom. Minerva looked at Harry. It was as Severus suspected, she was also given the potion. She was even more upset because the person whom she was in love with, Victor Krum, will not have anything to do with her now, and she is worried about her reputation. Hermione is strong, she is a Gryffindor after all, Harry replied, looking up as Hermione went upstairs. Minerva gave a soft laugh. That she is, I have invited her back to the castle for a while and she is going to take me up on the offer. Yes, it might be good for us to be together to support one another. Just don't take advantage of her. A relationship with her coming out of this mess could be disastrous for both of you, if it does not work out. Don't worry, Minerva. I don't look at Hermione that way, she is like a sister to me. Besides, my preference does not go that way. Minerva just nodded. I thought so before you took up with Ginevra, so I guess my instincts were right. Harry smiled. His old head of house was more observant than he thought, but his smile turned to shock when she continued. I do say I hope my instincts are still correct. When I dressed someone in emerald green tonight, well I will just have to wait and see. She smiled and walked out the door. Harry's jaw dropped as he looked at the old witch as she left. Flies Harry, Hermione came in and Harry closed his mouth. We still seem to be in a war, Harry, but unlike the last time, we do not know who our enemies are. Everything is going to be okay, Hermione, we survived the last war, we are going to survive this one as well. He gave her a light hug and kissed her forehead. Go on, sit by Neville and Luna and don't say anything yet. I am going to take care of everything. Harry watched his friend go and then turned to go upstairs to Ginny's room. He did not bother to knock, he disabled the wards she had put up and opened the door. Ginny was lying on her bed crying. It amused Harry to note she was lying on her stomach. Ginny, stop this nonsense and get up off the bed. We are going to go downstairs and I am going to make my little announcement. I can't, Harry. I just can't, not in front of all those people. I invited a lot of important people in the press. I can't go out there. Yes you can and you will. I am not giving you a choice. His voice turned back into the serious tone he had used on her earlier. What is my father going to say and my brothers? They are going to hate me. I do not care, Ginny, you have to face the consequences of your actions. You said you were not going to punish me further. And I am not. Whatever punishment your father or your brothers give you have nothing to do with me. Now you are going to find your Gryffindor courage and get up and go out there. Ginny said nothing. This day had not gone her way. It was the worst day of her life and she just wanted it to end. Okay Ginny, if you insist on pouting and sulking like a child I will treat you like one. I am going to give you to the count of 3 to get off the bed. 1. 2. Ginny climbed off the bed, not wanting a repeat of anything that happened earlier. She was not going to anger Harry. Good. I am going to wait on you downstairs. I am going to give you 5 minutes for you to wash your face and freshen up. Then I expect you to be by my side. Ginny rushed out and went to the nearest bathroom, which was on the floor above. She was still wondering how her plans had blown up in her face like that. Dumbledore had promised her Harry. She was so sure she could handle him. After all, she had 6 brothers, all of whom did what she wanted. Harry was just too powerful. Obviously the goblins got rid of the potion and told him what she had done. It was for this reason she had kept him away from them. Now she had lost everything. She knew that Harry was forever beyond her reach. The oath he made earlier would not allow it. Harry would never trust her again and would always be on his guard. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her eyes were red and puffy. She pulled out her wand, which she had in her robes, and put a glamour on herself. In 2 seconds she looked like herself once more. She then tried a spell to ease the pain on her behind, but it did not work. Harry had intended that she feel this pain for a long time. Sitting tonight would not be easy. She walked down, with her head held high, feeling a bit like Marie Antoinette on her way to the guillotine. She kept reminding herself she was a Gryffindor, she could do this. Harry nodded at her and then took her hand and led her outside. As they reached the main table outside, they were greeted to cheers and a standing ovation. Harry waved his hand to get silence as everyone returned to their seats. Ginny looked out, then bowed her head. This was the moment she was dreading. Harry did a demi-sonorous charm to project his voice loud enough for everyone to hear him. Good evening everyone, it is a pleasure to see all of you here, friends, family, well-wishers, all who have come to support us. As you all know, I have spent the over 7 years of my life battling a Dark Lord and fighting for my very life, and with the help of many noble and wonderful people we were able to bring an end to that evil once and for all. With that, loud cheers were heard as people clapped and shouted. It took a few minutes for everyone to quieten down. Over the years I have suffered a great many physical and emotional torments, which left me badly scarred. It took the help of a great family to help me heal and become the man I am today. Tonight I would like to personally thank our Undersecretary Mr. Arthur Weasley and his wonderful family for bringing me into their lives and making me a part of their family. Again Harry had to stop as people cheered and clapped. The family also blessed me by giving me permission to bond with their lovely daughter Ginny, who for the past year has been instrumental in me doing the things that I have done. Severus leaned over to Minerva. He definitely has a Slytherin side, Minerva. This speech is worthy of Malfoy. Minerva nodded. He had to just to survive Albus and the war. Minerva was not looking at Harry, who was now talking about his Weasley brothers. "Severus, don't you find that Miss Weasley seems to have a problem sitting properly?" Severus looked at the girl and saw the slight squirming and the hidden pain on her face and started laughing out loud. It was just too hilarious. Minerva too tried to hide her smirk but was failing. The two got more serious as the flash from the Prophet's photographer camera went off. Harry just nodded at the two professors and continued. "My life has been a hard one, but it was made easier by being around a family I loved, good friends and wonderful professors. Up until today I was ready for the next chapter of my life, but unfortunately another burden was placed in my hands, a task which I am very proud to take up, but it would require many long hours and much time away from my family. Because of this I am reluctantly postponing my marriage to Ginevra Weasley, as it would not be fair to her to have an absentee husband for over a year." At this announcement a great roar was heard as several people got up to protest. He heard shouts of, "The boy's got cold feet, too. There's another Dark Lord coming." Harry again lifted his hand and sent a calming charm over the crowd. When everyone again became quiet he continued. "I want to assure everyone, there is no new Dark Lord, please don't go looking too much into it. I am not abandoning anyone, I am just going to be busy and don't think that it is going to be fair. I thank you for your understanding. I ask you not to put any pressure on the lovely Ginny. We are both very young and we have our whole life ahead of us, and 1 year is going to come and go quickly. I thank you very much for your gifts, which will of course be returned, and I am sorry for any inconvenience I have caused. Again I thank you and have a good night." Harry removed the charm and looked over to Bill, who was sitting beside Ginny. "Bill, I want you and all the Weasleys to remain. We have to talk, it is important." Bill looked angry but nodded. Harry looked over and saw Minerva talking to Neville and those at his table. Neville looked at Harry and nodded. Harry walked over to Kingsley as he was leaving with his entourage. Kingsley. "Hello Harry, I must say I am very surprised by your announcement." "Yes, well, I will like for you to stay for a while. Your oars could remain outside, but I would prefer if it was just you." The tall black man looked at Harry and nodded. Harry walked across to Rita Skeeter, who had not moved. "Well Harry, I got my scoop." "Yes, I dare say you did. There is much more than what you told everyone." "Yes there is, but it is not for everyone to know. It really is nothing much, Skeeter. To be honest, I went from one bad situation to the next. After the final battle I went straight into rebuilding and then back to school. I just graduated and now I have estates to manage and run, plus other projects that demand my time. I need time before I go into a marriage. Ginny is a beautiful girl, but I cannot be with her much this coming year, and marrying her now will be unfair." "Thank you for sharing, Harry. Our readers will be pleased, but there still is a juicy story somewhere in the middle of all of this that I haven't gotten yet. There always is one more for you, isn't there? I am afraid, Miss Skeeter, that is all you are going to get tonight. I am going to most likely talk for a few minutes with Ginny's family, but that is very private. Our readers have to know, Harry. They will already have a lot to read. I am going to put up wards, including those preventing uninvited animagi from entering. I am warning you, Skeeter, if I see a bug I am going to squish it. Okay, I am going to leave it. I already have a great scoop, which I have to get ready for tomorrow's edition. But whenever you decided to fill in the rest of blanks, you know where to find me. Good night, Miss Skeeter." Everyone, except those asked to stay and Arthur's great-aunt Muriel, who invited herself, left. Luna had taken a sleeping teddy from his grandmother and told Harry it was better that she went upstairs with Fleur, who also had a sleeping Victory, as the children needed to stay away from the Nargles. Everyone was now looking at Harry, who stood in the middle of the clearing and performed a series of charms, to ensure the next set of talks would be private. He then took a chair out and sat down. "Before I begin, Ginny, would you like to say anything?" Ginny just shook her head. "Okay, then I will begin. Today I had a meeting with the Gringotts goblins in charge of my estates, and I found out many interesting things. Firstly, Arthur, do you remember the time that Ron and I flew your car to Hogwarts? Of course, Harry, that is not something that one forgets. You remember the fine you had to pay. Could you remember where you got the money to pay for it? That is a very personal question, but yes, Molly got a loan from the bank to pay it. Yes, well, that money came from Gringotts, but it was not a loan, it was taken from one of my vaults." Arthur looked at Molly for confirmation. Molly just puffed out and shouted at Harry, "I never thought of you as one to be against someone because they were poor Harry James Potter. We may not have your millions, but we work hard and hold our head up high, and besides you were partly to blame for Arthur getting that fine. Mrs. Weasley, for the most part one have no problem with being poor, and I would have willing paid my half of the fine. The problem I have is that you have been illegally getting money from my vaults over the past 8 years. Arthur stood up and looked at Harry. Harry, I hope you have proof of these allegations. Yes, I do, Arthur. I have a statement from Gringotts showing that over the past 8 years, Molly, Ronald and Ginevra Weasley have taken close to 100,000 galleons from my vaults. Bill took the parchment and verified it was genuine. Arthur looked over at Molly. Molly, I want an explanation. We did not steal it, Arthur. That money was given as a gift from Harry's magical guardian Albus. That's part of the problem, Molly. Albus was not Harry's magical guardian, at least not until after Sirius' death, Minerva put in. I am sorry to say that the real culprit behind most of this is dead and has left quite a mess to deal with. Arthur looked pale and sat back down. The twins were looking at their mother in disgust. Ron, however, looked peeved at Harry. What's wrong with you, mate? You are a millionaire many times over. Why are you begrudging us a few thousands? Were we not good friends? It was Charlie who answered. It doesn't matter, Ron, it is the principle behind it. Stealing is stealing and you can't buy friendship. It also helps that until today I did not know I was a millionaire, Harry told the group. How could you not know? The Potters were an old pureblood family. With your parents' death you would have automatically become Lord Potter. The bank would have sent statements and any of the larger transactions would have needed your wand's signature, Augusta Longbottom stated. That is true, but I grew up in the Muggle world and didn't even know magic existed until I got my Hogwarts letter. The goblins told me they sent hundreds of letters, but I never got any. Dumbledore had everything rerouted to him. As for wand's signature, well, I think that maybe Ron could answer that. All the Weasley men turned and looked at Ron, who said in an aggravated tone, how was I supposed to get anything I needed? Dad, you never had money and Dumbledore told me it was for the good of the world. Charlie had to hold Bill back from slapping Ron. You were my brother, Ron, we fought together, I would have died for you. How could you do this to me? If I had known I would have given you anything you wanted freely, Harry said, his voice breaking. Ron turned to Harry. You didn't volunteer to buy me a new wand in second year when you knew I needed one. You didn't buy me robes in fourth year when I had to wear dust rags and you were in your finest. No, Harry, I could not guarantee that you would give me anything, but Dumbledore did, and I don't care where he got it from. I didn't know I had money. I thought the money in that one vault was all I would ever have, and I needed it to last throughout my school life, Harry explained. Well, I needed money too, Ron shouted while pointing at himself. And if Voldemort had offered you money to give me up, would you have? Harry stood up and shouted at Ron. Don't be ridiculous, Harry. I fought for the light, I fought for Dumbledore. The money he gave us was a reward. After all, the Order of Merlin First Class does not come with 1,000,000 galleons, and I have to live the life of a hero. I needed the money and Dumbledore provided it. Ron puffed his out and had a smug look on his face as he turned and looked at his brothers. Charlie let go of Bill and walked up himself and punched Ron in the face. Ron fell to the ground, his nose broken and bleeding. Molly turned to the group. Really, we all thought Dumbledore had permission. You can't blame Ron or Ginny for following the headmaster's requests. No, Mrs. Weasley, I can't blame Ginny for what Dumbledore asked her to do, but I can blame her for everything after Dumbledore's death. Ginny removed over 40,000 galleons for her personal use in the last 8 months and spent over 500,000 fixing various Potter Black property. She instructed the goblins to give to people she wanted. Fortunately, they didn't comply. Fred walked over and slapped Ginny very hard across her face. She did not say anything but just put her head down and started crying again. Molly walked over and held on to her daughter. Harry, she was just trying to secure a good future for her family. It was not hers to give, Mrs. Weasley. Some of the Black properties were supposed to go to Black family members, and it is my duty as Lord Black to see that the requests of the previous Lord Blacks have been carried out. And the properties Ginny had already told the goblins to distribute were not mine to give. Harry, those family members are evil bastards who deserve to rot in Azkaban. Are you going to deny Fred and George a house over a Death Eater? Molly screamed. For the first time, Harry got angry. That was not your decision to make. Not all Blacks were Death Eaters. The house that was reserved for Fred and George was a manor in Tuscany that was supposed to go to Andromeda Tonks. Harry yelled, pointing to Andromeda. Is Andromeda evil? Was Ted Tonks evil, Mrs. Weasley? If I had gotten a hold of my estate when I was supposed to, then Andromeda and her husband would have had a place outside of Britain to hide and Ted would not have been hunted and killed. Molly huffed. Well, it is not my fault, Albus. Don't blame this on Dumbledore. Yes, he had a lot to answer for, but not this. You were the one who was controlling my estate after Dumbledore died. The goblins said you came in with a letter supposedly signed by me saying you were making all decisions on my behalf, a letter I knew nothing about. You came in and took money and took jewelry from the Black Vaults, and you knew what each Black family member was to get. The goblins told me you were informed. The goblins must have lied. I would never. Bill watched his mother in disgust. The goblins would not lie, Mother, not when a person's estate is at stake. Even if the goblins lied, Bill, it still would not explain the worst of your mother's and younger siblings' crimes. It was Hermione now who stepped into the ring, her eyes still bloodshot from crying. Ron jumped up and grabbed her hand. Hermione, you will sit back down and not say a word. To everyone's surprise, it was Percy who came to her defense. Ronald, let go of her and sit down. I for one want to hear what she has to say. Hermione looked at Harry, who nodded. Harry and I were both given love potions and compulsion charms. Ron shouted, don't believe that lying, mudblood. I would never do that to my best friends. A best friend you just called a vile and evil name, Ronald. Another best friend who you already admitted to stealing from. I have loved you all your life, but I have never been ashamed to call you my brother until right now, George shouted at Ron. For the first time, Severus spoke up. It's true. Healer Marchak, the top healer at St. Mungo's, tested Harry herself, and after Harry told us what was discovered, we postulated that since Miss Granger suddenly fell in love with Ronald at around the same time that Harry and Ginevra did, we decided to test her. This evening when we came, both Minerva and I examined Hermione and found her to be under both a love potion as well as several compulsion charms. We were able to remove them. Everyone got really quiet until Ron jumped up. What is the fuss? Harry was showing signs that he liked blokes and therefore would never have children to carry on his line. Dumbledore determined it was for the greater good that the Potter magical line be allowed to continue, and he needed a woman, so why not Ginny? As for Hermione, well, she was lucky that someone wanted to snog her. With her bushy hair and plain looks, she would never have gotten a bloke anyway. Before anyone could respond, a light shot out from Neville's wand and stunned Ron, who slumped to the ground. Hermione started crying and Augusta Longbottom walked over and put her arms around the girl, but not before giving her grandson a smile. Kingsley spoke up. Harry, what are you going to do now? While I can't speak for Hermione, I am not pressing any charges, if that's what you are getting at. I believed in what I said earlier. You are my family. You welcomed me, and without you all I would not have survived the nightmares of the war, and even if we part ways today, I am not going to send anyone to Azkaban. Why not, Harry? Charlie asked in a cold voice. Everyone heard Molly gasp. I think if I press charges, it would also destroy Arthur's career, one that he worked hard for and one that I think he is suited for. The wizarding world needs men like him, and if I expose this truth, well, I think the wizarding world will suffer the most, Harry answered. I am just one man, Harry, Arthur said sadly. Without you, Arthur, we have no hope of any true links with the Muggle government. After all the anti-Muggle sentiments of the last ministry and the myth of pureblood supremacy, we need someone who can champion the cause of Muggleborns and make alliances with the Muggle world. You are that man, Arthur. No one before you has been able to make the strides you have already made, and I can't see anyone else picking it up if you leave. No, it is best if the wizarding world do not know about this. It is also why I made the announcement that the wedding is postponed. After a year all the press will die down and nobody will blame us if we say that we have grown apart and go our separate ways. It is much better than calling off the wedding now. No, the wedding is not called off. You two are still going to get married, Molly shouted, pointing at Harry and Ginny. No, Molly, you can't expect after all of this that Harry will willingly marry Ginny now, Augusta said, shocked at Molly's callousness. Well, willing or not, he is still going to marry her. Albus arranged a marriage contract, and if Harry defaults on the contract, then he will lose his magic, Molly said triumphantly. Everyone gasped and shouts of anger were heard. Harry stood up and raised his hands. When the crowd was quiet, he turned to Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley, the contract was never sealed. The goblins' executors of the Potter Black estates refused to seal it when they discovered abnormalities in both Sirius Blood and later mine. The contract is not valid. I have no obligation to you or Ginny." Sighs of relief were heard. Molly however started screaming, "No, Dumbledore promised you will marry Ginny, I demand it. I am not marrying Ginny, not now, not ever. I worked too hard befriending you, being a mother to you, we deserved that money, Ginny and Ron deserve a good life. You are no mother to me, I love your family like my own but you are no mother to me," Harry screamed. Bill stood up. "All our lives you have taught us to be honest and hardworking. What you have done, what you are trying to do is very wrong. You may have given birth to me but after today you are no longer my mother." Molly started puffing out and screamed, "I did what I did to secure my children's future." All of the Weasley boys, excluding Ron who was still knocked out, started screaming at their mother. Hermione looked up and asked, "What about me? Was any contract made between Ronald and me?" Everyone got quiet and Molly gave a smile and said, "Yes, Albus secured himself as your magical guardian and made a contract in your 5th year. You are my son's reward for his services to the Order. Unlike Harry, I am sure the goblins would not have thought twice about sealing your contract." Arthur stood up angrily. "How dare you? You can't force Hermione into a marriage with Ronald." "Molly, I will not stand for it." "Well, you have no choice, the contract is made. She may be a mudblood and she may not be much to look at but she is smart and graduated top of the class. She will make a suitable bride. If she doesn't like it she could forfeit her magic and live in the Muggle world." Molly looked as smug as Ron had looked earlier. Harry looked at Hermione who was no longer crying but had a defiant look on her face. She walked up and slapped Molly Weasley in her face. "Unlike Harry, I will press charges against you and your son." Percy put his head in his hands. Andromeda spoke in a quiet but serious voice, "I am truly sorry, Hermione, but you will not be able to. The law is clear, if the contract is valid then you will not be able to bring charges against Ronald or Molly no matter how much we wish you could." "You mean there is nothing I could do?" Hermione said sadly. Ron was now getting up. "Well, you could leave and become a dentist." Hermione walked up to Ron and punched him in his face. Once more Ron was on the ground, this time with a bloody mouth. He spat out a tooth. Hermione looked to Kingsley. "Can you help me?" The minister told the girl sadly, "I am sorry, it is not like we want this to happen, Hermione. What has happened is a real travesty of justice but there is nothing we could do. Magic will not allow it." "That is not entirely true." Everyone now turned to the old lady in the back, Arthur's great-aunt Muriel. With all eyes on her the old lady continued, "It is not a well-known practice but a proposed marriage contract can be voided. If a member of the family makes a marriage contract without the permission of the head of the family and the head of the family, in this case me, finds that the girl is an unsuitable mate then the contract can be rescinded. This provision was made to spare the family shame if the girl decides to become immoral after the contract is made. After all, my nephew is the undersecretary to the minister which is an important position in our society and his son Ronald is a war hero, having received an Order of Merlin First Class." Molly screamed, "So did she," pointing at Hermione. The Golden Trio had all received the Order of Merlin First Class for their part in defeating Voldemort. "I am sorry, Molly, I am an old woman, who is very much set in her ways. I don't believe a woman has any place in war and so I do not consider any part she may have played." "Tell me, child, are you a pure?" Andromeda shouted. "Hermione, tell only the truth, do not lie. That's very important, do not lie." Hermione knew that before the war Andromeda and Ted Tonks were well-known lawyers in the wizarding world, so she took her advice seriously. Normally Hermione would have been disgusted at Aunt Muriel's question but she was smart enough to see what the old woman was doing. "No, I am not. That's because I took her purity," Ron screamed. Aunt Muriel waved Ron off. "It does not matter, a woman should be a pure on her wedding night. She should have had the presence of mind to wait. Tell me, child, what dowry do you have to present?" "I have nearly 1,000 galleons of gold in my vault at Gringotts." "That is not enough. Why, you are practically a pauper." "Her parents are very rich Muggles," Ron yelled. "I do not consider the wealth of Muggles as being of any consideration." "Tell me, can you cook?" "A little but not a full-course meal." "Can you knit?" "Yes, mostly hats and scarves." Harry shouted out, "Which she gives to house elves to set them free." "Is this true, child?" the old lady said in shock. "Yes it is, they are not mindless animals to chain and bring out when we want, they should be free," Hermione answered in her soapbox voice as Harry called it. "Oh my goodness, such insolence in a young lady," How very unbecoming, Aunt Muriel said in a disgusted tone. Can you sing? Not very well. Can you play the pianoforte? No. Can you paint? No. What does all this have to do with it? She is the brightest witch of her generation, Molly screeched, reminding Harry of Lady Black. I am not judging her on her academic prowess, I am judging her on her suitability as a wife. Now Molly Weasley, learn your place and hold your tongue, Muriel told the irate Molly. Turning back to Hermione, she asked, tell me how many children you wish to have. 2, a boy and a girl. Not much in the way of continuing the Weasley line. Come in front of me, child, let me take a closer look at you, the old lady called Hermione forward. As Hermione walked over, she wished she had put on a plain robe instead of one of her best. I see you have a decent fashion sense, but I hate that color, not very flattering. Your hair is horrible, you are too skinny and have no hips, that is not good for bearing sons. Hermione blushed, feeling like a bug under a microscope. Now child, my last question, and this is very important. Do you love Ronald? At this point, no. Well, I am very sorry to say, Arthur, Molly, you have chosen very poorly for your son, and as head of the honorable house of Weasley I declare that this girl is unsuited as a mate for one of the more decorated sons of Weasley. I declare any contracts for marriage null and void. The old lady thumped her cane down as she declared her verdict. As she spoke, the magic pulled out of Muriel and went first to Hermione and then to Arthur and Molly. There was a flash of light and then it disappeared. Muriel declared, Miss Granger, I can now declare your contract broken. I do not want to see you with Ronald again, you are not worthy of him. Arthur, Molly, since you were unable to find suitable mates for either your youngest son or your daughter, it will be left to me to arrange their marriages. Hermione smiled and bowed. Thank you, Lady Weasley. Harry was not so polite. He ran forward and hugged the old woman and kissed her on both her cheeks. Well, I must say it has been a while since I was accosted by such a handsome young man, but I have to say, Lord Potter Black, I am much too old for you and I don't think you could keep up with me. At that the whole gathering, except Molly, Ron and Ginny, laughed both at Harry, who was now blushing a fiery red and in relief. Harry smiled a big smile and said, I will respect your wishes, madam. As Harry turned around, Muriel gave his bum a pinch. Madam, as I said, I don't think you could keep up with me, the old lady said with a huge grin. Again everyone roared in laughter. Kingsley was the first to collect himself and turned to Hermione. Hermione, are you still going to press charges? No, I don't think I will, the girl said, giving a slight bow to Aunt Muriel. The minister then turned to Harry. Harry, are you sure you are not going to press charges? No, I will not press charges. I trust that Arthur will ensure that they are appropriately punished. You have my word, Harry, they will not bother you or Hermione again, Arthur said seriously. Kingsley nodded and turned to his friend. Arthur, what are your intentions? By right I should resign, but after Harry's words tonight I will not betray his confidence in me. Thank you, Harry, for everything. Harry walked up and hugged the man. You are a father to me as much as Sirius or Remus ever was. Fred and George joined in the hug, followed by Bill and then Charlie, who pulled in Percy. When the group broke up, Arthur looked at his wife and two youngest. You have brought immense shame upon this family, but as Harry said, you are still family. Harry has decided not to press charges, and I don't know if I would have been so kind in his place. As much as it pains me, you three deserve to spend a long time in Azkaban, but as it was done in the past in many noble families, the family will take care of its own. With that, Arthur took out his wand and used a wordless charm, and the wands of Molly, Ron and Ginny came flying towards him. He then passed them to his Aunt Muriel, who pocketed Ron and Ginny's. She then bent and spoke in a whispered tone to Arthur. To everyone's surprise, Arthur then took up Molly's wand and snapped it in half. Looking at his wife, he stated in a clear and determined voice, Molly Elizabeth Pruitt Weasley, you are hereby bound to the Burrows. You are never again to set foot outside of its boundaries unless the head of the Weasley family demands it, so mote it be. The magic flared from Arthur to Molly, who screamed and dropped to her knees. Arthur, how could you? Molly whispered in tears. Arthur shook his head. I will have further words with you, Molly, in private, and then I will talk with my oldest to determine suitable punishments for you two, pointing at Ron and Ginny. Even though, Harry, I have noticed that Ginny has had a problem sitting comfortably tonight. Harry blushed but said, what happened between me and Ginny will stay that way. I respect that, Harry, but I do not disapprove. You have a right to redress, as it was you she hurt the most. However, know that I will have my own discussions with Ginevra. At his words, Ginny started to cry again. Aunt Muriel shouted out, "Oh, I think I changed my mind, you can visit me anytime, Harry." Everyone laughed harder than before and even more when Harry replied, "I may like blokes but I think Muriel Weasley you may just make me change my mind." Everyone decided it was time to leave. Minerva and Severus had spoken to Neville and Augusta and they both decided to come to the castle in the morning. Harry went to Andromeda and hugged her. He told her that he would contact her soon. Harry then waited for Hermione to get her bag from Ginny's room, before meeting up with the two professors. On the way back they saw Ron coming in with Bill and Charlie. Ron lunged at Harry but before even Harry had time to react, Charlie had him pinned and then dragged him to the study. Bill looked at Harry. "I am truly sorry, Harry, for what my mother and siblings have done to you. It goes against everything we Weasleys stand for. I would like to thank you for your mercy and compassion, even with everything she did to you. You have saved my sister from public shame and scandal. For that alone I would be eternally grateful. You have also saved our family honor, allowing us to deal with my mother's and siblings' crimes in private, and you have spared us all from your and everyone else's magical wrath, as we all know that things could have ended up very badly today. You truly are a great wizard. I consider myself owing you more than a life debt. I owe you an eternal pledge of loyalty, Lord Potter Black, for your service to our family." Bill knelt and placed his wand at Harry's feet. Harry was about to tell him to get up when Percy's wand and Fred and George and finally Charlie's wand all were laid at Harry's feet, all the young men kneeling before Harry. Harry felt a magical bond being formed and knew that this was a serious pledge and not to be dismissed. He stood up his full height and declared, "Thank you, I Harry James Potter Black, Lord and head of the houses Potter and Black, accept your pledge." With that the magic then swirled around Harry and back to the 5 young men in front of him. They all rose and once again hugged Harry. Hermione once again had tears in her eyes, but these were good tears. Harry and Hermione apparated to the Hogwarts gate where Minerva and Severus were waiting. The 4 then walked along the pathway to the school. Hermione let out a sigh. "I can't believe we graduated just last week. I did not expect to be back so soon, but it feels like coming home." Harry gave the girl a one-arm hug. "I know what you mean. For me the whole magical world seems to center around Hogwarts." Severus watched the two as they walked and talked. If Harry had not admitting to liking blokes, he would have been jealous. Severus reminded himself that the two had been friends since they were 11 and had experienced many trials together, but then again so had Ronald. Severus was watching Harry as he walked ahead of him. The boy had changed greatly in the last year since the downfall of the Dark Lord. He laughed more, he was more relaxed and even studied more, but how much of that was the Weasley compulsion spell Severus didn't know. What he did know was that the man in front of him was not the same Harry Potter the student. He was Lord Potter Black, a confident and powerful wizard. This was the wizard who could defeat a Dark Lord. This was the true Harry Potter. As they reached the castle they were met by Ogden, the head house elf. He was old and slightly bent. However, unlike all of the house elves Harry had met, he exhibited a strong sense of self-confidence, and if Harry had to guess he would have said that Ogden was a retired warrior. "Good evening, Headmistress, Lord Potter Black, Professor Snape and Miss Granger," Ogden said with a slight bow to the group. Harry noted his voice was soft but commanding. "Good evening, Ogden. Have the rooms been prepared?" the headmistress inquired. "Yes, I have arranged the Gryffindor family rooms for Lord Potter Black. I have also taken the liberty of having a room nearby for Miss Granger." "Wait, you knew that Harry was the heir of Gryffindor?" Minerva said in disbelief. "Yes, all the house elves know is his essence is linked to the castle," was the calm reply. Minerva looked shocked, her voice rose slightly. "Why didn't you tell me? As head of Gryffindor House and then headmistress, I think I should have been told. We were bound never to say anything, and to disobey would mean death for the entire family," the house elf said sadly. "You mean Dumbledore would have killed your entire family if you said anything?" Harry said in shock. "Yes, even after he died the bond still held. We could not say anything unless you already knew." "That man, has he returned to his frame?" Minerva said, her lips thin. Dumbledore's portrait had been gone all day. "No, headmistress," Ogden replied. He then snapped his fingers and what looked like an old female house elf in blue rags appeared and took Hermione's bag. Ogden turned to Hermione. "Miss Granger, this is Winky. She will be your personal house elf while you are here and will take care of anything you need." "Winky? You mean Barty Crouch's old house elf Winky?" Hermione said in surprise. Harry too looked stunned. The house elf had been freed in his 4th year by her inconsiderate master. She had despaired since then. Dobby had taken care of her, but since Dobby had died she was on her own and by the look of things not doing very well. Harry felt badly. He had just assumed that she was dead. No, this can't be Winky. She looks terrible. I should have freed her when I had the chance, Hermione said as she bent down to take a closer look at the house elf. Ogden turned to Hermione. Miss Granger, Winky is a freed house elf. Maybe you could help her adjust to her freed life. After all, isn't that what SPEW is all about, the welfare of house elves? Harry laughed. Ogden must have been a Slytherin elf. Hermione, think of it as a challenge. Ignoring Harry, Hermione stood and turned to Ogden. Yes, that is what SPEW is about and I will help her. Ogden gave a slight nod to Hermione and then indicated to Winky to show Hermione to her rooms. Hermione turned to the other three and said, "It has been a long day. I will retire for the night and see you for breakfast tomorrow." "Thank you again, professors, for your help, and Harry, we will talk tomorrow." She leaned in and gave Harry a key on the cheek and then turned and followed the house elf. Ogden turned to Harry. "Your house elf creature is waiting for you in your apartment. I will take you there myself. If it is okay, I will go to it later. I am starving as I missed dinner. I would really like for us to go to the kitchens first," Harry said with a rueful smile on his face. At that moment Professor Flitwick walked into the hallway and greeted them. "How did everything go tonight?" "It worked out better than we anticipated," Minerva answered. "Well, we have a lot to discuss. Harry, if you are not too tired, I think we should all go to the room," the tiny charms professor said, looking at Harry. Ogden turned to Harry. "I will send up some dinner for you. When you are ready to retire, just call for me." "Thank you, Ogden, it would be most appreciated." The four walked up to the 7th floor. Minerva walked ahead with Flitwick telling him all about the night's activities. Severus walked behind a little slower with Harry. "I believe the rumor I heard about you is true." "And what rumor would that be, Severus? There are so many about me," Harry said with a smirk, thinking of all the ridiculous rumors he had heard about himself. "That you were meant to be in Slytherin. From what I have seen today, I would have thought I was looking at one of my beeps," the head of Slytherin House replied. Harry laughed. "Yes, that particular rumor is true, but I believe I was destined to be in Gryffindor. After all, I was the one who originally pulled Gryffindor's sword out of the sorting hat." "Ah yes, another rumor, you pulled the sword to battle a basilisk." "And again another truth," Harry said sadly. He had killed the giant beak protecting Ginny. Sensing the change in his tone, Severus quickly said, "If I had to guess, I would say that the boy who lived was the Gryffindor, but Harry Potter is a Slytherin." Harry stopped for a moment and stared at the professor. No one had understood that about him. He quickly reminded himself that Severus had spent nearly 7 years secretly protecting him, so it should not have surprised him that Severus had known him so well. At least once the man had looked beyond Harry, looking like his father, who had been Severus' high school enemy. Severus continued, "However, your actions today with Arthur Weasley and his sons showed a strong Hufflepuff side." "That's me, Mr. Hogwarts," Harry said with a small laugh. "Yes, well, you still have to prove to me you have any Ravenclaw tendencies," Severus said slyly. Ravenclaws were the intellects of the school. Harry glared at Severus but saw the man had a slight smile on his face. "If I had a teacher who didn't hate me, then I might have done better. You know, potions was the one subject I was actually looking forward to when I first found out about Hogwarts." It was Severus' turn to stop. "I don't hate you, Harry," he whispered. Harry stopped. "You don't?" "No, I don't." The two looked at each other, neither saying anything. Harry took a step closer. "Would you two hurry up?" Minerva's voice echoed along the hallway. Harry stepped back but smiled when he saw the slight blush on Severus' face. The two were silent until they reached the 7th floor. When then entered the room, it was as it was before, except to one side there was a large work table with a small cauldron and other potions equipment on one side and several open books and sheets of parchment on the other. There was an additional armchair around the fireplace, and instead of a tea service on the small table in front, several small platters of food lay. As if on response, Harry's stomach growled. "I see you took my advice and had your eyes fixed. You look good," a voice came from inside. Harry looked across and saw Healer Marchak. "Hello, Justine, it has been a while. I am assuming Phileas asked you to come over." Minerva walked over and hugged the healer. The healer smiled and told the headmistress, "You look good, Minerva, much better than the last time I saw you. You're walking without the cane." Yes, no more of that awful cane, though it came in handy to whack a few naughty Death Eaters here and there, the headmistress said with a laugh. Justine laughed and then answered Minerva's question. Yes, Phileas asked for my aid since I examined Harry today, he felt we could compare findings. Phileas Flitwick turned to Harry. I hope you do not mind, Harry, but I needed the assistance of a healer, and since you indicated that you considered Justine your healer, I took the chance. Harry nodded. Yes, that is quite okay. Good evening, Healer Marchak. Please call me Justine, the healer replied and then turned to address the other occupant of the room, Snape. Marchak. Harry quickly walked over to the food and placed several items on his plate. Severus walked over and poured himself a glass of fire whiskey and a glass of wine for Minerva. Why don't we ask Poppy to join us? Minerva asked the group as she took the wine from Severus. Phileas sat down with a heavy sigh and ran his fingers through his thinning hair. Minerva, I don't think that would be a good idea. You see, when Harry told us his story this afternoon, I was curious about certain things. For instance, how did Albus get Harry's blood? For the blood to be accepted at Gringotts it had to be freely given, and I don't think that Ronald Weasley would have that skill. In addition, all the blocks on Harry's magic, the potions in his system and signs of abuse would have been picked up by anyone who gave Harry a basic medical check-up. Legally it must be reported to Children's Services. Harry does not have the proper magical vaccinations that should have been given to all magical children. Usually Muggle-born or raised children are given it here at school. Worst of all, there is a charm that has been used on Harry over at least 6 years which has forced his body to be underdeveloped. It is a charm normally used to slow down the growth of cancerous tissue in a wizard. Since this is exceedingly rare, it is known by very few. In a healthy person like Harry, the charm will slow down his rate of bone and muscle growth. All of this indicates that someone with a medical background was helping Albus. Minerva slumped back in her chair. Poppy. That's my guess. The amount of times Harry went to the hospital wing, it is impossible that she did not know. She is the only one who had the access to Harry without it being suspicious, Phileas said with a sad look on his face. He didn't want it to be true. He had known Poppy for over 50 years, but all evidence showed she was guilty. You mean I could have been taller? Harry shouted. He had always been short, even for a Muggle. Wizards and witches in general were taller than Muggles. Right now he was a somewhat semi-respectable height of 5 feet 9 inches, but compared to the other guys he had always felt like a midget. Hell, even Hermione was 5 feet 8 inches without heels. Harry was mortified at graduation when the girl came in with heels. Ron was 6 feet 3, Seamus, Dean and Neville were all over 6 feet, and even Malfoy was 6 feet even. Being short was Harry's personal pet peeve. Phileas laughed. I know the feeling. The small charms master was barely 5 feet tall. But yes, your mother was slightly taller than you are now, and your dad was about 6 feet 3 inches. All the Potter men have been tall. Your great-grandfather Harold was a huge man. He was well over 6 feet. He was 6 feet 6 inches tall. I remember the first time I saw him, it was during my first year when Patrick hid that baby centaur in Gryffindor Tower. I nearly fainted when I saw him, Minerva told the group. You nearly fainted, Minerva McGonagall, because your father was standing right behind him. If I remember correctly, you were Patrick Potter's main co-conspirator and you did not expect us to call in your parents, Phileas replied in his rarely used stern professor voice. Well, the point is, Harry, all the men in your family were tall, said the headmistress as she quickly changed the subject. They all laughed and the headmistress took a sip of her wine. Harry had forgotten that Flitwick had been a professor for a long time and never realized that he had taught Minerva as a child, or that she and his grandfather were classmates. Harry sighed internally. There was so much about his family he did not know. Flitwick put Minerva out of her misery and turned the attention back to Harry. Harry, with Justine's and possibly Severus' help we should be able to reverse the charm, and with potions over time you could possibly grow another 2, possibly 3 inches. However, I don't think you could ever reach the height you were meant to be. There has been too much damage. Harry was quite content with the notion of being 6 feet and quickly said, so when do we start? That's the first charm you are going to reverse, right? The group laughed. Were you able to identify the unknown charm placed on Harry? Severus asked, obvious concern in his voice. I am still not exactly sure what it is, and I would like for you to check some components Justine and I were unable to identify. But my preliminary investigation shows it could be a complex glamour charm that was cast at a DNA level, but there are some things that have affected Harry's blood that I am confused. It is not just the glamour, Phileas answered. Severus got up and went over to the desk where Justine showed him a magical microscope with a slide of Harry's blood. What, so you mean I am not Harry Potter? Harry said, a bit confused. No, you are definitely Harry Potter. It is just that your looks have been changed. For some reason Albus wanted you to look more like your father, Phileas replied. Justine was talking with Severus and they were discussing her and Phileas' findings so far. Harry looked up and watched the two. Justine had a look of admiration and excitement on her face as Severus asked her question after question, half of which Harry did not understand. Harry felt a pang of jealousy. He was suddenly not hungry anymore. Severus looked up. My guess would be dragon's blood. It seems as if Albus and Flamel found more than 12 uses of dragon's blood. Phileas looked at Severus. It would explain the abnormality of the charm. The three continued with their discussions for over an hour, with Severus periodically calling Misty his personal house elf for items and books he had. Harry spent the time talking with Minerva about his family. She happily told him about some of the adventures that she had with Patrick as a child and of their friendship as adults. Harry found out that Minerva was one of the main witnesses at his grandparents' wedding and was godmother to his father. She promised to show him some pictures of his grandparents and his father at a later time. Harry was asking Minerva some advice on what he planned to do with his estate when Phileas, Severus and Justine came and sat down. Phileas turned to the others and explained. This is not strictly a charm, it is alchemy, in this case a mixture of charms, transfiguration and potions. If what Severus says is true and the unknown substance we found was dragon's blood, it seems as if Albus did some complex magic on you. The glamour charm was placed on your DNA, forcing you to look like your father. However, it just masks an underlying magic that was done. We don't understand what it is. We know it is there, but we can't tell what it is for. The basilisk bite that you got in your second year released venom that seemed to attack the dragon's blood charm and broke it down a bit. However, the basilisk venom would have killed you in the process. The phoenix tears either stabilized the entire thing or forced it to go dormant. You mean the only way you know how to get rid of the charm is to use basilisk venom, which would save me but would kill me in the process, Harry said, trying to understand everything that was said. Yes, Justine said sadly. So you can't remove the blocks and charms. No, we could remove everything else, just not that one, Phileas said reassuringly. We don't know what it really is and it's too dangerous to try. I will continue to experiment, I will figure it out eventually. You have my word, Harry. Severus was solemn as he spoke, and Harry knew that Severus would put all his efforts in finding a solution. Thank you, Harry said to the others. What do we do now? Well, if you were up to it, I could remove what I could. We made a list of the blocks and charms placed on you. Some will be very painful to remove and will require a lot of magic, so we will do them only after we are all properly rested, including you, Harry. Others are minor and can be done right away. These are the ones we could start with. I would suggest completely removing the compulsion charms placed on you, even though you seem to be doing a good job of blocking it yourself. Should I be lying down for this? I don't want to throw up again. Once for the day is more than enough. Phileas chuckled. No, you don't have to, but if you feel more comfortable lying down, that will be fine. Justine waved her wand and a divan sofa like the ones the goblins conjured earlier appeared. Harry smiled and moved to the sofa. Severus, Minerva, while it should be safe, I want you two to place a shield around yourself in case his magic flares. Harry, you will need to remove your lordship rings and any other item that protects you, Phileas said as he took command. Harry removed the rings and took out his wand and then extended his hand to Severus. Severus opened his hand and accepted the items. Looking down at the two rings and the wand in the palm of his hand, Severus did not miss the gesture. Harry trusted him completely. For the next 20 minutes Phileas removed all of the minor charms that were placed on Harry. Most were compulsion and loyalty charms, however some were repelling charms which would have Harry feel disgust or hatred at a person or group of people. When he was finished, Phileas called for a goblet of water. Instantly on the table a pitcher of water and several goblets appeared. Minerva poured a goblet each for Harry, Phileas and Justine. Justine walked over and waved her wand at Harry. She then moved to the table and collected a few phials of potions. Walking over to Harry, she uncovered the first but was stopped by Severus. Severus examined the phials and shook his head. He called, Misty and told her to bring the relevant potions from his personal potion store. When she returned, Severus watched the healer snorted and handed over the better quality potions to her. Justine gave Harry the potions. These are strengthening and nutrition potions to allow your body and magic to recover quickly. The healer also passed a few to the charms master, who at first shook his head, but after she gave him a glare he took them. We should take a small break and then continue again, if you are willing, Harry, Phileas stated after taking the potions. Harry smiled. It is you who I should be asking. I have the easy job, all I am doing is lying here, you are the one doing all the work. Phileas chuckled. Wait till we get to the bigger blocks, then you might change your tune. Severus turned to the charms master and asked, Phileas, what was that last spell you did? I felt a bit of a twinge on my magic as you were casting it. Both Phileas and Justine turned and looked at Severus. Both raised their wands and cast spells. Severus was shocked. If he didn't trust Phileas as he did, he would have had his wand out and attacked them both. Phileas immediately apologized when he saw the look on the potions master's face. I am sorry if I startled you, Severus. The last spell I did on Harry was one to remove a repulsion spell. If your magic twinged as you said, it means the charm was directed at you. That Harry was given the spell to hate you, but it was a very weak charm, as Harry seemed to have almost destroyed that one on his own. There was, however, a small residue of the charm left. I suspect at one point in time it was very strong. I cast the charm on you to check to see if you had a similar charm placed on you. Like Harry, you have nearly destroyed the charm, but there is a bit left. You have several other repelling charms. There are a few that have weakened over time, but others are very strong. After I deal with Harry, I would like permission to remove yours as well, Severus. Before Severus could reply, the headmistress, House Elf Tibbs, appeared with a pop. I am sorry to disturb you, headmistress, Lord Potter Black, professors and master healer, but one of the Gringotts master goblins is at the front gate asking to see Lord Potter Black. He says it is urgent. Tell him to come in right away. Bring him to my office, Minerva instructed the house elf. Wait, did the goblin give his name? Harry asked. Yes, Lord Potter Black, he says his name is Fireforge. If it is okay with you, Minerva, Tibbs could bring him her. I suspect whatever he has to say may be directed at what we are doing here, Harry said, knowing that whatever Fireforge wanted had to be important for him to come at this late hour. Very good. Tibbs, go to the gates and bring the goblin Fireforge here immediately, Minerva instructed. In less than 30 seconds, Tibbs reappeared with Fireforge, who was now wearing a black and silver tunic with black leggings, his jeweled dagger on his side. Good evening, Lord Potter Black, headmistress, professors and healer Marchak. I am very sorry for disturbing you at so late an hour. We have made a discovery that we felt was important that we inform you of right away. Go ahead, Fireforge, you may speak freely in front of everyone here. You may also call me Harry here as well. Fireforge nodded and pulled out a piece of parchment and handed it to Harry. While we were researching your documents, we decided to do a bit of research on some information that Tom Riddle passed on to you. He indicated that there may still have a marriage contract out for Tom Riddle and another person. Our investigation led us to a contract made by Dumbledore acting as Riddle's magical guardian when the boy was 16 years old. This contract was made between Tom Riddle and Arabella Ferguson. Harry read the marriage contract in his hand. Why does that name sound so familiar? Phileas said, tapping his finger on his nose. Poppy's maiden name was Ferguson, Minerva said quietly. Yes, so we found out. Arabella Ferguson and Poppy Pomfrey are sisters. Arabella changed her name to Fig when she was 17, to prevent shame on the family, as most squibs do, Fireforge said as he passed another document to Harry. Mrs. Fig and Poppy Pomfrey are sisters. Yes, and technically she is Miss Fig as she never got married. Since you left Privet Drive, Arabella has been living at her sister's home, which we also found out is one of the Potter houses. Minerva called Tibbs. Go and check and see if Poppy is in her office. If not, see if you could locate her. Do not tell her anything, I just want to know where she is. Tibbs disappeared and reappeared in a minute. Madame Pomfrey is nowhere in the castle, headmistress. Mindy, her house elf, said she left after she got a letter from her sister. I suspected that you may have tried to remove the charms blocking your magic tonight and might have needed to be in the infirmary. You might have unknowingly placed yourself in danger. While I am not at liberty to discuss the contents of witches' and wizards' vaults, one of the vaults owned by the Fergusons has special protections on them, Fireforge explained. Dark magic items, Severus guessed aloud. Poppy Pomfrey came in a short while ago and removed several items from the vaults, including items that would not be noticed in a hospital stores. Potions, Severus guessed. Fireforge continued, I would not have even noticed such a transaction, but I was working late and it appeared on a parchment that indicates when a possible dangerous item is removed from one of the vaults. I had just discovered the connection with Miss Fig and Madame Pomfrey, so I realized you might be in danger. I decided to come myself since owls never seem to reach you. I am very grateful that you did Fireforge, Harry told the goblin. He then turned to the professors, does Madame Pomfrey even know I am here? Yes, she does. I told her you might be coming over tonight. I didn't think. Poppy was always one I thought I could trust, Minerva said with a sob. Don't worry, Harry, we will protect you, no harm will come to you or. Severus paused. Misty, Severus' house elf appeared. I want you to make sure that Miss Granger does not leave her room tonight and that no one enters. Yes, Master Severus, the tiny house elf said and disappeared with a pop. Do you think she will harm Harry and Hermione? Minerva asked, still in disbelief. I am not willing to take that chance, I will personally guard Harry if need be, Fireforge stated with conviction. Ogden, Minerva called, the old house elf appeared silently. I want you to inform me the moment Poppy returns to the castle. When she does, she may bring Arabella Fig with her. I want you to make sure neither lady comes anywhere near either Lord Potter Black or Miss Granger. Ogden bowed acknowledging the instructions and silently left. The room remained silent for a few minutes. What I don't understand is why Dumbledore would arrange a marriage between Tom Riddle and a squib, Harry asked the group. While squibs like Arabella do not have large amounts of magic, they still have a very dim but existent magical core. It is why she was able to see the Dementors the beginning of your 5th year. If she were to have any children with the Dark Lord or any powerful wizard, as the baby's magic grew so would her own magic and she would herself become a witch. It is the reason why many male couples use female squibs as surrogate mothers. The squibs are always willing to carry a magical child and not necessarily want to keep the child. As powerful as the Dark Lord was, if he were to have a child with another powerful witch, the child would have the potential to be much stronger than the Dark Lord himself. If he were to father a child with a squib, the child may not be as powerful, Severus explained. Why not marry me off to a squib then? Tom said I was more powerful than him, Harry contemplated aloud. The only female squibs in the last 25 years have been the daughter of Bellatrix and Rudolphus Lestrange and the daughter of Wendy and Walden McNair, all Death Eaters. Albus would not have taken that chance, Severus informed Harry. With all the charms and blocks on your magic, Albus may have thought that your magic would be dampened enough so not to pass it on to a child, Phileas added. Or worse, bind your magic before a child is conceived. I believe Tom spoke of Sayual rituals. Ogden silently appeared. Madame Pomfrey has returned and she has brought Aurors with her. They are entering the castle as we speak. They say they have an arrest warrant for Harry Potter. An arrest warrant? What for? Harry stood up with a shout. For the murder of Arabella Fig. Poppy came walking up to the castle. Everything had not gone to plan. Harry was spoiling their well laid out plans. How dare he take command of the Potter and Black estates? She had warned Albus that using that dim-witted Molly Weasley would come to no good. All that woman had to do was get her daughter to marry Harry. Albus had wanted Molly because the woman asked no questions and was easily swayed by money, she and her 2 brats. Poppy fumed. Molly had 7 children, how could she not instruct her daughter on how to keep a man in bed? But no, they could not control one measly little boy. When Arabella wrote her telling her the house was evicting them, she knew that Harry had given the order. Only the true lord of the estate could do it. Tonight when she met one of the old Order of Phoenix members, Daedalus Diggle, he told her that Harry had postponed the wedding. She knew right away their plans were spoilt. She told Arabella not to panic, but the woman was now quite mad, having wasted away unable to get married or have any relations because of Albus' contract. Arabella wanted to go to Harry and tell him everything. She had grown soft for the boy over the years. Well, Poppy would not have it. She could still live her dreams. She contacted her lord and he instructed her to get rid of Harry. He had already done what they wanted him to, and if he was no longer under their control, she would have to get rid of him. She at first decided to use the failsafe Albus had planted on the boy, but decided that it would cause too many questions. She would use her own backup plan. She took the vial of manticore venom from the family vaults and mixed it in a calming draught and had given it to her sister. As her sister was screaming in unbearable pain, with her nerves exploding, Poppy cast the Avada Kedavra on her. As a medi-witch, she could only use the spell if her patient was suffering and death was the only solution. The spell was originally designed to put patients out of their misery to give them a merciful death. She didn't have much time to fully develop her plan, but she would frame Harry. She knew how easily the wizarding world could be manipulated. Every time they thought Harry was going dark, they shunned him. This time she would have them believing that he was becoming the next Dark Lord. They would send him to Azkaban where he would suffer and die. No one would save him. She would get the phial of his blood she kept in storage and send a note to the goblins giving everything to her. She deserved it for all the years in the service to her lord. She deserved it. At the castle steps, Poppy was approached by Ogden. That idiot Auror Dawlish then told him loudly he had an arrest warrant for Harry Potter. The old house elf read the warrant and told the group to remain where they were. Poppy did not like Dawlish, but he would suit her plans. The Auror started cursing under his breath and entered the castle. He hated Harry Potter and wanted to get back at him. Harry Potter had always made him look like a fool, but this time he would see him squirming under his boots. He was going to throw Harry Bloody Potter in the deepest, darkest cell in Azkaban before anyone could even think of giving him a trial. Dawlish smirked to himself. He had 4 of his loyal Aurors with him. They will follow his lead. They all had suffered in the last war and blamed it on Harry. The boy had gotten away twice with breaking into the ministry and they were blamed for it being called incompetent. He remembered his mentor Mad Eye telling him that the Auror Corps was now a joke as a bunch of 14 and 15-year-olds were doing a better job than they. He should have been head Auror by now if it wasn't for Potter. Dawlish was not worried about the 2 rookies who were with them. They would follow orders as was expected. Poppy saw Minerva walking down the stairs followed by Severus, Phileas, what looked like a goblin, and another man in blood-red robes who she did not recognize but was obviously a rich lord, but no Harry. Minerva had told her she was expecting the new Dada teacher to come in next week. Maybe the man came in early. Poppy ran up to meet the group. "Oh Minerva, it's just terrible. Harry Potter killed poor Arabella Figg in Diagon Alley tonight. I just knew it was a matter of time before he went dark. It seems he blamed her for all the years he suffered at the hands of those muggles, as she knew but didn't say anything. These Aurors are here to arrest him." Minerva's lips were thin and her eyes were blazing with anger as she turned to the Aurors. "What proof do you have that Harry Potter killed anyone? That's not for you to question. We have a warrant and we intend on taking him in. Where is he? I know you are hiding him here in the castle. We will search every corner until we find him," Dawlish shouted. The rich lord who stood with the professors then stated in a cold, powerful voice, "Harry Potter will surrender willingly if you explain to us why you believe that he killed Arabella Figg." One of the junior Aurors stepped forward. "My lord, his wand was found on the scene near to the lady's body." "That's impossible." "No, my lord, the wand that was used to kill the Dark Lord was found near to the body and it showed that the Avada Kedavra used to kill the lady came from that wand. The Elder Wand, but that is encased in Dumbledore's tomb. It was placed there after the last battle. The lady also had a note from Harry Potter saying to meet her in Diagon Alley. It was on a parchment with the Potter crest on it," the rookie went on to explain. Fireforge stepped forward. "All Potter letterheads and seals were cancelled earlier today." Anthony Blake, Dawlish's right-hand man, answered angrily, "Well, he used it one last time. Besides, we have a witness that saw Potter at the scene." Severus asked, "Who is this witness?" The Aurors turned to Poppy, who answered, "I saw him, Severus. I saw Harry run from the scene." The strange lord then asked, "Are you sure it was Harry Potter?" "From what I know, Harry Potter was at a dinner tonight with a lot of people around, including the minister, several Aurors and the press. This was after then. This happened about an hour ago," Dawlish said. He was getting angry. "Enough of this nonsense. Produce Potter now. What did he look like?" "What? The person who you saw run from the scene, what did he look like?" "We all know what Harry Potter looks like," Blake shouted. "Humor me." "Well, skinny, messy black hair, round glasses," Poppy answered. "What did he have on?" "A pair of jeans and a t-shirt." She had not expected this question, but that was all Harry ever wore outside his school robes. The Lord stepped forward in front of Minerva. "Well, that would have been very inappropriate dinner attire, wouldn't you say?" Before Poppy could say anything else, she looked at the Lord carefully and realized it was Harry standing in front of her. Potter. Harry gave a slight nod. Dawlish, now realizing that the man in front of them was the man he sought, drew his wand. Harry Potter, you are under arrest for the murder of Arabella Figg. But Dawlish, if this is Harry Potter, then he does not fit the description that the witness gave, the young rookie stated. I will not have him escape me this time. I will have him in Azkaban, Dawlish answered. Not if I have anything to say about it. The entire group turned and saw a large dark blonde-haired man walking alongside the master healer. Harry recognized the man as Brian Watson, the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry had brief dealings with the man in the past but knew him to be a fair and good man. He had reminded Harry of a mixture between Amelia Bones and Alistair Moody. I was told you have an arrest warrant for Harry Potter for a crime he committed this evening. I have it under good authority that Lord Potter Black was within the Hogwarts walls at the time of the crime, the head of DMLE stated. No, he snuck out. He is guilty. He will be sent to Azkaban, Dawlish screamed. On what evidence? Watson asked. The young rookie then told the newcomers briefly about the evidence and also the fact that the witness failed to identify Lord Potter Black as the man who she saw in the alley. You mean to say the most powerful wizard in our world killed an unarmed squib using an unforgivable that he did not even use on the most evil Dark Lord ever, and ran away dropping the most sought-after wand in the world in the process, after changing out of his dinner attire into Muggle clothes, then put back on his dinner attire to race back here before anyone noticed him missing? Do you know how ridiculous that sounds? Dawlish was now boiling in anger. He looked at the rookie. You will listen to your superiors and you will arrest that man. The two young Aurors refused and walked over to stand behind Watson. Dawlish, you and your men are to return to Auror headquarters immediately, Watson commanded. Poppy screamed, no, you have spoilt my master's plans for the last time, Harry Potter. Why can't you just do as you're told? Why do you have to be so much trouble? With that, Poppy raised her wand and sent a bone elimination curse at Harry. The curse was deflected by Ogden, who raised a shield in front of Harry and the group of professors. Dawlish and his Aurors took that as a signal and all started firing off curses at the group, which broke through the house elf shield. Dawlish fired a Cruciatus at Ogden, who stood directly in its path. Harry jumped and knocked the house elf to the ground as the curse passed over their heads. Severus' stunner hit Dawlish and Phileas knocked two of the Dark Aurors to the ground. Watson was fighting with another Auror when he saw Justine hit with a spell. He quickly dispatched the Auror and ran over to the hit healer. The two young rookies were fighting Blake. The Dark Auror had hit one of the rookies out with a stunner and was sending curses at the other, who was no match for his superior. Justine had bent down to check the fallen young Auror when she was hit by one of Blake's spells. She soon awoke to the blue eyes of Watson and saw the Auror Blake on the ground knocked out with a broken jaw. Minerva fired a spell at Poppy, but it was deflected by a red translucent shield that now surrounded her. Poppy screamed. She knew her plan had failed. She had rushed it and did not have enough time to put things in place. She would just have to resort to the original plan and use Albus, backup in case Harry got too powerful to control. Harry Potter, you will die. She then started chanting a long series of words that no one understood. Minerva and Severus attacked the shield with everything they knew and nothing penetrated. A black streak of magic burst forward from Poppy's wand and it hit Harry, who was pushing Ogden out of the way. Harry screamed. It was an unearthly scream of terror and pain. Severus tried to put himself in between the beam and Harry but was blasted away. Watson, Minerva, Phileas, even the rookie Aurors started attacking Poppy, but her shields held. It's no use, Justine called out. It's a Red Cross shield used by healers in battle. It would protect anyone within its bubble. It would withstand any magic spells except the unforgivables. Severus fired a Cruciatus at Poppy, but Dawlish was recovering and was within the bubble. He deflected the curse, thereby protecting the Medi Witch. The beam of magic did not leave Poppy and Harry continued screaming. Severus had never felt so helpless in his life. Suddenly it stopped. Everyone turned and saw a jeweled knife piercing Poppy's heart. Fireforge had thrown the knife and was true in his aim. The Medi Witch slumped and collapsed. Her attack was stopped and the shield released. Severus ran to Harry, whose body was convulsing. He was still screaming. Justine ran and waved her wand at Harry. His bones and muscles are being eaten away, his blood is bubbling. Dawlish shouted, good, he will die a painful death. The man suddenly slumped to the ground and he and his loyal Aurors were unexpectedly picked up off the ground and flew out of the hallway, out the door, and the group heard their screams until it faded. They turned and saw Ogden, his hands in the air as if pushing the men out. Minerva watched the house elf, who looked at her. Those who would do harm to one of the masters of this castle are no longer welcome on Hogwarts grounds. The old house elf then turned to Watson and said, "You can pick up your trash at the Hogwarts gates." They then heard Severus cry, "Harry, you can't die, not now." He was on the floor holding on to Harry, cradling him, as his body still convulsed in pain. Justine did a few waves of her wand and Harry froze as if petrified. She then collapsed. Phileas looked at Harry. "She has placed him in stasis. Her charm is powerful but took most of her magic to cast. It seems as if we found out what the spell Albus placed on Harry was for. Poppy trigged the dormant curse. But we can keep him in stasis until we can find a cure," Minerva said with a tear in her eye. Phileas shook his head sadly. "The stasis spell gives us 48 hours, to find a cure and heal him, or he will die." It was 8 o'clock in the morning and Neville and Augusta Longbottom were walking towards Hogwarts from Hogsmeade. It was such a beautiful morning and Augusta watched her young grandson as he stopped and watched a group of fairies as they flittered among the hedges that grew along the pathway leading up to the school. A few years ago she would have scolded the boy for wasting time, but she had grown to respect her plant-loving grandson. He was nothing like her son Frank, but she had realized he was a better man than her son. Neville had overcome many obstacles and she had to admit that she and her brothers were the cause of most of these obstacles. She regretted trying to make Neville into a mini version of her hero son who still lay in St. Mungo's. Neville had fought the Dark Lord and had killed his feared familiar Nagini with the sword of Gryffindor. When everyone was in a panic when they thought Harry Potter had died, Neville had taken up the battle cry and led the forces, which resulted in the deaths of many Death Eaters and gave Harry the opportunity to take the Dark Lord unawares. For his actions Neville had received an Order of Merlin First Class and Augusta couldn't have been prouder. Even with all of that the boy was still humble and a bit shy. Augusta had decided that Neville should be given instructions to take up the mantle of Lord Longbottom, but quickly realized that the boy was much happier among his plants, so for now she left him and continued to run the estate herself. Of course that did not mean that she would allow him to look like anything but a lord. Neville was now tall and muscular. He had long lost his baby fat and gawky teeth. She made sure he was always well dressed when they went out in public and was trying to encourage him in attending some of the socials that were being organized. She was very pleased that he was considered one of the wizarding world's most eligible bachelors. They were now walking onto the grounds and she saw Neville straighten with a start. "Something is wrong, I can feel it." Without saying anything else Neville ran towards the castle. When Augusta finally caught up with him, Neville was crouched down on the ground in the entrance hall. He looked up. There was a large blood stain on the ground. "There was a battle here last night, the blood is still fresh," he said as he turned and looked at her. Augusta was very worried and pulled out her wand. They looked around. The castle was too quiet, guaranteed that it was now summer and there were no students around, but the castle smelled of death. It was a smell that Neville knew too well. "Where is Minerva? I thought she would be here to greet us. What is her house elf's name again?" Augusta said calmly. Neville knew, however, she was nervous. Neville tried to remember any of the names of the house elves, but he had not gotten to know any of the elves who were here while he was in school, outside of Harry's two faithful house elves, Kreacher and Dobby. He knew Dobby was dead. Kreacher, however, was still with Harry, and if Harry was here then there was a chance that Kreacher was here as well. He was about to call the house elf when he heard a whisper in his ear, "Ogden." Neville stopped. He heard the whisper again call for Ogden. "Ogden." The old head of the house elves heard a master calling him. He turned to the headmistress and said, "Master Neville is here," and silently disappeared. Neville was startled when he saw the house elf, who materialized without a sound. Ogden bowed. "Lady Longbottom, Mr. Longbottom, I am Ogden, the head of the Hogwarts house elves. I apologize for not being here to greet you on your arrival, but we have a bit of an emergency. The headmistress is on her way down to greet you and she will explain when she gets here. In the meanwhile, why don't I show you into the Great Hall?" Ogden was escorting Neville and Augusta into the hall when they ran into a very irate Severus Snape. Augusta noted that he was still in the same robes he had worn the night before. He hadn't shaved and his eyes were bloodshot as if he had not slept. He was walking with an open book in his hand and was mumbling to himself. Ogden called to the professor, "Master Snape, you should stop and eat some breakfast, it would not do to worry yourself into ill health." "Screw breakfast, we have less than 40 hours, I will eat then," was the snarky reply. Severus however stopped and looked up and saw the two Longbottoms who were with Ogden. "Good Longbottom, I want you to go to the greenhouses and get for me these potions ingredients. Sprout is not here and those blasted guardians she has guarding her greenhouse will not let me in. As inept though you are in potions, I know you are skilled in herbology and the greenhouses seems to like you," the professor said as he hurriedly conjured a parchment and quill and wrote down a long list of ingredients. "A good morning to you too, Professor Snape," Augustus said, peeved at the way the man had spoken to her grandson. Snape ignored the old lady and handed her grandson the list. "Well, what are you waiting for? Get moving, boy, life is at stake." Hermione had woken at 7 o'clock and sat down on the bed. She had cried herself to sleep the night before as the events of the night had settled on her. Ron had used spells on her to make him control her. They had made love on several occasions, which Hermione now saw as beep. She had once cared for Ron, but as a friend, they were too different in temperament for her to consider as a boyfriend. But then she saw him with Lavender and she started feeling strong things for him. Now she knew he was giving her love potions. She had cried when she remembered the letter she had then sent to Victor telling him that she no longer loved him. She knew he was planning to come and live in England to be near her, but took a position in Bulgaria instead. She had loved Victor and saw the two of them having a future when the war was over. Ron had spoiled everything. She had read recently that Victor was dating a German healer who he met after having a Quidditch accident in a match last year. In a way she was happy for him, but her heart ached for what could have been. It was now morning and Hermione had decided she would cry no more. She would pick up the pieces of her life and move on. Walking into the bathroom, she had almost forgotten she was at Hogwarts. The room she was given was more like a fancy room in one of the 5-star hotels she had been in and not a school guest room. Part of her had expected it to be like the head girls' rooms which she had occupied the last year. She stretched and decided a long shower was what she needed. Looking around, she saw that there were no towel. Winky, the house elf, appeared. "What is Mistress be needing?" She had looked at Hermione, but her eyes were glazed over and she was swaying. Hermione realized that the elf was drunk. Running towards the kitchenette she had seen last night and poured a glass of water and carried it back to the house elf who was sleeping on the bathroom floor. Winky, wake up, take this," Hermione said, handing the glass to the house elf, who took it and sniffed it before dashing it to the floor. Hermione was shocked. She had never seen a house elf behave like this. Winky looked at Hermione. "I know you were there when Master Barty was angry with Winky." Hermione bent down and placed her hand on the elf's shoulder. "Yes Winky, I was there, but it is okay now, I will help you." "No Winky be a bad elf, no one can help. Master Barty is gone because Winky be a bad elf," the elf cried and then sent a bolt of magic towards the glass mirror which was showing her reflection. The mirror exploded and Hermione pulled Winky away before the glass had hit them. Hermione was still standing in shock when 3 female house elves came in. One took hold of Winky, who was now crying, and gave her a calming potion, which knocked her out. The other 2 house elves took hold of Winky and popped out. The remaining elf quickly cleaned up the glass and mess that Winky had caused and then popped out and quickly popped back in carrying towels, soap and toiletries. "Miss Granger, I am Saul, I will take care of you when Winky is unable to," the house elf was very serious. And placed the items on the bathroom counter. Hermione walked to the counter and picked up bar of soap that had a familiar smell of vanilla and roses. You were the house elf who saw about me last year." "Yes, and if you need anything else just call for me." "Wait, what about Winky?" "Winky will be asleep for a few hours." Saul looked sadly at Hermione and popped out. Hermione sat down on the edge of the bathtub and sighed. "Pull yourself together, girl, you can do this," she told herself. "You will not cry, you will not cry." Hermione got up and got ready. Half an hour later Hermione was walking down to the Great Hall when she saw Professor Snape with Neville, Lady Longbottom and Ogden. Neville had taken a piece of parchment from Snape and was running out of the door. "Neville," she called out, "good morning everyone. Where is Neville running out to, and why, Professor, are you still in your robes from last night? You look like you haven't slept at all." Professor Snape was looking at her. His facial expression was stoic, but Hermione knew that something was bothering him. It was however Ogden who answered her. "We are in a bit of an emergency, Miss Granger, and your friend Mr. Longbottom is helping Professor Snape gather some ingredients. Hermione quickly tried to assess the situation. What emergency? Did something happen to Harry? Professor, what happened? Snape's voice was quiet when he stated, Poppy Pomfrey attacked Harry last night. He is dying. Both Hermione and Augusta gasped in shock. Minerva came running in. She too looked like she had a long night, but she had on fresh robes and looked like she had had a little sleep. Good morning, Augusta. I am sorry I wasn't here to welcome you this morning. Good morning, Hermione. We had an incident last night. Professor Snape said Madame Pomfrey attacked Harry last night. Yes, that is true. He is in the hospital wing. He is in a bad shape. However, we are trying our best to save him. Minerva told the two. She looked around. Where is Neville? Snape sent him to gather ingredients in the greenhouses, Augusta said with a small hint of pride. Headmistress, can I see him? He is not conscious, but of course you can. I will be in my personal lab. I need to brew some more potions, Severus said. Minerva looked at the potions master and then turned to Hermione. Hermione, if you don't mind, can you assist Professor Snape with the potions, while he freshens up a bit and has some breakfast? Minerva, I am not. That is an order, young man, Minerva said and turned Severus around and gently pushed him in the direction of the dungeons. Hermione nodded, knowing that she could best help Harry by helping the obviously tired potions master. Minerva turned to Augusta. Let us go up to the hospital wing. I will give you a brief explanation of what is going on. Ogden, could you help Neville, and when he is ready escort him to Professor Snape's personal lab? Hermione had never been down to Professor Snape's personal quarters before. It was not like she expected. Well, for starters, the room was in nice warm earthy colors reminding her of her parents' home. The rooms, however, were a wreck. Books were all over the place. A small table was totally destroyed and paintings were either smashed or barely hanging on the wall. It looked like a tornado had run rampant in the room. Professor, what happened here? The man scowled and, ignoring the girl, continued walking through the rubble as if it was not there. They reached a door which Hermione assumed was the professor's personal lab. The door was stuck as a bookshelf had fallen slightly in front of it. The professor started cursing as he tried to physically move the shelf but couldn't. Hermione took out her wand and said, Professor, would you like me to help? The man again ignored her but called. Misty, a tiny house elf in a green and silver dress, came in with a pop. Master Severus, what happened here? She scowled at Hermione as if she was the cause of this mess. Before Hermione could say anything, Severus bowed his head and said in a quiet voice, I was looking for a book, and he showed Misty the book in his hand. The tiny house elf put her hands on her hips. Master Severus, you are not going to do Master Harry any good by going crazy. With a wave of her hand, the bookshelf rose and went into its proper place. Thank you, Misty. I will be brewing a few potions with Miss Granger for a few hours. No, you will not. Misty, I am not going to argue with you. Harry needs these potions. Miss Hermione is very smart. She can do it. You will be coming with me. Professor, I am more than able to brew the potions Harry needs. He is my best friend. I am not going to let him down, Hermione said, agreeing with the house elf. Severus looked at her, contemplating for a moment, and then made a list of several potions including Skelegro, blood replenishers, advanced pain potions and muscle repair potions. Hermione nodded and opened the door to the lab. She chuckled as she heard Misty order the normally feared potions professor to the bathroom. An hour later, Hermione had 4 cauldrons brewing, when there was a soft knock on the door and Neville and Ogden came in with a basket of leaves, stems, flowers and roots. Is there anything I can help you with, Hermione? Neville said as he placed the basket down. I just need those ginger roots and aloe cut into squares, thank you, Neville. Neville picked up a knife and started cutting. Hermione had long realized that without Professor Snape breathing down his neck, Neville was pretty decent in potions. They worked silently for a while before Neville spoke. Do you know what is going on? All I heard was that Madame Pomfrey tried to kill Harry and he is dying, Hermione said with a tear in her eye. Don't worry, Hermione, Harry will pull through, he always does. I hope so, Neville. I lost one best friend, I don't think I could lose another. Neville patted her hand gently. Last night Luna told me that the real war is still going on, but if we all band together we will pull through. That and a colony of twinkle-mites was building a nest in my bedroom ceiling. Hermione laughed. Luna was considered loony by others, but Hermione knew she had her own ethereal intellect about her that Hermione had slowly come to appreciate. Hermione then said with a grin, So what was Luna doing to be observing your bedroom ceiling? Neville spluttered and his knife slipped and the aloe he was cutting slid over to the edge of the table and fell to the floor. Well, we were. I mean. Hermione laughed. Don't worry Neville, I approve, you and Luna were meant for each other. I'm glad you approve. I don't know how grandmother is going to react. Luna is not exactly the kind of girl that fits my grandmother's description of the next Lady Longbottom. Just give it a chance. I am sure your grandmother will be happy that you are happy. Ogden had reappeared in the room bringing in a tray of sandwiches, fruit, pumpkin juice and coffee. Hermione then took a break and ate, while Neville tended the cauldrons. Another 2 hours later most of the potions were finished and were cooling when a groggy Professor Snape came in the room. He had gotten a little sleep but was still obviously tired. He went straight to a small potions cupboard and took out a pepper-up potion and downed it in one. He had showered and changed his clothes to his normal black robes but had on no shoes. He had not shaved or to Hermione's amusement brushed his hair which was sticking up all over the place. He checked the cauldrons and nodded his approval. You did a good job, Miss Granger. Hermione smiled. It was very rare that Professor Snape had given a compliment. Thank you. Neville helped. Severus turned and for the first time noticed Neville sitting next to Hermione. Well, wonders never. Severus stopped for a moment then took out his wand and cast a scanning spell on Neville. Hermione stood up and shouted, Professor. Severus ignored the girl's outcry and read a piece of parchment he had put his wand on. He shook his head. I should have known. He looked up at the two and was about to speak when Misty came into the lab. I thought I told Master Severus not to leave the bed until he had enough sleep. Severus rolled his eyes. I am okay Misty, I slept enough and I took a pepper-up potion, I will be fine. The house elf looked at him uncertainly and then waved her hand and Severus' hair was neatly brushed. She then turned to the others and said, if the potions are cooling you two are invited to join Master Severus in an early lunch. Hermione said, thank you Misty but Ogden left a few sandwiches earlier and I am fine. So am I, we still have a few apple slices left. Neville said showing the tiny house elf the tray on the table. Misty nodded and turned to Severus who told her, I am okay as well Misty, I want to check these potions and start bottling them. I will eat something later. The house elf gave the potions master a glare worthy of one he would normally give an errant student and put her hands on her hips. Without another word Severus just got up with his head bowed and walked out of the lab. Neville and Hermione stood for a moment and stared unbelievingly at the door that the most feared professor at Hogwarts had just walked through. Hermione saw Neville's shoulders shake and quickly pulled out her wand and cast a silencing spell, before both she and Neville burst out in a roaring laugh. Half an hour later Severus came back into the lab to see Hermione and Neville bottling the various potions. He sat back and allowed the two to work. When they had finished the two turned and saw Snape checking the basket of ingredients and then writing on a piece of parchment. He quickly looked over the files and then placed all of them on the workshop table. He then directed them to his sitting room which was now neatly restored and quite homely. Misty came in and poured 3 cups of tea before leaving. Professor Snape then took the next 20 minutes telling the two friends all about Tom Riddle's letter and what the goblins had discovered with Arabella Fig and Poppy Pomfrey and the subsequent accusations and attack that had taken place the night before. He told them of the charm that they had discovered and how Poppy had activated the spell within Harry's blood and the consequences. Hermione was stunned and even more so when she realized that Professor Snape had tears in his eyes when he spoke. She turned to Neville who was pale and looked like he was holding back a scream. Harry would probably be upset with me for telling you about the Hogwarts ritual Neville, because he wanted to tell you himself. He felt it would be easier coming from someone who understood. But Albus really made victims of all of us, we were all pawns in his master plan, Severus said sadly and Hermione noted he had a faraway look in his eyes. Professor, why did you scan Neville? Do you think he is in danger too? Hermione said pulling the professor back to them. No, I don't think Neville is in danger but it would be good for Professor Flitwick to give you a thorough scan. I just checked for a specific spell. It seems that we both were cast with types of repulsion spells. I suspect for me to hate you and you to fear me. While I know I can be quite fearsome, Neville snorted and Hermione cleared her throat. Severus smiled and continued, I have always found your fear of me to be a bit excessive. It was only when Miss Granger indicated that you had helped in brewing, it dawned on me that you could have been given the same spells that Harry was given. He was given a repulsion spell to hate me. Hermione then said quietly, but Harry does not hate you, not really. Severus watched the girl with a calculating look. I know, he doesn't now because he was able to fight it off, but Professor Flitwick indicated that at one time it was very strong. Why would he do this? I could have been a powerful wizard but he beat me of my magic, Neville said with a scream. He manipulated me and put a charm to fear you. Do you know how terrifying I always found you? I could never understand why I feared you so much. Now he is going to kill one of my best friends. Why, just because we could have been more powerful than him? Neville was ranting and felt the little magic he had in him flaring. I could have been Lord Hufflepuff. I could have done so much good. Why? To both Neville's and Hermione's surprise, Professor Snape stood up and placed his hand on Neville's shoulder. You have done a lot of good, Neville. Without you, Harry would not have killed the Dark Lord. All the Hogwarts students look to you for your leadership during my reign of terror as headmaster, and even without the Hufflepuff heritage, you have proven to be a loyal friend and a true leader of the people. You are also worthy of the brave and noble house that the Sorting Hat placed you in. You stood up to the most evil lords of all time and went to protect those weaker than you, and even if your magic was taken away, you have proven yourself worthy of being Lord Hufflepuff. Helga would proud of you. I know I am. Neville looked at Professor Snape for a moment and then drew his wand. Okay, who are you and what have you done with Professor Snape? Severus gave a slight chuckle. Last night or very early this morning, Professor Flitwick took off most of the repulsion spells that were on me. As it turns out, I may not be that snarky or evil after all. Misty came in the room. Excuse me, Master Severus, but Professor Flitwick has sent to ask if the potions are ready. Turning to his two former students, Severus said, go grab your potions and let's go check on Harry. When they reached the hospital wing, Hermione ran over to the bed that Harry was sleeping on. He looked petrified. A small tear fell down her cheek and felt Neville's hand on her shoulder. She looked around and saw a strange woman sleeping on the bed next to Harry and a man Hermione recognized as Brain Watson, head of the MLE, sitting next to her. Augusta Longbottom was sorting through the hospital stores, and on the far end of the hospital wing, Professor Flitwick and Headmistress McGonagall had converted some of the beds into a work table and had several books and scrolls laid out. Flitwick looked up and saw Severus walk in and immediately called out to him, we have tried everything, it comes back to the same. Nothing is breaking down this spell, there is no change to his blood. We have even added some of the phoenix tears Poppy had stored and it is not healing. Minerva added obvious frustration on her face. But on a bright side, Brian had Street Mungos send one of their healers to help. He was able to give Justine a special healing potion with a few drops of the phoenix tears. She is now sleeping peacefully and should be awake good as new in an hour or two. Phileas told Severus, the healer will return in that time and has promised to bring several more healers to help us today if we find a cure, or tomorrow night if we don't. Hermione was now listening to the professor when she put in, Professor Snape, you indicated that the basilisk venom was able to destroy the dragon's blood. What if we experiment using various amounts of venom to see if with a mixture of the phoenix tears we are able to find a safe solution? No, one cancels out the other, the basilisk venom and the phoenix tears. Besides, the venom does not totally destroy the dragon blood charm, at least not instantly. By the time the basilisk venom totally gets rid of the charm, it would kill Harry. Add the phoenix tears to get rid of the basilisk venom before it kills Harry, and then the dragon blood will still be there, Severus explained. Yes, but if we could get something that could be as strong as the venom on the charm but not as harmful to Harry, the girl said as she pondered. What about the fang itself or the skin from the basilisk? These might be deadly to the dragon's blood but not to Harry. That is fine logic, Miss Granger, but these things are not easily available to experiment, Severus added. Harry, Ronald and myself all have a basilisk tooth each. Well, Harry has a fang and Ron and myself one of the lower teeth. I think Harry has his in his trunk. If Creature is here he could get it. Can I ask how you got basilisk teeth? Snape asked in amazement. The fang is the one that pierced Harry in his second year, and the teeth, Ron and myself got it in the chamber last year right before the final battle. We had used it to destroy one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Hermione explained. You can get into the chamber. Is the basilisk still there? Is it intact? Has it degraded? Snape said in one breath. Ronald got in the chamber once. He tried all sorts of combinations of what he remembered of Harry speaking Parseltongue, and eventually we got in. As for the basilisk, it was in pretty good shape. The chamber may have a sort of preservation spell cast on it. It is of course missing a few teeth. What about Ginny? I mean, she was the one who opened the chamber in her first year, Minerva said. She was possessed by Tom Riddle at the time. he was the one speaking, not her. Yes, but it was her body, mind and magic. Severus, do you remember what Riddle said in the letter? Phileas added. Yes, once you got the gift of Parseltongue, you never lose it. If that is the case, then Ginevra Weasley is a Parselmouth. Severus, Phileas and Minerva made their way to the burrow. It was a little after midday and the three professors were all within their own thoughts. Reaching the house, Minerva noted that all was quiet, an unusual occurrence at this residence. They called out and Charlie came out looking very solemn. Good afternoon, professors, what has brought you all out here today? Minerva stepped forward. We need to speak to your father and Ginevra right away. Is very important. After last night things here have been a bit haywire, Charlie said seriously. Phileas stepped forward. It is a matter of life and death, maybe you and William could also be present. Well, everyone is here, we are having a bit of a meeting, you understand, Charlie said. Minerva said, as Phileas said, it is life and death. Charlie nodded and directed the three professors into the study, where Arthur, Bill, Percy, Fred and George sat. Arthur stood up and directed the professors to sit. Minerva spoke first. What we have come to discuss is not about last night, but in a way indirectly related. She then told the others about the charm they had discovered on Harry and the plot between Albus and Poppy and an unknown Dark Lord, the attack and their current predicament. When she finished, Bill stood up and said, so what can we do to help? Severus then said, we believe that your two youngest siblings can help us get into the Chamber of Secrets, where there may be potential ingredients to help make a potion to get rid of this charm and its effects. George sat forward. I thought you had to be a Parselmouth to get in. We tried to get Harry to take us but he always refused, said it was too dangerous. Miss Granger indicated that Ronald was able to enter last year and most importantly we believe that Ginevra may be a Parselmouth. Arthur looked at Phileas as if he were crazy. What makes you think that? We are not descendants of Slytherin. Tom Riddle left a letter to Harry. Among other things he said that once a person has gotten the gift of Parseltongue it never leaves. And since Ginevra spoke Parseltongue when she was possessed by Riddle, then if his theory is correct she would also have the gift. But she does not remember anything about what happened when he possessed her, Fred pointed out. That's true, but he used her body and magic. She was the one who physically spoke, so we suspect that she has the gift. She never told us she could speak to beeps before, Arthur said. She never told us a lot of things before, Bill said with a frown. I am going to get her. Bill left and in a short while came back with Ginny, who looked like she had been crying half the night. Sit, Bill ordered. Ginny sat down but quickly stood back up with a shout. She quickly rubbed her bottom and sat back down gingerly as her brothers glared at her. Ginevra, I am going to ask you a question and I want you to be totally honest with me, her father said in the most serious tone that any of the professors had ever heard him speak. The girl looked at the professors, then back to her father and nodded her head. Can you speak to beeps? She was startled, her eyes bulged, she looked terrified. I want the truth, Ginevra, her father shouted. Minerva raised her hand. Ginny, Harry was hit by a powerful curse last night and will die in less than 35 hours if we cannot find a way to cure him. As it stands, the only thing we could think that could help is something that could only be found in the Chamber of Secrets. We need a Parselmouth. We know that, like Harry, Voldemort may have unknowingly passed the gift to you. It is not shameful or evil, it is a gift that right now could save a young man's life. Ginny looked at Minerva and slowly nodded her head. Severus let out a sigh. Phileas said, Great, we need you to come to Hogwarts right away. William, if you could come as well, I could use the help of a curse breaker. Bill nodded. We all took a pledge of loyalty to Harry. We will help in any way we can. Charlie stood up. I will come as well. A short while later, Bill, Charlie and Ginny along with the three professors and Hermione stood in the second-floor girls' bathroom at Hogwarts. I don't know what to say, I don't know the password. It's open. You say the word open in Parseltongue, Hermione said. It took all of Severus' willpower to stop himself from remaining hours in the chamber, but within an hour they had collected several major potions ingredients, including fangs, skin and blood, which they were hoping would help with the cure. They decided to use the room of requirements as a base. Part of the room was made into a lab. Ogden had erected a semi-translucent barrier which allowed everyone to see and hear into the lab or into the main part of the room, but prevented any fumes or explosions from affecting anywhere else. The remaining area was the now familiar common room, which just kept adding chairs as needed. Augusta had remained along with a healer from St. Mungo's, with Harry in the hospital wing and promised to call if they were needed. During the time that the professors had gone to the burrow, Justine had awoken and Watson had taken her home to shower and change. They both promised to be back in a few hours. Severus, Phileas, Hermione and Bill were now working on the new experimental potions, hoping one would be the cure. Using the ingredients that Neville had gotten earlier, Severus had made a large cauldron of a healing solution that would form the base of whatever potion they would create. They had then experimented using the skin of the basilisk, which they hoped would counter the charm, using a small cauldron on which Bill had etched some runes on to add potency. They were getting closer to breaking the curse. Charlie had provided useful information when he identified the type of dragon's blood used to be from a Hungarian horntail and that type of dragon was allergic to dandelions. However, after many hours of experimenting, they still had a problem with the poison from the basilisk skin. While breaking down the dragon's blood DNA charm, it was not healing the damage done by the charm, and the poison itself was still causing damage to Harry's own blood. They all sat in despair. Time was running out, and at this rate they would not find a cure fast enough. Charlie and Ginny had left to return to the burrow, and Justine and Brian had returned and brought with them a small overnight bag each, so they could stay for a few days if needed. They were explaining all they had done since she had left, and she marveled at how well they all worked together. Hermione sat with a cup of tea in her hand and was thinking of Harry as he laid in stasis looking petrified. She thought of the time in their second year when they had first encountered the basilisk, but that time it was she who had been lying on the bed petrified. An idea hit her. Phileas, after long hours of working together, everyone was now on first-name basis. Is there any chance that a mandrake-based potion could help dilute the basilisk poison? I mean, it is used to counteract petrification caused by the basilisk stare. A brilliant idea, Hermione. I would have never thought of that. What do you think, Severus? Phileas said, turning to the potion's master. We are at a standstill, it would not hurt to try. Neville, are there any mature mandrake trees in the greenhouse? Severus said to a now more assertive Neville, who quickly ran off to the greenhouse. Phileas had taken some time to scan Neville and found a few charms which caused him to fear others, mainly Severus guessed the Slytherins. To their relief, there were no other charms or spells on him. The charms were quickly removed, and Neville was showing more assertiveness and had actually given some useful suggestions in their research. Neville had shown off his new lack of fear when an hour ago Severus had exploded a potion he was experimenting on and had melted the cauldron. This set Neville off in a side-splitting laughter, and only stopped when they noticed that basilisk-based potion that had splattered on Severus' robes, starting eating away the robes. Severus was now only in a black shirt and trousers, his robes totally ruined. Neville returned 20 minutes later with a large root that was wiggling around. Neville then chopped a small piece off, and Severus and Hermione stripped it and started cutting it up in tiny pieces. 2 hours later, Severus was testing the new potion against the blood sample from Harry. He looked at the new sample potion interact with the blood and held his breath. A minute later he let out a curse. Justine ran and looked through the magical microscope and then looked up. Severus, this is the best hope we have so far. The charm is being eaten away and the basilisk poison neutralized. With this, Harry has a chance of living. He could survive. Oh, that is great news, Minerva said with a small laugh. But what is the problem, Severus? You are not happy, Hermione said. There is still too much damage. Harry may survive with this solution, but he will be severely damaged. He might end up alive but a little more than a vegetable. Severus was now watching the remaining piece of mandrake root as he was thinking of starting a new experiment when he turned Neville. Neville, this mandrake root is not like any I have gotten from Sprout over the years. Is it a new variety of mandrake you are planting? No, Severus, as a matter of fact that root comes from one of the same plants we planted in our second year. Professor Sprout decided it was a good idea to keep a few mature plants around. In case any emergency happened again, you will not have to wait an entire year for a root or branch. Hermione shuddered. I have always hated those trees, they are too human-like for my liking. I understand what you mean. I could never kill one. It is like killing a human, but they are quite nice once you get to know them. The one I got this root from is quite a card player. I could never beat him in card game, though I suspect he likes to cheat from time to time, Neville said with a smile. Wait, you didn't kill the mandrake, so how did you get the root? Severus asked in shock. Oh, I asked him, and after I explained the situation he was quite happy to help. Oh, of course he made a big fuss and screamed even before I raised my wand to cut off the root. but he gave me it quite willingly, the big baby. You got a mandrake tree to give you his root willingly, Severus said in both shock and amazement. I'm sorry Neville, I totally underestimated you. I have never heard of such a thing in my life. That's incredible. The willingly given root is much more powerful than an ordinary mandrake root. This could change the way we use mandrake in the future. But of course mandrake are so temperamental, it would be easier to convince a unicorn to give you his blood than to get a mandrake to willing give his root, Neville said with a laugh. He looked at his companions who were now looking at him with strange expressions on their faces. Phileas, Severus, Justine and Hermione starting talking all at once, pulling out a parchment and huddled together around the work table. Severus called for Misty who left and came back with a small crystal phial. Justine pulled out Bill's small cauldron and the four started working feverishly. Okay, what just happened? A shocked Neville said to a just as confused Bill, Minerva and Brian, who just shrugged their shoulders. About an hour later the group had another experimental potion bubbling, when the four finally came and sat down next to the others who were having a late dinner, early breakfast. Bill was the first to ask, what was all that excitement about? Phileas gave an excited squeak. Neville gave us the clue that we were missing. The others were still confused. Unicorn blood, freely given unicorn blood, has the ability to keep a person alive, even if they are an inch from death. Once the blood is given freely the user will be blessed and not cursed, Hermione said with a big smile. I happen to have a small vial of freely given unicorn blood in my stores. It is one of the rarest ingredients I currently own, but it is enough for the potion, Severus added. Justine continued, we hypothesized that a potion made of dandelions, basilisk skin, willing given mandrake root and unicorn blood might just be what we need, to save Harry. The group let out a happy sigh and started for the first time feeling as if there was some hope. An hour later the potion was ready for testing and everyone held their breath as Severus put a drop on some of Harry's blood. Severus looked up with a smile, it had worked. Justine called over 4 of the healers from St. Mungo's to assist, even with the solution they needed to work quickly. Once Harry was taken out of stasis his blood, bones and tissues would begin to disintegrate again, he would be in extreme pain and there was a chance his magic would flare. Moving to the hospital wing they were met by Ogden who told them that he had asked the castle to create a sterile room to use, in which he had moved Harry. With Bill and Phileas chanting around the healers, Severus, Minerva, Hermione, Brian and Neville watched as Justine released Harry from the stasis spell. There was a loud scream as Harry awoke to blinding pain. Justine immediately administered the cure, and the other healers waved their wands and were casting various spells. They gave Harry various amounts of the blood replenishes, Skelegro and muscle-repairing potions that Hermione and Neville had brewed. They were spelling the potions right into his body. For half an hour they worked on Harry until there was a sudden surge of magic and the healers working on Harry were blasted away. Severus was about to run towards Harry when Brian held him back. On the table Harry screamed and they all saw his body twisting in agony as his body grew a few inches in height, his facial features started changing, his hair grew longer, and his body got fuller as his muscles expanded. By the time Justine and the healers had gotten up and ran over to Harry he had stopped screaming. One of the healers administered another pain potion and another gave him a dreamless sleeping potion. Justine waved her wand and scanned Harry. She smiled, Harry would be okay. An hour later all of the occupants of Hogwarts had retired for some much-needed rest. Augusta and Neville were shown to the Hufflepuff family quarters, which was now Neville's for all time. Bill had returned to the burrow but indicated that he would return later the next day when Justine had estimated would be when Harry would wake. Most of the healers had returned to St. Mungo's but each was taking turns in returning for a shift to monitor Harry. Justine was given guest quarters and Brian had left to go make a report at the ministry. Hermione quietly entered the hospital room that Harry was staying and saw the tall black silhouette of the potion's master standing next to Harry. She watched from a distance as Severus gently brushed back Harry's hair from his face, it was a loving gesture. She watched as Severus spoke to a sleeping Harry telling him what they had done and how he would soon be better. She listened as Severus told Harry how his features had changed and now he had a lot more of Lily's features and how his hair had some of her auburn highlights. As Hermione watched her mind went back to the rec room and the tears in his eyes as he spoke and it came to her, Severus had strong feelings for Harry, he was in love. She smiled, as she recalled all the long talks that she and Harry had. the year out in the wilderness as she called it, when they were hunting Horcruxes, Harry had confessed that before he had taken with Ginny, he had had a crush on their potions master. They had both laughed at the time, but Hermione realized that without Ginny's love potion, Harry might still have strong feelings for the man. A few days ago she would not have thought that the snarky potions master was a good choice for her best friend, but the Severus she met today at home, the one she worked with today, the one who comforted Neville and the one she was now watching as he gently stroked Harry's cheek, was a perfect mate for Harry. The more she thought of it, the more she liked the idea. Severus suddenly turned around as he felt eyes staring at him. Hermione was watching him. He was a bit angry with himself. She had seen him as he spoke to Harry, but relaxed when he saw her smiling at him in approval. He gave a small smile back. Harry awoke to a dull pain. His body ached but it had felt worse. His mind was foggy and he tried to get it organized. He remembered Poppy accusing him of murder. He remembered the Crucio coming at Ogden. He remembered Poppy hitting him with a black curse. He remembered the pain. There were no sounds around him, so the attack must be over. He slowly opened his eyes. He was in a room similar to the hospital wing. The magic around him felt like Hogwarts. He assumed he was in a private hospital room at Hogwarts. Turning to his side he saw Severus asleep in a chair next to his bed. He had on a black shirt and trousers. It was the first time Harry had seen the man out of robes and saw that indeed he had a lean but muscular body as he had always imagined. He was leaning to one side of the armchair with his arms folded, his head resting on the side of the chair, his hair falling around his face, his long legs stretched out in front of him. Nice. Harry liked what he saw. He looked so much younger asleep, less worry on his face, no creases or frowns. From this angle his nose didn't look broken and his mouth was slightly open, lips just barely apart, rose-colored firm but luscious lips. Harry licked his lips, wanting nothing more than to capture those lips with his own to taste them. He groaned. Severus' eyes opened and saw Harry looking at him, a strange expression on his face. It looked almost like a wanting, almost lustful look, but Severus must have been mistaken. He had heard him groan. He must be in some pain. "Harry, how are you feeling? Are you in pain?" Harry tried to answer but his throat was sore and found it difficult to talk. Severus ran to a nearby table that had a pitcher of water and poured a glass. He brought over the glass of water for Harry, slowly helping him raise his head and drink some water. Pip, the hospital house elf, loyal to Hogwarts not to Poppy, saw that Harry was awake and went to call the attending healer whose shift it was to see about Harry. The healer instructed Pip to contact the headmistress and healer Marchak. The healer came over and did an examination on Harry. With Severus' help he helped him drink another glass of water, administered a pain potion and brought a wet cloth to wipe his face. Within 10 minutes Justine came in with Minerva and Phileas. The latter two had on robes over sleepwear. Justine had a chat with the healer and then did further test on Harry. "Harry, how are you feeling? Are you in any pain?" Justine asked. "No, just sore," Harry answered, his voice sounding rough. Severus snorted. He knew that Harry had a high threshold for pain and very rarely admitted when he was in pain. "Poppy. Dead," Minerva answered as she sat on the edge of his bed. Ogden. Even with his own situation, Harry's concern was more for others than himself. "He is fine, with the exception of Poppy. No one was injured," Minerva replied. Phileas turned to Justine. "How is he doing? Is the recovery going well?" "As expected, his body is still very weak and his magical core is severely depleted. He will most likely have to stay in bed for at least a week, and even then it might be another week before he is back to full strength." Harry groaned. He never did well when he had to stay in the hospital wing long. A day or two tops and he was always ready to leave. He did not think he would make a week. "He will comply," Severus said sternly, almost knowing exactly what Harry was thinking. Harry just gave a chuckle and said, "Yes, sir." After a moment Harry asked, "What happened to me? What was that black curse?" Over the next few minutes the three professors and Justine filled Harry in on everything that happened, including Ginny being a parcelmouth and her helping open the chamber. Harry raised his eyebrow and then said, "It might be nice from time to talk with someone else in the Esbeep language." Severus growled, "She is not coming anywhere near you. If I have anything to say about it." The others just watched him and Minerva gave a big smile. They told him how they had all worked on the cure, about Neville's contribution and how Bill and Charlie had helped. Phileas told him that Brian Watson had stayed almost the entire time and how Justine had organized healers from St. Mungo's to help. Harry was pleased. He never liked the idea that everyone had to be so secretive and had liked that he could trust and depend on others. Harry's was ecstatic however when they told him that when the DNA charm had finally been lifted, he had grown 3 inches, his hair had taken on some auburn highlights and his facial features had slightly changed. Passing him a mirror, Harry looked at himself. His face was the same yet different. Someone could still make him out, but there were subtle changes if you looked carefully. His cheekbones were slightly higher, his face a little rounder, his lips a little bigger, and he had a dimple. Minerva told him that these features were Lily's. Justine then indicated that she wanted Harry to get some more sleep as his body still needed a lot of rest to help in his recovery. She told them that she would remain with him for the next few hours and that he should be awake for a late breakfast. She then gave him a mild sleeping potion that would gently put him to sleep. Minerva and Phileas went back to their quarters and promised they would be back later. Harry was pleasantly surprised when Minerva came and tucked him back in before leaving. Justine went with the healer to the back of the room to make some monitoring reports. Severus remained with Harry. He watched as Harry closed his eyes. Severus got up and brushed back the hair that was falling on Harry's face. "What am I going to do with you? You are always in trouble and you have such a saving people thing that I think you will always be in trouble." He was surprised when Harry answered softly, "That's because I know you will always be there to get me out of trouble." Severus chuckled and bent over and kissed his forehead. Harry smiled and drifted off to sleep as Severus settled back down in the chair. When Harry woke the next morning, Severus was not there and part of him was disappointed. He liked the idea of waking up with Severus next to him. But his disappointment didn't last long when he saw Hermione and Neville come in. The 3 sat and spoke for over an hour discussing the past few days. Harry and Neville discussed the Hogwarts ritual and Harry smiled when Neville told him what Severus had said. Hermione was able to help Harry eat some breakfast, some soft mushy stuff, pumpkin juice and loads of potions. The highlight of the visit was when Hermione passes Harry a copy of The Prophet 2 days ago. The front page had the headlines, "Potter Weasley Wedding Postponed," along with a picture of Harry addressing the crowd and Ginny sitting sadly next to him. The article was mainly Harry's speech. It was for The Prophet, a well-written article. It was the small picture and caption below the main article that had Harry laughing till his already sore side hurt. There in full color in resplendent green robes was Severus Snape laughing with Minerva McGonagall and the caption read, "Yes folks, hell has indeed frozen over." Justine came in and told Hermione and Neville politely to give Harry about half an hour, so he could clean up a bit. At first Harry was a bit embarrassed, but Justine reminded him that as a healer she was used to seeing BPD men and that she was accustomed helping them with their needs. With creatures' help, Justine soon had Harry feeling clean and refreshed. Harry no longer felt any embarrassment as Justine was very professional about the whole thing. Dressed in a red and gold pajamas, Harry sat back on bed with several pillows behind him. That morning Harry had a lot of visitors including Minerva and Phileas, Augusta Longbottom and Brian Watson, but no Severus. Brian told Harry that Dawlish, Blake and the other Aurors who had attacked them were suspended without pay and were pending further investigations which may lead to their dismissal from the Auror Corps. Brian also told him that he was officially cleared of all charges regarding Arabella Figg and that Poppy was posthumously charged and found guilty for Arabella's murder and for attempted murder of Harry and for several fraud and medical abuse charges. To Harry's relief, Brian informed him that no charges would be laid out to Fireforge as he was protecting Harry and had saved his life, but he had still had to make a report to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures but didn't see that it would be a problem. The 2 rookie Aurors were both given commendations and their names were submitted for promotions. Brian then presented Harry with the Elder Wand which Harry decided he would keep, if just to keep it out of the hands of others. The 2 then had a long talk with Harry, filling Brian in on all the activities of the past few days. He asked Kreacher to bring all the documents that Gringotts had given him. He told him all about Riddle's letter and about his inheriting all of Voldemort's worldly possessions, at which time Brian asked if most of the dark artifacts could be sent to the Department of Mysteries. Harry agreed. He told him all about Dumbledore and Poppy and what they had done. Brian was grateful as he had figured out most of it by observing what had happened but was not given details by Justine which they had argued over. He also informed Brian of the Weasleys' involvement in his decision, which was supported by the minister not to press charges, and that they had resorted to old pureblood traditions of letting the family take care of the punishments. While Brian was a bit upset, he deferred to Harry's decision as the victim of the crime and indicated that the old pureblood tradition was still within the mandate of the law. He told Harry he appreciated the fact that Harry had trusted in him to tell him everything and that he would respect his decision of not making the information public. He would however open a file which would detail the incidents and outcomes and then seal it for DMLE senior officers' eyes only. This would prevent anyone in the future from accusing either Arthur or Kingsley from inappropriate conduct while in office by trying to cover up crimes which they were now dealing with the after effects of Fudge. After Brian left, Harry felt much better. While not absolving them of their actions, Harry understood Dawlish's frustration of being accused of incompetence when people were not passing on the relevant information. Brian seemed to be a good man. Like Amelia Bones, he was a person who went by the law and was not known for being corrupt. He had actually left the Auror Corps when Voldemort's men had taken charge of the ministry. Now he was instrumental in regaining order in the wizarding world. Harry believed he could trust him. After taking a long nap, Harry again ate, and Kreacher brought over some of the documents that Gringotts had sent concerning his estate. Harry told Kreacher to send word to Gringotts if the meeting previously scheduled 2 days ago could be moved to Hogwarts for some time during the next few days. Harry wanted to thank Fireforge in person and wanted to start making arrangements for his estate. Mid-afternoon, Bill and Charlie came to visit him. It was great seeing the two brothers, and Harry thanked them for their help. Bill told Harry that it was only the brotherly thing to do. "So what's happening with Ron and Ginny?" Harry finally asked. "Dad decided to repay all money taken," Bill said, and raised his hand to stop Harry as he started protesting. "It's the principle, Harry, we have to keep our honor." At which Harry nodded. Bill then continued, "However, Aunt Muriel beat him to it. She sent 100,000 galleons to Potter Vault the morning after the dinner. She told Dad that it came out of our inheritance. We still took Ginny and Ron to Gringotts today and emptied their vaults and sent the money back to Potter Vault as interest. Dad is making Ginny and Ron pay back the family," Bill told Harry. Charlie, sitting on the edge of Harry's bed, continued, "We have decided that Ron will come to work in Romania with me on the Dragon Reserve. We can have him start at an entry level, which is basically a stable hand. There he will work long hours doing manual labor. There will be no parties, no Quidditch, no photographers, no one who will care that he has an Order of Merlin first class. He will be Ron Weasley's stable hand. On the reserve you are judged only by how hard you work. He will stay at least a year and then we will see if he has improved. Maybe working hard for an honest wage will make him appreciate other people's possessions. He will not be allowed his wand, I will hold it and only give him in an emergency." Harry nodded, knowing Ron this would be a just punishment and will help him grow up a bit. "Ginny will come and live with Fleur and me, so that Fleur could teach Ginny some of the finer graces in life to be more ladylike. Aunt Muriel insisted on it," Bill told Harry, who remembered Lady Walburga's insistence that Ginny learn some propriety. "In addition, all of Ginny's robes that were bought using your money have been sent to charity, and the jewelry she bought was sent to Potter Vaults. I am hoping that during the coming year to get her to work in some charity. I am going to be opening an orphanage, using the old Riddle Manor, for wizarding children who were orphaned during the war. We could find some things for Ginny to do there," Harry stated, and both Bill and Charlie agreed. "So when are you returning to Romania, Charlie?" Harry asked. "I return next week, which will not be too soon for Ron. He has not gotten a moment's rest. The twins have decided to use him as their personal test subject for their new products, and this time Dad is allowing them to," Charlie said with a laugh. Bill chuckled. "Yes, and by then both he and Ginny might return to sitting comfortably." They all laughed. Harry then told the two brothers that he had informed Watson of the events and that he has accepted the outcome and that he will create a file which will be sealed. Harry was a bit nervous but was relieved when both Bill and Charlie told him it was a smart move. Now no one could think of blackmailing Arthur or Kingsley if they found out. Charlie then said his farewells as he had some business to take care of in order to carry Ron with him. "Bill, I will like if you could help in checking some of the estates I have inherited. Some of the black houses and those belonging to the Death Eaters may have many cursed or black magic items in them," Harry asked Bill after Charlie left. "Of course, Harry, it will be my pleasure. I can't have one of my brothers living in a cursed house after all." "No, Bill, I want to hire you. Freelance if you wish, this job will be monumental and I want to formally hire you with an appropriate salary to do the job. Harry, you know I will do it for free, after all my mother and siblings have paid for their crimes. I, too, have my honor and I will not take advantage of your guilt. I don't want you and your other brothers to feel in any way financially indebted to me. I will accept the payment made, but I now consider the matter closed. Bill, you have a young family that will most likely grow. You need to earn enough money to give them a good life. I am not offering charity, I am hiring you because I have heard you are one of the best in the field. Thank you, Harry, and I accept, Bill said with a smile. Good, I have sent for Fireforge and he will draw up the papers and have it sent to you, Harry said in his most businesslike voice. After a big dinner of more mushy stuff, Harry was again tended to by Creature and then slept for a few more hours. He had tired easily and Justine said it was expected, he would not be able to do much for a few days. It was sometime late at night when Harry awoke. This time he saw Severus in his armchair next to the bed, reading a book. Harry smiled. Hi. Severus looked up from his book. How are you feeling? Are you still sore? No, just very weak and tired. That's expected. Where were you all day? I was looking out for you. Severus smiled. My house elf decided to stick me to my bed until she decided I had enough rest. She could be very determined when she wants to be. Harry laughed. I also decided to continue doing some experimentation on the solution we made, to see if it could have alternative uses, Severus said. And did you come up with anything? Harry said, genuinely interested. No, not yet, but there are a lot of possibilities. I actually had Hermione and Neville help with some of the documentation. They also have a lot of possibilities, Severus said with a smile. Harry again laughed, but Severus could tell he was not feeling well. He got him a glass of water, but Harry drank very little. What is that you are reading? Harry said, eyeing the book in Severus' hand. It is a novel by a wizard who is actually well known in the Muggle world. It's called The Hobbit. I actually know that one. Tolkien, yes, he also did The Lord of the Rings. Severus nodded. Would you like me to read some? That will be nice. Harry lay on the bed listening to Severus reading and felt a warm, comforting feeling of home. The next day Harry was again visited by Hermione and Neville, who spent most of the morning with him. They told him of their working with Severus and Harry laughed when Neville said he was actually enjoying making the potions. Severus told him he would give him some time today to experiment if he wanted, and Neville was actually excited. After another midday nap he was checked up by Justine and one of the other street Mungo's healers. Kingsley stopped by and brought a basket of exotic fruits which Harry found he actually enjoyed. Arthur and the Weasley boys, excluding Ron and Charlie, came by, and of course Fred and George brought their latest sweets for Harry to look at but not taste until he got better. They were actually serious about that. Harry found out that Percy was considering proposing to his girlfriend Audrey but was nervous. Why don't you take her on a holiday and propose there? Harry suggested. I do have some holiday time I could take, but I am not sure. I want to make a down payment for a house I am looking at and want to make sure I have enough, Percy said very seriously. Well, you know, Fred and myself will happily pay for a trip for you two if it will get us another sister, George said. Or another niece, Fred said with a wink. Harry laughed as Arthur and Bill both tapped Fred behind the head. It was good to have people he could laugh and have normal family moments with. Percy, you know. Harry started. No, Harry, I am not going to accept any money from you, Percy started. Well, okay, not money, but I have an all-expenses-paid trip for two to Paris for a month, that I am not doing anything with, Harry said with a big smile. Fred, George and Bill all nodded. That's a great idea, Percy. But, look, Percy, the trip is already paid for and I can't use it. I am going to be strapped in bed possibly for another week and I have a lot of things to do in the coming month. If you are not going to take it, the room, the food, the activities that I have already paid for is just going to be wasted and it will be money down the drain. Go have a good time with Audrey, take some of the money you saved and buy her a nice ring. Nobody turns down a proposal in Paris. Percy looked a bit unsure and then his father said, it will be good for you too. Anyway, I am hoping for some more grandchildren soon and right now you are my best hope. Everyone laughed. Percy smiled. Thank you, Harry, I think I will take the tickets, but I don't. Ah, you could name your first son after me, Harry said, throwing a pillow at Percy and laughing. Before they left, Arthur told Harry that Brian Watson had visited him and they had settled everything. Harry was pleased. Harry felt very weak and tired as much as he loved all the visitors he found it quite draining. He was more tired than he was when he woke up after the attack. After he told Justine this, she examined him and told him that his recovery was draining his magical core. She told him not to worry, that would rest in time his core would recover, and besides, even drained, his core was larger than anyone else she had ever met. That next few days followed the same pattern, with Harry getting many visitors during the day in between naps and medical examinations. However, it was the nights that Harry most looked forward to. Severus would come and sit next to Harry and they would talk about their day and things that happened. Harry asked him advice on his estates and what he planned on doing, which Severus gave many suggestions. After a while, when he became tired, Severus would take out his book and read to him until he slept. On the fourth day of his recovery, Creature reminded Harry of his meeting with the goblins and asked him if he wanted it postponed, as he found Harry was still not looking well. Creature was very worried about Harry. The house elf looked on him almost every half an hour to make sure he was okay and wanted for nothing. Harry shook his head. No, Creature, I want to put some things in place so Fireforge, Grobrick and Magnus could start with arrangements. They are very efficient and don't need me to supervise. Creature helped Harry get clean and changed into some light robes. Magnus had sent over a whole wardrobe for Harry, some with the Potter and Black Crest and some plain. Harry had at first said that he would be fine with pajamas and that Fireforge and the others were friends and would not have minded. Creature, however, told him that this was not to be a social visit but a meeting, and Lord Black does not have a meeting with anyone in anything but formal robes. In the end, Harry let Creature have his way and put on blue robes with the crests on them. As he could not move from the bed, and if Harry was honest with himself, he didn't want to move from the bed, the meeting will be held there in the hospital wing. Justine had agreed to the meeting but warned Harry if he was feeling too tired she would ask the goblins to leave. Ogden came in and announced that the goblins from Gringotts had arrived, and Harry told him to direct them to the room. To Harry's surprise, it was not Fireforge who led the little group. A young fat beady-eyed goblin in rich green and gold robes and a wooden cane came in, followed by what looked like an attendant who was carrying his briefcase. Magnus and Grobrick came in behind him looking sorrowful. The attendant came and bowed to Harry and introduced Malgro, the new head of Gringotts Special Accounts and the goblin in charge of all Lord Potter Black estates. Malgro came forward and with a flourish said, "Good evening, Lord Potter Black." As the lowly one indicated, "I am Malgro, the new head of Special Accounts at Gringotts, and I will be in charge of your accounts. I have taken the liberty of deciding for you the best investments for your gold." He tapped the attendant with his cane and the goblin brought forward the briefcase with the papers. "All you have to do is sign these papers and we will leave you to your convalescence." Harry looked at the goblin in shock. Taking Harry's silence as consent, the goblin rested the papers on the side table next to the bed and said, "Let's go." "Hang on, what the hell is going on here? Magnus, Grobrick, who the bloody blazes is this idiot and where is Fireforge?" Harry demanded. Before either of the two goblins could answer, Malgro puffed up looking a lot like Uncle Vernon when he was angry with someone, a look Harry knew too well. "I am the Gringotts head of Special Accounts, and the fate of he who is no longer honorable is no concern of yours." "What do you mean, he who is no longer honorable? What has happened to Fireforge?" Harry shouted. "As I said, that is not your concern, it is a Gringotts matter," Malgro said very pompously. "Listen here, you pompous windbag, I am making it my concern. Fireforge saved my life in more ways than one. I demand you tell me right now what has happened." Harry was getting angry and his magic was starting to show. The goblin attendant started whimpering and stepped back. "Now see here," Malgro started as he puffed out more. "You know what, I don't want you to speak to me again. Magnus, Grobrick, I want one of you to answer me. What has happened to Fireforge?" Harry said, turning to the two goblins. "Harry," Grobrick started. "How dare you address a lord with such familiarity? I will see that you are appropriately punished," Malgro shouted, and taking his cane rapped Grobrick hard across his shoulders. Harry glowed with power and even Magnus and Grobrick looked at him with wonder and terror. Malgro's cane came flying out of his hand and exploded into pieces mid-air. Malgro found himself moving against his will towards the very angry, very powerful wizard who was sitting on the bed. Harry grabbed Malgro by the front of his robes and looked at him in the eye and said, "He dares because I gave him permission, and now I will not ask again, you sniveling piece of slim." "What happened to Fireforge?" Malgro could barely find his voice but squeaked out. He was fired as he betrayed the Gringotts Code and told you about another's transactions. He is facing charges from the Goblin Nation for killing a witch. He is going to be put to death. Harry turned and looked to Magnus and Grobrick for confirmation. They nodded sadly. No charges were laid by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Harry stated looking at Magnus and Grobrick. It does not matter, all crimes of this nature are seen as an affront to the Goblin Nation. The Goblin Elders at the bank are laying charges against him for bringing the bank into disrepute, Magnus answered. I want to speak to your superiors now, Harry demanded, raising Malgro closer to him and tightening the front of his robes. Not later tonight, not tomorrow, now. Harry released the goblin who fell to the floor. My lord, I am not sure if they will come, they are always very busy, Malgro started. I am one of the wizards in the world, if they don't want me to move all my gold out of Gringotts they will come, Harry shouted. You can't, Malgro started. Just try me. Now get out of my sight, I never want to see your face in front of me ever again, Harry said, and with a wave of his hand Malgro vanished. The goblin attendant squeaked in fear and ran out of the room. Lord Potter, Grobrick started. Harry took a deep breath, using all that magic had tired him out. He rested his head against his pillow and without looking up said, Grobrick, you are forbidden to ever call me Lord Potter Black again. It is Harry, nor you Magnus. Harry, we are very sorry. When the Goblin Elders found out what happened they fired Fireforge and had him arrested. Their policy is that wizards and witches might retaliate against the bank if it was found out that one of their master goblins killed a client, especially one who had just left the bank. It is not good for business, Magnus told him. And who is this idiot Malgro? Harry asked as Severus and Justine came running into the room, Justine waving her wand at Harry. He was Fireforge's assistant, he has been after the position for years, it is a position of honor in the bank, Grobrick answered. Justine then told them they had to leave. Harry raised his hands and said, I am expecting some elders from the bank to arrive just now. I have to see them, Fireforge life is at stake. Justine nodded and said, you must have at least an hour's rest and I will get you some pepper-up potion. She ran off to get the potion. Magnus and Grobrick were about to take their leave when Harry called to them, I want both of you to be here when the elders come. They both nodded and left. Severus fixed the pillows so Harry was lying comfortably. What happened? I felt your distress all the way in the dungeons. Harry briefly explained and Severus nodded but said sternly, you do too much, you need to rest, close your eyes and rest. Severus stood next to Harry and reached down and gently took a strand of hair off of Harry's face. Harry leaned into Severus' hand as it brushed his hair aside. Severus used his fingers and caressed Harry's cheek. Harry opened his beautiful emerald green eyes and turned his head slightly so Severus' finger moved lightly over his lips. Harry opened his mouth. Severus closed his eyes and groaned. Severus opened his eyes and stepped back when he heard someone clearing his throat. Ogden came forward and bowed to Harry. Good evening, Lord Gryffindor, Master Snape. Severus raised his eyebrow but said nothing. Harry turned his head and looked at the house elf. Ogden, what are you going on about? The castle has recognized you, Lord Gryffindor. She has expelled the Master Goblin at your command. You may not have the magic of the Gryffindors, but she has given you back the honor. She has taken your command. If you listen you will hear her whisper to you. Ogden came up closer to the bed. Close your eyes, young Lord Gryffindor, and feel the magic of Hogwarts and listen to her call. Harry closed his eyes and felt the magic. He had always felt a magic that was Hogwarts, but now he felt it like a soothing wind around him. He heard a light hum like a whisper of a song. He felt safe as if he was in his mother's arms as she rocked him to sleep. Justine came back in to see Ogden standing next to bed where Harry was surrounded by a red and gold cocoon of magic. She turned to Severus, who smiled to indicate that everything was okay. Phileas, Minerva, Augusta, Hermione and Neville all came into the room and watched in amazement. There was a sudden burst of light and Harry was raised off the bed. He started screaming and Severus tried to get to him but couldn't. Harry screamed, and to all of their surprise he turned into a very large beep. Before they could register what happened, Harry transformed again, but this time into a stag and then a big black dog and then a large Arctic wolf and then into a griffin. Minerva said, he is an animagus, he is a multiple animagi, and when she saw the griffin she gasped, a magical creature. I think the last recorded magical animagi was Godric Gryffindor and he too was a griffin. Harry turned back into himself and was gently laid back on the bed. Justine and Phileas both ran over and waved their wands. Phileas looked up and said, "All his magical blocks have been removed." Severus did not take his eyes off of Harry and said, "Hogwarts has removed them." Ogden said the castle recognized him as Lord Gryffindor and it was she who had the cocoon around him. Augusta came up and placed her hand on Neville's shoulder. "It means someday the castle may recognize you too, Neville, there is some hope." Ogden looked over and said, "The castle already recognizes Lord Hufflepuff, she already speaks to him and in time his connection to the castle will grow." Everyone looked at Neville and he nodded. "I sometimes hear her whisper to me." His grandmother gave him a hug and cried. Tibbs came in with a pop. "Headmistress, a group of goblin elders and masters are here at the gate, they say Master Harry summoned them." Severus briefly explained what Harry told him. Minerva told Tibbs to send them to her office. "No, bring them here," a weak voice came from the bed. Severus looked down and smiled at Harry. "You know you were really going to turn me gray before my time." Harry laughed. "I think you would look quite dashing with gray hair." Harry tried to sit up and did so with Severus' help. "Tibbs, bring them here, I need to deal with them right away." Tibbs popped out. "You know I could really develop a complex, if my house elf keeps obeying you instead of me," Minerva said with a laugh. She then left to greet the goblins at the front door and to escort them to the hospital room. "Harry, I think you should rest for at least a day before you have such a meeting," Hermione said, almost scolding, but Harry knew she was worried. Justine was monitoring Harry and said, "Your magical core is increasing once more, but you still have to take it easy." Hermione brought over a glass of water and handed it to Harry, who drank it. "I will be fine, my own." I could feel my strength returning. Phileas told Harry he should be okay and that he was now the wizard he was supposed to be. With a promise to return and check on him later, the tiny charms master left. Hermione also left, saying she would tend to the potion that she, Neville and Severus had been working on when Severus bolted out the door. Augusta and Neville were also about to take their leave when Harry stopped them and asked them to stay. Creature came in with a huff and told all of them to leave for 5 minutes while he helped Master Harry change into proper robes. The blue ones were now torn. As they heard Minerva's voice coming down the hall, Creature allowed them back in. Harry, now sitting in the armchair next to the bed, looked resplendent in robes of rich burgundy with the Potter and black and Gryffindor crests on them. Harry's long hair was now brushed back neatly and his face glowed a little. Harry heard Severus take in a breath. Minerva came in with 4 old richly dressed goblins. 3 of the goblins had thin silver bands around their heads and had black and silver canes with them. The other had a gold band and a black and gold cane. Harry deduced that the silver and gold denoted their authority. Behind them came Magnus and Grobrick, a scribe and 2 goblin guards. Before they could give their greetings, Harry declared in a very cold, powerful voice that made even Severus shudder, "You have insulted Hogwarts, her headmistress and me by bringing guards." The goblin elder with the gold band answered, "You attacked one of the master goblins earlier and even now he is kept back from entering the gates. He insulted me. I was very offended by his words and actions. The castle objected to his very presence and obeyed my command to remove him when he did not remove himself, and she will not offend me by allowing him entrance. I made it quite clear he was never to be in my presence again." The goblin elder nodded in acknowledgement. "He will be dealt with. I will make sure he apologizes. I want him gone." Harry's magic was pulsing and everyone in the room felt it. The goblin elders looked at each other and nodded. The goblin in gold said, "As you wish." He then turned to the guards and nodded to them and they left. The goblin then turned back to Harry and said, "Lord Potter Black, I am Ragnog, head of Gringotts, these goblins are." Before he could continue, Harry interrupted him, "Fireforge. I summoned you here to discuss the matter of the goblin Fireforge. I have been told that you had him arrested for bringing disrepute to the bank. I am here to tell you that Fireforge not only saved my life but I consider myself indebted to him. He has not only protected me physically but my vast fortune as well. Albus Dumbledore was allowed to openly steal millions of galleons of gold from my account and I held your bank responsible. It was because of Fireforge's actions as well as those of Magnus and Grobrick that I now hold Gringotts in very high esteem. I have come to value their wisdom and judgment, for this they have earned my respect. I have given them the right to call me by my given name." Harry heard the goblins gasp. "It pains me that you have had him removed from my accounts and have had him arrested for saving my life. By disapproving of his actions you have shown me that you have placed very little value on my life. Ragnog tried to speak when Harry put up his hand to silence him. I requested a meeting with your goblins today to discuss my future dealings with the bank. Instead of sending trusted advisors, you sent a pompous jerk who had the audacity to hand me a document declaring what he wanted to do with my money and told me to just sign, as if I were some child who didn't know what I wanted. When I questioned him, he treated me with disdain, quite forgetting that I am Lord Potter Black. Harry was now glowing with power and his voice was growing louder. He stopped, closed his eyes and reigned in his power, and he stopped glowing, which was much more frightening. I want all charges against Fireforge dropped immediately. If he is not freed tonight, tomorrow I withdraw every canute I have from Gringotts. Lord Potter Black, please be reasonable. Fireforge killed a witch. Other wizards and witches may not think as kindly as you. If Neville spoke up, if Harry goes you will lose all the Longbottom gold as well. Ragnog turned to Neville and sneered, you do not have the authority. But I do, whatever my grandson says goes, Augusta said. Neville then stood up and like Harry his power was evident. You seem to think of us as mere children, Ragnog, but you are mistaken. I may not have Harry's power, but I also do not have his compassion. Harry may have some esteem for Gringotts, but I do not. Harry is an orphan but I am not. Ragnog, I am giving you warning. I am making a full inquiry into why the Hufflepuff accounts were removed from my care. I know that even with the magic removed, the money in the vaults could not have been removed from the Longbottom estates without the signature of my magical guardian, which I remind you is Lady Longbottom and not Albus Dumbledore. I know my grandmother did not sign the order and do not even dare to mention my parents. I believe your bank is responsible for a theft of grand magnitude, and if I find any impropriety on your part, one will demand retribution. Believe me, if anyone has brought the Goblin Nation into disrepute, it is Gringotts. Ragnog stepped back in fear and quickly looked at his companions. Harry continued very coldly, Ragnog, this matter is not debatable. You will free Fireforge now. You are dismissed. The Goblin elders looked at each other and practically fled. Magnus and Grobrick were the last to leave, but not before bowing to Harry and Neville. The room was silent for a minute before Augusta Longbottom shrieked and ran up to her grandson and embraced him. Oh Neville, you were wonderful. I am so proud. And you too, Harry, or Lord Potter Black. If anyone ever doubted it, Harry, you proved them wrong. You were both magnificent. Minerva also looked proud. My little lions have learned how to roar. Harry turned and looked at Severus, whose eyes were glowing with pride and love. Less than an hour later, Harry was resting when Severus lightly shook his shoulders. Harry, wake up, you have visitors. Harry woke up and saw that Magnus and Grobrick had returned with a ragged-looking Fireforge. Harry and Hermione walked along the lake about half an hour before sunset. It had been a week since the meeting with the goblins and 5 days since his release from the hospital wing. Harry still had to take it easy but tried to get a little exercise each day. So he and Hermione had taken to walking. Harry, so how is Fireforge doing? Hermione asked as they walked over to the lake's edge. Oh Hermione, he is doing great. You should have seen him today when I told him I was hiring him as my estate manager. He was practically glowing. You made him manager of your estates. Is that allowed? I mean, I remember Ben saying that one of the consequences of the Goblin Wars was that goblins could not hold positions where they would have human subordinates. Doesn't Bill work for the estate? I checked that. The consequence was more of an informal understanding, and honestly Hermione, I don't care. Fireforge is really the best person, I mean goblin, I mean individual for the job. I don't care what people think. I am not going to have him do the job and let some wizard take the credit, which is what other lords do. I trust him with my finances more than I trust most of the wizards I know. You know I support you, Harry. It's just going to be hard on him. He will have plenty opposition even from the other goblins. He is tough as nails and knows the workings of the wizarding world inside out. He will be fine. Besides, I don't think he would have a problem dealing with those idiot elders at Gringotts. He laughed when I told him that he could go himself to inform Ragnog of his new position. Hermione laughed. She had heard of the incident with the goblins. Have they given you any trouble about your demands to have Magnus and Grobrick managers of your accounts? No. They were quite accommodating. They have informed me that Magnus and Grobrick would be totally dedicated to my account and that no other goblin would be dealing with my affairs. To be honest, I think that Ragnog is trying very hard to get on my good side, so I am going to milk it as much as I can, Harry said with a laugh. Hermione gave him a playful slap on his arm. Don't abuse your power, Harry James Potter. All I have really done is given Magnus and Grobrick bigger offices and a higher salary. I asked them if they wanted more vacation time as well, but they declined. What about Fireforge? What are you offering him? I asked him to consider what he wants, but I have made some provisions that are absolute. He is to get at least 1 month paid vacation a year, an apartment and office in Diagon Alley, a wardrobe allowance and a salary that is comparable with a wizard. Manager. That's great, Harry, I am so happy. Well, he found my provisions too extravagant. You know, old prejudices and habits are hard to overcome, Hermione said sadly. Things not going well with Winky. No. To be honest, I don't know what to do. She is drunk most of the time, and when she is sober she just keeps crying. But I will not stop trying. They were silent for a little while, watching the sunset. Something is bothering you, it's not just Winky. Is it Ron? Hermione sighed. No, I am coming to terms with what Ron did, it's just that I miss my family. You know, Ron and I had planned to go and visit them in Australia this year, while you were supposed to be on your honeymoon. After Hermione had restored their memories, the Grangers had decided to remain in Australia, having fallen in love with the country. Why don't you go? There is nothing stopping you. I know your parents would love for you to visit. I don't know, I am enjoying my time here working with Professor Snape and Neville, experimenting. I am seriously considering becoming a potions mistress, but the thing is I really don't know what I want to do anymore. After the war, I had everything perfectly planned. I knew exactly what I wanted to do, how I was going to do it, and when I wanted it done. Now so many things have changed and I feel like I am spiraling out of control. I understand what you mean. We have both gone through so much, but to be honest, Hermione, you need to lighten up a little more. I have realized that while making plans is good, you always have to leave a little room for the unexpected. Harry grinned and said, Confucius say, a tree that is too rigid will break in a strong wind. Confucius never said that. Harry laughed. Well, all right, it was Neville, but he is right. Do something crazy, I will get you a Gringotts card which will practically have no limit and you can go shopping till you drop. Take the year off and explore the world. Find yourself. Go to a hot spring in Japan, go shopping in Milan, get a makeover in Beverly Hills, dance topless in Rio. Hermione glared at Harry at that last statement. Go anywhere you like, and when you are ready, come back home, I will be here waiting. What about you, Harry? No hot springs for you. Well, I will seriously consider doing the topless dancing thing in Rio. Hermione laughed. Only if the topless one is Severus. Harry looked at her in shock. Don't look so shocked, I know you too well, besides it's hard to miss you two all googly-eyed over one another, Hermione laughed. I don't. I mean, is it that obvious? Duh. Anyway, I approve, he is a good man. I think he could make you happy, maybe not as happy as shopping in Milan or Beverly Hills, she laughed, but I think you two will be great together. Don't let anything hold you back, go for it. Ditto, Miss Granger, Harry smiled. There is someone great out there for you, Hermione. Ron was a prat and definitely didn't deserve you. The sun had set and they were now walking back to the castle. Think about where you want to go and I will arrange it. What about Winky? I don't want to abandon her. Well, don't. Take her with you, just be sure and take Saul as well. And what about Neville? He will agree with me. In my research. Too many excuses, I am booking you on a flight to Australia for the end of the week. No arguments. You have 4 days to finish whatever business you have. Well, 3 days, you need one to shop for a new wardrobe. Harry walked back to his apartment, which was the Gryffindor family quarters. The apartment came with a master bedroom and 2 smaller guest rooms, each with its own bathroom. The castle would create as many as he needed, a kitchen, a training room, a library and office, an observatory and a living room. He also asked the castle to create a small room with bath for Creature. At first the house elf had objected, but Harry told him quite seriously it was an order, he had to have it. As Harry entered the room he was met by the sound of 2 individuals arguing. Harry smiled. Creature came towards Harry and handed him a glass of water and took his coat. How long have they been at it? Only about 15 minutes, something about goose eggs and duck eggs. Harry walked into the living room, which was decorated similar to the room that the Room of Requirements had conjured. The one notable difference was the huge picture of Godric Gryffindor in his office. It had been a shock and excitement when Harry had first met his ancestor. The first night Harry sat in awe and listened to the man who was too excited to have someone listen to his stories. The following day he met Helga Hufflepuff in Neville's room. Harry and Neville, guided by the castle, then went on a short quest and uncovered the other two family rooms and unlocked the portraits of Salazar Slytherin and Rowena Ravenclaw and their families. The four founders had taken to visiting Neville, Harry or the headmistress at different times during the day, but mostly spent their evenings with Harry. Harry soon found out that while Salazar and Godric were indeed best friends, the two seemed to enjoy ticking the other off and often ended up quarreling for hours on end, over the most insignificant things. Harry laughed to see Salazar with his wand pointing at Godric and Helga and Rowena holding back Godric. "So what is the argument about this time?" Harry said after a minute of watching the founders behaving like children. "This idiot says that duck egg shells are better for a hair growth potion than goose egg shells, when clearly everyone knows that the Canadian goose egg has more potency than any old duck egg." Salazar said with a huff. "That old windbag just doesn't think that anyone else can have any opinion in potions. Just because he is a potions master he thinks he knows everything," Godric shouted. Harry sighed. "Godric, have you ever made a hair growth potion?" "Well, that's not the point. Answer me, yes or no." "Well, no, but." "No buts, this argument is over." "Thank you, Harry. At least one of your descendants has some intelligence, it must be his Slytherin side." The first night all of the founders were together, Harry told them his whole story, including the most recent incidents. Salazar had declared Harry an honorary Slytherin, which started off the first argument between Salazar and Godric. "And Sal, you know he is only harassing you to rile you up, don't take the bait, you are supposed to be cunning after all." "Well, he started it," Godric started, "I was just saying." "Didn't you hear, Harry, you know nothing about potions," Salazar said smugly. "Gentlemen, if you two don't stop I will send you both to your respective rooms," Harry said in a stern voice as if he were talking to two naughty children. "I'm already in my room," Godric pointed out. "Well, I will not allow the others to come and visit," Harry said, pouring himself a glass of wine. Both Godric and Salazar said, "You can't do that." "I can't." "Okay, just try me, I am his descendant," nodding his head at Godric. "I can be very stubborn when I want to." The two founders got quiet. Rowena laughed. "Harry, where were you 1,000 years ago?" Helga laughed. "Yes, but I am glad you are here now. When you die, make sure you have a portrait here in Hogwarts. I don't think I could take eternity without a mediator." "Ah, Helga, only if my portrait gets to visit you every day and be allowed to bask in your beauty." Helga giggled. "You naughty boy, but I am sure a certain potions professor might object," she said as her eyes twinkled. "What? Hermione is right. Am I that obvious? Harry, we have only known you for 4 days now and we can all see that you are quite taken in with that potions master of yours. And it is obvious that he is taken in with you. He reminds me of my Selwyn, tall, lean, devilishly handsome but serious and brooding. But for me and me alone he had a certain look in his eyes that expressed such a deep love for me, and I see the same in your Severus," Rowena told him. "Where is old sourpuss Selwyn tonight?" Salazar said as he settled down in Godric's chair. While Godric was pouring 2 glasses of some alcoholic drink, the good thing about being a painting is that the level in the bottle never decreased. Rowena sighed. "He is in our quarters. He finally got Ogden to get Helena to come to our quarters, and when I left he was giving her quite an earful." The Ravenclaw ghost, the Grey Lady, was Rowena's daughter Helena, who had died while fleeing after stealing her mother's diadem. She had hidden the artifact in Albania and eventually told the location to Tom Riddle, who converted it into a Horcrux. It was completely destroyed and the information stored within it was lost for all time. "I'd better go and check on them." "Harry, it was a pleasure as always, good night everyone," Rowena said and left the portrait. There was a knock on the door and a few seconds later Severus came into the room and acknowledged the 3 founders. Helga giggled and gave Harry a wink and said, "I think I better go and see what Neville is up to," and she too left the portrait. Godric and Salazar both remained. Salazar sat in Godric's chair and Godric on the edge of his desk, both with a drink in their hands, watching the two gentlemen as if their interactions were some daytime soap opera drama. "Good evening, Harry. How was the walk today? Are you okay? Are your legs hurting?" Severus said as he sat down in one of the armchairs around the fireplace. "I'm fine," Harry said, smiling. He poured a glass of fire whiskey and handed it to Severus. So what brings you over this evening? Harry heard Godric huff and Salazar snicker. He sent them a glare. I came to inquire about your plans for tomorrow. There is a task I was hoping I could get your assistance with. Harry heard Salazar whisper something to Godric, who laughed. Harry sent them another glare. I am meeting with the Malfoys. Magnus sent over the documents for the property and vault that Orion Black left for Narcissa and Draco. He also sent over the documents for the request I will be making to Draco. I also had him do up the other documents we discussed. I sent an invitation for them to meet me at Grimmauld Place. Creature and I will leave early in the morning. The meeting is at 10 o'clock. Why Grimmauld Place and not here or Gringotts? I think Lucius and Narcissa are reluctant to come out too much in public and are avoiding major places like Diagon Alley. The last time they did, people threw rotten tomatoes and eggs at them. I think they also have an aversion to Hogwarts. Besides, Grimmauld is one of the main black houses. If I want to impress upon them my position as Lord Black, it is best if I do it in a black house. I am worried my old friend may try something. I can handle myself. Indeed. Harry laughed. Why, Severus, do you doubt my abilities to protect myself? No, I know you are quite capable, it's just you know. Severus started. He cares about you, Salazar called out and once again got a glare from Harry. No, it's not that, it's just that Lucius has fallen on very hard times. Draco and Narcissa had to give up their estates and gold in retribution for their deed. Even all of Narcissa's jewelry had to be sold to pay for the trials. They are currently living in a small hut owned by one of Lucius' cousins and are surviving on Draco's meager earnings as a potions lab attendant. Lucius might blame you, and seeing that he can't go any lower might decided to make it a suicide mission. Yeah, he cares about you, Godric repeated. Harry shook his head and wandlessly and silently sent a stinging hex to the portrait, and he smiled when he heard both of them yelp. All the more reason they will accept my offer, it is a chance for a new start. I think Narcissa at least will be appreciative. But if you are so worried, you are welcome to join us. Severus shook his head. You need to do this on your own. They will not respect you if I come along to chaperone. Anyway, I have a very important paper to write. The annual potions convention starts in 5 days and I am writing a paper on my improvements on the Wolfsbane potion and the advanced pain potion that I developed for use after a person is attacked by the Cruciatus curse. That's great, I am sure you will do well. Yes, well, with all the activities of the past 2 weeks I have yet to start, and this conference is important. I have not attended in the last 2 years for obvious reasons, and I need to re-establish myself in the potions community. Anyway, that is partially why I asked what your plans were for tomorrow. You must be desperate if you are asking me for help in writing a potions paper, Harry said with a laugh. That earned him a Snape glare. No, you silly boy. One of the conference activities is a sale on rare potions ingredients. Potions masters would auction rare items they may have for sale. In the past I was able to auction off vials of Phoenix Tears and on a few rare occasions Phoenix Ash. It was how I was able to come by the willingly given unicorn blood that I used in your potion. I was hoping that you might allow me 1 or 2 pieces of the shed basilisk skin that I could auction. It doesn't have to be large. We used up all the items we took last week in our various experiments. I will give you what money it generates. I am just looking for the recognition. I will be happy to take you down to the chamber and you can get as much skin as you like. There is approximately 60 feet of shed skin and more on the corpse. But what do you mean if I allow? Well, technically, the basilisk is yours. You killed it, so it belongs to you. And since my idiot descendant made you his heir, all Slytherin possessions including my basilisk goes to you. Salazar informed him. Wow, I never knew that. Well, Severus, you may have the entire basilisk skin and anything else you would like to auction. You can keep what it is sold for, I don't need the money. Severus smiled a big smile and said, great, maybe we could go down to the chamber, day after tomorrow and collect the items. I would have suggested now, but I think you might prefer a whole day to explore the chamber. That will be magnificent, Harry. I really appreciate this. You have no idea what this means to me. Harry smiled. You're quite welcome, Severus. If there is anything else you need from me, don't hesitate to ask. He heard Godric and Salazar snickering in the background and he sent another stinging hex at them. Well, if you are offering. Harry sent another hex and it hit the painting just as the 2 founders started snickering and was pleased to hear a yelp and a crash as Godric fell off the edge of the desk. Quote, I was wondering if I could get a griffin feather. I don't think in the 400+ years this conference has been held no one has ever brought a griffin feather to the auction, and I know there are many ancient potions that call for it, but since it is virtually impossible to come by, these potions have been abandoned. If I go to the conference with 2 virtually impossible potions ingredients, I will have them begging." Harry laughed at Severus' exuberance. He had never heard him talk with such excitement before. Harry stood up and transformed. After his blocks were removed, he was able to transform into all his animagi forms with ease. He had given names to all his animagi, but the creature that was the griffin demanded it be simply called Griffin. Severus looked at the creature with awe and reached up uncertainly to touch it. Griffin reached over and placed his head in Severus' hand, and it trilled when he stroked the head. Griffin then spread his wings out, being careful not to break anything, though he rudely brushed his wing across the painting of Godric and the visiting Salazar. Severus walked up and gently plucked out a feather. It was about a foot long and was a beautiful gold in color. He then backed away and thanked Griffin with a bow. Griffin then reached back and with his beak pulled out another feather which was a little longer and was auburn red and gold in color. Severus came forward and took the feather from Griffin. Harry transformed back and laughed when Severus gave a slight, almost purring sound as he passed the feather across his face. Severus blushed a fiery red at being caught, and Harry did nothing to lessen his embarrassment as he sat and looked at the potion's master with a lustful look. Creature came in and brought in some light refreshments and left. The two ended up talking for a few hours on the upcoming potions conference. As soon as Severus left, Harry heard Salazar say to Godric, "The stupid boy didn't even give him a key goodnight." Harry waved his hand and laughed when he heard a splash followed by Salazar and Godric's screams and the utterances of many ancient curse words. The next morning Harry was dressed in elegant blue robes. He inwardly promised himself to go shopping for some casual Muggle-style clothes. He and Creature had decided to leave early, so he had eaten breakfast in his apartment and at 7:45 headed out. He was surprised on exiting the rooms to see Hermione standing outside arguing with the griffin portrait that guarded his door. Harry had instructed the griffin that Hermione had permission to enter the apartment whenever she came, but the pompous creature had indicated that it was improper for a young lady to visit his quarters unchaperoned before 8 o'clock in the morning. The griffin had not even informed Creature that the girl was outside. Hermione was relieved to see Harry coming out of the rooms. After listening to her rant for a minute about the griffin, she finally said she was taking him up on his offer and wanted to accompany him to London. Using a mirror communicator to contact Magnus and informed him that he wanted a Gringotts card for Hermione that could be used both in the wizarding world as well as the Muggle world, as well as to organize a ticket to Sydney for Hermione for Friday. Magnus said it would be ready by the time he came to Grimmauld Place at 9 o'clock. Hermione walked with Harry and they discussed the possible reactions of the Malfoys to Harry's pending offer. Hermione had no love for the Malfoys and would not be there when they came, and hopefully they would be gone by the time she returned. They arrived at Grimmauld Place in no time, and Creature started right away in making sure the place was properly organized. Harry keyed Hermione into the wards and she came in. They were discussing her plans for her trip when Magnus came in and gave Hermione a Gringotts card in her name. It was black and gold and had a golden embossed dragon in the form of a G on it. He told her the card had anti-thief devices on it so only she could use it. He handed her a ticket to Sydney and confirmed hotel accommodations in a mixed Muggle and Wizard hotel and a rented vehicle for the period she was staying in Australia in case she needed it. Hermione thanked Harry and after safely packing away the ticket and other travel documents, she left to spend the day in London. Harry shouted as she was leaving, "Remember, go crazy." At exactly 10 o'clock Harry lowered the wards and made the townhouse visible, and Creature opened the door to allow the Malfoys entrance. He then escorted them to the main office where Harry awaited them with Magnus and Fireforge. For someone who knew them before, seeing them now was a shock to Harry, though he did not show it. Lucius looked haggard and broken, his long hair was cut short and his robes, while clean, obviously had seen better days. He no longer walked with his cane but ironically walked with a slight limp. He still however wore the lordship ring. Narcissa too looked a bit thin and she had dark circles around her eyes. She had on what looked like second-hand robes, however she had on light makeup which made her look elegant. Her hair was play in a long braid. Draco looked the same as the last time Harry had seen him except his robes were very simple. He was the best dressed out of the three. His arrogant mannerisms were gone, but he looked like he still had some fire in him. He had simply matured. If Harry was shocked to see the changes in the Malfoys, it was nothing to compare to their shock in seeing Harry. While they had seen his picture in the papers a few times since the final battle, they had not seen him since then. He had in fact testified on their behalf but had given his statements in a closed court. Draco was shocked to see the vast change in Harry. He was no longer a runt and was in fact as tall as Draco and more muscular. He no longer wore glasses and his eyes shone brilliantly. He had slight changes to his face and his hair had auburn highlights and was worn long. He wore rich emerald green formal robes with the black crest on them. He looked amazing. He had a confidence and power that Draco had not seen in anyone before, not even the Dark Lord. The power that came off him was frightening, and in fact he knew that both his parents were not frightened but terrified, though they did their best to hide it. When Lucius and Narcissa had gotten the summons from the new Lord Black, they were a bit relieved and hoped that the man would help them financially. Narcissa said she would apply for sanctuary and even officially divorce her husband in name only so they could be under the protection of the Black Head. If so, then all three could have some semblance of a life. She would get a small allowance that would support both Lucius and herself so they would not have to beg and suffer the current humiliation that Lucius' cousin was putting them through. But Lucius did not see it her way. He was scared that once she was under the protection of her family, he would lose Narcissa forever. She was Slytherin and would do anything to survive. Worse yet, if she asked for a divorce and the Lord demanded back her dowry, which had been 1,000,000 galleons, he would not be able to pay it and he would have to forfeit his life. When Draco reminded them that Harry Potter was the new Lord Black, they despaired. What little hope was dashed away. Good morning, Lord Malfoy, Narcissa and Draco. The three bowed. Lord Black. Narcissa presented Harry with a small chocolate cake. It was customary that when being formally presented to a new lord, the family would present a gift. The size and opulence of the gift usually depended on the wealth of the family. Thank you, I love chocolate cake, it's my favorite, Harry said as he accepted the cake and passed it to Fireforge, who placed it on a side table. Yes, so Draco informs us. I baked it myself. Then I am doubly appreciative, Harry said with a smile. The three Malfoys were invited to sit. They did not dare sit until Lord Black was seated and invited them to do so, and Creature served light refreshments. It was obvious to Harry that they had not had breakfast. I would like to introduce to you Fireforge, my estate manager for all of the Potter and Black estates, Harry said, gesturing to Fireforge. Looking carefully at their response, all three eyes registered shock, but none of them said anything, and Lucius gave a small bow to acknowledge Fireforge. Harry smiled. The goblin to my left is Magnus, head of the Black accounts at Gringotts. Again Lucius bowed in acknowledgement. So Lord Malfoy, how have you been adjusting? It was obvious he was not faring well, but Augusta and Ogden had been tutoring Harry in wizarding etiquette, and the proper thing to do was to inquire on the other lord's welfare. Things have been better, Lucius responded. Harry noted there were no sneers or sarcasm in his tone. And Draco, I was sorry to see you did not finish at Hogwarts. No, I finished my newts privately. I am now employed as a lab assistant to Potions Master Sangre, Draco said with a slight hint of pride. Pablo Sangre was one of Spain's top potions masters. He was said to handpick his apprentices. Without the money to finance the apprenticeship, Draco was forced to work as an assistant. As a lab assistant, it meant that Draco could eventually work his way into an apprenticeship and mastery, but it would take twice the length of time. That is quite an accomplishment. Congratulations, I am glad you have found something meaningful. Harry then turned to Narcissa. And you, Narcissa, how are you faring? Narcissa looked at Harry and knew that this man held her happiness in his hands, but she reassured herself that he had not sent them to Azkaban. Even now his tone was gentle and he sounded genuinely interested. Things have been hard, but we are surviving by being there for one another. And you, my lord, how have you been doing? We were sorry to hear that your nuptials to Miss Weasley have been postponed. I hope everything is all right on your part. Harry smiled and Narcissa found herself feeling better. I am well, thank you. The pleasantries over, it was time to get down to business. I am sure you are wondering why I have summoned you here today. Well, as you know, when my godfather Sirius, the last of the Lord Blacks, died, he bequeathed to me his entire estate and titles. With all the activities of the last 3 years, I was unable to attend to the responsibilities of being Lord Black, and for that I apologize. However, I have now taken up the mantle, as well as that of being Lord Potter, and I am trying to put the House of Black in order." Here he paused and Magnus stepped forward and handed him several documents and files. Due to the unfortunate unlawful detention of Lord Sirius in Azkaban, Lord Orion's requests as laid out in his last will and testament were not administered. Therefore, as the current Lord Black, it is my duty to rectify this oversight. Harry read the section of Orion's will. "To Narcissa Black Malfoy, my beloved niece, I leave you my estate in Kent, which consist of the manor, stables and land measuring 10 acres. I know how much you love to ride horses, and so I am sure you will love this estate. I also leave the sum of 500,000 galleons to use as you please." Harry looked up and saw immense relief on the faces of the 3 Malfoys. The house and money will go a long way in helping them start a new life. Harry continued, "To your children, I leave the sum of 150,000 galleons, to use as they please." Harry looked at Draco and said, "Draco, since you are the only legal child of Narcissa Black Malfoy, the entire sum is passed to you." Draco closed his eyes and Harry saw that he was fighting back tears. "No matter what else you decide, these things are yours. However, I have a proposal I would like for you to consider." At his words, all 3 Malfoys looked up. "Firstly, Narcissa, I am making it very clear, unlike some previous members of the Black family, I fully recognize Andromeda Black-Tonks as a full Black, and both she and her only living grandson are under my protection. Her grandson Teddy Lupin is my godson and is currently my heir. That being said, Narcissa, you and Draco are Blacks by blood and by right, can ask for sanctuary, or you can divorce yourself from the Malfoy line and you will come under my full protection. But note, I am not making Draco my heir. Even if something happens to Teddy or Andromeda, I have no intention of making Draco my heir." Narcissa looked at him and said, "For everything that we have put you and the wizarding world through, I do not blame you, Lord Black. We have suffered greatly because of our folly, and we have regretted our actions, as among other things, it almost cost us our greatest treasure, and that is each other. I will be eternally grateful for what you have given us today, and I know you did not have to, or you could have made us grovel to you, and you did not. However, as much as I know what being under your protection will mean, I will not divorce or declare sanctuary, as I will not leave Lucius. I will, however, ask if you consider Draco for sanctuary. Lord Black, like my mother, I will not abandon my family. He may have been a snarky bastard at times, but he is my father and I will stay with him. The money you have given me is enough for me to do my apprenticeship, and it is all I desire. I will work for what I get. Okay, I accept your decisions. So I now offer you another alternative. Lucius Malfoy, I am offering you the opportunity to deny the Malfoy name and take the name of your wife. It would mean you will officially give up all rights of being a lord of the wizarding world. You will have to declare your allegiance to the House of Black, and I will offer you the same protection that I offer your wife and son. But I warn you, Lucius, go against me and I will not be merciful." Narcissa gasped. Never did she think this a possibility. She looked at her husband with tears in her eyes. Lucius looked at her with love and said, "Thank you, I will accept your offer." He took off his lordship ring and at first looked at Draco, who shook his head, and then he placed it on the desk in front of Harry. Harry nodded and, looking at Lucius and Narcissa, said, "I am currently in the design stages of projects to help rebuild the wizarding world. I will be building 2 orphanages, one solely for wizarding children who have lost their parents and the other for squibs and muggle-born magical children who have been abandoned or abused by their families, to help them adjust in their new life. I will also be building a facility for young werewolves so that they can learn to deal with their gift and prepare them for school and life. If either of you are interested, you can help with any or all of these projects. However, note you will be answering to Fireforge." The 2 looked at each other and Lucius was about to speak when Harry stopped them. "However, I know that you are having a hard time here in Great Britain, and staying here will not be easy. You have been given a house in Kent, but I have houses in Canada, United States of America, Australia and even South America. You have the option of taking the house in Kent, or I can organize for you to leave Great Britain and set up your life elsewhere, starting anew as Mr. and Mrs. Black. You do not have to give me your answer today. You can talk as a family and give me your answer some other time. We will stay and help rebuild what we have helped to destroy." "Good. Fireforge and Magnus will draw up the necessary papers. Now I have a serious matter I need to deal with." With these words, Narcissa and Lucius paled. Was this the price for Harry's protection? Harry saw their expression and smirked. "As you know, Lord Orion left assets for each of his nieces and for their children. A house was left for your sister as well as a sum of money for both your sister and any children she may have. As your sister is dead, her share must go to her heir. Harry looked at Narcissa and saw her comprehension. Lucius and Draco were confused. Where is she? I know you know. Where is her mother? Don't tell me Bellatrix is alive. No, not Bellatrix, Cassiopeia. Lucius gasped. You said Bella killed her. Rodolphus said he saw the body. We faked it, we killed a Muggle girl. Bella was power hungry and even mad before Azkaban, but she couldn't do it, she couldn't kill her. Who? Draco asked again. Your cousin, Harry answered. My cousin, Bellatrix had a child. A squib. The Dark Lord ordered her be terminated when it was discovered she was a squib. But when we heard that the McNairs had been ordered to kill their daughter, we knew that Cassie was next. Bella and I bribed a Muggle official and got documents for her, and then we sent her far away with a trusted house elf. Where? We sent her to South Africa at the time the country was closed to the rest of the world. However, I know they left there after 2 months and traveled a while. 5 years ago I got a note from her telling me she was getting married to a Muggle. She was living in Australia and had been for a while. I need to find her. Narcissa nodded. I don't know where she is exactly, but I have one of 2 little notes she sent. They are coded, but it might help. Harry nodded and then turned to Draco. Draco, I was hoping that I could hire you to help me find her. I know that your position with Sangre is important, and if you don't want to, I will understand. I am curious about my cousin, but what kind of payment are you offering? I will give you a Gringotts card with 50,000 galleons, which consist of payment and whatever expenses you will incur. It could be used in both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. I will organize the ticket to Australia and hotel accommodations. I will find her. Very good. Now if you would like to freshen up, Creature will organize an early lunch while Magnus and Fireforge gets all of your documents together. While they were having lunch, Draco, Lucius, Fireforge and Harry were discussing the orphanage when Hermione walked in looking quite glamorous. Hermione had her hair straightened and had been professionally made up and had on Muggle designer clothes. She looked like a model. Draco could not stop staring. She greeted them cordially and raised her perfectly shaped eyebrow when she observed Lucius sitting at the dining room table and talking with Fireforge. They were having a serious discussion and Lucius was actually treating Fireforge like an equal. Hermione turned to Draco and said, "So Draco, what are you doing these days?" Draco took a deep breath and said, "I have just agreed to help Lord Black with a project." Hermione looked at Harry. He has agreed to help find Cassiopeia. Yes, and you wouldn't believe where she is. Hermione looked at Harry. No. Harry nodded. Well, this might work. Most likely she is in the Muggle part of Australia. Do you know what city? Do you have her address, a telephone number or email address? Is she married? Do you have a photo or even a fingerprint? Hermione said without taking a breath. Harry laughed. Nerissa has some information that will help us get started. Draco, I don't think you took Muggle studies, so I may have to give you a crash course. But first things first, you need new clothes. You look too much like a wizard. Hermione was looking at him appraising Ly. She then turned to Fireforge. Make sure he is on the same flight and change my room to a hotel suite with at least 2 bedrooms. Come Draco, we have lots to do. The first is a trip to Gladrags for some Muggle clothes and then we are going into Muggle London. Hermione stood up and said, Harry, we will be back in a few hours. She pulled out a magically charmed cell phone and started speaking as she walked out. "Ah, Richard, it's my own. Do you think you could fit in a friend this evening? Trust me darling, you will love him. He has platinum hair. Ah bueno, we will be there in a heartbeat. Kiki. Come on Draco." Harry looked at Draco. "I think you better run." Draco looked at him and sneered. Harry laughed and thought, there is the Draco I know. Lucius and Narcissa looked at each other and had the first genuine laugh they had in over 3 years. At 8 o'clock that night, Harry stood in front of the wooden door to Severus' office. It had been a long day and now he was back and just wanted to spend some time with Severus. He checked his clothes and brushed it down with his hand before taking a deep breath and knocked on the door. He heard a muffled, "Come," and he pushed the door open. Severus was at his desk, head down, writing on a parchment in front of him. He looked up. "Harry, how did today go?" "It went better than I expected," Harry said, almost laughing as Severus raised his eyebrow. Lucius and Draco accepted the offers and Narcissa was able to give a good lead as to where Cassiopeia might be, and you would never believe it, she is in Australia. Hermione is scheduled to leave for Australia on Friday to visit her parents, so she has made herself Draco's partner and they will be going together. Severus smiled. Hermione is going to really help with everything in the Muggle world. The both of them working together would be a good thing. They both need something to challenge them and make them feel worthwhile. Harry looked at Severus, who kept twisting his back and shoulders. Are you okay? You look like you have a sore back. Yeah, I have been writing for, he checked the time, 5 hours straight, and to be honest I am nowhere close to being finished. I have rewritten the opening paragraph alone about 20 times and it is still not good enough. Harry moved behind him and said, what you need is a break. You are thinking about it too much, just relax, it will come to you. Harry slowly started massaging Severus' shoulders, he was so tense. Severus groaned and thought, oh, this feels so good, his hands so strong, the knots in his shoulder just seemed to untangle at Harry's ministrations. He groaned again. Harry felt part of him react to Severus' groans, his heart started working his body and ignored his mind. Harry bent forward, his lips gently touched Severus' neck, he felt him stiffen. He keyed higher on his neck, his lips and tongue then moved to the ear. His tongue traced a path along the outside of the ear. Harry whispered, do you want me to stop? Severus let out the breath he was holding. His voice didn't sound his own when he said, no. Harry's hands moved along Severus' shoulders to his front, loosening the outer robe he had on. His tongue continued his path from the ear to his neck, as if Harry was tasting him. Severus groaned and his mind screamed, oh God, Harry, do you know what you are doing to me? Suddenly Severus felt his entire chair move away from the desk and was turned around. Harry was looking at him, his eyes filled with lust and passion. He waved his hands and the arms of the chairs vanished. For 2 seconds Severus marveled at the power Harry casually displayed. Harry then straddled the potion's master, sitting on top of him. Harry looked at him, then without warning his lips assaulted Severus' mouth. The key was not gentle but strong and powerful. Severus had no doubt who had dominance. Harry was like a beast claiming his mate. He allowed himself to submit and enjoyed the mouth and tongue that claimed him. The chair back suddenly started reclining. Severus was momentarily shocked, but Harry's magic was pulsing and he knew it was another of Harry's spells. Severus had no time to think of the chair again as he felt Harry rub against him and pleasure started building in him. He mind barely registered his robes being removed as Harry unbuttoned his top and was now taking one of his nipples in his mouth. Severus groaned and gasped as he felt the hot mouth consume one nipple and then the next. He felt a wave of magic wash over him. It was like Harry was using both his body and his magic. This was nothing like he had ever felt before. His body reacted sharply and Harry let out a chuckle. Severus closed his eyes. This was so good. Harry let go of the erect nipple and started rubbing himself against Severus, one hand anchoring himself on the chair, the other reaching behind Severus' head ready to bring his head closer and bring both of their mouths together again when a pop was heard. I am so sorry, Lord Potter Black, Professor Snape. Harry stopped abruptly, turned and looked at the house elf Tibbs, who looked like he wished he could be anywhere else. Tibbs, somebody had better be dying or attacking the castle, Harry said slowly as if trying to hold back his anger at the intrusion. Tibbs looked frightened and stepped back. I am so sorry, but the headmistress said to get you right away. Headmaster Dumbledore's portrait has returned to his frame. Severus felt Harry's magic pulse again. We will be there right away. The house elf nodded and then happily vanished. Harry sighed and lowered his head into Severus' neck and whispered, Albus, I hate you now this second more than ever. He took a deep breath and climbed off of him. Without looking at him, Harry said, we must go. If Minerva attacks him before we could question him, he might disappear again, this time for good. Severus just nodded, his voice still having difficulty to form words. Harry turned and watched him. I am sorry. Severus took a deep breath and said, go, I will be along shortly, I just need a minute. Harry nodded and left, knowing that Severus needed more than a minute. It was only when he was halfway to the headmistress' office that Harry remembered that he could have used the flow from Severus' office. Ah well, he needed the time to pull himself together. His mind fully back in control of his body was screaming, what were you thinking? And his heart answered back, what he should have done long ago. Harry was thinking of Severus, of how the man had submitted to his actions. He knew Severus was attracted to him, but tonight he showed Harry that he was more than attracted. The wolf in him told him that he was his mate, and like any alpha he knew that Severus had to be claimed and he was ready to be claimed. Harry would have if it weren't for Albus. Over 2 weeks and no sign of the man, and now of all times he appears, even from the grave. That man was interfering with his happiness. Harry ran his hands through his hair. He wanted answers, and the only person to be able to answer them was that bloody painting. Albus had destroyed their lives, and all because he could. If his portrait even mentions the phrase, "It was for the greater good," Harry would explode. But something in the back of his mind was whispering that there was something else going on that he wasn't seeing. He needed to focus his mind. God, why tonight? And if tonight, why now? Why not in an hour? Harry smirked or two. The griffin in him told him he needed to exorcise the memory of Albus. He needed to help get rid of the images and the darkness that Albus had created in both him and his mate. Severus held Albus in high esteem. Yes, he had doubts of the man's greatness, but Albus had been in a real sense Severus' master. For Harry to truly claim his mate, he had to fight Severus' old master first. Albus had to answer for what he did, and Harry would make sure that he did. It was only when he heard someone calling him did he realize he had passed the gargoyle that marked the entrance to the headmistress' office. He walked back, and the gargoyle bowed and opened, not asking for a password. Before he even reached the door, he heard Minerva yelling at, he assumed, was Albus Dumbledore. On entering the room, he saw Albus in his frame being held by two former heads, Phineas Nigellus Black and Dilys Derwent. Albus looked over and saw Harry. His eyes opened in slight shock. "Harry, my boy, you look amazing. You look like the man I always imagined." Harry sent a stinging hex at the portrait, and Albus, Phineas and Dilys yelped and gasped. Phineas looked shocked. "How did you do that?" Ignoring Phineas, Harry said in a powerful cold voice, "Don't you dare call me your boy. I am no longer your South Avenue Albus. I got rid of your controlling charms and blocks. I am the man I am meant to be, and not the scrawny pawn you wanted me to be." Albus smirked, his eyes twinkling. "Did you now?" Harry smiled a cruel smile. "Yes, your dragon blood charm as well." Albus smirked, vanished, and he knocked Dilys away, and Harry sent a Petrificus Totalis charm at Albus, and he slumped on his chair in the portrait. Harry spoke to the castle. "Hogwarts, seal the portrait. I don't want Albus leaving his frame." Phineas looked at Harry again. "How are you doing that?" Harry looked at him angrily. "What do you mean?" Dilys replied, "No one has ever affected the portraits. No one can use magic on the portraits. Only other paintings could affect one another." Harry calmed a little. "I guess it is because I am linked to the castle and she is allowing it." The door opened and Neville came in, looking like he did when he faced Voldemort. "Wake that bastard, I have some questions for him." The flow flared and Severus comes in. Harry sent a spell and Albus woke up. He immediately tried to leave the frame but couldn't, and Dilys poured something down his throat. Harry suspects a portrait version of Veritaserum. "Hogwarts has sealed you. You cannot leave, not unless Neville or myself say you could, and I think you have a greater chance of me releasing you than Neville." Harry looked at him and Albus saw cold green staring at him. "Neville." "Yeah, you know Lord Hufflepuff," Neville answered. "How did you?" "Well, Tom Riddle left me a very interesting letter," Harry stated. Albus laughed. "You listened to Voldemort." "No, I listened to the documents at Gringotts that verified his claims." Albus got serious. "You are too young to understand, Harry. Don't give me that crap, Albus. I am not a child because of you. I never was a child. And even a child could understand theft, manipulation, and beep, Albus. You magically beeped us. I am not a child, Albus, and neither is Harry. I want you to explain to us," Severus said, watching Albus coldly. "And while you are explaining, you could explain to me why you told my grandfather that I was a spy for the Dark Lord and not for the Order." Albus looked pale. "What you have to understand is that it was for the Grey." Harry sent a bolt of what looked like lightning at Albus, and his entire frame caught afire. They heard Albus screaming, and after a few minutes Minerva sent a cooling charm which extinguished the portrait. "Try again," Neville said. It was necessary. After 1,000 years the castle wards were weakening, and Riddle had already shown signs he was going to be evil. He was already mad by the time he came to school, so I decided to add his force to the school. His magic was connected to the castle and the wards strengthened. I realized that by adding the magic of all founders the wards will be strengthened for another 1,000 years. That's crap, and you know it. If you just wanted the magic, then why take all the money from the vaults? You wanted the lines to end, Harry said, slamming his hand on Minerva's desk. Albus' eyes twinkled a little as he looked at Harry. "You have really changed. The life of war does that to someone," Harry said. "Why did you do it, Dumbledore? Why take the magic?" People were only depending on the founders for everything. There have been just as powerful wizards as Slytherin or Gryffindor, but no one ever considered them. Wizards and witches have been stuck in the last 1,000 years, not improving, only doing what the founders would have done. They needed to break away from the actions of the Four. So what, you wanted a Dumbledore house at Hogwarts? Neville sneered. Well, not a house. You idiotic manipulative bastard, Harry screamed and sent another stinging hex at Albus. Even if this was for some sick twisted attempt to protect the castle, why did you destroy my life, Albus? I trusted you, my mother loved you like a father, why did you take the money my grandfather sent me? I needed money, I had an image to maintain, and your grandfather owed me, Albus said. Harry was silent. Albus echoed Ron. He was looking at Ron 100 years in the future. What happened to all the money you stole from the founders' vaults? Neville shouted. That went into the Hogwarts vaults. It wasn't for my personal use. The governors kept a close eye on the vaults. Then how did they miss close to 1 billion galleons worth of gold and items being removed from the vaults, Albus? Minerva said seriously. Harry turned and looked at the headmistress, whose lips were a straight line. What are you talking about, Minerva? Severus said. I checked with Gringotts. As soon as the items were entered into the vaults, they were removed. They are not there, and there are no records to where they were removed to. They are not even in Gringotts. I cannot say, Albus said stoically. What do you mean you were in control? You have to know. I cannot say, Albus repeated. He's under a charm, Phineas Nigellus said. Sometimes a person puts themselves under a charm so they will not reveal their secrets. When they die, their portrait is unable to remember, or like Albus would not be able to say. Neville let out a curse and Minerva gave Albus a glare. Let's try another question. Albus, why did you make Severus suffer? Even if you wanted money, why have him suffer and humiliated? You could have provided for him from the school fund, but instead you had him wear second-hand robes, and you had my dad and godfather torture and make fun of him. He was leading me to the Dark Lord. He wanted me to join the Dark Lord, Severus said coldly. Albus smiled. Before you get angry again, Harry, it really was for the greater good. You see, for every powerful light wizard you must have a powerful dark wizard to balance power. I was a powerful light wizard, and after Grindelwald, I needed another powerful dark lord, so I chose and groomed Riddle. Then there was a prophecy that indicated that a powerful wizard would arise from the Potter line, and I assumed it would be James, so I needed another dark wizard to balance him out, so I chose Severus. Harry looked at the painting, but Severus would not play along. With everything you threw at him, he refused to turn dark. Your mother Lily, she kept him from turning dark, so I had to get rid of her. Severus was angry. What did you do to her? I had Pettigrew convince her that the Marauders would kill you, and then I had Sirius lead you to the werewolf. After that she stayed away. She was trying to protect you. Without her around, it was easy to turn you. You manipulative son of a bitch, how dare you? If I didn't, then Harry would not have been born. You may have ended up with Lily. I could not risk that. I had invested too much into you. You used the school to create dark wizards. One of the older headmasters asked. School is a place to prepare young witches and wizards for the world outside. It was my job to create the wizards of the future, even the dark ones. Slytherins were the easiest to turn evil, as they can be easily corrupted in their pursuit of power. It was easy to turn them against the others and the others against them. A house of dark wizards easily balances the light of the others. All Slytherins are not evil. Many are good people who have done good, and those you have manipulated will be given second chances now that you are not around. None deserve a second chance. They are all dark and must remain dark, Albus sneered. But why did you take me in when I left Voldemort? Why give me a second chance? Because with James dead, I didn't need another Dark Lord. I kept you around and had you remain a bastard, so if I needed to push you into become a Dark Lord again, I could have. Besides, you wanted to protect Harry. I needed you close so you wouldn't have gone to rescue Harry from his aunt. When Harry came to Hogwarts, you started wavering and wanted to train him to fight. I knew by then that you would never become truly dark. I decided to train Draco just in case. He too was a disappointment. You knew I was being abused. You blocked my magic and put charms on me. Why? You would have been too powerful. When I realized you survived the killing curse, I knew you were the fabled master of the Deathly Hallows. You could have spoiled our plans. You would be too powerful for me to handle, so I had to keep your magic under control. I made your uncle hate you, and I made sure you grew up humble and subservient, so you could serve me and my cause. And the Weasleys. A means to an end. Molly was desperate for money. The twins had destroyed a shop window the summer before your first year. They couldn't pay the shop owner and was about to lose their house. I offered them the money in exchange for helping me. Arthur refused, but Molly wanted to accept, so I obliviated Arthur. Ron helped me control you and told me all about your activities. Ginny, well, her job was simple. Harry sent another hex at Albus. How dare you? What gives you the right to destroy others' lives? In a sense, I don't care what you did to me, but Severus is a great and powerful wizard who is more of a light wizard than you. You had no right to hurt him. Severus turned and looked at Harry in amazement. I did come to care for Severus, he was like a... Albus started. Another hex was sent at him. Don't even dare to suggest such a thing. You don't torture and steal from the people you love. You didn't care for Severus, you only cared for yourself. Harry sent another hex. Severus the first so. Albus again started, but Harry sent him another hex. Don't you dare, Harry screamed at Albus. Severus came and placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. Don't taint your soul for him, Harry. He is making you lose your control and he is not worth it. I want you to take a breath and calm yourself. Torturing him is not good for you, Harry. He is more evil than the Dark Lord. Dumbledore is evil, but don't let him turn you into a Dark Lord, which is what is going to happen if you get accustomed to torturing. Albus smirked but was hit with another hex. Everyone turned around. It was Phineas Nigellus. My soul is already gone. Harry couldn't help smile. You mentioned for every powerful light wizard there has to be a powerful dark wizard. Then if that is the case, why create a dark wizard? Wouldn't one come naturally? Neville asked. Not necessarily. Sometimes magic remains unbalanced and has to be helped. You mean manipulated? Albus sighed. Thousands of years ago the continent of Atlantis was a haven of light wizards. The magical power of the Atlanteans was greater than anything we could even imagine. There was no dark, only light. The main city was even called City of Light. Over time the people became corrupt, but they believed themselves to be morally good. They started using dark magic, believing it to be light. They had nothing to guide them to show them that what they were doing was dark. The whole society collapsed as the line between light and dark became blurred. Eventually Atlantis went into war and whole civilization destroyed. Only a few wizards who fled remained. So you create dark wizards to prevent everyone from turning dark, Minerva said incredulously. Yes, if a dark wizard comes up, it shows the other light wizards what they potentially could become, so it protects the society. Albus said with a smile. For the greater good, Harry said coldly. Yes, exactly, Albus said with a smile. You are not only evil but mad. That is the most idiotic thing I have ever heard. You are selfish and delusional. You have convinced yourself that you are doing this for everyone, but the only one who ever benefited is yourself. You destroyed lives because you wanted to be considered greater than the founders. You stole and destroyed lives to get money so you could live a good life in elegant robes and a high lifestyle. You decided to play God, choosing who would be good and who would be evil. It wasn't for the greater good, it was for power. You loved having the power over others, Harry shouted. How dare you? I am Albus Dumbledore. I am the most powerful wizard in the world. Albus Dumbledore is dead. You are just a memory, Neville said sarcastically. No, you are not the most powerful wizard. I am. Harry stood up, his magic glowing. Albus smirked and his eyes twinkled as he looked at Harry over his spectacles. Indeed, Lord Potter Black. Harry knew that look, and then something clicked. Who is your master? The others look at Harry in shock. Poppy said that I spoiled her master's plan and she wasn't talking about you. Whoever controlled her was controlling you. Albus just smirked and said nothing. You already knew I had taken over the Potter and Black estates, and you knew I wasn't married to Ginny, so you were in contact with Poppy. Where were you? You weren't in your portrait in the Wizengamot. I know, we checked. You were with your master. Who is it? You're not going to say, are you? Harry started to laugh. With everything you did, you are nothing but a servant, someone's South Avenue. I am. Nothing but a pitiful reminder of a pitiful wizard. Headmaster Armando Dippet turned to Albus, portrait, and screamed, Albus, you have been disloyal to the oath you took as headmaster, both as a wizard and now as a portrait. You are a disgrace, Dillis retorted. You have brought shame on this institution, another headmaster said. The castle should have turned you out. You hurt the children, how could you? Albus held his head in his hands as all the previous headmasters and headmistresses berated him. He screamed and took his wand and started blasting them. Neville and Harry pulled out their wands but stopped when they saw a red beam hit Albus and held him up. The red beam was joined by a green, then blue and yellow beams. The four founders came in, each one with their wands pointing at Albus. Albus Dumbledore, you have brought disrepute to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and you attacked my line and violated my heritage. Rowena Ravenclaw said in a cold, serious voice. You have been disloyal and have damaged the lives of the children you swore to protect. You have taken what was not yours and defiled my heritage, Helga Hufflepuff said sternly. You tainted the name of my house and brought disharmony among the students and the world. You hurt the innocent in your mad climb for power and in doing so hurt my family and my heritage, Salazar Slytherin hissed and screamed. You were an unworthy headmaster and broke the oath you took. You are a coward and I am ashamed that you represented my house. I denounce you as you denounced my descendant from his rightful place in this world. You have used the pure and neutral school we built for your evil plans and have corrupted the heritage we gave this world. My descendant will destroy what you have built and rebuild what you have destroyed. Godric Gryffindor's portrait glowed with power. My descendant will demolish your web of lies and bring harmony to the world. Helga Hufflepuff glowed with power. He who embodies my virtues and who I am proud to have as my heir will destroy your evil and restore honor to this place we love. Salazar Slytherin glowed with power. All those who stand together and support our chosen, who fill them with love and protection, all who exhibit the virtues that we have laid down, the headmistress and masters of the school, those innocent you have tried to crush, they will all raise up and destroy your name so it will not be remembered. This school and the world will survive you. Rowena Ravenclaw glowed with power. Albus Dumbledore, you are no longer welcome at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I hereby banish you for all time. So mote it be, cried Gryffindor. So mote it be, cried Slytherin. So mote it be, cried Ravenclaw. So mote it be, cried Hufflepuff. Albus, portrait screamed, and in a flash of blinding light the portrait remained lifeless in its frame, then burst into flames and vanished. There was a loud explosion from outside and the castle shook. The four ran to the windows and looked out. The tomb of Albus Dumbledore crumbled and exploded and burst into flames. Harry left the headmistress' office. He had left without a word. He walked towards the tomb and saw that the heat of the flames were as dragon fire. By morning there would be nothing left of the tomb except a dark stain on the grass. He walked back to the castle. Albus was truly gone, but the mess he made would have to be cleaned up. He reached the doors to the castle and was met by Hermione, who ran to see what the explosion was about. Harry told Hermione that Albus had returned but Hogwarts banished him. She gave him a big hug. The two were joined by Neville and Phileas. After half an hour of discussing the events and filling in Phileas and Hermione on what happened, Severus walked in and informed them that the founders had all the former headmasters and headmistresses, including Severus and Minerva, retake their vows of loyalty to Hogwarts. Harry looked at Severus with pride as he indicated that the founders told him that Hogwarts acknowledged him as a former headmaster and that he did his best under the circumstances to protect the children. He told them that the founders kept Minerva back in a meeting. Phileas called Ogden to bring them a bottle of wine, which they all shared. After finishing his wine, Severus got up and told the others that he had a paper to finish and needed to take his leave. As he was about to walk away, Harry stopped him. Severus, we have some unfinished business to attend. Severus looked at him. Harry's face was serious and did not betray his thoughts to the others, but Severus shook his head. I have too much to do tonight. I have to finish my paper. I will see you tomorrow. He bowed to everyone and left. Severus walked out of the great hall and headed towards his dungeons. The dungeon hallways seemed much colder than normal. He soon reached the door to his office, but he did not open it. What is wrong with you? The man you love wants you and you turn him down. You're an idiot, he berated himself. Severus turned and ran back up to the ground floor. He looked up and saw Harry and Hermione walking up the stairs on their way to Gryffindor Tower. Severus ran to his right and headed for a shortcut, the one he often used to catch Gryffindors who were trying to reach their common room after curfew. The shortcut reduced the time in half and he knew he arrived before Harry. The portrait of the Griffin was asleep. It woke and turned his head but did not ask for the password. Severus heard Harry wish Hermione a good night and heard him coming before he turned the corner. Severus leant against the wall and did a quick grooming charm so he wouldn't look as if he just ran. As soon as he turned the corner, Harry saw him and smiled, but then put on a mock stern look and came to stand in front of Severus. I thought you had a paper to finish. Don't tell me, Professor, that you are waiting till the last minute to finish your homework." Severus frowned. This was clearly a mistake. "I am going." Harry reached out and grabbed his hand. "No, you don't. I think I will just have to give you a detention." Harry smiled and pulled him into his quarters. Creature was lying down on his bed. He was tired. It had been a long day, when suddenly he felt the wards to his master's apartment tingle. A house elf was trying to get in. He slowly walked to the living room and released the wards, and Tibbs came through. "The headmistress requests that Lord Potter Black come to her office for a meeting. Tell the headmistress that my master is busy. She wants to see him right away." There was another pop and Misty. Severus' house elf came in. "I thought I told Tibbs not to disturb my master." Sounds of Severus and Harry beeping in pleasure come through the closed bedroom door. "My master deserves a night of happiness, and I will not have Tibbs disturbing him," the feisty house elf said, one hand on her hip, the other pointing accusingly at Tibbs. "Tibbs is just following orders. The headmistress wants Professor Snape and Lord Potter Black immediately," Tibbs said as he started walking towards the bedroom. "Not tonight, she doesn't." Creature put his hand out and stopped the house elf. Misty grabbed onto Tibbs' ear. "If you disturb my master, I will chop you up in little pieces and put you in my master's potions." Ogden came in silently. "Tibbs, tell the headmistress that Lord Potter Black and Professor Snape have retired for the evening and will see her in the morning." The sounds of Severus screaming Harry's name in ecstasy came into the room, and Misty smiled and released the hold on Tibbs' ear. Ogden looked at Tibbs and said, "You are dismissed." Tibbs frowned but popped out. He was followed by a smiling Misty. Ogden turned to Creature. "I will ward the rooms so no one will bother them tonight." With that he disappeared silently. Creature looked over at the closed bedroom door as he heard Harry scream out. The house elf smiled. If there were two people who deserved a night to themselves, it was the two men he now protected. With that he returned to his living space, secure in the knowledge that there would be no more disturbances. 15 minutes later, Minerva McGonagall walked down the hallway of Gryffindor Tower and then stopped in shock. The wall that normally held the portrait of the Gryffindor Griffin was bare. Severus woke up, and it only took 5 seconds for him to recollect everything that happened the night before and assess where he was. As a spy, it was important to always be alert. He was on Harry's bed, in Harry's room, in Harry's apartment. If he was a teenage girl he would have squealed, but he was not. He reminded himself that he was a snarky potions professor, so he smirked. Last night was amazing. He had had a few lovers over the years, but none of them affected him like Harry did. He was happy, he was sated, he was in love. He stretched. Harry was not in the bed, but his scent was still there. His magical residue still seemed to linger around Severus, and he did not want to move. He curled around onto Harry's side of the bed and held on to the pillow. For the first time since he was a small child, he felt like he could stay in bed for the entire day, but his stomach growled and reminded him that he had missed dinner the night before. As if on cue, there was a soft knock on the door and Creature walked in. "Good morning, Master Severus. Master Harry sent me to wake you and tell you that breakfast will soon be ready." "Thank you, Creature. I will be there in a few minutes." Severus looked around and then stopped the house elf as he was going through the door. "Creature, where are my clothes?" "I think Master Harry put them in the wash. He is very meticulous about a clean room, and your clothes were on the ground. You should go and take a bath. I will contact Misty and arrange some clean clothes for you." Severus nodded and headed for the bathroom. 15 minutes later he exited and scowled when he saw the clothes Misty had sent for him. "Misty, I am going to kill you." She had always been harassing him to wear some of the more ridiculous clothes he owned. There on the bed was his washed-out blue jeans that he had worn once when he went to spy in the Muggle world, that he had repeatedly told Misty to throw away, and a t-shirt that McGonagall had given him as a spoof gift a few Christmases ago. He had given her a cat collar with a bell on it. He sat on the bed in just a towel and stared at the clothes until his growling stomach won over his pride. He stood outside of the kitchen. He felt stupid. He took a deep breath and walked in and mumbled a "good morning," and Harry responded without turning. Harry was at the stove finishing up some pancakes he was making. Creature was putting out plates and cutlery. There on the kitchen table were pancakes, toast, muffins, omelets, sausages, kippers, blueberry jam and fresh butter. There was also fresh coffee and pumpkin juice. And everything smelt heavenly. Severus looked at Harry, who was now putting the last of pancakes on the table. "Harry made all of this?" Harry finished making his specialty fresh apple pancakes and turned to put them on the table. There in front of him was the say-wiest guy he had ever seen, and he looked like Severus. He had on a green t-shirt with a cartoon-esque beak using its tail to hold a stirrer in a bubbling cauldron, and a pair of well-fitting jeans. God, he looked. Harry put the pancakes on the table. Now I had planned to spend the day in the Chamber of Secrets, but I don't think that we would be leaving this apartment. Harry walked over and placed a mind-blowing key on Severus, his hands exploring. You look so, I think I will have you for breakfast. You both have a meeting with the headmistress this morning at 9:30, so you have half an hour for breakfast before you have to get ready, Creature said, totally ignoring the physical exhibition going on. Creature, you are a killjoy. Lord Black is never late. Harry scowled but sat down and started putting sausages on his plate. Severus decided to try the pancakes and was happy he did. They were delicious. You made this? Harry looked up. Yeah, I like to cook. It's the one and only good thing I picked up from the Dursleys. Severus looked around. The kitchen was a modern marvel and looked like it was designed for a Muggle chef. So do you cook every day? Because I can see myself putting on quite a few pounds. Harry laughed. No, Creature still does a lot of the cooking, but when I have the time I take over. In the beginning he was upset, but now he has gotten used to the idea. He looked over. I don't mind if you put on a few pounds, more for me to hold on to. Severus blushed and stuffed his mouth with pancakes. He ate more than he had in a while. This food was delicious. As they were finishing, Creature came to remind Harry he had to put on his robes. He currently had on black trousers and a blue shirt with his sleeves rolled up. Do I have to? Severus is in jeans and a t-shirt. I gonna look like an idiot. Lord Black does not go to a meeting in jeans and a t-shirt. If it makes you feel better, I am going to change before I go up, Severus said, checking the time and getting up. I better go now. The flow flared and Minerva called out, Harry, are you there? Harry and Severus moved into the living room. Good morning, Harry, and you too, Severus, Minerva's face said from the fire. Oh, Severus, don't you look adorable? What do you want, woman? We are coming up in 10 minutes, Severus said with a snarl. Brian Watson is here, so if you could come through now I would appreciate it, Minerva said, still looking amusingly at Severus. Creature came in with 2 sets of robes, a blue set he gave to Harry and a black set he handed to Severus. Creature, you are a lifesaver, thank you, Severus said and quickly threw the robes over his attire. Since they were obviously Harry's, they were a tad short, but Creature adjusted them for him. Harry grinned and walked through the flow, Severus following right after. Brain, Watson and Phileas were sitting in Minerva's office, both had cups of coffee in their hands. Harry greeted them both, and before he sat down Neville and Augusta came in. Instinctively Harry looked up at the spot where Dumbledore's portrait had been. Of course it was bare. Curiously, however, there was the new frame above the headmistress' desk. It was a painting with 4 empty armchairs. Harry gave a slight laugh. When everyone was seated, Brian started. Dumbledore's portrait frame in the Wizengamot caught a fire and then crashed to the floor last night. There was a similar report from the Chocolate Frog Company. The original portrait that they use as a template for their card was also destroyed last night, as well as all the Dumbledore cards they had on stock caught a fire and were completely destroyed. I noticed as I was coming in that his tomb is no longer there. Did something happen last night? Minerva then went into detail about what happened the night before. Brian's face showed slight shock when she mentioned the founders. You mean to say the 4 Hogwarts founders banished him? Brian said with a small laugh of disbelief. Are you calling the headmistress a liar? A stern voice came from above as the 4 founders' portraits came and sat in the armchairs. Brian turned with his mouth open to look at Salazar Slytherin, who had spoken. You're, Brian stammered. Oh, Godric, he must have been from your house, all brawn and no brain, he can't even talk properly, Salazar said with a sneer. Hey, I resent that, Harry said. Well, you know, Harry, I hold you as an exception, Salazar said with a smile. Well then, I take offense, Neville said with slight amusement. He too had gotten accustomed to the playful side of the founders. Well, you better watch what you say, Salazar Septimius Slytherin, Helga said, giving the wizard a glare. Salazar gulped and Godric laughed. You better not say anything, Sal, you know how protective she is with her kits, especially this one. Rowena decided as always to be the level-headed one. She smiled at Brian and said, Good morning, my dear sir. I am Rowena Ravenclaw, and my compatriots and I are the magical representations of the 4 founders of this school. If my information is correct, you are Brian Watson, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Brain quickly composed himself and said, "Good morning to you too, madam." "Yes, I am. I must say that I am shocked to meet you all, and I must apologize if I offended you, Minerva. I did not mean to imply that you were a liar." "No offense taken," the headmistress said with a smile. "Well, now that we have cleared that up, Godric, you all banished Albus from Hogwarts. Why did the frames from the other places disappeared as well?" "Albus' connection in this realm is through Hogwarts. As we have banished him, all connections to this realm were severed, so all his portrait frames were destroyed. As for the chocolate cards, I would assume it was because his card was a reward for his excellence as headmaster. Hogwarts' rejection of him has caused magic to also reject the sentiment behind the cards, so it destroyed them. So any books or documents praising him for being a good headmaster would also be destroyed." Phileas speculated. "Possibly," Godric answered. "Do you have any ideas where he may have had other frames?" Neville asked seriously. "He may have had frames in the Potions and Alchemy Grand Hall and the Transfiguration Masters Guild Hall, but I will have to check," Brian indicated. As Brian mentioned alchemy, Harry had a thought. "Do you think it a possibility that Nicholas Flamel may be Dumbledore's master?" he asked the group. Severus nodded. They worked closely together, and Riddle indicated that he was involved in the ritual, so even if he wasn't his master, he was involved. Minerva shook her head. "Whoever it is most definitely alive. The Flamels are dead. They died after the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed, 7 years ago. But we only know this because of Albus' word. I certainly did not hear of when they actually died or if there was even a memorial service," Phileas said seriously. "I have met Nicholas on many occasions and he was a really nice person." Minerva shook her head in disbelief. "Yes, well, a few weeks ago you would have said the same thing about Albus." Severus sneered as if mentioned Albus' name left a bad taste in his mouth. "You are correct, but it is so hard to think of any of them being involved in this mess. Perenelle was or is such a soft-spoken sweetheart," Minerva said sadly. "Oh please, Perenelle Gaunt Flammel was not a sweetheart. She was a cold, maniacal, evil witch who embodied all the negative aspects that people associate with S's Slytherin house," Salazar said with contempt. "Even as a portrait I used to keep getting creepy vibes off of her." "What? She was a Gaunt? She is a descendant of Slytherin," Harry said in shock. Salazar put his head in his hands and mumbled loudly, "Don't remind me. I never heard her speak in a harsh tone. She always had a smile and she had a pleasant disposition," Minerva said, still in disbelief. "Yeah, well, you did not really know her. She always reminded me of the evil witch in the Grimm brothers' tales. You know, the one who leads the children with a smile and with cookies and then tries to eat them," Salazar said, then added, "To give you an idea of what she was like, Ronnie used to hide whenever she would go down to the chamber." "Ronnie, the basilisk," Harry explained. "I thought that Voldemort was the last descendant of Slytherin. Can't she claim the title of Lady Slytherin?" Neville asked. "She was never in the running for the title. She was the last of 7 children. Her eldest brother held the title of Lord Gaunt and had the wealth and the estates, and it officially passed through his line. Tom was his descendant. When she got married, she formally denounced all ties to the family, as was the custom in those days, and joined her husband's house. Besides, her magic was not powerful enough for the claim of Lady Slytherin. You had to have powerful magic to make the claim," Salazar explained. "Well, she sounds more of a candidate as Albus' master than her husband," Augusta put forward. "Either way, I am going to make a full investigation into what happened to them. In addition, I am also making a formal inquiry into the actions of Albus Dumbledore," Brian stated. "That would be great, Brian. We will give you full access to anything you need here at Hogwarts," Minerva stated. "I also got a notice from your lawyers, Lady Longbottom, about an inquiry into Gringotts," Brian said, turning to Augusta. It was Neville who answered, "Yes, I want a full inquiry into why the Hufflepuff vaults were given to Albus Dumbledore in Hogwarts, when the only people who had the authority to do so did not authorize such a transaction. I suspect that a lot of improprieties are going to be uncovered in conjunction with a lot of Dumbledore's dealings with the bank." Brian nodded his head. "Yes, I fully support you, and I already sent a team this morning to start the investigations. The Goblin Nation is going to be in an uproar. Well, I think they should be. After all, the goblins take pride in their running the wizard bank. If that is taken away, well, it would be dishonor for the entire nation," Augusta said. Don't worry, I am putting some of my best men into the auditing and investigations at Gringotts, Brian said. Thank you for your swift actions, Neville said in a very businesslike manner. Brian stood up to take his leave and promised to head the team investigating Albus himself. After a few pleasantries he left. Neville then turned to Severus, are we still going to the chamber today? Yes, get Hermione and change into something comfortable and disposable. We should be able to meet at the entrance in about 15 to 20 minutes, Severus said. Yeah, like jeans and a t-shirt, Harry said with a laugh and ignored the glare Severus was sending him. Walk with your dragon hide gloves as well, Severus added, and Neville nodded. When Neville and Augusta left, Minerva looked at the others and then stated, she said pointing at the founders, have decided that we need to make many changes here at Hogwarts, especially with regard to the Slytherins to undo the damage that Albus created. Yes, I can't stand it that people think of Slytherins as the evil ones in the society, and worse than that, Slytherants themselves are thinking that, Salazar stated loudly. Harry noted that the more he got angry, the more of a hiss his words became. Severus nodded, I would like that. I also want to address this whole pure blood issue as well, especially in my house. Imagine Salazar being thought of as the one who advocated pure blood supremacy. It is preposterous, Helga said with incredulity. You mean you didn't start it? Minerva asked. My wife was a muggle, not even a muggle-born witch, she was not a drop of magic muggle. She was a beautiful Spanish princess, muggle royalty. My only regret is that she could not have a portrait here with me. I keep a picture of her but it has no life. He pulled out a locket that was around his neck, the one that was eventually used by Riddle, and in it was a picture of a beautiful raven hair maid. Wow, very nice, Sal, Harry said, giving a wolf whistle. I think these are the things that have to be told to your students, Phileas said, turning to Severus. Yes, it would change a lot of their thinking, Severus replied. I think we are going to have to meet a day soon when we could work out some details as to the changes we want to make. I know you have your day planned, Minerva said. Severus nodded and he and Harry stood up to leave when Minerva came and stood next to them and said, I am sorry about last night, had I known I would not have sent Tibbs. What are you going on about, woman? Severus said. Minerva ignored him and continued, I am so happy for you two. I think you are fantastic for one another, you make a great couple. She then gave each one a key on the cheek. As they walked out of her office and down to the dungeons, Harry asked Severus, how did she know? How does any woman know? It is one of the mysteries in this world. On reaching his quarters, Severus shouted, Misty, and the tiny house elf came in with a grin. Hello, Master Severus, those are really nice robes. Are they Master Harry's? She turned and saw Harry come in. Good morning, Master Harry, I have packed you a nice lunch for your exploring today. Misty, Severus said with a seriousness normally reserved for his students, but the tiny house elf ignored him and ran off to get the basket she prepared. Misty, Severus said with his hands on his hips. The house elf came in with the basket and promptly started telling Harry about the double chocolate fudge cake she baked for him, and laughed when she saw his eyes light up. She ran back in the kitchen. Misty, Severus said, stomping his foot, as she came back with a slice of the cake on a plate for Harry, who tasted it and closed his eyes in dreamy goodness. Severus was distracted for a moment until he saw Misty grinning at him. Misty, Severus looked at her sternly. The house elf sighed, what? You know what? Severus pulled off the borrowed robes, showing the jeans and t-shirt he was wearing underneath. I don't know what you are fussing about. You are going exploring into the depths of Merlin knows where to gather potions ingredients from a dead beep, and you are most like going to get slime and what's not all over you, and you always fuss about your good robes being ruined and that you want to get rid of these clothes, and besides they are comfortable and you look good in them, am I not right, Master Harry? Yep, he looks divine. Misty, I will be grateful if you throw away all his old robes and stock up his wardrobe with things like these. Severus gave Harry a glare, you're not helping. Of course I'm helping Misty. Master Harry, be a good boy. She turned to Severus, you better hold on to him, I like him. Turning back to Harry, she said, taking the empty plate from him, I have a nice recipe for genuine Italian lasagna I will help Creature prepare for tonight when you get back. Harry gave her a key on the top of her head. You are a doll, leave the grumpy one and run away with me, Harry teased. Severus was now pouting. But then who would look out for him? He can't even pick out his clothes properly. If you leave him to it, he just wears the same boring black robes. Just look at him, he looks like a Lost puppy, Misty said, teasing Severus. Harry laughed and walked up to Severus. I guess we will just have to take him with us, he then keyed him passionately. Misty smiled and then left into one of the rooms and came back with an old-looking satchel. It reminded Harry of the old school bag he had in primary school, and a small knapsack. Severus gave Harry a smile and then turned to Misty with a scowl. This doesn't mean I forgive you, and took the bag from her. Oh Posh, I know you love me, she said with a grin and then turned to Harry. Master Harry, I have prepared a pack for you. It has emergency supplies, extra bottles of water for your team, parchment and quills and extra compartments for storing anything you may wish to return with. She then took the lunch basket, shrank it and put it into the pack. Harry took it gratefully. To be honest, he had not thought of taking any of these things even though he was sure Hermione would have. Misty looked at Harry for a moment and then said, Master Severus has another pair of jeans and a few t-shirts that you could borrow if you want to change out of those formal robes. I would be most grateful, Harry said, and Misty pulled him into the bedroom. Severus was checking the satchel, making sure it had everything he needed, and as always Misty was spot on. When Harry re-entered the room wearing black jeans and a blue and silver t-shirt, Phileas' last birthday. Misty had resized the clothes to fit him and he looked stunning. Severus just stared. Harry gave him another key and then said, Come on handsome, we better get going or we would not leave at all. Harry picked up the knapsack and grabbed Severus' hand, and after thanking Misty again left the dungeons and headed for the second-floor bathroom. Hermione and Neville stood waiting outside Beeping Myrtle's bathroom. Both had on old jeans and t-shirts. Neville told Hermione he was surprisingly excited. If you told me a year ago I would be excited to go exploring a Slytherin lair with Professor Snape, I would have told you that you were barmy. Yes, things have changed, Hermione said with a laugh, but they are so much better. Neville nodded in agreement. The two saw Harry and Severus approaching and both their jaws dropped. While they were accustomed seeing Harry in jeans and t-shirt, it was of course Severus that had them stunned. Severus, you look. Neville started. Gorgeous. I understand why you only wear dull clothes during the term. If the girls in school were to ever see you looking like this, none of them will pay attention in class, they would be all staring at you. Hermione said, laughing. Indeed. All the girls in this school are dunderheads, all of the boys too for that matter. Let's go, we are not here to talk about my attire, Severus sneered, and the trio were briefly reminded of their snarky potions master. The four entered the chamber and Severus, Hermione and Neville quickly set up cutting part of the shed skin. They had agreed to only take some of the items, leaving the rest for other times. The chamber had a unique preservation spell, so anything stored here would remain perfectly preserved, so the ingredients could be harvested over many years when it would be needed. Harry had noticed that the hole-in-wall had been expanded to form a small archway. He assumed Phileas had done it the last time they came down. Leaving the three to the basilisk skin, Harry moved on towards the chamber itself. Casting a large fireball that he sent to the top of the ceiling, so it acted similar to a Muggle light bulb. The entire chamber was flooded with light and the place did not look as scary as he remembered. He looked at the dead basilisk and marveled that his 12-year-old self could have killed this monster. He sighed. This had just been another test. He decided to move on. Following some directions Sal had given him, Harry moved to the back of the Slytherin statue and found the doorway to the main area of the chamber. He came to a long hallway which ended in a large circular room with 12 passageways leading out. It was like a big clock. He had come out of the 6 o'clock passage, and opposite was a large archway with an elaborate basilisk carved along the edge of the archway. This led to the basilisk's room, where Harry assumed he would find more bones. While he was not scared, he decided he would not go there by himself. Salazar had told him the 3 o'clock passage led to the library and the 9 o'clock passage led to a potions lab and Sal's office. The other passageways led to a labyrinth which would have had a person lost for days, if not forever. Harry decided that today he would concentrate on the library. He would go to the lab later with Severus. Harry went down the appropriate passage and came up to a door with a S-beak carved on it. Unlike the other S-beak carvings, this one raised its head and spoke to him. "What are you doing here, SSSON of Gryffindor?" "I am SS seeking SS Salazar SSS library," Harry answered, watching the S-beak carving intently. "You are not welcomed, Harris Gryffindor." Harry allowed his magic to flare. "I have SS Salazar SSS permission to be here." Is that the lie you told the Queen of SS's beeps to get this far? Ronnie ISSS dead. I killed her over SSSIX years SS ago. The S beep carving shifted a little, so very much like a Gryffindor, killing noble creatures SS because they SS stand in your way. SSSHE was going to kill an innocent SS student. SSSHE had already petrified a few and SSSHE would have gone back and harmed the other SSS. I could not let that happen. The S beep seemed to be considering him. What happened to the other heir? You do not have Slytherin's blood SSSO he ISSS not your father. Number, but I am his heir. I killed him too. He killed Thusen SSS and would have gone on killing. I had to SS stop him, it was as either him or me. He USSSED the knowledge he gained from this library to promote evil in Discord. You are a powerful light wizard and with the knowledge here you could become dark. You would have the power to destroy not only the wizarding world, but all of existence. Why SS should I let you in? My life SSSO far has been USSSED to protect other SSS and I will possibly continue doing SSSO and if the library can provide the knowledge to help then I would be grateful. But you are correct I am powerful and I know that with that power and the influence I have in SS society, there ISSS a chance I too may go dark, it ISSS my greatest street fear that I become my worst enemy. If the knowledge in this library would tempt me to do SSSO, then I no longer wish to enter. The S beep smiled, I will allow you in trance, you will not be allowed to remove any of the books SS or SS scroll SSS and I will hold you responsible for anyone who you bring in here, though I reserve the right to not allow SS someone entrance. The door opened, but the S beep still glared. Heed my warning young Gryffindor, knowledge can be a dangerous thing. Harry did not enter but said, you can SSC into my SS soul, promise me the day I come to your door and you SSC darkness SS staining my SS soul, you will not allow me entrance. The S beep seemed pleased, so mote it be. Harry entered as his magic pulsed and bound his pledge, so mote it be. The room was beautiful. It was illuminated by a branch of Gubrathian fire, or everlasting fire, that was held in what looked like a small, 6 feet square, rock garden in the middle of the room. On one side of the room there was a wooden desk and a leather chair and on the other several shelves with books and a cabinet with scrolls. Harry felt a chill as he entered the room and knew it came from the evil in the books. Bravely Harry went and looked at the titles on the shelves, most were not in English and a few looked old and battered. Harry quietly mused that if the room had a preservation spell on it, how old exactly were these books? He approached some books that were not given off any evil magic and noted that they were in what looked like parcel script. Harry assumed they were written by Salazar himself. He took one and opened it. It was a potions book, with potions ranging from one which turned someone into a frog. Harry laughed and remembered some Muggle fairy tales, to the hair growth potion, which Harry noted had 1 ounce of finely ground goose egg shell. Harry saw that there was a potion to cure lycanthropy but among the ingredients was the blood and heart of a newborn baby not older than 12 hours. Harry shuddered. He knew that Remus would never forgive him if he made this potion known. Harry took up another book and saw to his amusement that it was Salazar's diary. This should be an interesting read, though now that he was getting to know the portrait, he was afraid to find out about the unpleasant parts of the man. He took up the book and went to the desk and sat and read for well over 2 hours, when he heard his communications mirror calling. It was Severus. Where are you? Severus asked. I am in the library. How is the gathering going? We have gathered most of what want from the basilisk at this time. Can you come to us? We don't know where you are. Harry heard Neville's voice in the background. Yeah, you've got the food and we're hungry. Harry laughed and said, I will be there shortly. He left the book on the desk and picking up the knapsack and left the library. As he exited he heard the S beep chuckle. USS seemed to be okay, I had my doubts. Harry arrived back into the main area in no time and saw Severus and Hermione sitting on the floor leaning on the Salazar statue away from the basilisk, which now had a small chunk missing from its side. There were several bottles and containers which were marked and packed to the side. Neville stood bareback near to the moat which partially surrounded the statue and was washing his face and Harry saw Severus watching Neville and the wolf in him growled. All 3 occupants of the room turned and looked at him. Severus blushed and lowered his eyes. Hermione laughed and came up to him. What was the library like? Are there a lot of books? I could imagine they would be old books mainly in Latin, Celtic or even Greek. Did you bring any with you? Normally he would have laughed at her exuberance, but he was still glaring at Severus. He answered without looking at her, "No, you can't take anything out of the library, the guardian would not allow it." "Could you carry me? Yes, I would love to see it," she said, almost jumping for joy. Harry turned and looked at her and said very sternly, "No, it's too dangerous. Most of the books reek of evil and you would be too tempted to study them. I don't think that even I will go there very often." Hermione was very disappointed but knew Harry well enough not to push when he used that tone. She took the knapsack from him and took out the lunch basket and enlarged it. Harry looked at her closely. "Hermione, isn't that Neville's t-shirt?" "Yes, I got splashed with a bit of the basilisk blood and it started burning through my clothes and onto my skin," Hermione said with a very red face. Harry said in alarm, "Did you get burned? Are you okay?" "I am fine. Severus had a phial of phoenix tears in case of any emergencies and put a drop of it where the blood touched my skin and Neville's hands as well." Neville came across and said with a big grin, "Yeah mate, what do you think happened? Do you think we would have an orgy without you?" He laughed and then said more seriously, "Besides, Luna would have my hide skinned and mounted, if it wasn't an emergency." Hermione was digging through the knapsack and found a small towel which she enlarged and passed to Neville, and to his relief a black t-shirt. Harry looked at the t-shirt and laughed at Neville's expression when he read the words, "Slytherin's Rock," which was written in green on it. Hermione shared the lunch and Harry took over a sandwich and pumpkin juice to Severus, who took it without saying anything. Harry knelt down in front of him and said, "You are mine," and gave him a deep and powerful key, and Severus submitted totally. They parted and Harry heard Hermione give a wolf whistle and Neville shouting, "It's about bloody time." After lunch they all went and looked for the potions lab, which was also guarded by a carved S-beep. The S-beep asked a series of complicated potions questions, which Severus answered without hesitation, before allowing them entrance. The lab was well stocked and Severus looked like a child on Christmas Day looking at all the equipment and ingredients that were stored, including to Neville's delight some very rare and ancient plants and seeds. Harry left the trio and moved to a door to the side of the lab which he assumed was Sal's office. It was a large office, done in tasteful green. There was a large couch on one side of the wall. Above the couch on the wall was an empty frame. There was a desk with a lamp, an empty inkwell and feather quill, and a small framed picture of Sal's wife and, Harry assumed, his two sons. There was also a small bookshelf with many potions journals and Harry noted student papers and written projects. There was a huge fireplace above which was a picture of the Great Hall. Harry walked towards it and wondered if it was attached to the school flow system. As if to answer his question, he noticed a small jar on top of the mantel which contained flow powder. Harry lit a fire and tried the powder, calling for the headmistress' office. Nothing. He tried again. This time he called for the Slytherin common room and again he got nothing. He decided to continue exploring and noted there were two doors, one to the left and the other to the right of the fireplace. The door to the right led was a small room with a single cot bed and a small wardrobe with two plain green robes hanging in them. The door to the left led to a bathroom which had an ancient clawed-foot porcelain bathtub and toilet. There was a small table with a pitcher and bowl. Walking back into the living room, Harry sat down on the couch and mused that this was a nice room for a bachelor or for a potions master who spent too much time in his lab. He looked at the door that led to the lab. Severus would love it here. Harry looked at the fireplace again, contemplating its mystery. It must be connected or it would not have had flow powder on the mantel. It also made sense that Sal would not always take the entrance from the second-floor bathroom. He had to have a quicker way, but one which would still allow it to remain secret, one that only he could use. Then it came to Harry, Parseltongue. He walked up again to the fireplace and this time saying his destination in Parseltongue he called for the headmistress' office. The fire turned green and Harry stuck his head through. He came out in Minerva's office but the room was empty. He noticed the founders and all the other portraits looking at him. He called to Salazar and told him in Parseltongue that he was currently in his secret chamber. Salazar laughed and told him he would meet him. Harry left the fireplace and saw Sal in the frame above the couch. The two talked for half an hour about the chamber and Harry learnt that this room was called Salazar's lair, and he could go to it from any of the school's fireplaces but he must call for it in Parseltongue. Sal indicated that Tom had never been here because he never got past the S-beep to go to the lab. Sal laughed when he told him about the encounter with the library's guardian. However, he told him seriously that the library contained many dark books that all the founders had confiscated from dark wizards over the years and that the Guardian served to protect the world from its knowledge. Harry thought of adding some of Voldemort's artifacts and books there, and Sal agreed, telling him the Guardian would not allow anyone to leave with anything left there, except the person who placed the item there. Harry teased Sal about the diary and Sal gave him and Severus permission to read it, saying he would learn a lot about him and the other founders that way. Harry wasn't sure if he wanted Severus to go into the library, but Sal assured him that he should trust Severus. Salazar also told him that he could call house elves to the chamber, but he had to call them from the chamber itself, he could not send them from somewhere else. Harry called Ogden, who came in and told Harry he would tend to the chamber himself. With Ogden's help, Harry widened the bedroom and placed a large 4-poster bed, similar to what he had in his apartment. Ogden also expanded and modernized the bathroom, though Harry left the bathtub. Salazar also told him the painting of the Great Hall actually showed a live picture of any of the rooms in Hogwarts, except the teachers' quarters and guest quarters and of course all the bathrooms. Harry called for it to show Salazar's private lab where Severus, Hermione and Neville were packing up. Ogden then left for the lab and Harry laughed when all three jumped when they saw the house elf come in. Ogden helped them with all they had collected and took them back to Severus, Potion's labs. The three then met up with Harry and he called for Creature, who went for some refreshments. They waited for 5 minutes before Harry remembered he had to call Creature back. After half an hour, Hermione told the group that she had to take her leave as she had a meeting with Draco to discuss plans for the Australia trip. Harry teased her when she said the meeting was at a Muggle restaurant. Neville also had to leave, telling them that his grandmother was leaving to go back to Longbottom Manor. He was going to spend the night and would return tomorrow. Harry used the flow and called their destinations and they left. Left to themselves, Harry told him he wanted to take him to the library. Severus told him he needed to take a shower and if he could take him back to his quarters. They could return later. Harry, however, showed him the bathroom, which now had a shower and hot water. He would call Misty for clothes. Severus scowled. While Severus was in the shower, Harry sat talking to Sal about his wife and children after showing him the picture that was on his desk. It was seeing Sal's love for family that had Harry thinking about Severus and the possibility of having a family with him. Harry excused himself. Salazar gave a big smile and left the frame. Severus stood under the shower. This day had been unbelievable. He was able to collect some of the rarest potions ingredients in the world. Then there was Salazar's lab, which was better than any lab he had ever dreamed of. His mind was reeling with all the possible potions that he could make, and when Harry showed him the bookshelf with the potion journals, he thought he had died and gone to heaven. His thoughts were broken as he heard the door to the shower open and he saw the fantastically athletic BPD Harry enter the shower. Yes, heaven. Harry woke to a hissing sound. He opened his eyes and saw Salazar looking at him from his frame. Harry was lying on the couch with Severus' head resting on his. They were partially intertwined. Luckily he had summoned a blanket from the bedroom and had covered their BPD bodies before he had fallen asleep. While Sal was just a painting, Harry would have been embarrassed. Couldn't make it to the bedroom ISSC. Don't worry, Julieta and ISS spent many afternoon SSS on that very SS same couch, just as you are. Severus stirred and looked over at the painting. Harry held him close and told him in English that it was okay and to go back to sleep. Severus cuddled closer and went back to sleep. Harry looked at Salazar, who had a big grin on his face. Salazar looked at Severus and said to Harry, "He ISSS a good man and he makes you happy that ISSS all that ISSS important. Besides, anyone who proudly wears my familiar on his back, has my approval." Salazar was pointing to the huge tattoo of the Slytherin S beat that Severus had on his back. It was a Muggle tattoo. Severus had provided the picture that he had illegally gotten at 15, it was however expertly done. Harry was glad it was a Muggle tattoo and not a magical one, as the magical ones tended to move and he would have been able to talk to it and he did not need that distraction during say. Though seeing the S beep had made Harry unconsciously speak in Parseltongue in the heat of the moment last night, which he found out really turned Sev on. Is there a point to your visit, Sal? Yes, your little heir ISSS here to SSCU. Teddy, do you have another heir? Harry glared at him. He gently whispered to Severus, "Sev, we have to go." I figured as much. What life-threatening thing is happening this time? Teddy is here. I think I would have preferred a Dark Lord, Severus said jokingly. While he never had any dealings with Teddy, it was a well-known fact that Severus hated children, especially children who were now going into the terrible twos stage. Harry gave him a playful swat on his bum. Come on, he's part of the package. He is my godson and heir, you have to deal with him sometime. Does it have to be today? I have to pack all the stuff we collected and then I still have to finish my paper for the potions convention. If you finish your paper, will you come and spend some time with Teddy and me? Harry asked. Severus shifted and propped himself up. He thought about it, and since he didn't think it possible, he agreed. I promise, if I could miraculously finish my paper, I will come and spend some time with you brats. Promise. Promise, I will even seal it with a key. He leaned forward and gave Harry a key on his lips. Good. Salazar, I need your help. Salazar left to give them some privacy. Harry quickly put on his jeans, Severus noted, without underwear. He tossed everything else into the knapsack and called Severus to the flow. Wrapping him up in the blanket, Harry dropped Severus off at his quarters before going to his own rooms. Harry quickly changed into green robes and then called for Ogden. He arranged with the head house elf to move Salazar's frame from the Slytherin family quarters to Severus' office. Sal's portrait had his library of light magic potions and his lab in the background, which the painted wizard could readily access when helping Severus. Harry called Creature, who told him that Teddy and Andromeda were in Minerva's office. Using the flow again, Harry walked through to meet his grandson. To Harry's horror, Teddy was a bit hesitant to come to him. It was only when Andromeda reminded him that he had changed a lot since the last time Teddy saw him. Teddy recognized the voice and the feel of his unsay Harry, but this man with long hair and no glasses was not familiar. Minerva transfigured an empty teacup into a pair of round lens-less glasses. When Harry put them on, Teddy gave him a big smile and practically jumped on him. After taking off the glasses and putting them back on a few times, Teddy got accustomed to the new Harry and took the glasses off his uncle and smiled. Giving Andromeda a break, Harry decided to take Teddy to Hogsmeade. It was about 5 in the evening, but as it was summer, all the shops opened late. Harry had told Creature that he was converting one of the guest rooms as a room for Teddy. So while they were away, Creature and Ogden and a few other house elves were making the room more child-appropriate. Ogden had assured Harry that there was enough furniture for toddlers stored in the castle, so he would not have to purchase any. While no current professor had a young family, many professors in the past had had small children, and so the castle would have appropriate items for Teddy. Harry decided he would just buy books and clothes. When he could go Diagon Alley, he would buy toys for the child, which would stay at Hogwarts. The two walked slowly down to the village, where the first order of business was a stop at Weasley's Wizard Wheez's Hogsmeade branch. Fred was there and handed Teddy a fake wand which gave off little sparks, and a bag of sweets that looked like real vegetables but tasted like candy. Fred then went into the back to get an experimental toy that he and his brother had been working on. It turned out to be a teddy bear, which they were thinking of calling My Companion Teddy, though Fred said they unofficially was calling it Naughty Teddy, but for Teddy, Fred said they could call it Naughty Bear. Harry laughed when Teddy called it Effed Bear, as it was Uncle Fred who gave him the bear. The bear was designed to be a companion for a child, but like the child, it could be naughty. It did 1 or 2 mild pranks, what do you expect from Fred and George, and would run about causing mayhem with the child. Fred took a small pinch of blood from Teddy, who cried but was immediately comforted with a hug which was placed on a small patch on the top of the toy. The bear then climbed up on Harry and hugged him just like Teddy. Fred handed Harry a sweet and gave him a wink and nodded to Teddy to indicate that the result wasn't going to be too bad. Harry looked at the wrapping. The sweet was named Tonks. He ate it. His hair turned green and then purple and then a brilliant pink. Teddy laughed at his uncle, and then the little Metamorphagus followed suit and changed his hair to match Harry's. To Harry's and Fred's amazement, the bear also turned different colors. When they left, the 2 wizards and 1 bear had bubblegum pink hair which clashed horribly with Harry's green robes. The 2 then went to Gladrags, where Teddy and Bear were measured for clothes. Harry told the attendant what he needed and arranged to send them to the castle when they were finished. They visited the small branch of Flourish and Blots and bought almost the entire children's section. Granted, this branch of the bookstore mostly had teen books. It was, however, when they passed Honeydukes that Harry encountered his first problem. Going into the store, Harry told Teddy he could only have 2 items since Uncle Fred had already given him a bag of sweets. Teddy took up 2 chocolate frogs and 2 sugar quills. Harry then firmly put back 1 of each item. Teddy started to pout and stomped his little foot, and so did Fredbear. "No, Teddy, I said you could only have 2, not 2 types." "But unsay Harry, what about Bear?" Harry sighed. What to do? He wanted to let him take all 4, but the image of Dudley flashed in his mind. "Teddy, I think you and Fredbear will have to share." Teddy pouted and looked at Harry with his best puppy dog eyes. Harry said no again and closed his eyes or he would give in, when he was rudely reminded that Fred had called the bear, "naughty bear." The bear ran up and kicked Harry in the shin. Granted, it did not hurt, but Teddy giggled and duplicated the action. Harry immediately grabbed both of them and headed out the door. "Unsay Harry, no sweet," Teddy said as they left the store and headed back to the castle. "No, Teddy, naughty boys and bears do not get sweets." The little boy started to wail and protest. The bear also wiggled in protest. "You were very naughty for kicking me, it hurt me, do you want to hurt me?" Teddy stopped crying and shook his head. "I no want you to be hurt, unsay Harry." "Well, next time don't kick me, okay? Ote. If you're good for the rest of the evening, I think I could get you something nice." The little boy smiled and hugged Harry, and the bear followed. When they arrived back in the castle, they went first to meet with Andromeda, and then Harry took them both back to his apartment. They met Godric, Helga and Rowena. The 2 ladies cooed and giggled at Teddy, and even Godric smiled at the little boy. Harry then told Andromeda she could have the first guest room whenever she visited, and then took Teddy and Fredbear to their room. The room was a child's dream. The room was painted mainly in blue and had on one wall a mural of the Forbidden Forest, the lake and grounds with Hogwarts in the background. Harry made out centaurs, unicorns, even Hagrid and Fang. There were Quidditch players over the Quidditch pitch and the giant squid in the lake. The furniture were all Teddy's size, except one rocking chair in the corner which was next to a bookshelf. The bed was a miniature 4-poster with blue coverings. There was a bedside table with a lamp. On the other side of the room there was a small round table with 4 chairs around. There was a tiny wardrobe and of drawers which Creature reassured was magical, so could hold as much clothes as needed. Harry noticed a door which upon investigating was a child's bathroom with a toddler-sized toilet, sink and counter with mirror above and a bathtub, but there was enough room for an adult to move about comfortably. The house elves had provided a large variety of old toys, and Teddy and Bear ran first to the wooden rocking horse, then to the toy that had wooden toy soldiers, a train, blocks and a pull-along dragon. Andromeda laughed at the child's excitement and then jokingly scolded Harry, saying that Teddy would never want to come home. While they had not planned to stay longer than dinner, she decided that they would spend the night. Teddy and Fredbear spent the rest of the afternoon playing in his room until it was time for dinner. Harry then encountered another problem. Teddy brought Fredbear to the table and wanted Harry to give him a slice of lasagna. Andromeda quickly solved the problem by saying that bears don't eat lasagna and preferred their own food. She then transfigured a napkin into a toy steak which she placed on the table in front of Fredbear. Everything went on well during dinner until Severus arrived and joined them. Harry smiled. "So I guess you finished your paper." "Yes, in the end I had to cut out pieces as it went on longer than the allotted time." "Thank you for getting Salazar to help." Severus then gave Harry a key on the lips and Harry beamed. Severus turned to a smiling Andromeda and the 3 adults started an intense conversation about the paper. About 5 minutes after his arrival, Severus was hit in the face by a flying piece of lasagna followed by a wooden stake. Andromeda was incensed and promptly swatted Teddy on back of his hand, which had the boy wailing. Teddy turned to look at his unsay Harry, who looked very angry. Teddy was upset who was the man who had turned Grandma and unsay Harry's attention away from him. They were totally ignoring him, and unsay Harry was looking at the man with a goofy smile. Teddy had tried to get his uncle's attention, but he was not listening to him. He tried Grandma, but she too was listening to this man and not him. He was upset, so he let the man know how he felt. Then Grandma swatted him. To Teddy's horror, his uncle then tried to clean up the man. It was frustrating. Harry had turned to Sev and used a cloth napkin to try and clean his face. They heard Teddy scream and the little boy displayed accidental magic, and Sev's hair suddenly caught afire. Andromeda screamed and Harry quickly put it out, and Harry turned and saw Teddy and Fredbear with shocking violet hair. The boy was now throwing a tantrum and started throwing spoons, forks, anything that he and Fredbear could put their hands. Harry told him firmly to stop. A plate came flying and would have hit Severus square in the face if it wasn't for the charm Harry placed on it. Ted Remus Lupin, that was very very naughty. Harry picked him up and grabbed Fredbear and took them both to the child's room. Severus had heard the child's cry. He knew that sound. It wasn't a cry of pain but one for attention. It was the cry of a child who had been ignored and whose parent pretended he wasn't there. It was the cry he used to cry as a small child when his mother was not home, before he learned to hide his emotions. The child had set his hair afire but he knew it was accidental magic. It took him seconds to regrow his hair. As Harry took the child to his room, Severus' mind flashed back to his own childhood, to the first time he had displayed accidental magic. He was a little older than Teddy. He was 3 and his mother had gotten a job as a waitress in a restaurant and had left him with his father. He was hungry and his dad was just sitting watching the tube. He had asked his dad for something to eat and his dad got up, walked into the kitchen, took out a bottle of beer and walked back and sat on the couch. Tobias Snape looked at him and said, "When you start pulling your own weight around here you can get food." Sev was hurt and started crying. Tobias slapped him. Then the bottle in his dad's hand exploded, followed by the vase, the ashtray and the television. His dad had taken him into his room and what followed haunted Severus for years. His mother had used potions to heal the welts on his back but no amount of magic could heal the emotional scars. Severus looked at the door that Harry had taken the child. He knew that Harry had been abused as well and he would not have abused Teddy. Harry was too much of a loving person to hurt any child and even angry Harry would not strike him. Severus trusted Harry. He knew he would punish the child for throwing things and not the accidental magic. But he wasn't seeing Harry, he was seeing Tobias. Severus stood up and walked to the room, not hearing Andromeda say that everything would be okay. He walked into the room not knowing what to expect. He saw Harry sitting on the tiny bed with his hands folded. Teddy and Bear were sitting on 2 tiny chairs that he noted matched 2 others that were around a small table facing the wall in timeout. Teddy was sniffling but obviously not physically hurt. Harry mouthed to Severus if he was okay and he nodded. Harry was about to walk over when Severus shook his head and pointed to Teddy. Harry got the message and stayed where he was. Severus took a look around the room. It was a child's dream room. It was a room he wished he could have had. His mind started thinking of what he would do for his own children, Harry's children. He had never thought of the possibility of having children. Now he didn't mind the idea. Of course any children Harry would have would be Quidditch playing trouble magnets, but that idea didn't seem to bother him. He looked at the mural and then turned to Harry. He tapped his wrist and inclined his head towards Teddy. Harry looked at his watch and responded by putting up 10 fingers and then removing 4. Severus nodded and went back into the kitchen. Andromeda was clearing the table and looked over at Severus when he walked in. "So, satisfied Harry has not murdered him?" Severus sneered but said, "I knew he wouldn't but I wanted to show him that everything was okay. Harry is great with Teddy and I know he would do the right thing. With Remus and my Ted gone, Harry is the only male influence the boy has and he has taken his role as godfather seriously. I know that Harry never knew his father and in a real sense his own godfather but he wants to be there for Teddy." Andromeda had poured 2 cups of coffee and handed one to Severus who sat down. "You love Harry and it is obvious Harry loves you. Teddy obviously feels threatened that you will take Harry away from him. Teddy doesn't remember his parents and is a very lonely child. His only companion is an old lady who can't run and climb trees, play ball or take him up on a broom. For Teddy the person who will do that with him is Harry and he thinks you are taking that away." Severus looked at Andromeda. "You're not old." "Well, I am too old to play Quidditch. My idea of fun is a rousing game of chess." Andromeda laughed. Severus pondered for a while and then asked, "Are you planning on telling Teddy about his father being a werewolf?" Andromeda was taken aback but replied, "I have thought about it. Harry gave him a stuffed wolf, so for now I have told him that Moony was a wolf. Possibly before he leaves for Hogwarts I will." Severus nodded and looked at his watch. He put down the cup and excused himself and walked back to the bedroom. Teddy had been released from his punishment and was in his godfather's arms in a hug. Harry had both Teddy and the bear in his arms. The two looked over at Severus as he came in. Teddy frowned. Severus looked at Harry and quickly said, "So Harry, would you like to introduce me to your godson?" Harry looked at Severus with a slight confused look but turned Teddy around and said, "Teddy, I would like you to meet my friend Severus Snape." Severus put his hand out and said, "Pleased to meet you, Teddy." Teddy looked up uncertainly at Harry, who nodded his head. Very hesitantly Teddy shook the hand. "And who is your friend?" Severus said, pointing to Bear. Teddy looked at the man. He didn't seem too bad. "F'd Bear." Severus smiled and said, "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Bear," and shook the teddy bear's paw. Severus looked around the room and said, "This is a very nice room, would you like to show me around?" Teddy smiled and ran over to the toy and showed Severus all the toys and then his bookshelf and the table and then the mural. He showed Severus the centaurs and the unicorns and the squid, each time looking closely at Severus, who kept nodding. Severus looked at the mural and then at the smiling Teddy and said, "This is really nice, but it is missing something." He pulled out his wand and started tapping it against his hand and Teddy gasped when he saw sparkles coming out of the wand. Teddy ran to his bedside table and got the wand Fred had given him earlier and started mimicking Severus. Severus waited for the boy to return and then said, pretending he only now knew what was missing, "I know." Severus took his wand first to his head and then onto the wall and then cast a series of charms. After a few minutes of doing this he stopped. Harry looked at the wall and gasped. Severus crouched down and turned Teddy towards the wall, showing him the additions to the mural. There under a tree next to the lake were two figures, a man and a woman. The man had mousy hair and had scars across his face. He was sitting under the tree reading a book, and the girl had a pale heart-shaped face and short spiky hair and was leaning on the tree. Harry pointed to the man and said, "Teddy, this is your daddy." Teddy gasped and walked up and touched the painting. Harry then pointed to the woman and said, "This is your mummy." Severus then tapped two of the Quidditch players who flew down and came next to the tree. Harry had tears in his eyes when he saw them. Teddy looked at the two men with brooms. One looked a lot like his Uncle Harry with his glasses and the other had long black hair. Harry pointed to the two and said, "Teddy, this is my daddy James and my godfather Sirius." Severus then said, "Teddy, watch." He tapped his wand to the sun and it changed to the moon. Teddy saw his dad change into a wolf. He cried out, "Moony." Harry watched as the other two changed, one into a stag and the other into a big black dog. He heard the little boy cry, "Pongs, Pafu." They watched for a few minutes as the three animals ran across the field. Severus smiled and just looked at the giggling little boy. After a while he tapped the moon and it turned back into the sun. The men changed back and the two Quidditch players returned to the sky and Remus to his book. Severus then took Teddy's wand and with his own wand cast a spell on it. He handed it back to Teddy and said, "Teddy, tap your wand on your mummy." He watched as the little boy took the wand and tapped the painting. He giggled as the painting's hair turned purple. He tapped again and the hair turned green. Each time he tapped, the painting's hair turned a different color, and so did Teddy's. Severus looked up and saw Harry looking at him, a look of wonder and love on his face. Severus smiled and then was taken aback as Harry launched himself at him and gave him a tremendous hug. Severus looked down as Teddy and Fred Bear also joined in the hug. Harry had tears in his eyes but wiped them away. He turned to Teddy and said, "Teddy, is there something you would like to say to Severus?" Teddy looked at him with shining eyes and said, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." "You are welcome, Teddy." Harry looked at him a little sternly and said, "Is there something else you would like to say?" Teddy looked at him confused. "About when you were naughty." Teddy dropped his head. He was feeling really bad now. "Sorry, I throwed things and hurted you and put fire to your hair." Severus crouched down and gently raised Teddy's face so he was looking at him. "Thank you for apologizing, Teddy. It is wrong to throw things, but I know you will not do it again. I know the fire was an accident. You were mad and thought I was taking your Uncle Harry away and you lost control of your magic, and that's okay because I know you didn't mean to hurt me. Teddy, your Uncle Harry will always be there for you, and if you will let me, so will I." Teddy smiled and he and Fred Bear gave Severus another hug. Looking up, Teddy saw his grandmother by the door. He squealed and ran to her and pulled her by her hand to the mural. He showed her his mummy and daddy and pointed his wand and showed her how his mummy's hair kept changing. Andromeda had been looking at the three for a long time. She had seen Severus change the mural and saw what he did for Teddy. From that moment she did not Severus as a Death Eater, not even as a former one. He was totally redeemed in her books. She looked at him and said, "You are a good man, Severus Snape." She then turned to Teddy and said, "Teddy, I think it is time we get ready for bed. Tell your Uncle Harry." She paused and looked at Severus. "And Uncle Sev, good night." She looked at the two men and with a knowing look in her eyes said, "You two have fun, I will see about Teddy tonight and we will see you both in the morning for breakfast." After another series of hugs, Teddy wished them a good night and Harry and Severus left the room. As soon as Harry and Severus cleared the room, Harry gave Severus a big hug, and to Severus' surprise Harry had tears rolling down his cheek. "What's the matter, love?" Severus wiped the tears away. "What you did for Teddy was amazing. I would have never thought you would, considering who his father was. If I could get over you being James Potter's son, I could get over Teddy being Remus' son. Besides, I no longer feel any hatred towards the Marauders. In a way they all paid for their crimes and I have a strong feeling my hatred was unnaturally perpetuated." Harry nodded. "I just want Teddy to be happy, to have the life I never had. He is so like me. We were both orphaned before the age of 2 and he would never remember his parents except what people would say about them. I don't know if you understand what I feel. We both had bad childhoods, Harry. Albus made sure of that. I know exactly how you feel. We cannot change the past but we can change the future. You are a great godfather and I know in the future you will make a great dad." Harry looked at Severus and saw a deep love. "Teddy deserves to be happy and so do you. Did I make you happy?" Severus said as he gave Harry a key on his forehead. "You made me very happy," Harry said. They both held each other for a moment before Harry looked up and Severus saw a look in Harry's eye that always spelled trouble. "I think you deserve a reward," Harry said, teasing as he started pulling Severus towards his bedroom. "A reward? You mean like a plaque or a trophy of some sort?" Severus said, grinning as he started pulling off his outer robes. "I was thinking of something more personal, something you would really like," Harry said as he was unbuttoning Severus' shirt. They had reached Harry's bedroom and with a wave the door opened and then closed as they went in. "You mean like a new potions ingredient or a gold cauldron? I was thinking of something you would find delicious. You mean a nice bowl of chocolate pudding?" Harry stopped and thought for a second. "That actually can be arranged." He pushed the now BPD Severus onto the bed. Severus stopped Harry. He took his wand and cast a silencing spell on the room and then with another wave quickly placed his discarded clothes neatly on a chair. Placing his wand on the bedside table, he turned to Harry and said, "Where were we?" "I was about to summon some pudding," Harry said and snapped his fingers and a bowl of chocolate pudding appeared. Severus took the bowl from Harry. He then dipped his finger in the chocolate and offered the finger to Harry, who licked it hungrily. Severus beeped. Severus dipped his finger again and this time placed the dessert on his, drawing a line. Harry licked it greedily. Severus groaned. Another few dips and this time Severus drew little circles around his nipples and then covered them. Harry licked and nibbled and beeped until the pudding was gone. Severus was gasping and pleading. Severus then dipped 2 fingers and drew a zigzag pattern down his and circled his belly button. Harry took his time and consumed every bit of the pudding using his tongue to explore to make sure that there was none remaining on the human platter. Severus was breathing heavily, his eyes closed, his voice failing him. Harry looked at him and took the bowl away. "One think one will draw my own art." Severus looked up at Harry, who smirked. "I think I can draw a masterpiece." Severus beeped and groaned as Harry drew. He gasped and pleaded as Harry used his hand and finished off the pudding. Severus' breathing was heavy as he looked at Harry, who was grinning. He closed his eyes as Harry looked lustfully at his drawing. But as Harry consumed his masterpiece, Severus grabbed the sheets. His voice did not fail him and he briefly wondered if his silencing spells would hold. If Severus wondered if Teddy would accept him, his doubts were quickly alleviated the next morning. Severus was helping Harry with breakfast. Harry was making chocolate chip pancakes and he was cutting up onions, tomatoes and herbs for omelets, when they heard a child scream. A half-BPD Teddy came running into the kitchen screaming. He ran and hid behind Severus. He was followed by Creature, who calmly walked into the room. "Master Ted, come away from there and come and take your bath," Creature said sternly. "No bath. Master Ted, Mistress Andy will be very upset if you do not take your bath." Severus looked down at the little boy in his nappies. The boy was looking at him pleading. Harry grinned and continued making the pancakes. Severus sighed and crouched down. "Teddy, you have to listen to Creature. You have to go and take your bath." "No bath." "Yes, bath." Severus walked the boy over to Creature. A blue-haired Teddy looked over to Harry, who shook his head and pointed to Creature. A resigned Teddy left with the house elf. After a few minutes of silence, Harry said, Curious he came running to you and not me. Severus didn't say anything, the thought had also run through his mind. He wondered if Harry would be jealous, but looking over he saw that Harry had a huge grin on his face. Curious indeed. A few more minutes of silence and then Harry said without turning, I think you would make a great dad too. Severus stopped and looked at Harry and then returned to chopping the tomatoes with a big smile. An hour later, Teddy and Andromeda left. They were leaving the next day to spend some time in Tuscany at the villa, but Andromeda promised to have Teddy spend some time with Harry and Severus when they got back. Severus had gone to his lab to meet with his two assistants. Hermione was leaving the next afternoon for Australia and Madam Sprout was expected to return over the weekend, and Neville wanted to prepare a proposal for him to do his apprenticeship with her. Today would be the last day the trio would be able to meet for a while. Severus would not openly admit it, but Harry knew he really enjoyed doing his research with Neville and Hermione. Harry had decided he was going to spend the morning going over some of the plans for the orphanages, when Ogden entered the room. Excuse me, Master Harry, but Lucius Malfoy is at the gates and is wondering if you could see him for a few minutes. Harry instructed Ogden to bring Lucius up to the apartment. A few minutes later, Harry stood, in formal robes, in the living room talking to Godric when Ogden entered with Lucius. Harry noted the small house elf trailing behind Lucius. Harry frowned, remembering the image of Lucius and Dobby in his second year. As soon as he had gotten back some money, he started back with his old ways, having a house elf at his beck and call. Harry was very serious when he sat down. He did not offer Lucius a seat, so the man remained standing. Harry noticed Lucius staring at Godric, who was scowling down at him. Good morning, Lord Potter Black. I am sorry to come in unannounced, but Narcissa and I felt that this was important. First, I would like to thank you again for your kindness towards us. Why are you here, Lucius? Harry saw Lucius flinch. Narcissa and I took our leave from my cousin's estate and we moved into the manor in Kent. My cousin Eldritch was very upset that I submitted the Malfoy lordship ring to you. He has been after it for some time and felt that if I had to give it up, it should have been to him. He has declared you his enemy and I fear he will try to hurt you in some way. I can protect myself, but thank you for the warning. Also, Narcissa and I would like it if you would like to come to dinner sometime soon, possibly over the weekend, so you can see the new manor. I will be accompanying Severus to a potions convention in Barcelona over the weekend. This was not true and Harry didn't know why he said it. Maybe part of him wanted to go with Severus. Well, possibly another time, Lucius said, looking a bit disappointed, though he was trying to hide it. As you know, the ministry took all our possessions, including our family house elves. We were left, however, with a few elflings who were not old enough to be bonded to the family, so were not considered true possessions. My cousin, however, made them work as part of our payment for living with him. As we were moving out, we were able to get them back. They are still too young and should really be trained. This house elf, he motioned for the tiny elf to move forward, was born of the same elves that sired your old house elf Dobby. Dobby wasn't mine, he was free and independent. He was, however, my friend, Harry said sadly. Lucius knew they had an unusual friendship and he knew how the elf had died. This house elf was the last of the elflings to be born to your friend Dobby's parents. They died in the war. Narcissa and I will like to present him to you as a gift. I know how much you miss your friend and we thought he would be happier with you. He is young, born a little before Dobby left our service, and in house elf tradition he is almost ready to join an apprenticeship and learn an elf trade. We thought he was a nicer gift than the cake. Harry looked at Lucius and then at the house elf. He did look like a younger Dobby, with the same curious eyes. Harry missed the crazy house elf that had been his friend, who had died protecting him. What is his name? He hasn't been named yet. He is simply called Elfling. When an elf is bonded to a house, it is given a name. If you accept him, you will have to give him a name, Lucius explained. Harry looked at the house elf and came up to him and said softly, Do you want to be bonded to my estate? The house elf looked scared and looked at Lucius and then at Harry. He did not say anything. Harry considered Lucius for a moment. The old Lucius would have already struck the tiny elf. If you don't want to, I will not force you, Harry said reassuringly. To Harry's surprise, Lucius spoke to the house elf in a soft tone and said, Master Harry is a good man, he will take good care of you. Harry was wrong, the man had really changed. The house elf looked over at Harry and nodded and walked over to him. Good, what do I do now, Harry thought. Hermione would know, but Hermione would kill him if she found out he took another elf. Kreacher would know. Harry called for Kreacher. Kreacher, Lucius has presented me with an elfling, Harry said, showing the tiny house elf to Kreacher, who nodded. Has Master Harry selected a name? Harry considered for a moment, looking at the elfling. He wanted something starting with D, like Dobby, but didn't like the crazy names people gave house elves like Drippy or Dressy or Dumpy. He had even heard Dunce. He had it, Dante. The tiny house elf smiled and Kreacher nodded. And which house will Dante serve? Both houses, Potter and Black. I want him to stay with you, I want you to train him. Very good. Lucius helped Harry with the bonding and Kreacher took Dante with him. Harry invited Lucius to sit and thanked him for Dante. After being introduced to Godric, a few pleasantries, a cup of tea and a promise to come to dinner the following week, Lucius left. Kreacher and Dante came in. Dante was now wearing a light blue tunic with the Potter and Black crests on it. After some intense discussions, Harry had the castle create a small room for Dante adjoining Kreacher's. They would share a bathroom. Harry had wanted to give the house elf his own bathroom, but Kreacher said it was too improper. Harry gave Kreacher a few galleons and told him to organize whatever Dante needed. While Kreacher was not given a salary, Harry did give him a small bag of galleons every month for Kreacher to buy whatever he needed, including clothes. Harry had insisted he be always well dressed with proper boots. Harry laughed as he listened to Kreacher explain the rules to Dante of what was expected. Dante reminded Harry of Teddy. He was playful and had a short attention span. However, he was fearful every time Harry came near. Harry assumed that, like Dobby, Dante did not have good experiences with wizards. Around lunchtime, Harry entered the kitchen and saw Kreacher making a sandwich for him. Where is Dante? Do you need to see him? No, I was just curious. I sent him to take a nap. He did not get much sleep last night. So what do you think of him? Is he too much for you? He is a fine acquisition, but he is an elfling, a child. He should not be starting training for another year. But his old place made him do work of a trained elf, Kreacher explained. He had a glass of butterbeer and sat with Harry in the kitchen. Kreacher had been shocked and appalled the first time that Harry had made him sit with him at the table. It was totally improper, but Kreacher had gotten accustomed to his eccentric master. They sat together on occasion, but only in private, not even around Hermione or Ginny or Ron. Is he too much for you to handle? Have you dealt with young elflings before? Yes, before Lord Orion died and his heir disgraced, the House of Black had many house elves and elflings. Kreacher trained many elflings. Did you have any, or sired any elflings? Harry said, a bit uncomfortable, wondering if he had crossed an invisible line. He took a sip of his butterbeer and watched Kreacher carefully. Kreacher looked very sad. No. Were you commanded not to have any or not have a wife? I had a mate, she died a long time ago. Well, I could always arrange a date with Misty, she is very feisty, Harry said, teasing. No, house elves, like all elves, mate for life. We take only one mate and no more. Some wizards force elves to procreate with others, but it is evil to us. So your mate, she died before she sired any elflings. She died with a child in her, Kreacher said sadly. I am so sorry. What happened? Did she die in labor? Harry did not want to force the elf to relive his sad past, but he was curious. Kreacher very rarely spoke of the past. Dante possible stirred up old feelings. Kreacher looked at Harry with a sad look. He was hesitant, but Harry saw the moment he decided to tell him. No, not in childbirth. A few days before she died, Master Sirius had let the dogs out during his mother's tea party and had ruined the evening. Master Orion got angry with Harpo the elf that looked after the dogs and was going to punish him, but Kreacher told Master Orion what Master Sirius had done. Master Orion punished Master Sirius with a belt. Master Sirius got angry with Kreacher and wanted to get revenge on Kreacher. The house elf paused and looked at Harry, almost wondering if to continue. Harry knew he would not like to hear what happened next. He knew he had discovered the reason for Kreacher's hatred for Sirius. He didn't want to hear but needed to hear it. He signaled for Kreacher to continue. Master Sirius came where the house elves slept. He put honey on the floor and a bucket of feathers and had a bag waiting. Kiri was tired because of the baby and went to sleep. When it was Kreacher's turn, she fell and slipped on the honey and bucket of feathers. Master Sirius put her in bag and put her in with the dogs. Mistress Bella stopped it and saw it was Kiri and not Kreacher. She did not live the night. Mistress Andy and Bella tried to help save Kiri and the baby but could not. Harry was quiet for a while and then said, "How old was Sirius?" "He was 11, this was the summer before he left for Hogwarts." "What did his parents do to him?" "Nothing, Kiri was house elf, but Mistress Bella told Sirius that she would get revenge when he came into the Slytherin dorms." They were both silent for a while until Harry said, "I am so sorry, Creature." A sleepy-looking Dante came in. When he saw Harry he looked like he was going to bolt, but Harry called to him and motioned for him to take a seat. He saw the fear in the tiny house elf's eyes. Creature got up and got a glass of milk for him and put it in front of Dante. Harry looked at Dante and then told Creature, "I want you to look after him as if he were your own. I don't want him trained until you think he should, let him be an elfling for a while." Harry saw the usually stoic Creature with a tear in his eye as he looked lovingly at the tiny elfling. Harry knew he made the right choice. Creature's ears perked up and said, "Master Severus is at the entrance." Harry went to meet him. "Harry, I was wondering if perhaps you would like to come with me to Diagon Alley and possibly Muggle London." Severus saw Harry thinking about it and then said, "I decided that I needed to buy some new robes and possibly some casual Muggle-type clothing and—" Harry's eyes lit up. "Of course, just let me get my money pouch and tell Creature and Dante." "Who's Dante?" After a brief introduction to the little elfling, they left. Harry did not have so much fun in a long time. With his new look people did not recognize him, though Severus got a few glares. They went shopping for clothes and Harry did not allow Severus to get any black robes. This had caused an argument but they did compromise with several dark colors. Severus mumbled to the assistant that she would see him on another occasion without Harry. They made stops in several bookstores and the toy store where Harry bought a stuffed dragon for Dante and Severus bought a toy potions set for Teddy. They then headed to Muggle London where Harry bought Severus and himself a whole new wardrobe of Muggle clothes. Harry did allow Severus some black clothes, some formal but most casual. Severus went to a hair stylist and got his hair cut. It made him look younger and much more and Harry wanted to jump him right there. A slightly tired Harry and Severus returned to Hogwarts and Harry's apartment some time later. As Harry entered he noted the room was unusually dark. He took out his wand as he heard a few voices shout, "Surprise!" If Harry had not been such a controlled wizard a lot of people would have been attacked. Hermione came up to him. "I know your birthday is 2 weeks away but I am not going to be here and Charlie is also leaving so we decided to have an early birthday party." Harry looked and saw Andromeda, Teddy, and Fred, George, Charlie, Arthur, Bill, Fleur and Victory. Minerva, Phileas, Augusta, Neville, Justine, Brian, Fireforge, Magnus and Grobrick, even the 4 founders in Godric's frame and in a corner a very uncomfortable-looking Draco. Harry was speechless. Creature came over and took his coat and his packages. Dante was timidly following Creature. He saw Ogden and Misty putting out food on a heavily laden table and a smiling Hermione and Severus. He thought he was the wizard in the world not because of his gold but because he had such a loving family. Harry sat in the kitchen drinking a cup of tea the following morning. He had had a wonderful time last night. His family had come together to celebrate his birthday but he found it to be a celebration of life in general. He knew he should be over the moon and part of him would have produced the biggest Patronus the world had ever seen. However, the other part of him was worried. Fate had never been too kind to him. Every time he was very happy something disastrous happened. He sighed. Maybe this time will be different. After all, fate was being guided by Albus Dumbledore who was no longer in the picture, literally. He took out the documents for the orphanages and finished off his requirements and plans. He then decided to walk over to the Ollery to send them off to Grobrick. He was in a new pair of jeans and a t-shirt. He felt so much more comfortable than the formal robes he had been wearing for the past few weeks. As he was leaving the apartment he saw Creature and Dante coming from the kitchen. Dante had loosened up a lot last night. Harry had spotted the young house elf playing with Victory, Teddy and Fred in Teddy's room. "Hi Dante, I am going for a walk to the Ollery, do you want to come with me?" Harry asked the tiny elf. Dante looked at Harry then at Creature and shook his head. "That's okay, another time." Harry looked at Creature and nodded. Dante had improved. This time he did not hide behind Creature. It took Harry no time at all to carry the package to the Ollery, but a sadness came over him when he saw the owls. Harry was hesitant to buy a new owl. He still missed Hedwig too much but knew in time he had to. Coming back into the castle he saw Severus and Draco coming from the dungeons. Draco had stayed over with his godfather in his apartments and then was going to spend the day until it was time for he and Hermione to leave for Australia. "Good morning you two," Harry came up to them. He was about to reach over and give Severus a key when Severus backed away and discreetly shook his head. Harry frowned. Severus had not told Draco about them. "Potter," Severus said with a sneer. "Lord Potter Black," Draco said politely, lowering his head. "Draco, please call me Harry or Potter the way you used to and leave the bowing and other stuff for formal occasions." Draco nodded. "Okay Harry. So, did you enjoy the party? Did you get a chance to talk with Salazar?" Draco nodded. "I wish I had met him years ago, he dispelled so much of the Dark Lord's teachings. To be honest, I am still a bit confused. He invited me to talk again today." "Yes, that is excellent. I am hoping that with the founders' portraits more accessible, they could give advice and proper history to the new and returning members of their houses. So hopefully we could have more school unity and less unhealthy rivalry." "Indeed, such sentimental drivel. We should be going Draco," Severus said using a tone which indicating he was bored. "If the headmistress asks, we are heading for Hogsmeade and will be back for lunch." "Well, have fun," Harry replied as he watched the two walk away. Harry sighed and walked back to his rooms. He knew that Severus wanted to keep his reputation as a snarky potions professor, but he had thought he would have told his godson. Perhaps he wasn't ready yet. He decided he would go back to the chamber and read more of Salazar's diary. Informing Creature of his plans, he took some food and his communications mirror and headed down to the chamber. Draco and Severus walked quietly to Hogsmeade. Draco kept glancing over at his godfather. He knew something was bothering the man. He had watched Severus last night and saw him talking with the others. He had seemed at home. When someone had wanted to use the bathroom and the one near the living room was occupied, Severus had directed them to another bathroom. Severus had definitely been in Harry's apartments a few times. Draco knew something was going on. He had been tempted last night to question him but decided against it. His godfather was a very private man. Then when he saw Harry this morning and saw his eyes light up when he looked at Severus, he briefly wondered if something romantic was going on between the two, but his godfather was just as snarky towards him as he always was. Besides, Harry and Hermione were in a relationship, weren't they? Draco was confused. Severus had purchased many potions equipment, books and ingredients for him as a graduation present. As Draco had finished his newts privately, he did not have a graduation, so Severus' simple actions made him very emotional. All in all, they had a good morning. On the way back, Draco asked about his new financial status and Severus told him about the Prince estate. Severus told him all about Dumbledore's theft and how he had manipulated him into going to the Dark Lord and what his plans for him were. He told Draco about his grandfather's will and Harry giving him back his heritage. Draco nodded. "So you and Harry have an understanding now?" "You could say that. Is that why you were taking him to the potions convention?" "What are you talking about?" "Harry told Dad that he was going with you to the potions convention this weekend." "I was wondering. I mean, Harry was not much of a potions student." Severus was quiet for a while and then said, "Harry is coming as an investor. Both the Potter and Black estates are investors in many ongoing potions experiments and potions masters. I believe your master potions master Sangre gets a yearly grant from the Black estate. Harry wants to be more involved in the workings of his estates and his money. He also wants to invest in some new potions experiments of his choosing." That made sense to Draco, who nodded. "I realize he wants to be a big part of his investments. He had some great ideas about the orphanages." Severus sighed. Draco had believed his lie. Why had Harry told Lucius he was going to the conference? Did he want to go? He hadn't said anything. Was he waiting for him to ask if he wanted to go? Severus had never brought anyone to the conference before. It would be good to bring someone. He pictured Harry in his formal robes at the ball on the first night. I wonder if Harry could dance a waltz. Severus, are you still with me? Yes, the orphanages. HMMN. Anyway, as I saying, I really don't mind doing some volunteering when I get back, at least when Master Sangre would allow. The two continued talking until they got back to the castle. They met with Neville, Hermione, Phileas and Minerva for lunch in the Great Hall. There you are, where's Harry? I assumed he was with you too, Minerva asked as they came in. Why would Harry be with us? He is probably in front of a mirror somewhere, Severus said with a sneer. He saw everyone on the table watch him with a glare, but none of them said anything. They had gotten the message. So Draco, I heard you were off to Australia this evening with Hermione. Phileas asked, wanting to change the topic. Yes, I am going to try and locate my cousin. Who is living in Muggle Australia, somewhere near Sydney I think. Hermione is going to visit her parents but will be joining in the search, as I really don't know much about the Muggle world, Draco said, taking out some food. I have a good friend at the Nyungar School of Magic in Esperance, which is on the other side of Australia, but he is great in a pinch, Phileas said. What about McGregor, isn't he at the Sydney School of Wizardry? He's a good guy, he was the Dada professor 3 years before you guys entered, Minerva stated. Why did he leave? Hermione asked. Ron and Harry had often speculated on why the various Dada teachers had left. It had become something of a game. Picked up some healer and got married. They then moved to the other side of the world, as far away as possible from Dunderhead Rugrats, Severus answered. Yes, well, I have his information in my office. I will give it to you before you leave. He is a good man to contact if you need any assistance, Minerva said, giving Severus a glare. Did you two remember that it is winter now in Australia? I remember, the first time I went it was so embarrassing. It was for dueling competition and it was the dead of winter here in Scotland and we were all bundled up in thick coats and of course we had packed only winter clothes. Then when we portkeyed to Perth, it was like 30 degrees Celsius. One of my friends got a heatstroke the first day. That's actually when I met my friend Gerera. He felt sorry for us and lent us some clothes and then took us shopping. Hermione laughed. The same thing almost happened to me last July. I had actually forgotten that the climate is opposite to ours. But luckily it wasn't that cold the day Ron and I went to Sydney. It was like 14 degrees Celsius. By the time the temperature really dropped we had already bought some extra clothes. So where is the weasel these days? Draco asked innocently. The place got quiet and Draco realized that it was a taboo subject. Hermione answered quietly, he is going to study dragons in Romania with his brother Charlie. Draco responded quietly, that's good. The lunch continued on with Phileas telling stories of his various visits to the land down under. Hermione actually laughed and looked excited about the trip. Draco just watched the girl as she laughed. Hermione had definitely changed. She was still a bit of a control freak, but she had a playful fun side to her that he had never known she had. But then again, they were previously in a war in which they were on opposite sides. He sighed. Thank Merlin, the war was over and they could move on and live life a bit. Draco looked at Severus. The war had really taken a toll on the man. He knew that Severus was slightly younger than his dad, which made him in his late 30s, but coming close to the end of the war, he looked like a wizard twice his age. Now he was starting to look more like a muggle his age. Wizards tended to look much younger than muggles, possibly because they aged slower or lived longer or because of magic. Draco didn't know. Severus still looked older than his age in the wizarding world, but maybe if he relaxed more. Last night he looked much younger. Right now he looked worried. After lunch Draco and Severus went to his office where they met up with Salazar. After about half an hour Severus got up and left. Draco, Sal and Godric, who had joined them, were in an intense discussion about the Slytherin-Gryffindor rivalry when Severus returned. Salazar, could you check the chamber and see if Harry is there? Severus ordered when he came into the room. Salazar raised his eyebrow and left. A minute later he came back. He is not in the office and is not answering my call. Creature said he was planning to go to the library but we can't get him on the communications mirror. Severus started pacing the floor. Well, if he is in the library, a communications mirror is not going to work. The magic of the room will not allow it. It was Godric who answered. There is also no frame there. I'm sorry Severus, there is no way to contact Harry, unless you go down to the chamber yourself, and since you can't speak Parseltongue, well, that's out of the question. Why in bloody blazes did you build a room that would cut off all communications? Severus shouted. What part of Chamber of Secrets do you not get? Salazar answered sarcastically. What do you mean Chamber of Secrets? You mean like the legendary Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, home to a monster Chamber of Secrets, Draco stated excitingly. Godric nodded and pointed to Salazar, reminding Draco that he was talking to the legendary Salazar Slytherin, owner of the chamber. Hey, Ronnie was not a monster, Salazar said indignantly. No, she was just a 60-foot giant basilisk, with a death glare and poisonous skin, nothing close to being a monster, Godric said sarcastically. And Harry is in the chamber right now, with a basilisk. Draco was amazed. No, Potter killed the basilisk in your second year. Remember the whole air of Slytherin hype and the petrification of Mrs. Norris, the students etc., Severus said. He killed a basilisk, in our second year. He killed a 60-foot giant basilisk with a death glare when he was 12. Draco said in shock. Don't forget the poisonous skin, Godric added. How? With my trusty sword, Godric said dramatically, and pulled out the sword that he had at his side. Oh Lord, put that thing away, before you put someone's eye out, namely mine, Salazar shouted at Godric. Godric laughed. What are you worried about? If I poke your eye out, Minerva will organize to get someone to paint it back in. Anyway, I remember a time when you used to wear that fake patch over your eye. Godric turned to Draco with a grin. He thought it made him look more dashing and would attract more ladies. Draco laughed. Yeah, well I am not the one who walked through London with nothing on but my wand and a smile. Draco turned to Godric. You did what? I was making a statement. That idiot king told me I couldn't wear my robes, so I took them off, Godric said turning up his nose. Draco was laughing hysterically. Severus just smirked and said, the Gryffindor idiotic behavior existed way back then. Godric glared at him. Well, we Gryffindors are strong and brave. We are the knights who rescue the damsels in distress. We are the ones who remain fighting to the very end. We are the ones who jump into a fight without looking or thinking and end up causing more trouble than there was to begin with, Severus said with a sneer. But Harry. I was talking about Harry. Do you know how many times I had to save his hide? Always running off somewhere not thinking of the consequences. God, the mess he got himself into. The Philosopher's Stone, trips into the Forbidden Forest, illegal potions, centaurs, werewolves, dementors, acromantula, giants, dragons, and let's not forget the basilisk, and of course that does not include going after all the crazy people who were out to get him. Salazar and Godric smiled at him. And you were always there to save him. Seems to me you were always part of his adventures. I wasn't always there, and that's when he got hurt. Is that why you are so worried about him now, scared he is going to get hurt? Godric asked. I'm not worried. Severus scoffed. Yeah right, and I wear pink bunny slippers to bed, Salazar said almost laughing. Harry is okay, wait and see. You will be back in his arms in no time. What's it been 2 hours, 3? Godric said teasing. Ah young love, I remember when Julieta and I were like that, not wanting to be too far from each other, Salazar said with a smile. Yeah I remember too, sickening, Godric sneered and turned to Draco. It was only, oh Julieta te quiero mi amor. Godric held his hands over his heart and batted his eyelashes. We couldn't have one decent staff meeting without those two sending keys to one another, sickening. Oh please, you're just jealous. Just because you don't have a romantic bone in your body doesn't mean others can't show their love. At least your descendant is lucky to have a nice Slytherin for a mate. Salazar gave Severus a wink. Uncle Sev, is there something you would like to tell me? Draco said looking at Severus, who put his head in his hands and groaned. Draco was in Severus' rooms in the dungeons. He was packing his bags. He had shrunk most of his stuff and had placed them in little compartments in his bag. They were taking Muggle means of transportation, and Hermione had said it would be suspicious if he did not carry any bags, so he was just taking the one bag. Draco sighed as he thought of his godfather and his new lover. Who would have thought Severus Snape, the slimy Slytherin espeep of a professor, and the Gryffindor golden boy Harry Potter, would be a happy couple? He really did not have a problem with the relationship. Once Severus was happy, he was happy. He knew the lonely life Severus had, and Draco had always teased him and said he needed a wife, but who would have thought? He had actually thought Harry and Hermione were together, but now he realized they were only friends, unless they were a trio. He shook his head. Severus was not that adventurous, at least he didn't think so. To be honest, he never considered Severus as a man with say needs and desires. Hell, Draco still had a problem of thinking of his parents having say. Leaving his stuff, he walked up to Hermione's room in Gryffindor Tower. When Hermione answered, he asked, I have a question, do I walk with Muggle money, I mean to the airport? My Gringotts card works in both worlds, but do I need to walk with Muggle cash? I only have galleons. Hermione let him in the room. Didn't I give you a list, Draco? Yes, but it just said to walk with money. I just assumed you meant galleons. It only just came to me that you may have meant Muggle money. Don't worry, I am walking with enough for the both of us and we can use an ATM before we leave. But you should have some on you. Here, let me change some for you. Give me 10 galleons. Draco reached into his money pouch and took out the amount. Hermione went inside and came out with a wad of cash. She gave him several 10, 5 and single pound notes and gave it to him. When we reach there we would get some Australian dollars. She then invited him to stay for tea and called for Saul. Saul came, but Winky came in right after. Winky was a bit tipsy and was swaying slightly. As Saul came in with the tea, Winky tried to grab it from her but ended up making it fall. Saul apologized to Hermione and Draco, cleaned up the mess and left to get more tea. Winky popped out as well. Hermione assumed she was going back into the kitchen after Saul. Hermione was a bit embarrassed. As Winky was going with them, she knew Draco would have found out about her sooner than later, but she had hoped to make some headway with the elf first. That's Winky, the house elf we are taking with us? Draco asked slowly. We're taking Saul as well, Hermione said, not looking at Draco. What happened to her? Saul came back in with the tea. This time Winky did not appear. Hermione took a breath and told Draco Winky's story, from the Quidditch World Cup and her dismissal, to Bartemius Crouch Jr. and the Polyjuice and the deaths of both father and son, which Winky blamed herself for. She told him of her alcoholism and Dobby's help and how she regressed after Dobby died. She told him about Spew and how she had wanted to help, that all the house elves tried and that she was afraid that one day Winky would just be found dead somewhere, so she was taking her with them to help keep an eye on her and hopefully help her. Draco looked at her. Let me get this straight. In 4th year you just decided to set all the Hogwarts house elves free and started knitting hats and scarves to trick them into being set free. Hermione looked at him startled. Draco looked furious. She too was upset. She had just told him about Winky and he was going on about her elf liberation attempts. Draco, they need to be free. Avery isn't right. After you saw what freedom did to Winky, you decided that all of the house elves be like her. Draco was definitely angry. No, I wanted them to be like Dobby. He was happy being free, they just needed someone to free them. And you just had to be this person. Tell me, Miss Granger, what did Dumbledore say when you petitioned him? What did the head house elf say when you spoke to him? Draco looked at her with a stern glare. Hermione didn't respond. Let me guess, you spoke to neither. How many house elves besides Dobby and Winky did you talk to? Again Hermione didn't respond. Let me guess, you spoke to none. How many house elves did you manage to free? Draco asked. I don't know, but the scarves and hats were all gone every morning, Hermione said in tone which bordered on her "I know more than you" tone. Her tone got Draco angrier and his voice raised. So even knowing that Winky was suffering and couldn't adjust to her freed life, you freed the other house elves without checking to make sure they were okay, without making sure they had somewhere to go, without finding out if they were mothers who had to leave elflings or fathers you were forcing to leave their families. Draco noticed the look on the girl's face. She had never thought of these things. Uncle Severus was right, you Gryffindors jump into a situation without looking or thinking and end up causing more trouble than there was to begin with. Hermione, I never thought of you as being a typical Gryffindor dunderhead. I always thought you were part Ravenclaw, but I guess I was wrong. Draco's tone had turned from anger to disappointment. Hermione was shocked at his words. Neither Ron nor Harry had ever spoken to her like that, and for some reason she was really hurt at his disappointment. Hermione, what do you know about house elves? They are *avs and are taken advantage of, and that is wrong. Because we know magic, that does not mean we should boss them around and have them in the back, bringing them out only when we need them. Have them at our beck and call, Hermione said. It was the speech she often gave people on her opinions of house elves, though this time she did not give it with the same conviction she normally did. Have you ever met Uncle Seb's house elf Misty? Draco said, and noted the slight smile on Hermione's face which indicated that she had. Do you honestly think Uncle Seb bosses her around and has her as a South Avenue at his beck and call? Hell, if he bossed her around she might smack him upside his head. Hermione smiled, remembering Misty's behavior the day she used Severus' personal lab. Hermione, if someone, a muggle had come into the wizarding world and the first person they met was a Death Eater, what would you tell them, if they said wizards were evil and dark and liked to torture innocent people? It's not fair to judge all of the wizarding world by the actions of a few. And yet that is exactly what you did, you judged the entire wizarding world on one or two people's actions, one of them being a Death Eater. Was Dobby tortured? Yes. Was he treated badly? Yes. Was he happy with his freedom? Yes. But Dobby was a Death Eater's house elf. You judged everyone based on the actions of a Death Eater. But Winky, Hermione, did you ever stop to think of why Crouch freed Winky? According to you, she had just lost control over his Death Eater son and Junior had been the one to cast the dark mark in the sky. Crouch knew his son had just announced to the other Death Eaters that he was around and that they would come looking for him, which they did. The Dark Lord came himself. What do you think they would have done to Winky had she been there? Hermione gasped. You judge wizards assuming the worst. Most wizards actually treat their house elves as part of the family. I know we have spouted pureblood philosophies which say that we are better than muggles and muggle-born, and I know it was wrong, but you are doing the same with the house elves. You believe because you have more knowledge than them you are superior and know what's best for them. You did what you wanted for them and never asked if it was what they wanted for themselves. You decided for them because you didn't think they could decide for themselves. You look down on all of us, not only house elves, because we are not as smart as you are. You may be the brightest witch of our generation, but that does not give you the right to lord over us. Draco's tone was soft but his rebuke was hard. Hermione started to cry. Draco was shocked. He never expected this reaction. He had hurled the worst insults at her throughout their years at school and she always gave back worse than what she got. His nose started to hurt just thinking of when she punched him third year. He had seen Hermione fight Death Eaters and stand her ground. He was there when Bellatrix had tortured her and Hermione spat in her face. She was a battle-hardened war hero. She didn't cry. He sighed and came over to her and knelt in front of her. He took out a handkerchief and gave it to her. Don't cry, pretty lady, you meant well, but you Gryffindors let your heart rule you. What you need is a little Slytherin cunning to add to your bravery and intelligence. Come on, I will help you with Winky. Really, you could help her? Hermione said with a sob. Yes, you know your idea of spew is a good one. There are many abandoned and abused house elves out there, who need your help. We just have to find them. Draco wiped away some of her tears with his thumb. Come call Winky and ask her to take the tea things away. Hermione nodded and called Winky. Winky came with a bottle of butterbeer in her hand and very clumsily tried to take up the tea things without putting down the bottle. The tea tray immediately crashed. You know, Hermione, I was thinking about buying the old Crouch Manor, but after seeing this elf, I don't think I would. Winky looked up hearing her old master's name. Uses buying master's old home. No, I most certainly am not. The place must be a rundown old shack. I am sure the place is in ruins. Bartemius Crouch Sr. must not have kept it up, possibly never fixing anything. It would be too much work. No wizard in their right mind would buy anything belonging to that man. Draco used his pureblood aristocratic tone and leaned back looking very much like his father in his prime. Hermione gasped but Draco gave her a look which said, trust me. How dare you say that Master was always fixing, everything had to be in order, everything neat and tidy. You honestly expect me to believe that elf? I believe Bartemius Crouch to be a sloppy and disgusting man, and the next time I go to meet the minister, I will be sure to bring it up. Winky slammed the bottle of butterbeer on the floor in anger. Master was a kind and gentle man. He was very honorable and a great man. He was always impeccable. With a house elf who wears dirty rags, Draco touched the edge of Winky's torn dress. I judge a person by what I see, and I often look at a person's personal house elf to judge what they are like. And looking at you, I conclude that Bartemius Crouch was a dirty drunk who could not do the simplest of his duties, a disgrace to the wizarding world. Master be angry with Winky, gave her clothes, Winky said sadly. Yes, too late, I'm afraid. You were trained by Crouch and it is obvious he did not train you well. If after the first adversity you turned to drink, then I must say he was not the man I thought him to be. Look at my house elf Dobby. After he was freed, he became an inspiration to many others, including wizards and witches. Because of him, Miss Granger here had the idea to help others and form her organization. He died a hero. Because he was well trained by my family, he did great things, which says great things about my family. What do your actions say about the person who trained you? Winky said nothing. She looked at her clothes and started brushing it down. She then quietly started cleaning up the mess she made. Hermione, how long before we have to leave? Draco asked, still in his aristocratic tone. 2 hours. Well, Winky, you have 1 hour and 50 minutes to clean yourself up and redeem your master's image. He gave her a few galleons. You are to get what you need, and before we leave I will inspect you to determine if you were properly trained to the standards I expect from a house elf from a noble family. Yes, Master Draco, she bowed and popped out. Draco looked at Hermione and smiled. When kindness doesn't work, sometimes you have to be cruel. Hermione gave him a hug. Draco, you were brilliant. She looked at him and then pulled away and sat back down. Draco coughed and then said, there is a lot you can teach me about the Muggle world, and maybe there are a few things I can teach you about the Wizarding world. Hermione nodded. She looked at him and said, did you mean what you said about helping with Spew? Yes, maybe we could really buy the old Crouch place and turn it into a halfway house for house elves with no home, Draco said with a smile. Hermione was about to reply when Ogden came into the room. Master Draco, I would like to thank you for your help. I believe Winky will be all right now. She has asked for a sobering potion and is cleaning herself up. I am proud of you. You have redeemed yourself. You are no longer the little boy I knew. Ogden then turned to Hermione. Thank you, Miss Hermione. I know you will continue to help her. I may suggest transferring her employment from Hogwarts to you. Hermione looked at Ogden. How many house elves did I damage with my foolishness? How many elves did I free? Ogden gave a smile. Actually none. Only the Founder's heirs, the headmaster or headmistress or Hogwarts herself could free one of the Hogwarts house elf. They were a bit put out by the gesture, but Dobby explained, you were only trying to help. Do not worry, Miss Hermione, your spew is a great idea, and if I know any elf in trouble I will refer them to you. Hermione smiled. She felt much better. The old house elf bowed to them both and disappeared silently. Draco looked at Hermione and saw the question on her mind, one she would not ask. Our first year, I was really upset after I found out about Harry getting on the Quidditch team and decided to take my frustration out on the elves. I had Crabbe and Goyle capture 2 of the elves who worked in Slytherin House, and I tied them up and kept sending stinging hexes at them. I did this for a few hours until Uncle Sev came in and stopped me. The other elves apparently complained to Ogden and he went to Uncle Sev. He took me to his rooms and I thought he was going to call my dad. But instead he called Ogden and told him to punish me in whatever way he thought appropriate. What did he do? He turned me over, bared my backside and gave me a spanking I would never forget. Don't let them fool you, house elves have very hard hands. Ogden then told me the next time I was mean to a house elf, he would stop the elves from coming to the dungeons and he would make sure all of the other Slytherins knew why. Of course I never harmed another elf in Hogwarts again. Severus let you be spanked. Not that you didn't deserve it. Hermione was a bit shocked. Are you kidding me? Uncle Sev has a ruler in his office that all Slytherins fear, Draco said with a bit of a laugh. Wow, we always assumed he let you guys get away with everything. It was a well-known fact Professor Snape never punishes the Slytherins. In public. In private is another matter altogether. We all feared a trip to his office, though the ruler was only used for special occasions. And did you ever? What am I saying, you were properly in his office every day, Hermione said laughing. Draco smiled. It was good to see her laughing. He hated that he made her cry. Actually I got the ruler 3 times, twice because of you actually. Really? What did I do? It was not what you did, it was what I did. The first time I got it was after our first flying lesson, and the incident with the Remembrall. Directly disobeying a teacher's orders is a no-no with Uncle Sev. The next time was in 2nd year, the first time I called you, you know. Mudblood. But you called me that all the time. Not where Uncle Sev or any of the teachers or prefects could hear. He hates that word, more than any swear word, no matter how creative. Draco paused. That was something I couldn't understand then, but now I do. I am really sorry, Hermione. It is a foul word and I should never have called you or anyone else it. I deserved every swat I got with that godforsaken ruler, as well as the punch in the nose 3rd year. You know I was really scared of you after that. Thank you, Draco, for apologizing. She gave him a wonderful smile that made Draco's heart beat faster. So what was the other occasion? 4th year, After Harry and I fought in the hallway in front of the potions classroom and I hit you with the spell that made your teeth grow. What? But Snape made fun of me for that. Yes, but I could have done you far more damage. He told me that seriously injuring a classmate because of my careless dueling could have gotten me expelled. It was only because Dumbledore would have never expelled Harry that I got away with so much. I could have really hurt you. Yes, well, I should thank you for that occasion. My parents are dentists, muggle teeth healers, and had forbidden me from fixing my teeth magically. They wanted me to wait until after I left school to do it the muggle way, which would have taken years. Because of what you did, Madame Pomfrey fixed it in a few minutes. Victor Crumb asked me out a few days later. Hermione laughed. Well then, it was my pleasure to come to your aid, my fair lady. For helping create such a beauty, it was worth the sore backside, Draco said with a laugh. You think I am beautiful? Hermione said softly. For the second time that day Hermione shocked him. How could you ask such a thing? Hermione, you are the most beautiful girl I ever met. Why do you think I kept harassing you over the years? My dad almost killed me when he found the hidden pictures I had of you. It was one of the reasons why the Death Eaters kept coming after you. He wanted to remove the temptation. You are the most amazing person I ever met. You had a picture of me. Hermione said in shock. Pictures? I got them from Creevy and paid him extra not to tell anyone. Hermione lowered her head and a tear fell on her cheek. Ron said I was plain and no one would ever want to be with me. Weasley is an idiot, he didn't deserve you. I never understood what you saw in him. Draco held her face gently in his hand and lifted it so they were looking at each other. He again wiped her tears with his thumb. Don't cry, pretty lady, I want to be with you. I will follow you to the ends of the earth, if I know that you would give me a smile. Hermione smiled at him. Draco leaned forward and gave her a key, a gently but passionate key. When they parted he looked at her and said, perfect. Would you really follow me to the ends of the earth? We are leaving in less than 2 hours to go to Australia, aren't we? On a muggle plane no less. Hermione laughed. It's part magical, it is owned by a wizard. For muggle-born families where there may be muggles who know about magic, there is a special part of the plane for house elves to travel. Draco laughed. Trust you to find such a plane. You really are amazing, Miss Granger. He keyed her again. 20 minutes later Draco and Hermione walked over to Harry's apartment. Harry had promised Hermione he would store her things for her. She had given up her apartment in London, the one she was going to share with Ron, and had transferred everything to the rooms in Hogwarts. Now that she was leaving the guest room, she needed somewhere to store her things. Hermione gave the password and the Griffin opened the door. They heard Severus and Harry arguing. Severus was not pleased that Harry had disappeared for the day with no means of anyone getting in contact with him. How was I supposed to know the mirror would not work and I made sure Creature knew where I was? Severus, you are being unreasonable. Anything could have happened to you and no one would have ever known. Oh please, you would have found a way. You always. Whatever Harry was going to say next was left unsaid as he noticed Hermione and Draco coming in. Hi Hermione, are you all ready? Harry said, smiling at his friend, ignoring the irate potions master. Yeah, I just came to ask where to put my things. Harry called Creature and asked for the which he brought in no time. I got this for you, yesterday in Diagon Alley. It is a 7-lock, like the one Barty Crouch Jr. had in 4th year. It has 7 compartments, some so large it could fit a whole library. I could store it either here or at Grimmauld Place or even Potter Manor. I am thinking of going there tomorrow. Isn't tomorrow the start of the potions convention? I thought you were going as an investor. The first day is when all the hobnobbing takes place, Draco asked innocently. Harry blushed and looked uncertainly at Severus, who said, the dinner doesn't start until 8 p.m. We have plenty time during the day. We are going first to Potter Manor, then to Prince Manor, and then to Barcelona. Sounds fun. That's great, Harry. It's not Rio, but it is a start, Hermione said with a mischievous grin. Yes, well, I note that your plane is making stops in India and Japan before Australia. Her MI1, Harry replied and gave her a grin. She slapped him on his arm. Don't you think we missed something? Draco said to Severus. Gryffindors, Severus said, rolling his eyes. They were all ready to leave when Winky came in. She was wearing a pretty pink and white dress with white socks and shoes and had a small pink bag with her. She was very sober and looked at Draco for approval. Let me look at you. Yes, you will do. Crouch really did do a good job. Draco said with a smile. The house elf smiled. Do not dishonor him again, Draco told her firmly, and she nodded. Winky, is that you? Harry said with a smile and then turned to Hermione. Hermione, you did a wonderful job. It wasn't me, it was Draco, and guess what, he is going to help me with Spew, Hermione said beaming. Wonderful, we will talk details when you return. Great work Draco, Harry said shaking his hand. Harry and Severus went with Hermione and Draco to the airport. The group got a lot of stares, especially from giggling girls who were looking at the men. Most of the men in the airport were a little more discreet in looking at Hermione, especially with the glares Draco was aiming at them. When they reached the gate, Hermione gave Severus a hug and thanked him for all his help and that she was looking forward to working with him when she got back. She then hugged Harry, who hugged her back, no words needed. Harry shook Draco's hand and said, "Look out for her, she is more precious than all the gold and gringotts." Draco smiled and nodded, "I will say the same to you. Severus has a tough exterior but he has a soft heart. Lord Potter, black or not, I will hunt you down if you break his heart." Harry laughed, "No worries there." Severus looked at Harry and discreetly held his hand as they watched their friends leave on their adventure. The following morning at day's break, Harry, Severus, Creature and Dante headed for Potter Manor. They were going to have a busy day and needed an early start. Since both Harry and Severus were early risers, it was no problem to leave early. Grobrick had come over the previous night at Harry's request and had gone over some of the details of the Potter estates. Armed with a portkey which took them onto the grounds, they left Hogwarts and headed the short distance to his family's home. Harry had known the manor was located in Scotland but had been shocked to learn that in reality it was a mere 50 miles from Hogsmeade, which meant that on a clear day, if the Potter Manor had its wards down, he should have been able to see it from the astronomy tower. Harry was a bit nervous. More than seeing the manor, which was just a building, he would get to meet his family. Grobrick had told him that like many old wizarding manors, the portraits of the Lords and Lady Potters were located in the manor. Harry knew there were only 12 previous Lord Potters in the Hall of Elders. The Lady Potters were located throughout the manor. The portraits were all asleep, and would wake on his command. His parents' portraits should be there and he wanted to meet and talk with them. That was his real mission today, to wake the portraits and meet them. They landed in front of a spectacular manor. They were in a garden with huge trees and various flowering plants and bushes. Harry's first thought was that Neville would like here. The manor itself was nothing like what Harry expected. It was huge. It wasn't a house, it was a small castle. He stood staring for a moment until he felt Severus' hand interlock with his, and with a small squeeze for reassurance they walked to the front door. Before they reached the 15-foot wooden doors, they opened. Harry and Severus found themselves in a massive hall. The place was a mixture of marble and polished wood. It was magnificent. It was filled with antique-looking furniture, expensive vases, and even had statues all over. It reeked of opulence, and Harry actually felt like he was in a fancy tomb. Just on the inside of the entrance hall, Harry saw 10 house elves standing, waiting to greet him. The head house elf standing in front of the others came forward and they all bowed. "Greetings, your lordship. I am Flint, head of the Potter house elves. It is a pleasure to finally welcome you to Potter Manor." "Thank you, Flint, it is a pleasure to be." Severus looked over at Harry, who had stopped talking. He felt Harry's magic flare. Harry was looking at the house elves who stood behind Flint. Severus looked over and saw 2 elves he knew well. The first was Minty, Poppy Pomfrey's personal house elf, and the other Toph, who had been Albus, personal house elf. Severus said, "Harry, calm yourself." Harry turned and glared at him, his eyes cold. "Calm myself? No, Severus, the first will not calm myself. I am tired of finding out how much I was betrayed." He turned and looked at the elves who had all stepped back, including Flint. "You too," Harry growled, pointing at Minty and Toph. "Get out of my sight." Now, the 2 elves popped out. He glared at the rest. "How many of you worked for either Albus Dumbledore or Poppy Pomfrey?" 2 other elves and Flint raised their hands. Severus saw they were shaking with fright. Harry looked like he was going to murder Flint. He turned to the other 2 and said, "Go now," and he heard 2 pops. Harry grabbed Flint by his ear and heard him squeal. He knew from Dobby that the tip of an elf's ear was one of the most sensitive parts of an elf, and if twisted or pinched was most painful and a very effective punishment. Harry then turned to the other 5 elves who stood trembling. "Which one of you is most superior?" I need someone to take over from this idiot. The elves all looked at each other and then an old elf with a tuft of white hair stepped forward. I am called Hawk. I was the head of the house elves and personal house elf to your grandfather Lord Patrick. Very good. Harry then turned to the squealing elf whose ear he had in his hand. I want you to go to your quarters and stay there. When I have sufficiently calmed myself, I have some questions I need answered. His voice was cold and powerful. He let go of the ear and the tearful elf popped out. Harry calmed himself and then turned to Hawk. His voice was still cold. Why are you no longer head of the house elves? Your grandfather allowed my mate and me to retire. He pointed to an old slightly bent female elf standing at the side. We were called back into service after he died, to help with the elflings. Harry acknowledged the female elf and called her forward. She walked with a limp and looked like every step caused her plan. She curtsied and said, I am Étoile. I was your father's nanny. I see him in you, but you are much more handsome. Harry relaxed and said, I like you. Who are these others? Severus relaxed as he felt Harry's magic calm and flowed peacefully once again. He looked at the elves. 4 out of the 5 were old and were possibly retired elves who had come to greet their master. They met Falcon, who was Hawk's brother. He tended the gardens and very rarely came into the house. It was the first time in 17 years. The other 2 were Petal and Kai, short for chicken. James had been 3 when he named her. They kept the manor clean. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you, Harry said, smiling. This is my mate, Severus. He gestured to Severus, who was standing next to him. Severus saw 4 of the elves frown. They obviously knew his name. Étoile was the one who spoke. Severus. Severus Snape. Yes, Severus drawled as he watched Étoile. Her expression reminded him of an older Misty. This was not going to be good. The same Severus Snape who pushed Master James off his broom and broke his hand. I was 11 and he insulted Lily. The same Severus Snape who turned Master James blue and gave him boils that didn't come off for 2 weeks. Hey, he transfigured my books into nifflers and they destroyed the school kitchens. I couldn't sit for a week and was in detention for a month. The same Severus Snape who sent him a box of doxies for Christmas. Severus ran his hand through his hair. Well, okay, that one was for fun. Severus gave Harry a pleading look, but Harry shook his head and gave him a look that said, you are on your own. Harry turned to Hawk, who was fearfully looking at him but relaxed when he saw Harry smile. Harry directed them to go further inside and left Severus with the irate house elf. Hawk, this is Creature. He is my personal house elf and is in charge of the Black House Elves. The 2 house elves greeted each other. And this little elfling is Dante. Hawk greeted the little elfling and immediately Harry saw that he was indeed accustomed to elfings, because he had Dante giggling in no time. They heard Severus shout, that's not fair. Hawk looked over and saw his mate wagging her finger at Severus. She was really protective of my dad, wasn't she? Harry said, looking over at Severus, who kept giving him pleading looks. Yes, she loved him like her own elfling. She never really got over his death, you know. Hawk turned to Harry and said, she went looking for you after he died. She stole you twice from your aunt, but after the last time, we were bound to the manor and could not leave. She kidnapped me from my aunt. Yes, let me guess, Dumbledore stopped her. Hawk didn't answer as they heard Severus calling for help. Harry sighed, let me go save the big baby. Harry walked over and knelt in front of Étoile and gave her a hug. Thank you for trying to save me. You know, Severus here saved my life many times and has protected me over the years. He is no longer the naughty boy James knew. Harry felt Severus glare behind him and saw Étoile's expression soften towards Severus. But you know, Étoile, my dad was really very naughty too. Yes, Étoile had to punish him many times, but he was a sweet boy, Étoile said, looking at Harry lovingly. Why don't you come and tell me some stories of him? I could do with some breakfast, Harry said as he guided her away from Severus. By the end of breakfast, Étoile had seemingly forgiven Severus and Harry was reeling with all the stories she told. It was only when she told Harry that she preferred Severus to the red-haired girl who had come and tried to take charge that Harry even remembered Ginny. Hawk and Étoile then gave them a tour of the manor. Harry found out that the estate had 4 elflings and eagerly met them. They left Dante and Étoile in the elf nursery and continued with the tour. They were shown the bedrooms and Hawk showed Harry the master bedroom, which was huge and magnificent. It looked fit for royalty. Harry felt uncomfortable being in it, like being in a museum, and he was waiting for the guard to catch him. He however liked the bed, it was large and looked very tempting. He glanced at Severus and pictured them in the bed, yes, the bed he could live with. Hawke showed them several guest rooms and told Severus he could choose which one he wanted. Harry told them a guest bedroom wasn't necessary as Severus would stay with him, however Severus rolled his eyes and chose one, 2 doors away from the master bedroom. In the library they almost lost Severus. It was as grand as the Hogwarts library and had many tomes hundreds of years old. There were sections on charms, potions, transfigurations, astronomy, almost any subject imaginable. There was also a section on Muggle literature and science, and finally a section on pranks and jokes, James's contribution. The most important area of the library, however, was a sitting area with comfortable chairs and couches and the portrait of the last Lady Potter, Lily Evans Potter. They sat and looked at the portrait. They stared at the still picture of the beautiful woman with red auburn hair and emerald green eyes. She had on green and gold robes and her frame had carvings of lilies on them. It was when Hawke told them she would wake once Harry woke all of the portraits did they leave the library. They then proceeded to the Hall of Elders. Adjacent to the master office was a small room that looked almost like a wide hallway. Located in the hall were a dozen portraits. There was one portrait that was on the end wall by itself. In it was a man who looked like a peasant with simple clothes, but he had a powerful look, an almost regal look, and Harry could tell he was an exceedingly powerful wizard. Around his shoulders was a silvery cloak which Harry recognized as the cloak of invisibility. He looked around and saw that all of the portraits had on the same cloak. On either side of the hall were several portraits, 5 on one side, 6 on the other. He looked at the portraits. The men were tall, strong, powerful-looking men, most of whom had messy black hair. 2 kept their hair long, like how Harry now had his, and most of them looked a bit like him. He recognized some of them from his visits to the Mirror of Erised. Harry smiled, he really belonged here. Harry looked at the last picture on the right-hand side. There in front of him was a man with a face he knew well, a face he had seen in his mirror for years, except the eyes. It was James Potter. Harry heard a noise behind him and saw Severus looking at the portrait. Harry, I am going back into the library and I will wait for you there. Severus, the first, want you here with me. Harry, this is not right. I don't belong here. Your father, well, he will not take my being here well, and I don't want the first few words you have with him to be in anger. Lily was my friend, she will receive me well. Harry keyed Severus on the lips. I love you and I am not ashamed to be with you, and my father will need to respect and accept that. I do not need his approval. Severus sighed. How about I leave you for half an hour and then come back? You will have until then to soften him up. 10 minutes. 25. 15 minutes. 25. You were supposed to go to 20. Severus laughed. Okay, 20, and he keyed Harry more passionately. Okay, you go to the library while I meet my elders, and by the time you get back my dad would have known about you. I'm not really looking forward to that, but I am a descendant of Gryffindor, I could do it. Yeah, look, he looks like he is scowling already. I don't envy you. Good luck. With another peck on the lips, Severus left. Harry looked at his dad. Was he always scowling like that? Must be because the portraits are asleep. He called Hawke and Creature forward and spoke to them for a moment, and then they too left. Harry waved his hands and his jeans and t-shirt changed to his rich emerald green robes with the Potter crest on them. He cast a grooming charm and his hair was neatly brushed and he looked like he had just taken a bath. He put his hand in the robes and after doing a wandless and wordless charm he took out a pouch from a secret pocket. The pouch itself was under a modified Fidelius charm with Harry as its secret keeper. No one else knew it existed. It had 3 compartments, each guarded with its own Parseltongue password. If the password was said wrong, the person would instantly die. From one compartment he took out a silvery robe and from another a wand. Harry threw the cloak of invisibility over his shoulders in a way that it draped over his shoulders and back. It rested gently and it suddenly arranged itself so that Harry was seen. He then looked at the Elder Wand. This was the first time since the last battle he would use it, but somehow it felt appropriate. Harry closed his eyes and summoned his magic to him and felt it flowing all through him. He opened his eyes and in a strong, powerful voice he commanded, I, Harry James Potter, Lord and last of the Potters, son of James, descendant of Godric, command that you of the clan of Potters hear my call and awake. His magic flowed and gold beams of light flew from the wand. It hit all the portraits and the entire room lit up. He felt his magic flow throughout the whole building, the floors, walls and ceiling. The entire house shook and a warm breeze passed through. Severus sat in the library and smiled. He felt Harry's magic as the wind blew through the library, he felt his magic respond, he felt loved and safe. He got up and stood in front of his friend and waited for her to open her eyes. Hawk, Étoile, Creature and all the elflings felt the magic wind blow through the nurseries, they all felt warm and protected, the elflings started dancing and singing. Petal and Kai felt the magic wind blow through the kitchens, the ovens flared and the pots rattled, they felt joyful and inspired and they ran to the pantry and started making a feast. Falcon in the garden felt the trees wake, he heard the flowers sing and the birds in the trees joined their song. The roses in the gardens took on a rare fragrance and the smell filled the air. He felt at peace, he laid on the grass and became one with them. Flint sat in his room when he felt the room shake and the magic wind blow. He felt cold and his heart sank with his guilt of betrayal, he wept. The portraits in the Hall of Elders all heard the call as the magic wind called them each by name and they answered, they awoke and opened their eyes. They looked and saw the one in front of them, the powerful wizard whose whole body glowed with a gold light, the tall man with broad shoulders and long black hair, the man with the silvery robes around his shoulders. The man who was their descendant, they all bowed, the Lord of the Potters had returned. Harry looked up and saw that all of the portraits except one were all on their knees. He looked at his father who stood looking at him, a vexing expression on his face. Ignoring him, Harry commanded the others to rise. They all looked at him and noted his twinkling emerald green eyes, but one also noted the wand in his hand. I am Harry James Potter and it is a pleasure to meet you all. The man in the head portrait inclined his head. I am Ignotus Potter. Potter or Peverell, Harry said seriously. To be honest, his father's reaction had angered him. Ignotus laughed and his blue eyes twinkled. Both, I am Ignotus Peverell Potter. So you were the one who changed the name. Yes, as you obviously know, I was the last of 3 brothers. I had a very long and fulfilling life and I was given lordship by the king. Since there was already a Lord Peverell, I changed my name to Potter. Harry nodded and then laughed. Well, first of all Potters, I am the last of the Potters. One of the other more recent Potters said, well, I hope not the last. You are a good-looking lad, I am sure you will soon have a mate and have many little Potters to continue our line. I already have a wonderful mate, but you know, if you guys had decided to have more than one son each, we wouldn't be in this problem. Hey, I had 1 son and 9 daughters, one of the earlier Potters claimed. I tried. Harry laughed and said, indeed you did. They all chatted for a few minutes and Harry learnt each of their names and a little about them. When he reached the last portrait on the left, it asked, can you tell us if Voldemort has been defeated? Yes, he is no more. He heard sighs of relief. He looked at his father who did not react. You have been avenged, Patrick. You, my grandmother, my parents, you have all been avenged, Harry stated. Seriously. That madman robbed me of really knowing my daughter-in-law, of knowing my grandson. I hope he suffered, Patrick said, looking angry. Harry smiled at the portrait and said with a grin, yes, well, I recently found out a lot about you. Minerva told me many stories about you. Do not believe half of what she says, she was just as guilty as I was. Harry laughed, and then Harold, his great-grandfather, said, those two had me on my toes. I often told Dumbledore I should have had my own office in the school, the amount of times I had to come across. Harry got angry at hearing Dumbledore's name. Don't ever mention that man's name in my presence. His father spoke for the first time. Albus Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of all time, he shouted. The other portraits looked at Harry and then at James. Albus Dumbledore was a liar and a thief, Harry shouted. He took a breath as he tried to control his magic. Harold looked at him. What happened, Harry? What happened between you and Albus? Harry took a breath. He looked at the portraits. How many of you carried the title Lord Gryffindor? Most of the portraits gasped, but Ignotus was the only one who smiled and looked at Harry, who nodded. Let's talk history. We are all descendants of Godric Gryffindor. Yes, we know this, James said irritably. But we are not a direct line. The title passed on to Ignotus' elder brother Antioch, Harold stated. That is true for titles, not with magic. The 3 Peverell brothers were all strong and powerful, more powerful than any wizards save the founders, all except one, the one who lived the longest, who had the power to defy death, a power that not even the founders possessed. The magic of the Gryffindors chose its heir, Ignotus. The title Lord Gryffindor goes to the one with the power, and Ignotus had the power. For centuries the Potters were all powerful, but no other could make the claim of Lord Gryffindor until me. However, as soon as Albus Dumbledore realized I had the power, He performed a dark ritual that removed all of the Gryffindor heritage and transferred it to the Hogwarts castle. He did the same ritual on all of the founder's heirs. He heard all of the portraits, except James, start an uproar. Harry put up his hand and then said, "He transferred all of the gold from the Gryffindor vaults and took it for himself. He blocked most of my magic and then framed my godfather and dumped me by my Muggle relatives to be abused and suppressed. Once I entered Hogwarts, he manipulated me and controlled me, in order to defeat Lord Voldemort, who in reality was Lord Slytherin. Albus did the same thing with him, except he decided that Tom Riddle would be an evil Dark Lord. Albus manipulated the students, he chose some as dark and others as light. I was chosen to be a light lord, Tom Riddle he chose as dark. We were all merely chess pieces in a large game for him." Harry heard all of the portraits screaming in outrage. He looked at his father who was looking at him in defiance. James looked at him and shouted, "Albus Dumbledore was a great and powerful man, you have no right in destroying his name and reputation." Harry's magic flared and all of the portraits got quiet. "How dare you? You heard everything I said and yet you still believe in that man, how stupid are you? I would say it was because you died young, that you were still naive, but I am still younger than you were. Why are you blindly following him? Why do you believe these lies that you are the heir of Gryffindor? Who told you that crap? You are a big jerk, you know that. Is that how you defeated Voldemort, by calling him a jerk? No, he battled with honor and dignity, something you will never understand." The smooth silky voice came from behind. "Snivellus. Do not call him that. Are you okay?" "I felt your magic flare," Severus asked Harry, looking at him with concern. Harry calmed down but looked at his father. "This idiot believes in Dumbledore's goodness." "Yeah, well, he wasn't all that smart. I was smart enough for Lily, she left you and came to me. That was because Albus had Pettigrew threatened to kill Severus, unless she went with you. I don't care why she came, I got her and you didn't. James Patrick Potter, how dare you? You manipulated Lily to be with you, so she wouldn't be with someone else." Patrick shouted. "I told you that you spoilt the boy too much," Harold told his son. "A paddle to his backside would have solved many of the problems you had with him. Severus did not deserve her. I took Lily away from him and I had a perfect son with her. I am gay, you idiot. Lily was like my sister, I was never interested in her romantically. Well, I wanted her and you will not get Harry either. When he comes to his senses he too will realize the love of a red-haired woman is best and he will leave you in the cold just like Lily did." Harry turned and looked at this father. Severus heard a cold, powerful voice behind him. "Severus the First want you to leave now." "Harry." Severus felt Harry's magic increase to the surface. The magic was not out of control, it was very controlled and very powerful. Severus looked at Harry and imagined this was the wizard that Voldemort saw seconds before he died. "Severus, take all the elves and get out of the house. I will meet you at Prince Manor." Harry waved his hand and released the elves like Flint who were in their rooms and Étoile and Hawk who were bound to the manor. "Harry, please don't do anything." Harry looked at him and taking his hand stroked Severus' cheek. "My love, I need you to leave." Severus nodded and left. 5 minutes later Harry felt Severus' magic leave the house and apparate away. He didn't sense any of the elves, except one in the gardens. "It was you gave Dumbledore permission to do the ritual." Harry heard all the portraits gasped. "I wondered how Dumbledore got permission to do what he did. He had one day between when you died and when I was left by the Dursleys. He said he realized I was the master of the Deathly Hallows because I survived the killing curse, but that did not explain how he knew I was Lord Gryffindor. He had already had everything set up for the ritual. It means that even if you hadn't died he would have gone on with the ritual. You set it all up, he had permission, your permission." James watched Harry and then the other portraits and then tried to leave. He was hit with a blast of magic as Harry sealed the portrait. Harry saw the frame shift and they all saw James raise up and tried to leave the frame. Harry walked over and grabbed the portrait and pulled out a ghost, the ghost of James Potter. There was an uproar. "You weren't tied to your portrait, you were never asleep, you knew about Ginny, you knew I was in a relationship with Severus, you already knew Voldemort was dead, you were the one controlling the elves, you were the one who chose Ginny, she reminded you of Lily." Patrick shouted, "Why, James?" "Because I was supposed to be Lord Gryffindor, Albus chose me to be the next Light Lord, Severus was supposed to be my archenemy. But you didn't have the power, it was not Albus' choice to make, magic chooses. You died because of your arrogance. You were not supposed to be the chosen one, It was supposed to be me, I was supposed to defeat the Dark Lord, me not you. The house started shaking as James screamed. Harry kept one hand around the ghost's neck and with the other he waved his hand. The house stopped shaking. Why have him remove the magic, why? Harry was sending shocks through his hand that obviously caused the ghost pain. Because you were too powerful, I could not have a son who was more powerful than me. You changed into a fawn and then a puppy and a wolf every time you saw one of us change you changed. You were not even a year yet and you had more power than me. Harry sent another shock and the ghost screamed, Remus wasn't a wolf, he was a werewolf. You tried to give me to a werewolf. You had to die, the prophecy said you would end up with a prince, Albus, and I knew it meant Severus. I could not have you with your power being with that man, so I offered you up to Moony, but you changed into a wolf cub and Moony refused to hurt you. You just wouldn't die. Patrick shouted, you tried to kill your own son. Lily would have had another. Who is your master? What? Albus had a master, who was it? I know he was working for someone who was it. James didn't say anything. I, Lord Harry Potter, Lord of the Potters and controller of the Potter magic, demand you answer me right now. Magic swirled and James was forced to answer. Flamel. Nicholas Flamel was Albus, master. They were lovers, but there was someone else above Flamel, a lord of lords. He controlled everything, I don't know who he was. What was the prophecy? I don't know the exact words, but it stated that the heirs of Hogwarts would arise and the master over death with his prince and his champion would destroy the Lord of Lords. That's why they got rid of the Hogwarts heirs and that's why you tried to get rid of me. But the power was to be mine. The plan was to transfer the magic to me. I had already sworn my allegiances to Albus, so I would have used my power to help the cause, to help control everyone in the world, Muggle and magical. You're mad, Harold exclaimed. He sounds just like my idiot brothers. They sold their souls and made a deal with death. I was young and my eldest brother was my guardian and signed for me, but magic punished them and helped me because I was an innocent sacrifice. But their ultimate aim was to be immortal and rule the world, Ignotus stated. What about Lily? Was she involved? No, she was innocent. I had given her love potions to keep her under control, but had to stop it on a few occasions and she would try and get away. After you were born, I could have released her but she wanted to go to Severus, so I kept her drugged. She kept fighting it. By the end I think she fought it completely but stayed to protect you. The whole building started shaking and as the walls started cracking. Harry asked, and Sirius and Remus? Sirius was easy to manipulate, he was spoiled and accustomed having his own way. It was easy for Albus to fool him. Remus at first went along with everything because he didn't want to be left out, but I could have controlled him. I became his alpha and he had to obey, and when he didn't I had Sirius bring Severus near to the shack. I showed Remus that I could make him kill if I wanted to, and if he didn't do what I wanted, I would force him to become a monster. He fled as soon as I died but returned because he wanted to protect you, his cub. And the Longbottoms, how did Albus get control of the Hufflepuff Gold? They tortured Alice in front of Frank. Bellatrix and the others were under Imperius with Flamel controlling them. They tortured Alice and when she collapsed, they held Neville and were going to torture him too, and Frank gave in and gave permission. After they got the permission, they tortured Frank as well. They gave them potions that had them go crazy. They couldn't kill them as they needed their blood. And Gringotts, the head goblins, they knew, they were part of the plan. Harry felt the entire building still shaking. He reined in his magic and then looked at his father. Why are you a ghost? When Voldemort killed me I could not move on. I had to see if he would kill you or not. Then Albus needed my help for the ritual. He always needed my help, because I was the most powerful of his students. Well, James Potter, it is time for you to move on. You can't make me. Just watch me. I am the master over death. Harry released the ghost who tried to leave, but Harry had already sealed the room and he couldn't get out. Harry took out his pouch and withdrew a ring with a cracked stone on it. He heard Ignotus gasp. Harry looked at his father and put on the ring. With all three Deathly Hallows at his command, he started glowing and the room shook. Then there, standing in front of him, was a specter draped in black. His breathing was shallow and the room grew cold. It was like a Dementor except it had a face, but any human, magical or Muggle, would experience fear like never before by gazing upon this face. Any human, that is, except for one. Harry looked at Death and said, I have one of yours, claim him and send him to the hell he belongs to. James's screams terrified even the portraits, as Death took its skeletal hand and held on to him, and a portal opened. As Death moved towards the portal, Harry said, "You could leave his portrait, I might need it later." The portal closed, taking with it Death and the ghost of James Potter. The portrait of James looked at Harry in shock. It was as if it was just created. It did not remember anything over the past 17 years, but it answered Harry questions much as the ghost did. Harry sighed as he left the Hall of Elders. He left James to face the wrath of the Elders. With the 3 Hallows back in their pouch, Harry breathed easier. He looked at the house. It was a wreck. The staircase had collapsed, the floors and walls cracked, the furniture destroyed. He looked around and then walked into the library. It was the only room in the house where there was no damage. He looked at Lily, who was smiling at him. "Hello baby, I am so proud of you." Harry smiled and sat and talked with his mom for a while until he stood up and called his magic to him and then called, "Ogden." He called again, "Ogden." The Hogwarts head house elf came silently and looked at him with a mixture of awe and fear. "Move my mother's portrait to my rooms in Hogwarts." Harry's voice was powerful. "You will need to release it from here, my Lord Gryffindor." Harry waved his hand and said, "Done. Now remove her." Ogden took the portrait down and then said, "Is there anything else you need, Master?" "No thank you, Ogden." Harry watched them disappear and then walked to the gardens, which seemed to be unaffected. It was peaceful here, he loved it. He walked until he saw Falcon standing in the gardens. He was pruning some rose bushes. "Have you finished punishing naughty Master James?" the house elf said without looking up. Harry nodded and said, "Yes." "Good. He was a bad master. He hurt the house elves. He forced them to do things they didn't want to. Minty, Toph, they were only obeying Master's orders before Master had died. He told them to obey the evil nurse and the evil headmaster. Taden Pence, Ghost Master would hurt the elflings if they did not obey. Étoile, she keeps saying that it was not Master James, that Master James was dead and that we had to protect Master Harry. But Ghost Master James make her fall down the stairs and broke her back. She not the same after, but she still did not believe Ghost was Master James. Flint take over. He liked Ghost Master and made sure elves obey." Harry looked at the house elf and sighed. A tear fell down his cheek. "The house is a mess. It would take a lot to fix." House elves happy for something to do until Master come back. Falcon watched him. "Me, I never leave the gardens." Harry nodded and said, "Thank you, Falcon." Falcon cut a rose from the bush. It was a perfect blood-red rose in full bloom. Falcon gave the rose to Harry and said, "Your mate is a good man. You must remind him of your love." Harry held the long stem rose and whispered a magic spell and it glowed a bit. He then walked out and disappeared among the trees. Severus was sitting in the main office at Prince Manor. He was talking with his grandfather's portrait. They had spent the last hour talking. Elijah was happy to see his grandson and was furious when he found out what Albus did, but right now that was not the issue that concerned him. Severus was anxious and worried. Elijah knew Severus was worried about Harry. He kept looking at the door every 5 minutes as if he expected Harry to walk through. Severus paced the floor. Elijah had stopped talking 5 minutes ago, because he realized that his grandson was not listening. He stopped pacing and sat down. "What if something happened, grandfather? I don't know what I would do without him. I love him." "Then tell him." Severus closed his eyes and thought of Harry. Suddenly he felt the change in his magic. His raging magic suddenly felt calm and peaceful. "Harry." He ran out of the office and looked towards the front door, which opened and Harry came through. Harry looked at him and smiled. "You know you forgot to lower the wards around the manor." Severus gasped. He felt foolish. "So how did you get through?" Harry looked at the single red rose and handed it to Severus. "I turned it into a portkey and told it to take me to the one I love." Harry sat in the office with Severus and his grandfather's portrait and for half an hour told them what happened. However, he did not mention the part where he summoned death. He just informed them that he had James exorcised. Severus held his hand as Harry told them about James's betrayal. Severus had hated James. He thought him a bully and a spoilt brat, but never in his wildest dreams did he ever think that he would sacrifice his own son or try to kill him out of jealousy. Harry spoke in a daze. "Yes, I know he was jealous and jealousy makes people do crazy things, but he tried to kill me, Severus. How could anyone try and kill their own child? He put me in front of Moony. He gave me up to be eaten by a werewolf. It was only because I turned into a wolf cub that I survived. How could anyone give up their child?" Severus held Harry, but Harry just froze. He was in a form of shock. Severus held on to him and did not know what to say. Elijah looked at them from his portrait. James reminds me of the witch Maleficent. She was a half-Vila witch in the 15th century. It was rumored that she was so beautiful that people would be mesmerized by her, men especially would do whatever she wanted. Her eldest sister Maud however got married to one of the Mughal princes and had 2 children, a boy and a baby girl. After the prince's father and elder brother died in an accident, he became king, and Maleficent got jealous that her sister was now more loved by the people and was center of attention. Maleficent was only 16 and her father had planned to marry her to one of the wizard lords, but she wanted to be queen. It was later discovered that she seduced a wizard healer and had him kill her sister, who was pregnant with her 3rd child. Maleficent then stepped in and got married to her sister's widow. While her sister, who was called Good Queen Maud, was known for her good work by improving the lives of the poor, Maleficent was known as Maleficent the Beautiful, but was known for parties and her cruelty. It was rumored that she beheaded anyone who mentioned her sister's name. When the little Princess Matilda was a teen, her beauty started rivaling her stepmother's. A seer prophesied that Matilda would become a beautiful and beloved queen and the people would rally around Matilda and that Maleficent would not be remembered. She then tried to have her killed, but Matilda was rescued by a group of goblins who were planning to revolt against the monarchy because of Maleficent's wicked laws. The young Prince William then confronted his stepmother and battled her. They both died in the battle. Matilda eventually became queen and is considered the greatest queen of magical heritage. It sounds a little bit like the story Snow White, Harry said. He had gotten out of his dazed state as he listened to Elijah's story. Elijah nodded. Yes, I believe it is the source of that story. Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm wrote a lot of stories about the interaction between the Muggle and wizarding worlds. Harry, jealousy and envy are evil things, and just like Maleficent, your father succumbed to the temptations of that evil. Maud was a witch just like her sister and used her magical ability and position in society to do a lot of good work among the people. Maleficent, who had the same ability and position, used it to benefit herself only and really did not care about anyone except herself. Matilda had 2 examples to look at: her mother and her stepmother. She chose to follow the example of her mother but took into consideration what could have happened if she allowed power, greed, jealousy and envy to get the better of her. We still use some of Matilda's laws today in the Wizenmaggot. Harry nodded. He understood what Elijah was trying to tell him. They discussed it for a while, until Severus felt Harry's body sway a bit. Harry, you used a lot of magic this morning. Maybe a nap is in order. I think you are right, I could really do with some rest. Severus called for Jeeves, the Prince head house elf, who took Harry to one of the guest rooms. Severus went with Harry and saw him settled into bed before Harry told him he was okay and that he should return and talk with his grandfather. Severus came back down to the office and sat looking at his grandfather when Elijah spoke. Harry is a good man and a good mate for you, I approve most heartedly. Yes, he is a good man. When I thought you and my friends hated me, I turned to the Dark Lord, but Harry is not like that. He's so much stronger. Yes, he is, and therefore the temptations will be greater. Severus, he needs you now more than he ever did. You need to be there for him and you need to be his anchor to remind him what he fights for. Love is the greatest white magic that there is, and for him you are a major source of that love. It is going to be hard for him. He has had little love in his life. His Muggle relatives only showed him hate and abused him verbally and emotionally. He fought it by holding on to the thought that his parents loved him enough to die for him, only to find out that James had been the one who tried to have him killed and who was responsible for him being magically BPD and abused. In a sense, a lot of what his Muggle relatives told him was true. His father was an evil man who did not want him. Then remind him of his mother's love. She sacrificed herself for him, and there is no greater example of love than someone who willingly gives their magic and life for someone. Severus frowned, thinking of how much Lily suffered. I was a complete bastard to him while he was in school. I kept seeing James and not him. I forgot about him being Lily's child. I caused him so much heartache over the years. And he has obviously forgiven you, Severus. You just don't seem to have forgive yourself. Severus, do you know what I did for a living? Severus nodded. Yes, you were head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Yes, most of Prince Lords were either head of the DMLE or head of the Wizenmaggot like my father was, and as such this house has some of the strongest wards in all of England. For Harry to get through these wards with a portkey based on love, then that love has to be very strong. Severus considered this for a moment. I don't deserve his love, and one day he will realize that I am not worth it. Severus, you are a good man and Harry knows it. Whether you think that you deserve it or not, Harry is in love with you and you are very much in love with him, you just have to prove to yourself that you are worthy of his love. Severus, why do you feel you don't deserve him? He is a powerful wizard. So are you. Albus thought you powerful enough to consider you a possible Dark Lord. He puts himself before others, whereas I was a Death Eater. You spent most of your adult life as a spy, sacrificing your life, soul and happiness for others, getting nothing in return. He is so gorgeous and I am an ugly old man. Severus, you are not an old man, you are not even 40, which even in the Muggle world is middle age. In the wizarding world where people live easily up to 150, you are still a young man. You are not ugly, you look a lot like me except for the nose and your hair color, and I was considered quite a catch, thank you very much. Your nose can be fixed, so can your teeth, and if you take care of yourself and wear clothes that suit your body you will see how attractive you really are. Severus looked at his grandfather doubtfully. Besides, his grandfather said with a very mischievous grin, obviously there is something Harry likes to see every time he takes you under him. Severus turned beet red and sank deeper into his chair. His grandfather laughed. There is nothing to be ashamed of, Severus, as you said. Harry is a very powerful wizard. From all I have heard today and I could see of him, he is probably just as powerful as the founders, and he still has not fully developed his magic. There is nothing wrong with letting him have dominance in bed. I am sure he is quite powerful there as well. Grandfather. Elijah laughed. Seriously, Severus, even the most powerful wizard needs someone beside them. I was the dominant one in my relationship with your grandmother, and it had nothing to do with my being a wizard or her being a witch. However, there were many times my job would cause me much stress and I would want to pull my hair out. Remember, that was the time when Grindelwald was in power and the Muggle world was at war. There were times I thought that I would not survive, and it was those times that Miriam would just hold me and I would feel all the stress melt away. She had a way of just being there for me. She would cook my favorite meal or draw a bath with some new bath potion she created just for me, or just by lying beside me in bed and holding me she would somehow drive all the demons away. Had she been alive when I found out about you, Albus would never have gotten away with what he did. She would never have allowed it. She was never a weak woman. She was a strong, powerful witch in her own right, and I see a lot of her in you. She was my other half, and you need to be that for Harry. Jeeves came in and offered Severus lunch and asked if to wake Master Harry for lunch. Severus told him not to wake Harry and to let him sleep. Grandfather, I don't know if I could be that to him. I always end up hurting others. Almost everyone Harry trusted in his life has turned against him. I am afraid that one day I too will hurt him. Severus, do you love Harry? Yes, very much. Then I know you will do the right thing when the time comes. Stop worrying about it and just trust your instincts. Severus suddenly felt an uneasiness in his magic and he looked at the ceiling. Harry is in distress. Elijah smiled at his grandson. Possibly a nightmare. He will get plenty of those. Go to him, Severus, and just hold him. If it's like what I would experience, just lie with him and hold him. The demons would go away. Go to him, child, he needs you. Severus walked up the stairs and opened the door to Harry's room. He saw Harry tossing and turning in bed. His grandfather was right, Harry was having a nightmare. Severus took off his boots and climbed into bed with Harry. Moving slowly behind him, he put his arms around him. Harry's eyes opened and turned to look at Severus. Sev. Shush, Harry, I am here. Go back to sleep. He didn't want me, Harry said quietly. I really am a freak. No, Harry. James was an A**s. He didn't know what real treasure is. Your mother knew, however. She loved you more than her own life, and I love you more than life, Harry. Harry turned to face him and then held him in a fierce hug, and Severus allowed Harry to hold him. After a while Harry looked up and they shared a slow, passionate kiss, and Severus felt their magic joining together. When Harry pulled out, he looked at Severus and said, I don't think we should have say today. That's okay, Harry, love is more than having say. Harry nodded. I know, it's just that my magic is still too much to the front and I am afraid that I will hurt you. I am content with just being here with you, Harry. I want to hold you while you sleep. That would be just perfect. Harry turned around and allowed Severus to spoon him. Severus woke up when he heard a pop. Creature had come into the room. Excuse me, Master Severus, but it is time for you and Master Harry to wake. You need to get ready to go to the conference. Checking the time, he noted it was 5 o'clock. Harry had slept a good 5 hours without getting a nightmare. Thank you, Creature, I will wake him. Creature popped out. Harry. Harry, love, it is time to get up. I am up, I just don't want to move right now. Harry leaned his head back onto Severus, who was still holding him from behind and held onto Severus' hands, indicating he did not want him to move. Well, we only have an hour before we are scheduled to leave for Barcelona. Yes, well, we could do a lot in an hour, Harry said with a small laugh, and he moved one of Severus' hands and placed it under his pants. Severus groaned and held on to the member that Harry had offered. We are going to get into trouble. Creature is not going to be too happy, Severus said as he moved his hand into a rhythm. Creature wants me to be happy, and you are making me very, very happy. Yes, but Lord Black is never late, Severus whispered in Harry's ears. We could share a bath that will, oh yes, that will cut the time, oh god yes. Severus felt Harry's magic around him. Whenever they had say, Harry would use a combination of his body and his magic, which drove Severus to a level he had never experienced with any other person. This, however, was different. He remembered what Harry had said about his magic being to the front and that he was afraid of hurting him. Part of Severus told him to stop. It was too dangerous to continue. The other half told him he had to continue and finish what he started. He moved closer to Harry, one hand around Harry's, pulling him closer to him. The other hand quickened its pace. As Harry released, so did his magic. Both Harry and Severus screamed, Harry in pleasure as he came, and Severus as he was hit with a large bolt of magic. Harry cleaned himself up and turned around. He laughed as he saw how Severus' hair stuck out, highly charged with magic. It reminded Harry of static electricity. Creature popped in as Master Harry and Master Severus. Okay, we felt the building shake and the lights went off and on. Harry laughed. We are fine, Creature. Yes, well, you better get moving if you are to leave by 6 o'clock to the conference. Lord Black is never late, the tiny elf said as he ran into the bathroom and started the shower and then started getting clothes for Harry to wear. Harry laughed and then after a little while said seriously, both to Creature and Severus, I will not be going to the dinner tonight. Severus was not surprised, but he was disappointed. Harry continued, I have to go back to Hogwarts. I will meet you in Barcelona later, possibly after the dinner. I need to see Neville and the others. He then turned to the house elf. Creature, I need you to get my mirror. I need to contact Neville. After I have showered and changed, I will need to see the elves. Creature, is it possible to get something to eat? I am starving. Creature nodded and popped out. He quickly brought back Harry's communications mirror and a tray with some sandwiches and some pumpkin juice. Harry turned to Severus, who had climbed out of bed. Harry walked up to him and held him. I know you are disappointed, but after what I learnt today, it is important that the others find out right away. He keyed Severus, who responded to the key. I will be there for you this weekend, I just need to do this first. I know and I agree, don't worry, the most important part starts tomorrow anyway. I am going to my room to shower and get ready while you are talking to Neville and your elves. I will see you before I leave. Harry keyed him again and Severus left the room. Harry called Neville on the communications mirror and told him they needed to have an emergency meeting. Harry, what happened? I thought you were going to Barcelona with Severus. Neville, I will tell you when I arrive, which should be in less than an hour. Get Minerva and Phileas, tell them to contact Brian and Kingsley. Also, it is important that your grandmother be there. Okay, Harry, I trust you. I will have everyone here. See you in a bit. Neville sighed off. Harry then called Fireforge and spoke to him for a few minutes, and then he showered and changed into plain red robes. He then called Jeeves and told him to expect the goblin who would be visiting in a short while. When he was almost finished eating, Creature came back in the room, this time with the Potter elves and the elflings. Hawk, do you wish to take on the mantle of the Potterhead house elf, or do you want to stay in charge of the elflings? You are giving me a choice, Hawk said in surprise, and when Harry nodded he asked, who will you choose if I refuse? I will put Creature in charge of all my elves, though I have called in my estate manager and he will be supervising the reconstruction of Potter Manor. Harry heard all of the elves gasp in shock. He forgot that they did not know what had happened, so he told them, yeah, the ghost that haunted Potter Manor. He quickly looked at Etoile, is no more, he has moved on, so he would not be bothering you anymore. Harry heard most of the elves sigh in relief and he saw Hawk hold his mate tight. However, I made quite a mess of the manor and the only two rooms left standing are the library and the Hall of Elders, though the hall has some damage. So the manor will have to be redone. Hawk looked at him in awe. He knew his master was very powerful and that something had happened for his master to destroy the manor. Harry continued, "It is my understanding that most of you who worked for those who betrayed me did so under orders from the last Lord Potter, and so I will not hold you at fault." Harry paused and saw the two named Tate and Pence cry in relief. "However, all old orders are now cancelled. I am Lord Potter and I expect you to obey me." All the Potter elves bowed and swore allegiance to him. "Good. Now Hawk, what do you prefer?" "If it is okay with Master Harry, I would like to stay with the Elflings." Harry smiled. "Great. Since Potter Manor is no longer habitable for Elflings, I am sending you to my manor in Devon. It is free from any dark devices and has a lot of room for the Elflings to play. It is hidden so you don't have to worry about anyone, either Muggle or magical, reaching you there." Étoile gave Harry a hug and said, "You are a good boy, Harry. Your father would be so proud of you." Harry stiffened. He liked the little house elf, but she had suffered so much that she retreated into her own deluded world where his father was a good man who was everything everyone always told Harry he was like. She could not bring herself to admit that he had become a monster. Hawk, however, knew what had happened and had hated James, but as an elf he couldn't do anything or show his hatred. Hawk quickly held on to Étoile and said to Harry, "Your mother would be very proud of you, and so would Master Patrick." Harry nodded and then said, "My estate manager should be here any minute and will bring the portkeys for you as well as the keys and anything else you will need. If you approve, Hawk, I will send Pence with you." The house elf smiled and Hawk said, "That is very much to my approval." "Good. Flint, you are going to be cleaning up Potter Manor. I want you to remove all the debris and anything else that has to be cleaned. Petal and Kai, I want you two to check and see what needs to be done in the manor. Any cleaning to be done, let Flint do it." The two elves nodded and Harry saw a slight evil grin come on their faces as they looked at Flint, who cringed. "Creature, you are in charge of all the elves and you will liaise with Fireforge to assign them duties that need to be done. I am going to a meeting at Hogwarts and then going to Barcelona for the weekend. I will get in contact with you on Monday to see how things are going." "Good, everyone knows what is to be done." At that moment Jeeves came in and announced that Fireforge had arrived and was sitting in the parlor. Harry went to greet him and all the various arrangements were made. The only problem that they incurred was when Étoile called all the Elflings to her when it was time for them to leave. Dante went and stood next to Creature. Creature told the little elf that maybe it would be best if he went with the other Elflings, and Dante refused. He wanted to stay with Creature. Harry knew the deviant little look that Dante had on his face. It was the same look Teddy gave right before he decided to throw a tantrum. Harry considered the little elfling and all the horrors he must have gone through in the last few months. He was only given to Harry a few days ago and then given to Creature, with whom he found some stability, only to be told he was going to be shipped off again. Harry understood his plight and decided to step in. "Creature, I think it might be best for Dante to stay with you." Dante gave Harry a smile and a very quick, "You almost missed it" hug. As all of the house elves popped out to their destinations, Harry saw Severus standing by the doorway looking at him. Harry smiled. Severus looked he had on black jeans, tucked in knee-high boots and a loose silky emerald green shirt that was out of his jeans and was slightly unbuttoned. His hair was tied back in a low tail and his face glowed as someone in love. Harry came over and gave him a deep and powerful key. "Are you trying to entice me to go with you, Severus? God, you look so. I feel like stripping you and making love to you right here right now." "I thought you said we couldn't have say today," Severus said, teasing. "Yes, well, you helped me release some of my excess magic. I might still hurt you, but a little rough powerful say might keep you knowing who your mate is and will keep all the other wolves at bay." "So you think I can't handle myself? I need protecting," Severus said with a mock stern look. "No, I never said that, but my wolf is screaming that I put my scent on you so others will know you are mine." He captured Severus' mouth again and gave him a key that screamed for Severus to submit, which he did. Just as Harry pulled away, he heard his name being called on the mirror. He looked at Neville's reflection and was told everyone had arrived and was waiting in Minerva's office. Harry gave Severus another deep key and the promise to meet him later. Using the flow, he quickly vanished as he headed out to Hogwarts. Severus sighed and then said goodbye to his grandfather, took out his portkey and headed for Barcelona. Harry sat back in Minerva's office. He had a glass of wine in his hand, but he kept twirling the wine and did not really drink any. He, Minerva, Phileas, Neville, Augusta, Brian and Kingsley had just exited the Pensieve after looking at the memory of the events of this morning. When he arrived in the office he put the memory from when Patrick had asked about Voldemort to when James answered why he was a ghost and invited the others to enter. Minerva had passed around drinks and Neville grabbed a glass of fire whiskey, so did Phileas, Brian and Kingsley. Augusta, like Harry, had a glass of wine in her hand. It was Augusta who spoke first. So Flamel is behind all of this, Frank, Alice, Neville, Harry, everything. There is someone else, but I am sure that Flamel was a big part of it, Phileas said, looking like he was going to be sick. I knew James all his life. I knew he was a bit spoilt and a bit selfish, but I thought he had matured when he left Hogwarts and got married to Lily. How could I have been so wrong? How could I not have seen it? I was his head of house, Minerva said, berating herself. Albus let us see what he wanted us to see. We never suspected Albus or Poppy. James and the Marauders were all part of Albus' plan, and Albus was a master of manipulation. We were all fooled, Phileas said, looking at Minerva. But I was his godmother. I should have. She put her head in her hands. Then she looked up as she took a breath. Patrick's dad was so strict. Patrick was a bit fearful of him and he didn't want James to fear him. Every time he got a report of James doing something wrong, he decided he would talk to him, show him where he went wrong, let him learn through experience. James and Sirius reminded him so much of us when we were in school. I don't know what went wrong. What went wrong was no accountability. When you and grandfather did something wrong, you knew there was a chance of punishment. When you pulled a prank, there was a line you never crossed because you knew someone, whether it was your parents or the teachers or the headmaster, would hold you accountable for your actions. James never did. He was allowed to do whatever he wanted. His father's punishment, while effective for other children, was ineffective for James, and the headmaster actually encouraged him, so he never felt accountable, Harry said seriously. He tried to feed you to a werewolf, Neville screamed. He was encouraged by Dumbledore to put Severus in front of a raging werewolf. It was how James felt that he had to deal with his enemies. As a child I became his enemy, so for James he was doing what he was taught. I am not excusing him, he is in hell paying for his actions, but he was trained into thinking he was a light lord by people who were evil. He convinced himself he was doing good. Exactly what? Albus said the group of light wizards became so corrupt they no longer knew the difference between light and dark. It is exactly what he said they were trying to prevent, Minerva said. Yes, the problem is how do we stop them? Harry asked. Harry, what happened to James? Brian said, studying him intently. James is no more, he has been exorcised. How? Brian asked, but Harry did not answer. Brian looked at him and then stated, Harry, with power comes responsibility. I noticed you had the Elder Wand in your hand and you had on the cloak as well. You have to be careful, these are dangerous items. You are more powerful than any wizard that is currently under the Ministry's jurisdiction. Don't make the mistake Albus made. Don't play God and do what you want to because you can. I know, believe me, I know. That is why I have come to you. I want to be a part of a team and not the one who does everything. I don't want everyone depending on me. I don't want that responsibility. It is too much power for one person to have. Phileas then asked, changing the subject, any word on Flamel? Brian answered, all our research has shown no indication that Flamel is dead and that for all intents and purposes he is still alive. Minerva asked, any idea of where he might be? Records show he has a private island that is unfloatable and you must have permission to enter. Not even the Ministry knows where it is. How come? I thought the Ministry kept tabs on all its citizens, Augusta asked. It was Kingsley who answered, Flamel is considered a wizard without borders. He is not tied to any nation, even though he was born in Britain. Harry turned to Neville, what are you going to do about the inquiry? Neville looked at his grandmother who told him, it is up to you. Neville was serious, I still want a full inquiry. My parents were tortured in giving permission to give up the account and the head goblins knew this. I want them to pay. Brian nodded his head, I think now more than ever, I also want to continue this investigation. Kingsley then said, Watson, I want an investigation into Street Mungo's as well to see if Alice and Frank truly are permanently damaged or if they are being given help to remain in that condition. Neville's glass broke in his hand and Harry waved his hand and the broken glass disappeared. I think I want Frank and Alice moved to Longbottom Manor, that way an independent investigation could be made, Augusta said, looking at Kingsley and Brian. Neville nodded his head. Brian, do you think Justine will come and test them? I will pay twice whatever her salary is at St. Mungo's. I trust her and I want her to lead the team to help them. I will ask her, Brian said and put his hand on Neville's shoulder. I will also ask Severus and see if I could get a potions team together, Harry said, thinking of how the team came together for him. Neville nodded. They spent another half an hour speculating on different things and making various plans before everyone left. Harry looked at the time. It was 8:30, he didn't want to go to the dinner late, but decided he would go and wait for Severus in their suite. He bade the others goodbye and went to catch a portkey to Barcelona. As soon as Severus arrived in Barcelona, he marveled at the beauty of the place. He was in the magical landing station, about a mile from the hotel. He looked at the time. It was now 6 o'clock. He had previously thought that he and Harry would have had time to be together before the conference, but now he was on his own. He explored for a while before he came up to La Calle Negra. It was Barcelona's nocturne alley. He had a few acquaintances on this street, all not so nice and highly questionable characters. He remembered one, Miguel, who owed him a favor and who could actually help him. He turned into the street and went to find his amigo. Half an hour later, Severus left a seedy-looking shop with a black door. He smiled. His friend had not changed and Miguel was glad to no longer be owing the former Death Eater. Severus smiled and looked at himself in a passing shop window. Miguel had done a good job. His teeth were straight and white. He smirked and said softly, "Okay, grandfather." I took the first step. He then hurried to the hotel as he did not want to be late. Unbeknown to Severus, he was being watched by two who recognized him immediately. The Italian twins Lorenzo and Giovanni de' Medici. The twins were rich, powerful Italian wizards who on the surface were wealthy businessmen who had investments throughout Europe. However, in certain circles they were known as Italian Death Eaters. They objected greatly to this title as they were never followers of Voldemort. They were, however, known to bring death to many and would have loved Bellatrix and her parlor tricks. They took whatever they wanted, and right now they were watching Severus. "Lorenzo, do you see what I see? Isn't that Severus Snape?" "Yes, I believe it is. He looks really hot and without his billowing black robes. He has a beautiful body." "Yes, and his hair, he has finally washed it. It is beautiful, so lush. He would look great in my bed." "I don't think you will, Giovanni, as he would be sharing my bed." "Ah, but my dear brother, mother always said we should share. It has been a while since we both shared such a fine specimen." He would be going to the potions convention. "I am glad we agreed to attend this year. The ball is tonight and after I think we should get some dessert." "Yes, a Severus Snape dessert. Come, Giovanni, let us go and get our party clothes on. We have a potions master to hunt." Severus reached the Hotel Los Magos in a matter of minutes and quickly went to the front desk. He noticed several people, both men and women, watching him with interest. He smiled and he heard someone sigh and a few witches giggle. The manager at the front desk came and registered him personally and noticed he had recently booked a suite with 2 rooms. "Senor, your guest is not with you, she is arriving late. He would be coming in later. My guest is Mr. H. Black. He may not reach in time for the dinner, but I expect him to come before the evening's activities are complete." "Yes, sir. Whenever he comes it will not be a problem. I will give him his key myself." "Hello, Severus," a familiar voice called to him. Severus turned and saw Horace Slughorn. "Hello, Horace, you look well," Severus said in his usual, "You are bothering me, leave me alone," drawl. "So do you, my boy, so do you. I didn't mean to overhear, but you are bringing a guest this year. I must say I am intrigued. You have never brought a guest to one of our little shindigs." "Yes, well, times have changed. Now if you will excuse me, Horace, I must go and change for dinner." He walked off without waiting for a response. Several others came up to Slughorn to ask if it was indeed Severus Snape he was talking to. Slughorn sighed. The clothes may have changed, but the attitude was the same. Harry landed in Barcelona. He was glad he had changed into Muggle clothes before taking the portkey. Most of the young people were in Muggle-style clothes. Since he knew this was the magical side of Barcelona, he was surprised to see how Muggle it all was. It just proved how backward the British wizarding world really was. He looked around. The place was exquisitely beautiful. He saw a towering cathedral in the distance and many of the buildings were old and the architecture was magnificent. He passed by a food place that reminded him how hungry he was, and after getting directions went to the hotel. His first thought was that he had gotten to the wrong place. In front of the hotel was a group of young witches and wizards with placards with Spanish writing that Harry did not understand, and they were chanting. He approached a pretty young witch who reminded him a bit of Hermione in her mannerisms and asked her about the protest. After looking at him appraisingly, she asked, "Do you know what is going on in this hotel this weekend?" "A potions conference," Harry replied. "Yes, a potions conference where they are inventing potions to destroy those who do not have the power to defend themselves." "Who? House elves, animals? Are you dense, muggles? They are creating potions to destroy the muggles among us. It is a conspiracy to preserve the wizarding superiority. And do you have any proof?" "I don't need proof. With people like Songray, Crone, Hagen and that Death Eater Snape, they must be." She did not get further as Harry's anger blazed and his magic flared. The entire group stopped chanting and stepped back. The girl started whimpering as Harry glared at her. "Severus Snape is not a Death Eater. He was a spy who worked for the Side of Light. He is a good man and has saved all of our lives by sacrificing his own. Now I don't know if other potions masters have created potions to hurt muggles, but you cannot accuse innocent people of crimes you have no proof of. If you have proof of wrongdoing then bring it to me, if you don't then you have no right being here." Harry watched as the group quickly dispersed. He sighed as Brian's warning came to him. He needed to calm himself. He thought about taking a long soak in a bathtub. Yes, he thought that might be what he needed. He walked slowly up the stairs of the hotel and before he entered the doorman opened the door and gave him a big grin. Harry smiled and then went up to the desk. The Manger thanked him for his help outside and gave him the key to his and Severus' rooms. He walked towards the elevator when it opened and Slughorn exited. "Professor Slughorn, it is so great to see you," Harry said with a big smile. "Harry, my boy, it is you. You look fantastic. If you did not call out to me I would not have recognized you. Oh my, you must be driving the women off with a stick." He laughed and thumped Harry on the back. "What are you doing in Barcelona?" "Well, I am here for the potions conference." "Are you? That is great. I knew you had the makings of a potions master in you. I heard you got an outstanding in your newts. I am so proud of you." "Yes, I did, but I am not going into potions. I am here as an investor." "You are? Come my boy, let's go to the bar and have a drink and a chat." Before Harry could say anything else Slughorn had dragged him to the bar and had ordered drinks. Harry cast a Muffaliato spell to ensure privacy. Slughorn of course asked about Ginny and why the wedding was called off and Harry gave the same explanation he had given the press. He then asked about Harry's interest in potions. Harry told him how he wanted to be more involved in the investments his estate was involved in and that after speaking with Severus he decided to come himself to the conference. "Oh, so you are the mysterious guest that Severus has with him this year?" "Mr. H. Black." Harry laughed. "Yes, officially I am Lord Harry Potter Black. I felt that coming as Mr. Black it would put less attention on me and I would be able to quietly investigate new and upcoming potions that I might be interested in, instead of the organizers telling me what to invest if they knew Harry Potter was in the crowd. Severus understands my need for anonymity." "I fully understand, but why Severus? I didn't think you two got along." "Well, to be honest I was staying at Hogwarts as I had some business to take care of there and after getting some advice from others there I decided to come here. It was too late to get my own room, so I asked Severus. We have become friends and I have great respect for him." Slughorn watched him with curiosity. "What sort of potions would you be interested in?" "Well, anything that would help the Muggle world would be great. I am also looking for a few masters who might be interested in researching a cure for long-term Cruciatus curse sufferers. Neville is looking for a team to help in researching a cure for his parents. A worthwhile venture I am sure for Mr. Longbottom, but I am not sure how many will actually be interested, but I could look into it." Harry finished his drink and said, "Aren't you going to the dinner?" Yes, well the dinner is almost over and I will be in time for dessert, but what about you my boy?" "I knew I was going to be late so, I wasn't planning to. But as an investor this is the most important night. Come, you must come with me. I will introduce you around to some who you might be interested in. There are a few who I know work in Muggle potions." "That would be great, but I must change first." "Well, I will wait on you. Come on, let's make a move." Harry and Slughorn left the bar and were about to turn to the lift when a short fat, balding man came out of the ballroom door. He looked appraisingly at Harry. He licked his lips and came across. "Slughorn, who is this tasty treat you have with you?" "Excuse me sir, but your manner is very offensive as is your implied question and I will ask that you remove yourself and leave us alone." The lift opened and Harry and Slughorn got in. Slughorn laughed. Harry, you really are a piece of work. Pablo is probably still standing in shock. No one has spoken to him like that in years. I am glad I was there to witness it. Pablo. Yes, Pablo Sangre. He is actually in charge of the conference this year. I have heard of him. He is Draco Malfoy's potions master. Yes, young Mr. Malfoy. I had not heard that. I heard that young Mr. Malfoy had escaped going to Azkaban. You have been in contact with him. Yes, he and his family fall under the protection of the Black family. He has really turned around and is doing well. They had reached the suite and Harry went in and changed as Slughorn waited in the suite's living room. Harry changed into burgundy and gold robes that were made of the finest acromantula silks and a pair of black boots. The robes had no crests on them as he did not want anyone knowing who he was. His hair was brushed back and fell straight down his back. He checked himself in the mirror. He looked good. Slughorn smiled as he came out. My boy, you look exquisite. You look like a high elf prince. I will be the envy of everyone with you coming in with me. They returned to the ground floor and made their way to the ballroom. As they walked through the lobby, all eyes turned to look at Harry. He indeed looked like an elven prince. His movements were graceful but purposeful. He was gorgeous and his skin was flawless and his power was evident. Severus had been in a deep conversation with several potions masters, when abruptly he stopped and looked around. The Medici twins looked at him and caught his eye. They winked. Severus knew they had been following him whole night and had tried to ignore them. This of course made them want him even more. They practically salivated as they looked at Severus, who looked resplendent in emerald green and silver robes. They had no chance, however, as Severus felt a magical pull that identified only one wizard. He turned and looked at the door before it even opened. Slughorn opened the doors and all eyes turned to the stranger who entered with him. Harry looked around and saw the one who he was looking for. He told Horace he wanted to pay respects to Severus first and they walked towards him. The twins looked at Harry with wonder. Momentarily they forgot about Severus. They walked up to the stranger and as they approached him, he looked at them with twinkling emerald green eyes and moved past them without even acknowledging them. He was out of their league and they knew it. He walked purposefully towards Severus. As Harry and Slughorn reached the small group that Severus belonged, the group's conversation ended and they all looked curiously at the new arrival. Severus gave a small smile and then turned to the group he was talking to. I would like to introduce to you my guest for the weekend, Mr. Harry Black. The twins whispered to each other that they would have to change their plans if they wanted to get Severus in their bed. All of a sudden they saw the stranger's head turn in their direction and swore they heard a growl. However, what was unmistakable was the fire and power in those green eyes, and they both felt a cold blast of magic hit them. They decided that maybe they were not so interested in Snape after all. Harry sat back and watched as Severus went up and announced his items for sale. There was an uproar when he stated he had 2 sheets 1 foot square of basilisk skin and 1 griffin feather. Several of the masters declared him a fraud, and several other colorful names, and shouted that he should be expelled from the room. Severus in his snarky professor mode challenged them to test the items. There was pandemonium when not only did the basilisk skin tested positive to being from a 1,000-year-old basilisk, but the griffin feather was found to be willingly given. Severus instantly became the most popular man in the entire convention. Severus was interrogated by the entire auditorium as to his source for the items, but he kept declining to reveal it. In the end the items combined went for a startling 500,000 galleons. The feather alone went for 300,000 galleons. By far it was the most that anyone had ever gotten on a single item in the history of the potions convention. The rest of the auction went rather smoothly and Harry bought several items he felt Severus might have liked. A black and gold horn from a black unicorn, another vial of unicorn blood freely given, some scales from a Chinese dragon and a small piece of a tentacle from a kraken. Harry offered the man 5,000 extra galleons for the story of how that tentacle was gotten. It was most entertaining. The man swore an oath that it was true. Harry spent 100,000 galleons on these items but did not mind. It was only when he was signing the Gringotts bank drafts he had previously arranged with Magnus to have them under the name Harry Black that he found it ironic that he was spending the amount that the Weasleys had taken from him. Part of him felt a little guilty. Ginny and Ron may spend years paying back their family to replace what Muriel had given to him, when he was spending the same amount in one morning on items that he was not even sure Severus would like. He sighed and reminded himself it was the principle of the matter. He saw Severus arguing with the man who had won the bid for the griffin feather. After his items were sold, Severus had proceeded to the side room, where the payments were being made. The man, it seemed, was trying to give him 250,000 galleons and 50,000 galleons worth of items. Harry looked on and laughed. The Severus who he saw arguing with the man was the one that he knew as a student, the snarky, sarcastic bastard who made you want to cry. It was the side that Severus had often showed the world, and Harry marveled at how different Severus really was. Harry's ears perked up, however, when he heard Severus scream, "And what the hell am I going to do with a say South Avenue, Romanov?" The man called Romanov sneered, "Well, Snape, it certainly answers a lot of my questions about you, if you don't know what to do with a say South Avenue. Unlike you, I do not have to pay or buy someone to be in my bed. Now you still have 50,000 galleons for me, either pay up or I take the feather to sing." He was willing to pay 275,000, and I know he will not have to sell his wife to give me the money. Romanov scowled but signed a bank draft and gave it to Severus, who took it and handed over the feather. The feather was the one that Severus had plucked from Griffin. Harry wondered what Severus did with the other feather. It's not like he couldn't have gotten another. Severus and Harry left the room and proceeded to the lift to take them back to their suite when a small group of potions masters approached them. "Snape, if you have a few moments, we would like to have a word. We will make it worth your while." Snape nodded and Harry left and went up to the suite alone. Harry was pleased. The reason for Severus putting the items up for sale was to get the recognition in the potions community. After Voldemort's downfall, it took the wizarding world several months before they accepted Harry's and the minister's word that Snape was in fact a spy working for the light. Harry knew that even now many still doubted his innocence. Severus really did not care so much for the general population, but Harry knew he cared deeply about what his peers in the potions community thought. Harry went to bed and took a rest. He was still tired from the day before, and they still had 2 hours before they met the man who Slughorn had introduced him to the night before. The man had some ideas that Harry liked, and he was seriously considering funding his project. Severus wanted to ask the man many technical questions before Harry made any deals, so they were all meeting for lunch. Severus looked at the group of 6 potions masters. They were the core of the Potions Guild Council. They included his old master Leblanc, who he had apprenticed under, and the Finnish master Godolin, who was considered the top potions master in the world. The others Severus knew by name and reputation and was inwardly hyperventilating. They went to a small private sitting room which was richly decorated. "Severus, it is good to see you have come into your own. I was impressed by your article in December's Potions Quarterly on the improvements that you made to the Wolfsbane," Leblanc stated as he and the others sat and offered Severus a seat. "Yes, my speech tonight will be based on that very topic, thank you," Severus said as he was handed a glass of wine by the German Master Mayor. "Yes, I know, we were the ones who selected you as a speaker tonight," Leblanc continued. "Tell me, Snape, what made you think of adding Matricaria recutita in the potion? I would think that the flower's properties would clash with that of the Wolfsbane." Godolin asked. "You are right, the fresh flower does clash. It is why I used dried petals. A friend of mine was a werewolf and often complained of stomach pains the day after the transformation. He told me that he eventually solved the problem by having a cup of the chamomile tea and that the tea soothed his stomach, so I decided to try the dried chamomile petals and it worked." "Impressive, but I should have known you British and your tea," Godolin said, and everyone, except Severus, who was nervous, and who did not laugh in public, laughed. The group asked Severus several questions about his various potions for over half an hour when Sangre came into the room. The others greeted him cordially. "So Snape, have you revealed the source of your amazing auction items?" Sangre said as he poured a glass of wine. Severus sneered. He did not like Sangre, but he was an important man in the community. Under no circumstance was he going to tell anyone about Harry's animagus form, but he had debated whether or not to reveal the source of the basilisk skin. Harry had indicated that he did not mind, and Minerva had even suggested that it could bring in some money for the school. As a matter of fact, he was giving the money he raised from the sale of the skin to the school. Severus, however, was hesitant as he did not want to expose the fact that they had access to the Chamber of Secrets, considering they needed to keep the library safe. However, these men were the best masters in the world, and it would have been worth his while to be in their good graces. "Actually, the skin belonged to the familiar of Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts," Snape said slowly, and then took a sip of the wine for dramatic effect. He knew they all knew who Salazar Slytherin was, as he was one of the most famous potions masters of all time. Severus smirked, thinking of what the masters would say if he told them that he had access to Salazar's picture and that he had helped him write his speech for that night. After waiting for the initial shock to subside, he continued, Harry Potter actually killed the basilisk 6 years ago. I was able to get permission to harvest a small amount of the creature. The skin I auctioned today was part of what I was able to harvest. 6 years ago, isn't he 18 now? Yes, almost 19, he was 12 when he killed it, Severus said, a small hint of pride in his voice. One of the masters, a man called Razi, who had not said anything before, looked at him and asked, I always heard you and Harry Potter did not get along. We have a mutual respect for each other, Severus said, and thought and love each other very much. Razi looked at him doubtfully. You honestly expect us to believe that a mere child of 12 defeated such a noble and powerful creature? Severus was annoyed but had long learned to control his anger. Whether you believe me or not is not the issue. It is fact, but more importantly, the basilisk is indeed dead and I was able to harvest its skin. That, I believe, is the question you all wanted answered. LeBlanc quickly interjected, Indeed, Razi, I for one believe that Mr. Potter is one to watch. If all the rumors about him are true, he could have very well killed the creature. Tell me, Snape, is it true he is a Parselmouth? Yes, Snape did not like how this conversation was going. Interesting, I have several old scrolls supposedly written by a Pali found in an ancient Naga temple. It is believed to be Parcel script. I would very much like for Mr. Potter to take a look at them, the Indian Master Arjun said with excitement. Severus knew the man was not only a potions master but an expert in ancient potions and was a noted wizarding archaeologist. Severus wondered if maybe he could recommend Ginevra Weasley as a research assistant and send her far, far away. I will ask next time I see him. Is it possible that we may be allowed to see the creature and possibly be allowed to harvest items for ourselves? We would pay Mr. Potter handsomely, Razi asked, and the others all looked at Severus eagerly. I believe Mr. Potter has donated the creature to the school and asked it be harvested over many years to generate income for the school as it needs. However, you will have to take it up with the headmistress and Mr. Potter, as the location of the corpse is not easily accessible. The legendary Chamber of Secrets, Razi stated rather than asked. Yes. Is there anything in the chamber besides the basilisk corpse? Razi asked, looking at Severus intently. Severus felt the pull to his mind as someone Razi he strongly suspected was trying to use legilimency on him, but he was not worried as he was a strong Occlumens himself, having years of practice with Voldemort. No, it appears that it was only used to house Slytherin's pet. Razi looked at him doubtful. Can you tell us the source of the griffin feather? Faustin the American master asked. No, I took an oath, Severus said quickly. Can you tell us about your guest? I for one am curious about him, Sangre asked, and Severus looked at the man coldly. He is an ex-student, a very rich young man who wishes to invest in a couple of potions projects. He must be very rich. He shelled out 100,000 at the auction as if it were pocket change. That is the kind of investor I like, Faustin stated with a laugh. So do I, Sangre mumbled in a sleazy manner to Severus, horror. Indeed, Snape said with a sneer. Well, Severus, it seems we have taken much of your free time this morning. I for one am looking forward to this evening's speech, Godolin stated quickly, sensing the tension that was building. After getting another promise to speak to Harry about the basilisk and the scrolls, the others bid him a good day. Severus noted that Master LeBlanc and Razi stayed behind. Mr. Snape, I must be honest with you, I came to this conference to seek you out. You have drawn attention to yourself as one of the greatest potions masters in the world, Razi stated. Thank you. I am fully aware of your former ties and the work that you did back then, the olive-skinned man said, watching Severus intently. Severus' instincts were screaming at him in warning, but all his years as a spy had him trained to gather whatever information he could. When Severus did not say anything, Razi continued, I have several friends who are very interested in you and your work. Friends who will make it worth your while. I am not looking for any change in jobs right now, Snape said coldly. Don't be stupid, man. I checked your records. The money you got from the auction is more than you have made in your entire career at that school. My employer is willing to pay you a year's teacher's salary for a day's work, Razi said, losing his patience. Severus, I have known you a long time. Over 20 years and I know that you never got the recognition you deserved being stuck under Albus Watch, but this is a genuinely good offer. You would be working with some of the world's greatest minds, Master LeBlanc told him. Severus started thinking about it, but it would mean leaving Hogwarts. Who will I be working with? LeBlanc smiled. Well, in the beginning you will work with me. However, if we like how you work, you could even get to work with Nicholas Flamel. I know he is looking for an apprentice. It was only because of years of training that allowed Severus to keep his face stoic. It was my belief that Flamel was dead. Razi gave LeBlanc a stern look and Severus noted that LeBlanc looked a bit pale as he stated, that story was told to keep Flamel and his work away from unwanted eyes. I assure you Flamel is very much alive and highly interested in you. Severus thought that this was his opportunity to gather all the information Harry would need. I am interested. What sort of projects are you working on? Razi gave LeBlanc a look which told him not to say too much. Several potions that would revolutionize the Muggle world. When can I meet Flamel? Well, first I could take you to meet the others who are here, and later on after a few months you can get to go to his island, and if he likes you then you can start working with Flamel, LeBlanc answered. When do I meet the others? Right away, we are meeting for lunch, LeBlanc. Lunch? Severus had promised Harry he would come with him to talk to Williamson, but this was important. Severus nodded. I will just inform Black that I will not be joining him. Razi looked at Severus suspiciously. You could send a message by hotel internal mail. I will call an elf. After Severus sent the message, he followed the two men to a private dining room, but before they entered Razi pulled him aside and said, my employer and myself would need to go into the Chamber of Secrets. I don't care if you carry the others or not, but it is important that we are able to get in. Severus was suspicious and tried to draw him out. I could get whatever parts you want from the basilisk. I gathered some of the best parts for myself. I don't care about the basilisk, we need to get into the chamber. All you need to do is get us in. Razi's voice rose, but he took a deep breath and then said, my employer is fascinated with Slytherin, he would just want to see it. I will try. Severus knew that the employer Razi was referring to was the mysterious Dark Lord they were trying to find, Albus Master, the Lord of Lords. He knew Razi was lying. They wanted the library. I know you will. It is very important to your future that you do this. He patted Severus on the cheek as if in warning. Severus hated this. He hated the man, but it would give them the information they sought, so he followed him into the dining room. Harry woke when the wards he cast were tripped and he realized someone was in the suite. He walked out and saw a tiny elf about to leave a letter on the table. You can give the letter to me, Harry said and startled the elf. She looked at him fearfully. No one had ever caught her before, and as a matter of fact she was supposed to be under a disillusionment charm. She walked up to him and he took the letter and thanked her. The elf popped away thinking about the strange wizard. Harry saw the note was from Severus, who simply wrote, not coming for lunch, will see you later. Harry sighed. He had really hoped that Severus would have been there. It was the reason for the lunch meeting, as Harry had already spoken to the man last night. He wondered what was keeping Severus but dismissed it quickly. He had left Severus with a group of masters. Slughorn had pointed out last night as the guild council and cream of the crop of potions masters in the world. He was happy for him. This was a great opportunity for him. Harry looked at the time and got ready for lunch. Severus was astonished when he met the group at lunch. Along with Razi and LeBlanc, there was the American master Faustin, Norton and Dyer, who were past Hogwarts students, the African Macus, the Turk Zara, and to his horror the Italian de Medici twins. The twins looked around and when they did not see Severus guest with him, they relaxed. The others all greeted Severus warmly and conversations on some of Severus' more deviant potions came up. During the lunch, they bought up a potion they were having trouble with. Severus asked many questions and soon the lunch was abandoned and Severus was carried to a private lab area. Part of the conference was a time when they experimented with potions, however this potion was definitely not open to the general population. Severus worked with the other masters and noticed the twins hovering. The twins were not potions masters but investors. Severus quietly asked Macus about them. The African grinned and just told him that the twins just wanted to get their money's worth. Severus inwardly shuddered but suddenly felt calm as he thought of Harry. After looking over the potion, Severus slowly began piecing together what the potion would be used for. He felt cold and wanted to throw up. It would revolutionize the Muggle world, yes, but in a negative This potion was a disease that would eat away the lining of a Muggle stomach and continue without stopping. Someone getting this would die in a few days. It would make the Ebola look like the common cold. Severus looked up at the others, he saw the others grin. Zara laughed. You truly are amazing, it took Faustin 2 weeks to figure it out. LeBlanc said, so are you on board, Severus? We are missing several key points for it to work. We are hoping with a fresh mind we could finish our little project. Severus knew the ingredient that could make it work. After working on Harry, he knew that a few drops of the dragon's blood would finish the potion. He knew that Flamel would be able to figure it out, but they obviously were doing this either on their own or as a test for him. He hated this. He would never allow this potion to see the light of day. He hated being a spy. Maybe we could experiment with a bit of basilisk blood. I have some at my lab at Hogwarts, Severus said coldly. He got a pat on the back from LeBlanc and Severus sneered and dared the others to touch him. The twins came and sat down next to him and Severus gave them his patented glare that would normally cause Hufflepuffs to cry. The twins looked at Severus uneasily and then at LeBlanc, who then invited the group to sit and drink some brandy. Harry sat across the table from Albert Williamson. They had eaten lunch and were now sitting and talking about his experimental potion. The potion was a cure for Parkinson's disease in Muggles. The disease was curable in the wizarding world but not in the Muggle world. Williamson told Harry about his Muggle grandfather who suffered and died from the disease. When he training as a healer, he discovered there was a cure in the wizarding world. He then started researching and did an additional mastery in potions, hoping to adapt the cure to one that Muggles could use. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.